Warning. Adult and violent content. Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome to my channel. Have fun. Fork This Life, authors, Jinx 2011. Genres, action, adventure, comedy, fantasy, isekai, supernatural. Summary. Now we've all heard stories about people who died and were born again with their memories intact. The form of the reincarnator changes from story to story: human, elf, orc, slime, vampire, goblin, you name it, someone wrote it. But what if you were reborn in the most common of household objects? What would happen if someone reincarnated as a fork? Please note that the content warnings are for the rare times I include such things in the story. They are not frequent occurrences. Extra note, starts off pretty slow. /1 / I feel cold. I can't see a thing. Is this death? The last thing I remember is the wall in front of me disintegrating in a flash of light. If something like that didn't kill me, that'd be weird. But, then again, if I have thought, can this be called death? What they call life is simply something that is born, grows, and dies. I suppose, therefore, the prerequisite is birth? Am I about to be born? Do souls lose memories after they are born into a new body? Am I a soul? I can't see anything. I can only feel coldness. It is silent, I taste nothing, smell nothing. Am I alive if the only thing that exists for me is thought and cold? A feeling of pressure interrupts my musings, turning me to a panicked mess. Am I being born? Am I dying? Is something wrong? What is happening? I would cry, but I don't have control over my body, if I have one at all. A short time later, the pressure disappears. This doesn't feel like birth. Not that I remember my last one. Yet again, a feeling of pressure comes upon me. Then, a feeling of wetness seeping into me, like my entire being is drenched in liquid, followed by an intense pressure bordering upon pain. Or is it? I can't feel even a twinge. After a moment the pressure is relieved, but instead I have this revolting feeling as the liquid drenches me and the weight on me is pulled, sucked off and out of me. This definitely isn't birth. What, then, is it? A long time later, a lot of erratic pressure, moisture, pulling, pushing, sucking, with nothing more presenting itself, I am despairing for my future. Why? What did I ever do to deserve this? Is it what I didn't do? Should I have donated to charities? Gone to church? Help, my musings are broken as, instead of darkness, a large gray rectangle resides within my awareness. Help, general information, available commands, well. That was unexpected. To think that through all that, a simple thought of help - another rectangle layers over the first, saying the same thing. I could see this getting annoying real fast, so I try thinking general information, which seems to work. Help, general information. This function is designed to assist the user familiarize themselves /selves /itself /existential equivalent with the system. Menu categories can be expanded with a thought, although system sensitivity can be changed in the options menu. Windows can be closed with a thought, although system sensitivity can be changed in the options menu. For a list of commands available to the user, view the available commands category below. For further information on a command, simply speak, think, or your existential equivalent the words help command, exchanging the word command with the name of the command you wish to find more information on. This can also be done with unknown terms, although only a very basic explanation will be given. This concludes the general information available to the user at this point in time /space /existential equivalent, although this may change as the user experiences, existential equivalent more things. Available commands, that's a disturbing quantity of existential equivalents. Okay, first, let's close all windows. The gray rectangles disappear, leaving my awareness a perfect nothing again. That worked. Now, options. Options, life, death, what the heck? That's strangely deep. Well, I suppose the only answer to that is life, isn't it? Status updated, well that's ominous. Suppose I should check that out soon. But first, close all windows. Help. Wait a minute. I wonder if help. On top of the help window that had already appeared, another appeared. Help. This window is considered redundant, as it requires you to have used this command prior to knowing how to view this window. If you have accidentally triggered this window, go to the help window. Close window. Available commands. The help window disappears, revealing the help window below. Help, general information, available commands. Help, triggers the help window. Options, triggers the options window, which contains various options relating to system functions. Status, triggers the status window, which contains information about the user. Not much there, huh? Well, status it is then. Status, name, none, race, living fork, level, 0, experience, 3/100ths, gender, none, age, 8 days, local time, allegiance, none, fame, none, strength, 0.0, intelligence, 10.3, dexterity, 0.0, wisdom, 6.7, charisma, 0.3, luck, 5.1, hardness, 13.8, durability, 4. 6/4.8, titles, traits, skills. I'm a fork. That's it. I demand a redo. I'm picking death. Where's the options? Options, general, options, status, command sensitivity, window color, can only choose known colors, window style, window border, window transparency, language, can only choose known languages, text font, text size, text color, ... Looks like I'm a fork then. Wait, there are options for the options menu. Close window. Options, general, options, status, change command for options, change order of tabs, nothing useful here then, back to general, command sensitivity. Options, general, options, status, command sensitivity, command activated by saying /thinking /existential equivalent the command word or a word with similar meaning to the command word. Racial default, current, command activated by saying /thinking /existential equivalent the command word. Command activated by saying /thinking /existential equivalent the command word with intent to use said command. Command activated by saying command with intent to use said command. Window color, can only choose known colors, window style, window border, window transparency, language, can only choose known languages, text font, text size, text color. Wow. It's a bigger coincidence that I didn't open a window earlier, then. Let's change it to speaking, thinking with intent. And color. Kinda want it to be blue, but gray is fine, really. Hey, if I'm a fork, does that mean all those weird feelings earlier were someone holding me and using me to eat? Ugh. I hope I was washed. Think about something else. Status. Status, name, none, race, living fork, level, 0, experience, 3/100ths, gender, none, age, 8 days, local time, allegiance, none, fame, none, strength, 0.0, intelligence, 10.3, dexterity, 0.0, wisdom, 6.7, charisma, 0.3, luck, 5.1, hardness, 13.8, durability, 4. 6/4.8, titles, traits, skills. No name? Suppose I can pick one then? I'll do that later. No gender? Well, I am a fork, I suppose. Age. Does that mean 1 week since I was reincarnated as a fork, or 1 week since the creation of this fork body? No strength or dex, obviously. To know whether to feel insulted that my wisdom is so low compared to my intelligence or happy that my intelligence is so high. Charisma. I'm an ugly fork. Or is it that forks don't look good in the first place, so they don't have high CHA? Luck. Can't tell if that's high or low. I've taken a bit of damage, but not much. Now, let's see these titles. Status, name, none, race, living fork, level, 0, experience, 3/100ths, gender, none, age, 8 days, local time, allegiance, none, fame, none, strength, 0.0, intelligence, 10.3, dexterity, 0.0, wisdom, 6.7, charisma, 0.3, luck, 5.1, hardness, 13.8, durability, 4. 6/4.8, titles, living, you are a living being, and as such, the energies of life heal you and the energies of death damage you. Trait, average life energy absorption trait, average death energy weakness, trait, minute life affinity trait, negative minute death affinity, progenitor, the first of your species, and its forefather. Your reputation affects the reputation of your entire race. Trait, minor fame gain enhancement trait, 50% of your fame is added to the fame of your race. Household object, being an everyday, household object makes other beings less likely to notice you and mention you to others. Trait, small fame gain reduction trait, small presence reduction, assumed anonymity, despite being a living entity and continually in the presence of other living entities, none have noticed your existence, assuming you to be an inanimate object. People are slightly less likely to notice you and less likely to notice your life energy. Trait, minor presence reduction trait, moderate life presence reduction, fork, you are a fork. As such, you are designed to pierce, scoop and carry food. Trait, minute taste enhancement trait, minute piercing enhancement, restricted to food. Trait, minute carry capacity increase, restricted to food. Second life, you have lived, and died, once before. While you died young, the experience nonetheless is an advantage over others. Stats, wisdom +1, intelligence +2, traits, skills, well. I don't know what I expected, but this is not it. This is just depressing. Even the system is saying my existence is bland. Think positive. Gotta stay positive. I can't collapse. If people are less likely to notice me, that's better, right? And I got a couple stat boosts from that title, right? But as I am now, I'll be doomed to live as a kitchen utensil. No, I can't give up yet. There's still hope in skills, right? Huh. It kinda feels weird now the window isn't changing every time I say a wrong word. Titles, skills. Status, name, none, race, living fork, level, 0, experience, 3/100ths, gender, none, age, 8 days, local time, allegiance, none, fame, none, strength, 0.0, intelligence, 10.3, dexterity, 0.0, wisdom, 6.7, charisma, 0.3, luck, 5.1, hardness, 13.8, durability, 4. 6/4.8, titles, traits, skills, absorb, basic, racial, high rare. As a living being, the living fork requires energy to live. However, as it has no organs of any kind, it has developed a way to absorb energy, or substances through the surface of its body. Rate of absorption can be controlled. Although this ability is magical in nature, as it is a form of mana control, and mana is also absorbed, mana cost is 0. Currently the only form of energy able to be absorbed is mana. Absorbing substances has a minor chance of giving traits, abilities and skills relating to the substance. Finally, an op skill. Wait, that means I can't do anything unless I happen to get some food from something with useful skills. Dang. What really sucks is that I won't even be able to tell what I'm eating, so I won't be able to filter out potentially bad stuff. My life is now a lotto draw, except I don't know if the jackpot even exists. Or any other prize. And they might repossess my house if I'm unlucky. Well, enough of the bad metaphors, time for work. I forgot I'm a fork. I can only wait. Looking closer, the first requirement of me having a better life is to first be used as a kneading utensil. I'd be bawling my eyes out with depression. If I weren't a fork. A pinching feeling interrupts me. Never have I been excited to feel so helplessly pressed in between what I assume are some fingers. Maybe I could absorb their hand? Even if I could, I doubt someone would keep what seems to be a demonic fork. Wait, will I be able to control it to only activate at the tip of the fork? Where is my head anyway? Probably the opposite end to where I'm being held, I suppose. Well, I'll just try and focus on whatever I get embedded in. Here it comes. The sick, disgusting feeling washes over me again, the disgusting juices running all around my body. I feel the pressure on my tines as they try to slide into whatever it is I'm being used to eat. Sliding in, with a brief burst of immaturity, I shout internally, "Fork powers activate. Absorb." I focus on the desire to pull the surrounding material into me, but slowly. I feel the fluids encasing me disappear gradually, and the pressure around me lessens slightly before disappearing abruptly. What? I can't have consumed it all, that quickly, can I? Wait, before I panic, wouldn't whatever I was embedded in fall off if I consumed the matter around my tines, which were the things attaching me to it? That must be it. I hope. I turn my attention to the two windows that had appeared before me, unbeknownst to me. Fluid of level 4 ooze absorbed, experience gained, 5.32, durability recovered, 0.02, skill proficiency increased, none, skills gained, monocyte, basic, traits gained, none. Closure of this window will enact the aforementioned changes. Window will automatically close in 17s, local time, flesh of level 9 bronze horn bull absorbed, experience gained, 12.74, durability recovered, 1.33, exceeds maximum durability, reducing to 0.18, skill proficiency increased, absorb 0.5%, skills gained, none, traits gained, none. Window will close in 18s, ignoring everything else. My vision was nailed to a single word. Sight. Since becoming a fork, the only thing I could see was darkness, then after a while, the windows. If I could see, it would change everything. I wouldn't be left to wallow in misery after meals. At least, probably not. Not as much. Staring at that single word, fixated on the simple possibility, the windows in front of me winked out of existence. A moment of nonplussed disbelief is interrupted by the sudden feeling of my brain exploding. An inaudible screech of pain sounds from me. Of course, as a fork, I have no brain, but the feeling is so similar I assume it to be so. Although, this nonchalant monologue was simply my thoughts as I reminisced that moment, later. Back then, I was still screaming in pain as my vision bloomed into being abruptly. It was very disappointing to the me back then, of course, after I had sufficiently recuperated from the pain. What greets my vision now is the same old darkness, but it is no longer a single color. Tiny white spheres drift around, some in large groups, others drifting around on their lonesome. After spending a while overcoming my great disappointment and concurrent despair, I sadly conclude that I should have a better look at that new ability. I think it was a skill? I forgot everything else on the window once I saw the hope of sight. Sighing, I opened my status for a better look. Status: name, none, race, living fork, level, 0, experience, 21. 06/100, gender, none, age, 8 days, local time, allegiance, none, fame, none, strength, 0.0, intelligence, 10.3, dexterity, 0.0, wisdom, 6.7, charisma, 0.3, luck, 5.1, hardness, 13.8, durability, 4. 8/4.8, titles, traits, skills. My experience went up, and my durability is filled. I can heal and grow stronger by eating. I would call this a cheat, but I don't have any of the 5 senses, which limits me severely. Skills. Status: name, none, race, living fork, level, 0, experience, 21. 06/100, gender, none, age, 8 days, local time, allegiance, none, fame, none, strength, 0.0, intelligence, 10.3, dexterity, 0.0, wisdom, 6.7, charisma, 0.3, Luck, 5.1, Hardness, 13.8, Durability, 4. 8/4.8, Titles, Traits, Skills, Absorb, Basic, Racial, High Rare 0.5%, allows the absorption of energy, or substances through the surface of the body. Rate of absorption can be controlled. Although this ability is magical in nature, as it is a form of mana control, and mana is also absorbed, mana cost is 0. Currently the only form of energy able to be absorbed is mana. Absorbing substances has a minor chance of giving traits, abilities and skills relating to the substance. Mana Sight, Basic, Mid-Rare, Passive, Toggled, you are able to see the largest congregations of mana around you within, Intelligence Wisdom /5 meters indistinctly. Well, that explains it, I guess. The white spheres must be mana. I focus my mind on pulling the nearest sphere towards me. Nothing happens. Maybe I would need some sort of mana control skill to do that? Hey, my absorb skill said it could absorb mana, didn't it? I wonder what that would give me? Focusing on pulling only the mana towards me, I activate the skill, but nothing happens. I suppose it did say it had to be in contact with my body for it to work, didn't it? Hey, doesn't that mean I didn't really need to be careful about my absorption speed? Being cautious is better, though. I am but a flimsy fork, you know. I should really check those traits out now. Status, Name, None, Race, Living Fork, Level, 0, Experience, 21. 06/100, Gender, None, Age, 8 days, Local Time, Allegiance, None, Fame, None, Strength, 0.0, Intelligence, 10.3, Dexterity, 0.0, Wisdom, 6.7, Charisma, 0.3, Luck, 5.1, Hardness, 13.8, Durability, 4. 8/4.8, Titles, Traits, Wooden, Ash, you are made of wood, and are moderately susceptible to fire, insects and rot. Life Energy Absorption, Average, Life Energy heals you, causing you to regain durability. Death Energy Weakness, Average, Death Energy damages you, reducing your durability. Life Affinity, Minute, you find it easier to gain life-related skills and proficiencies than if you did not have this trait. Negative Death Affinity, Minute, you find it harder to gain death-related skills and proficiencies than if you did not have this trait. Fame Gain Reduction, Minor, the amount of fame you gain is reduced. Presence Reduction, Small +1, others are less likely to notice you. 50% fame added to racial fame, the fame of your race is equal to 50% of your fame plus the added fame of all other members of the species divided by the number of members in your species. Life Presence Reduction, Moderate, others are less likely to notice that you are alive. Taste Enhancement, Minute, all food that touches you tastes slightly better. Piercing Enhancement, Minute, restricted to food, it is slightly easier for you to pierce food. Carry Capacity Enhancement, Minute, restricted to food, you can carry slightly more food than appearances would suggest. Skills, Wooden Fork, huh? So, is there any way I could be more vulnerable? The racial fame thing sounds cool and all, but I can't reproduce even if I wanted to. I'm a fork after all. Well, at least nobody will notice me. Ever. Cries, just kidding, I'm a fork. No tear ducts. And thus, as I have nothing better to do, I begin observation of the little floating balls, hoping for one of them to contract my body. Interestingly, my field of vision seems to be a full 360-degree sphere. I suppose having no sensory organs has a bit of payoff. Totally not worth it though. Floating balls, floaty white balls, I'm really bored. Hey, is that ball drifting towards me? No, it swerved away. But one that was just drifting past me suddenly swerved towards me. Get ready. Absorb. Mana Conglomerate absorbed, experience gained, 5, durability recovered, 1, exceeds maximum durability, reducing to 0, skill proficiency increased, absorb 1%, skills gained, none, traits gained, none, window will close in 29s, all. Talk about a big lead up to nothing. Well. Waiting again. Thus, time passes. Meals come and go. Mana drifts and is occasionally absorbed. 6935 forks leaning on the wall. 6935 forks. Take one down, throw on the ground. 6934 forks leaning on the wall. And this is how I pass the time. I have no biological functions, and am thus incapable of sleeping. I started at 10,000 just a little while ago, and I'm already this far along. I've absorbed all the mana that's come in contact with me, nothing better to do, after all. Even so, there have barely been a dozen and the proficiency of absorb I'm getting from them is decreasing. You'd think I'd have absorbed more mana, but remember, it has to come in contact with me. Even if it floats 1 millimeter away from me, I can't do a thing to it. Oi, what's that weird ball of mana doing? Crazily moving in a spiral towards me? Is that going to hit me? Thanks. 4. The meal. Absorb. Mana conglomerate absorbed, experience gained. 5. Durability recovered. 1. Exceeds maximum durability, reducing to 0. Skill proficiency increased, absorb 0.6%. Skills gained, none. Traits gained, none. Window will close in 29s. Trait developed, mana touched, minor. You have consumed mana repeatedly, and it has thus permeated through your body, changing it in some ways. Were you made of flesh and not wood, you would have instead contracted a deadly disease. Lucky you. Stat unlocked, mana, the source of most magic systems. Stat, intelligence plus 0.5, hardness plus 0.2, durability plus 0.2, charisma plus 1, window will close in 29s, viva la magic. What does that even mean anyway? Oh well, I got magic. Well, mana, anyway, and that means magic, right? Amusingly, at the center of my vision is now a fork-shaped accumulation of mana. Yeah, I can see myself. How? How do I even see at all? Don't question the anatomy of a fork, you'll just get confused. So, a long time has passed. Of course, since there's no time function or clock, I don't know how long, but it was probably a long time. I have been used for about 40 odd meals, so that's 13ish days if I was being used for 3 a day. Unless forks aren't used for breakfast, in which case it may be 20 days. Nothing exciting has happened. I've diligently been eating food, so why haven't I gotten something new? It wasn't kidding when it said there was only a chance for it to happen. Since I'm not sure if overstuffing myself with mana can make me explode or something, I stopped eating mana, apart from the small amounts I am apparently eating with meals according to the skill description. So, I've spent 13-20 plus days watching white balls float around with nothing but a few messages saying, "You got nothing from doing this. Good job." What's that you're asking? Can I do magic now? No, I can only presume it's because I have no control skill, but I can't move mana, inside or outside my body. Imagine you got a pool of, I dunno. Not water cause it's essential to life and mana isn't. How about lemonade? Yeah, you got this pool of lemonade, and you wanna drink some. But you got no cup, mug, not even a bowl or bucket. What? Use your hands you say? Screw you racist pricks, I got no hands, don't judge. Anyway, you can't drink the lemonade. Can't do a thing with it. So, no magic. What's that? Did I forget about experience? I should have leveled up by now? Yeah, I did. Twice. Got 2.5 status points per level. Yeah, you can get pretty precise with your point allocation. Interestingly, I can put points in durability and hardness, as well as the more generic ones. Being the weird fork that I am, I unhesitantly put points into even my stats to round numbers, leaving me with 3.6 points, which annoyed me, so I dumped 1.1 into hardness, 1 into durability, 1 into traw and 0.5 into wisdom. Unfortunately, I am unable to increase luck, so it looks like it's going to be stuck like that forever. Status, name, none, race, living fork, Level 2, Experience, 15.5 to 300, Gender, none, Age, 5 weeks, Local Time, Allegiance, none, Fame, none, Strength, 0.0, Intelligence, 11.0, Dexterity, 0.0, Wisdom, 7.5, Charisma, 3.0, Luck, 5.1, Hardness, 15.1, Durability, 6.0 Mana, 110 Mana Regen, 0.75 per minute, Titles, Traits, Skills, round numbers also makes the maths for finding out how far my vision is much easier. I mean, I could have done it easy before, if I had pen and paper so I don't forget numbers, but, oh wait. I'm a fork and couldn't hold a pen if I had one. But now. 11 by 7.5 is 77 plus 55 tenths equals 77 plus 5.5 equals 82.5, then divide by 5 and hey presto, it's 16.5 meters. Now that you, and I, and who am I talking to, wait, I'm thinking, because I can't talk, because I have no mouth, because I'm a fork. Am bored again, let's stop this insane internal monologue. Fluid of. Absorbed, flesh of. Absorbed, flesh of. Absorbed, absorbed, fluid of level 10 slime absorbed, experience gained, 13.78, durability recovered, 1.53, exceeds maximum durability, reducing to 0, skill proficiency increased, absorb 0.4%, monocyte 3.2%, exceeds 100%, reduced to 2.1%, skills gained, monocyte, advanced, traits gained, none, window will close in 29s, pain blossoms in my head and blackness overcomes me. Just kidding, I don't have a head, and the blackness is what happened when I toggled the monocyte skill off. I wanted to be able to control it this time just in case there was pain again. Which, in retrospect, may not have been the best of ideas. Monocyte, advanced, higher air, passive, toggled 0.00%, you are capable of seeing smaller congregations of mana than before within, intelligence wisdom /2 meters. Their forms are now more distinct, but still blurred. I stare, figuratively speaking, at the button which activates my monocyte, literally speaking. I mean, I can activate and deactivate it by willing it, but I can also do it from the skill list. Which I am now staring at while I try to persuade myself it won't hurt that much. It doesn't work. I think of just closing my eyes and jabbing at the skill to activate it, before remembering, I have neither eyes nor fingers with which to jab. So I grit my tines and give up. What are you looking at me like that for? Hey, you telling me that you can knowingly walk into something which you are fairly sure will replicate the most painful experience of your lives? You are one of 3, no 4 things. 1. Lying to yourself. 2. You have crazy willpower. 3. You have never experienced pain greater than a chipped nail. Or 4. You are stupid. I'm not going to simply activate monocyte when a twinge of pain jolts me from my crazed monologue as my vision once again blooms with light. And this time, it isn't just little white balls. But, of course, I am too busy rejoicing the distinct lack of pain in comparison to the previous time to take note of this. Once I finish celebrating and wipe the tears I don't have from the eyes I don't have with the fingers I don't have, look around? You can't really call it looking around when you have a permanent sphere of vision. But lo and behold, that sphere is now a dome. Yazuri, and I'm not sad about it at all. Why? Well, that's because I can see the ground. Yes, you heard me, I can see the earth, presumably, beneath me. How, you ask? Mana. There is mana dang near everywhere. In the ground. Still some floating around like some sorta magic wind currents. Trees. Wait, trees? I'm outside? Huh. Didn't expect that. But the biggest shock comes when I finally look a bit closer to home, so to speak. After all, directly next to the center of my vision, me who is by the way seemingly floating off the ground a meter or so, Don't ask me why, I'd probably know if I could levitate. Is a humanoid figure outlined by the white glow of mana. Yeah, thinking about it, not so surprising. Actually, back to that floating part, why am I doing that? And why is this person not caring about the fork levitating a constant distance from his back? What? Looking closer, and yes, I can look closer, I can just barely see a thin stretch of mana above and below me. Looking again, I can also see mana faintly in the shape of various objects. I can vaguely make out the shape of a squirrel? The heck? Well, it isn't moving, and looking again, I can see it is standing on a circular thing. Hey, I can do shape but not material, got it? I won't even be able to tell between this person and a statue of him if he is standing still. Assuming the material of the statue contains mana. Back to the squirrel. It's still a squirrel. I'm guessing it's a wood carving or figurine or something. Unless it's stuffed and glued onto that stand. Can't tell the difference. That may be awkward in the future. Just imagine, nice statue of a bald dude, that's a criminal, he was impaled. Oh. Yeah. Not that I can talk. I would say I'm working on that, but I'm just as likely to get teleportation as speech from this lottery. Or maybe not. So, back to the humanoid. And I say humanoid because, again, I can only see vague shape. So I probably won't be able to tell this person from any other person. Well, this is an improvement, I guess. At least I can see the general gist of what's happening around me. Talking of which, I think we, as in I, the fork and he, the humanoid, are currently moving through a forest. By which I mean he or she, it is moving through a forest with me in their backpack. Hey, I should be able to keep track of time now, if I just count it as a day every time this dude sleeps, right? That's kinda nice. What's he doing now? Looking around, I can see a group of 4 small humanoids. Which, given my lack of high definition, could mean they are human children, gnomes, dwarves, goblins, halflings or simply short people. Of course, half of those assume this is a fantasy world, but hey, there's mana, a system thing and I'm a sentient fork. There should at least be dwarves and goblins, yeah? So, what'll they do? I see, turn around and walk away. That's cool, I totally wasn't anticipating my first view of live combat in either life. Albeit in 144p. Well. Remember those short people? The next day, well, in the period of time after he slept once and before he slept another time, they come back. With another 20 or so other shorties. They are all wielding. Well, they are probably clubs. You know, the whole not being able to differentiate between different materials thing. Could be. I dunno, wads of cloth. Yeah, that's a bit of a stretch, they're clubs. And to combat this, the dude I was attached to weirdly gropes around his waist, then clasps his hands in front of him. He's praying? That's weird. I mean, not the praying thing, but the fact that he's doing it while surrounded by 20 midgets with clubs. Anyway, combat commences, and it looks really weird on my end. He, or she, sort of flails his clasped hands towards the short people, then the closest one just falls. Well, that's what happens for the first 2. Then he gets surrounded by clubs and gets down fairly quickly. What does this mean for me? The backpack gets ripped off his back and searched. The squirrel, still inanimate, gets tossed, along with a few other things. I get taken. Not sure if that's good or bad. Maybe they think a fork is a better weapon than a club? Or they use forks. That sounds racist. I hope they use forks. It takes a surprisingly short amount of time to get back to their base. It is basically a cave system with some shabby looking buildings in it. They enter through a large crack in the ground, climb down a ladder and enter, presenting the epic loot to their leader. I have no idea what anyone is saying, if anything, but I end up being given to another of the short people. Can I call them midgets? Is that socially acceptable? Hey, what am I saying? I'm no longer part of society, it doesn't matter. A little later it is meal time, and thank the heavens, I am being used as forks are intended. Thus I am able to absorb some food. It would have been better if I hadn't. Putting it mildly, they weren't dragging the guy I was with before to imprison him. Worse yet, I didn't even get a skill or trait. I would vomit at this turn of events normally, but I have no stomach to vomit from. At this point my internal grimacing is interrupted by doll people entering the caves. How can I tell, you ask? I must again remind you that I can see anything around me, that contains mana, within the radius of the skill, which last I checked is 41.25 meters. Not much on paper, but a decent distance nonetheless, since I can see through walls and all. I assume some sort of alarm is raised, because all the midgets start moving animatedly at the same time. I, who is being used to eat a meal, is still being clutched in one hand of a midget running towards the cave entrance. The midgets congregate in a central area, then split up into groups going into various passages. I, or rather the midget holding me, is in a group going into a side passage. From what I can see, this tunnel ends in a bit of a concealed opening above the doll people's heads. Ambush, huh? It seems these shorties have got some intelligence then. After all, short people are by nature bad in close combat, being light, having less muscle mass and being unable to reach their opponents are severe handicaps. In the meantime, my group of midgets have reached the concealed exit and are waiting there, probably for the other group, who are just reaching another concealed exit on the opposite side of us. After seeing each other, both groups jump down at the doll people below. Regarding the doll people, there are 5 of them, one advancing with a large stick held high. Why does everyone use clubs? Midgets fall from the ceiling, and I am raised high as the one holding me prepares to slam down. I won't break, will I? The answer to that is a resounding yes, accompanied with what I expected to be pain, but is in fact just a sense of wrongness in part of my body as one of my tines breaks off, now embedded in the flesh of one of the doll people. Calling up my status, my durability has dropped down to 3.2. If this keeps up, I won't last the battle. As the last, first and only option available to me in such cases, I activate Absorb in the hopes that I can regain some of my lost wood. A brief but considerably frantic battle later, I have not only not managed to regain said durability but managed to lose a further 1.7 durability and another tine, leaving me with a handle, a solitary tine and only 1.5 durability. I am not in any way happy about this. The only thing I've gained from this combat is a bit of XP and Absorb proficiency. The midget holding onto me takes a single glance at my broken state before throwing me away as he turns to loot the downed tall folk. Well, ain't that just peachy? Dust and dirt accumulates on top of me as time passes. I absorb it. A window comes up, telling me that I gained no skills or traits, no proficiency, and the durability gained is 0.00. Excellent. Days, and weeks, pass judging by the amount of times they've slept. Dust accumulates, is absorbed, and accumulates again countless times. As I peruse my status screen for the umpteenth time in my boredom, I notice my durability has gone up by 0.01. I would celebrate this minor improvement, but going by how long it took for me to go to 1.51 from 1.5, it's going to take me 3.49 times, let's say 3 weeks equals, 9 plus 1.2 plus 0.27 equals 10.47 weeks. Wait, no, that's 349 times. So that's 1047 weeks. 52 weeks in a year, ish, so that's 520 plus 520 equals 1040, about 20 years. No thanks. Is what I want to say, but I literally have no choice but to tough it out. Huh? Commit suicide, you say? If only it was so easy. You try to strangle yourself with no limbs, no throat and no need to breathe. I literally have no control over my own life or death. And therefore, if I can't kill myself, I am forced to struggle towards better life, am I not? I absorb a little of the ground beneath me, but it causes me to sink slightly. Wouldn't want that. After all, a potential rescuer has to be able to notice me. Not that they would in this state. Absorbing the ground gets me 0.03 more durability, but it still doesn't do much. I would absorb some monoconglomerates, but they don't seem to be as common down here. Just dust, dirt and damp. A midget steps on me at one point. I absorb a bit off the bottom of his foot, but he probably just thought he stood on my point, and kicked me away. That gets me another 0.03. Now at 1.57. Whoopee. Mice scurry around the cave, and insects crawl along the ground and ceiling. Months have passed, and I'm barely closer to the completion of my goal, at only 1.72. I've absorbed a few insects that have crawled over me, but have gotten very small durability return, negligible experience and proficiency returns, and no skills or traits. Oh, barring that one. Herculean strength, large, in possession of the ability to exert strength far beyond that of your peers. Multiplies base strength, before using passive or active skills, by 10. Yay, my strength is now multiplied by 10. That increases it to, let me check, 0. 10 by 0 is 0. I mean, it's a great skill and all, but I got no strength in the first place. Useless. In other news, next to my strength of 0.0, there is now, in brackets, another 0.0. What fun! I assume that is my stat after being affected by skills and traits. Got that one from an ant. Yeah, goes to show, doesn't it? You can get good skills and traits from anything. It's only been another few weeks, but I'm now unable to have any semblance of accurate measurement of time. The reason? The midgets got eradicated by tall people. I almost miss their constant activity. Now I only have insects, arachnids and small marsupials to keep me company. Pro tip, they ain't good company. Well, at least they occasionally walk over me and let me absorb them. Mental diary, day 274, I don't know how many days have passed. I don't know how many insects I've eaten. What I do know, is that Spider is Harold, those mice are George, Margaret, Sally and Popo, and that one is Dolores. I don't like Dolores. She's a prude. Title gained, insane, congratulations, you've lost your marbles. Or maybe you've found them. Who knows? Not you. You're too busy conversing with the mice. Strangely, things have a way of working out for the mad. Stat gained, luck +3, wisdom -5, dexterity +1, strength +1, ha. Luck rhymes with duck. Classic. Skill gained, self-repair, basic, you've been repaired so many times that you've figured out how to do it yourself. By expending an energy type, you can repair your own durability and recover your original form. Current energies able to be used, mana. Exchange ratio, 10 mana, 0.1 durability. Hey, since when couldn't I regrow limbs? Let's do it right now. Self-repair, gained 1.1 durability. Hey, my tines grew back. Let's dig a hole. Diggy diggy hole, I'm digging a hole. Core processor of level 20 logic _bot v3.2a absorbed, experience gained, 20.0, durability recovered, 3, exceeds maximum durability, reducing to 1.3, skill proficiency increased, absorb 0.5%, exceeds 100%, reducing to 0.2%, skills gained, none, traits gained, structured sanity. Hey, what just happened? Where in the blue blazes am I? Why am I sitting inside what looks to be a robot? I have so many questions. Moving on, let's check the status. Wait, what are those windows? Level 20 logic _bot v3.2a guild, experience gained, 1325.0, skill proficiency increased, absorb 0.5%, exceeds 100%, reducing to 0.2%. Title, insane has been altered to, clinically sane, benefits from previous title are replaced by this title. You have experienced what most people fear and overcome it, one way or another. The experience has changed you, for better or worse. Stat gained, luck +5, wisdom +1, dexterity plus 0.5, strength plus 0.5, intelligence plus 1, trait gained, steady mind, minor, redundant due to structured sanity trait, level up. You are now level 5, 7.5 stat points gained, absorb, basic, has evolved into absorb, advanced, due to 100% proficiency, absorb, advanced, racial, low unique, allows the absorption of energy, or substances through the surface of the body or at a distance of, intelligence with /10 mm. Rate of absorption can be controlled. Although this ability is magical in nature, as it is a form of mana control, and mana is also absorbed, mana cost is 0. Currently the only form of energy able to be absorbed is mana. Absorbing substances has a minor chance of giving traits, abilities and skills relating to the substance. I was insane? Well, that's fun. Let's bring up the status before anything else happens. Status: name, none, race, living fork, level, 5, experience, 473.27600, gender, none, age, 8 months, local time, allegiance, none, fame, none, strength, 0.5, 5.0, intelligence, 12.0, dexterity, 0.5, wisdom, 8.5, charisma, 3.0, luck, 10.1, hardness, 15.1, durability, 6.06.0, mana, 3120, mana regen, 0.85 per minute, unspent stat points, 7.5, titles, traits, skills, evening my strength, dex, hardness and wisdom puts me down 2.4 points to 5.1. Durability is basically my health, so let's dump 1.6 in there, and that leaves me with 3.5 to put in wisdom. Status: name, none, race, living fork, level, 5, experience, 473.27600, gender, none, age, 8 months, local time, allegiance, none, fame, none, strength, 1.0, 10.0, intelligence, 12.0, dexterity, 1.0, wisdom, 12.5, charisma, 3.0, luck, 10.1, hardness, 16.0, durability, 7.67.6, mana, 3120, mana regen, 1.25 per minute, unspent stat points, 0, titles, traits, skills. Hopefully I can get out of this mess somehow. /5 / so. Sitting in these ruins. Well, more lying, really. Well, can one really lie down if one cannot stand in the first place? Either way, I am currently in a horizontal position on the floor. And, of course, I can't move. Thus, I am deep underground, and unless I can somehow resurrect and control this robot I'm inside the head of, I'm not going anywhere. Yeah. That's not happening. Anyway, let's get out of this robot. My absorb skill evolved, so I can absorb things 15 millimeters, or 1.5 centimeters away from me. Better than 0. May as well absorb as much of this thing as I can, so I start by absorbing the metal around me in a hemisphere upwards. Well, to be exact, it's less spherical and more fork-shaped-ish. After all, if 1.2 centimeters lines were drawn from every point of a fork, pardon the pun, in every direction, there would be gaps and bumps in the shape produced. Well, after absorbing the material above me, I absorb the stuff below until I hit the ground. Well, looks like the luck is already paying off. Or is it because I absorbed much more of something than usual? Maybe both. My thrill alloy absorbed, experience gained, 50. Durability recovered, 10, exceeds maximum durability, reducing to 0, skill proficiency increased, absorb 0.1%, skills gained, none, traits gained, magic metal, override straight, wooden. Let's see what this one does. Status: name, none, race, living fork, level, 5, experience, 473.27600, gender, none, age, 8 months, local time, allegiance, none, fame, none, strength, 1.0, 10.0, intelligence, 12.0, dexterity, 1.0, wisdom, 12.5, charisma, 3.0, luck, 10.1, hardness, 18.4, durability, 10.0 10.0, mana, 240 mana regen, 2.50 per minute, unspent stat points, 0, titles, traits, wooden, ash, you are made of wood, and are moderately susceptible to fire, insects and rot. Life energy absorption, average, life energy heals you, causing you to regain durability. Death energy weakness, average, death energy damages you, reducing your durability. Life affinity, minute, you find it easier to gain life-related skills and proficiencies than if you did not have this trait. Negative death affinity, minute, you find it harder to gain death-related skills and proficiencies than if you did not have this trait. Fame gain reduction, minor, the amount of fame you gain is reduced. Presence reduction, small +1, others are less likely to notice you. 50% fame added to racial fame, the fame of your race is equal to 50% of your fame plus the added fame of all other members of the species divided by the number of members in your species. Life presence reduction, moderate, others are less likely to notice that you are alive. Taste enhancement, minute, all food that touches you tastes slightly better. Piercing enhancement, minute, restricted to food, it is slightly easier for you to pierce food. Carry capacity enhancement, minute, restricted to food, you can carry slightly more food than appearances would suggest. Mana touched, minor, mana permeates your body, changing it in some ways. Herculean strength, large, in possession of the ability to exert strength far beyond that of your peers. Multiplies base strength, before using passive or active skills, by 10. Structured sanity, moderate, a well-structured mind is a strong mind. You are resistant to mind-affecting or altering effects, such as fear, charm and hypnosis. Magic metal, you have gained the properties of the magic metal, mithril. Your body conducts mana at twice the normal rate. Your passive mana absorption is doubled. Your maximum mana is now equal to intelligence multiplied by 20 instead of intelligence multiplied by 10. Your maximum durability is increased by your maximum mana divided by 100. Your hardness is increased by max mana divided by 100. Skills, well, that's not op at all. Well, it would be, if I could move and use magic. And that's structured sanity. Obtaining that must be what broke me out of my insanity. If I hadn't hit this robot, I might have kept absorbing the ground in my insanity, until I burst into flame from the heat when I got close to the mantle. Hey, that's actually a method of suicide that might work? Better not risk it. After all, in a world of magic, there might not be a mantle. Gravity might be constant throughout depth because magic or something, and then what would I do? Stuck at the core, unable to do anything but constantly absorb Earth. Could I eventually consume the entire planet doing that? Better not try. Moving on from that, what do I do now? Well, I suppose what I always do, eat things that touch me and watch swirly balls of mana. And how far can I see now, you might ask? 75 meters in all directions. Not too shabby. Of course, it would be better if my vision wasn't like that of a colorblind old man's, but you take what you can get. But speaking of my sight, with that 75 meters of vision, I can see the surface, and a bit above. I think. I can't actually see the boundaries of my vision unless there is something with mana there. Otherwise, there is no difference between the blackness inside my vision and the blackness outside of it. In fact, this is quite like what I imagine being in deep space would be like. A black abyss of space surrounding me in all directions, interrupted only by the myriad specks of light above and beneath me, like the countless stars, coupled with the feeling of helplessness as I am unable to move by my own will. Well, it was more like space at the start, when I couldn't even see the ground. The day moves on, presumably, though I can't tell any difference. Another robot comes along and picks up the unmoving chassis around me. What does it look like? I don't know, it's a block of white to me. I just know it's a bot because of the notifications. Well, this is interesting. There's some people up on the surface. A group of 5. Oh hey, they found the cave. And they found my fork-shaped hole down to here. Yeah, that must look real weird. They're looking at it. Would be great if they came down here. Yeah. Hey, they're dropping something down. Hey, wait, ow. Not that I can feel pain, that's just a leftover instinct from my last life. So, it's some sort of stick thing. Maybe a torch? Flare? I don't know, I can't see light, just looks like a stick. They kind of take turns looking down. I'd say, just jump down please, but the hole is tiny. And I can't talk. Oh, they're leaving. And they're back. With shovels. Probably. Again, they look like long sticks to me. But they are making movements like a shovel, and the earth is being moved like a shovel. Maybe metals don't have mana in them? Can confirm, the sticks are shovels. They've been coated in, presumably, dirt, so I can see them. Where are they up to? About halfway down. It's a pretty wide hole, and they're using a bucket likely wooden, since I can see it, on a rope to haul out the dirt, and they climb out using that same rope. Wonder if they'll pick me up? One thing I didn't factor into my expectations, they were digging down directly above me, which of course means that when they get through the ceiling some collapses on me. I'm now buried in dirt. They aren't looking this way? They aren't. Absorb. I now have a very strange area free of dirt around me. Unnatural? What are you talking about? Just pick up the fork. They noticed me. I think. They're looking in my general direction, at least. They are walking towards me. Oh, the excitement. One picked me up. And put me in his bag, but hey, you take what you can get, I'm outta here. One of those bots is coming, hope they don't die. That would really suck. The brightness of one of them dims slightly as his mana rushes towards his palm, forming into a ball which shoots towards the approaching robot. It barely slows, but it gives the others time to draw their weapons. Not that I can see them. They dash around it, flanking it on 3 sides from a short distance away. The last guy? Baggage carrier. Surrounded, you'd think that would be it, right? I mean, special mithril alloy and all, but it was half their size. But no, 2 of them attack from opposite sides, something which anything organic would have a great deal of trouble with. But this is a robot. It beautifully stops the 2 attacks, which I can see, with its 2 arms. The person behind it attacks with this timing, believing it to be completely open. He is mistaken. The upper body of the robot spins 180 degrees, flinging the weapon still in contact with its arms to either side as it moves them to parry the attack. Is it a difficult enemy for them? I don't know, probably. Is it impossible? Nope. The 3 jump back as the mage tosses a ball of highly compressed mana, which proceeds to land upon and expand to engulf the robot. It looks no different, other than its mana having dimmed a little, but its movements become erratic and illogical. It is swiftly beaten down with some precise jabs. I think. Again, can't see their weapons. Hip, hooray and all that, but there's another 5 speeding down the corridor connected to this one, you know? Apparently hearing something, one of them looks in that direction, opens their mouth, shouting, I suppose? And points in that direction. The others looked just in time to see the robots round the corner. Sparing no time at all, the group rush up the rope. With me in their bag. Finally. So here we are, floor of the cave. The 5 who picked me up are sitting on the ground, probably resting or talking. The bag man takes me out of his pack. They all sit around staring at me. Hey now, don't look at me like that, I'm getting flashbacks to the goblin. You aren't going to just chuck me away, now are you? Oh, back in the bag. Good enough for me. Up another rope and, hello surface. It's been a while. Thinking back, I've spent more time in that cave than up here. How depressing. But that's all over now. I'm back on the surface again, and I ain't going back. Well, not unless I possess the means to leave myself. Or if someone just chucks me down there, but let's not think about that. Hey, it looks like we're setting off. Hope we're going somewhere with good food. Let's see, I need light-based sight, vibration-based hearing, smell and taste. Well, I don't really need them, but they'd be good. A sense of pain? Might be better to avoid it. I mean, it's great for biologicals, but as a fork, I won't be subject to diseases, poisons and the like, so I shouldn't need it. Other than that, I need to be able to talk. Whether that's with a mouth, some sort of vibration magic or telepathy, I really want to be able to talk again. You have no idea how lonely I feel like this. In my past life, I wasn't exactly a social butterfly either. I never took the initiative to talk, but even so, think about it, you always have some sort of human contact, right? Whether that's commenting on some person's live stream, arguing against a troll, there's always some sort of conversation every once in a while. But here, even if I was surrounded by a million people, I wouldn't be able to communicate with a single one, even if I wanted to. It's the difference between choosing solitude and being forced into it. It's stifling, to say the least. Dang, I'd be crying right now. If I had tear ducts. Moving on, what's happening on the outside world? More traveling, huh? Let's take a look around. Trees, trees, dirt, more dirt, squirrel, trees, squirrels in trees, I think those are rabbits, some blobs, antelopes, trees, dirt, boulders. Fun stuff. Something strange mixed in with the previous sentence you say? What are the blobs you say? Ah, yes, the blobs. The blobs? What are the blobs? Well, I suppose they could be misshapen rocks. They're changing shape weirdly, so no, I suppose they could be the slimes I've eaten so much of. Seriously, what is with that? Isn't the whole thing of slimes that they're highly acidic? You'd die, you know? Your stomach would dissolve, and things would happen? Like, would it just eat away at your body, or wouldn't it flow down the existing passages, dissolving as they go? The only reason I'm able to think about this without cringing is that I don't have those organs anymore. So, let's just assume they're slimes for now. The slimes are slowly. What would you call the movement of a sentient gel-like substance? Sliming? Oozing? Rolling? Let's go with ooze. Ooze is a cool word. You don't often get the OA sound in words, and you don't get a Z often either. Ooze. Back to the slimes, they're oozing along the ground in the forest in random directions about 20 meters away. Can they not see us? Well, seeing how I got monocyte from them, they probably see using that too. And I can't imagine that they would have high intelligence and WIS, so maybe they can only see a few meters? Wait, if those stats are around, say, 3 apiece, and they only had the basic skill, they couldn't be able to see more than 2 meters. Slimes are more blind than bats. Wacky. Well, they're conveniently, or inconveniently depending on your view, 20 meters away, but directly in our current direction of travel, so there'll be more combat. I don't suppose I'll be used as a weapon, will I? Oh well. Speaking of that, if somebody uses me to kill something, who gets the XP? Does it go to me, the being that directly impacted the enemy, or the person holding me who provided the force required? Would it be different to what would happen if someone slammed somebody into someone else, thereby killing them? What would happen if the person being slammed died? Would the person doing the slamming or the person being slammed into get the XP? Oh, they've already killed the slimes. Looks like I got distracted. Oops. Oh well, it wasn't like I wanted to see it for anything other than its entertainment value. What are they doing with the dead slimes? They're putting them into containers. Are you planning to eat that later? No processing or anything? I wonder if they're high on something? Given my luck, they probably are. And they'll probably end up killed by something, and me end up on the forest floor. Better than the cave floor, I suppose, much more wildlife and chance of people coming by. I do hope I can get some movement or hearing skill or trait soon. I can't expect to get them from normal animals, because their senses are related to their biology, and thus as a fork without any such biological capabilities, it is unlikely that I would be able to acquire them. So how can a being without sensory organs see, hear and speak? Magic? Is there anything else? I really don't know enough about this world. Looks like it's mealtime. Ugh, what are you doing, slathering that slime all over the meat? Hey, do they already have forks? I hope not. Look at me. I'm much prettier than your forks. Use me. Yes. One of them is searching the bag I'm in. No, what are you doing? You just moved that in front of me. I was right on the top. You've literally checked everywhere except where I am. How is that even possible? Finally. He finds me and takes me from the bag. Looks like he's showing off his new fork. Well, I do have exceptionally high charisma for a fork. Assuming my starting 0.3 is standard, and that is indeed what charisma does. But if it is, this fork is absolutely fabulous compared to its past self. Did that sound gay? Oh well, I'm genderless so I can't be gay. Yay for not having to worry about sounding sexist or homosexual. Although, I'm a fork, so nobody would expect me to have a sexual orientation? Do I have a sexual orientation? Wait, I don't have those pheromone things, so doesn't that mean that I am attracted to neither gender? Wait, I'm a fork, why am I worrying about sexual orientation when it would make zero difference in my life? Wait, isn't it mealtime? I almost forgot to eat. Great ooze and elk meat, huh? Wait, wasn't hunting deer a royal thing, and other people doing it was poaching? Are elks deer, or in just similar species? Are these guys poachers? Is there royalty here? Wait, forget that guff, I'm in another world, common sense from the previous one isn't useful here. Level 7 and 10 respectively, no skills or traits, the ooze gave me 0.04% proficiency for monocyte. I suppose if the oozes, slimes have basic monocyte, I might be getting less proficiency because mine is at a higher level. I really need to stop getting sidetracked. Oh wait, no I don't, I have nothing else to pass the time with. I really wish I could move. It looks like they're sleeping now. How fun for me. Of course, they are taking turns keeping watch, we are in a world with monsters after all. And I'm assuming that bundle of sticks is a fire. If only I could see light. Can some monsters attack please? Can something happen? Ideally, I would like a very small and high-level monster to fall directly into the pack on top of me. That'd be great. Please. Of course not. If luck was a currency, I'd have spent all mine landing on that robot while digging, while insane. Seriously, what are the chances of there being some sort of ancient ruin directly below that cave, and there being a robot directly below where I was digging? Probably minuscule. If that's commonplace in this world is crazy. So, what will I use to pass the time tonight? How about I just count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 7,326, 7,327, 7,328, oh look, they're getting up. Morning huh? Well, that's assuming they aren't nocturnal. Well, doesn't matter whether they are or not to me, I don't sleep at all. Wish I had something practical to do while there's nothing happening. You know, some form of training, or a book. If I could train, I would be much more efficient than biologicals, the whole don't need to sleep, eat or take breaks thing. Hey, do they have breakfast? I want them to have breakfast. And I want it to require a fork. Have I thought this before? I'm getting a slight deja vu vibe here. It looks like they indeed have breakfast here. Of course, it may not be called breakfast here. We might not even speak the same language. Are there skills for language? Well, I don't have one for English, so I suppose not. Hey, here's an interesting question, if there were language skills, would it be recognized as English or something else like American because most of the people who speak the language are from there? Are they? Now I wish I had Google again. Or if the people here have the same language, would it be called English or something else? I wish my reincarnation came with an auto-translate function. You know why I know I don't? No skill for it. Now, back to food. More elk meat and, what's this? Variant Grey Ooze, it ooze? That's cool and all, but could you give me a skill? Variants sound like they would have good skills. So, one of those oozes they killed earlier was a variant? I wonder if they noticed. I hope they have more of that. I want rare skills. But at the same time, stop eating it, acid is bad for you. Except for, the weak acid in your saliva and the acid already present in your stomach. This forest is large. We've traveled for maybe half a day, and still no end to the trees. Hey, I hope we aren't going in circles. They know where they're going, right? How sucky would that be, them dying of lack of food or water because they can't find the way out of the forest. And then I'd be on the forest floor again. Hey, if I fell tines down on a big rock and was careful with my absorb, could I become the fork in the stone? Oh yeah, fun fact about my vision. It's centered on me. What I mean, precisely, is that its rotation is fixed to mine. I'm currently vertical in this backpack, so to my right is the ground, and these people look like ninjas casually walking up a cliff face. In other words, when I'm dropped, or the person carrying this bag turns around, my vision rapidly spins. Truly a vomit-inducing experience, were I still human. It's confusing, too. Imagine looking up, and you're looking at the ground. Well, you can do that if you are upside down as a human too. But in my case the blood doesn't rush to my head and I don't have those ear canal things to track balance, so I have to visually confirm that I am the wrong way up, rather than instinctively knowing. A meal? Sure. Can I has skills? Yes? Excellent. Wait, yes? Fluid of level 12 Grey Ooze variant, it ooze absorbed, experience gained, 27.62, durability recovered, 2.03, exceeds maximum durability, reducing to 0.0, skill proficiency increased, absorb 0.1%, skills gained, telepathy, basic, traits gained, psychic, window will close in 18s, well, this is interesting. Can I finally talk now? Let's take a look. Status, skills, traits. Status, name, none, race, living fork, level, 5, experience, 515.37600, gender, none, age, 8 months, local time, allegiance, none, fame, none, strength, 1.0, 10.0, intelligence, 12.0, dexterity, 1.0, wisdom, 12.5, charisma, 3.0, luck, 10.1, hardness, 18.4, durability, 10.0 10.0, mana, 240 mana regen, 2.50 per minute, psi, 125 psi regen, 1.2 per minute, unspent stat points, 0, titles, traits, wooden, ash, you are made of wood, and are moderately susceptible to fire, insects and rot. Life energy absorption, average, life energy heals you, causing you to regain durability. Death energy weakness, average, death energy damages you, reducing your durability. Life affinity, minute, you find it easier to gain life-related skills and proficiencies than if you did not have this trait. Negative death affinity, minute, you find it harder to gain death-related skills and proficiencies than if you did not have this trait. Fame gain reduction, minor, the amount of fame you gain is reduced. Presence reduction, small +1, others are less likely to notice you. 50% fame added to racial fame, the fame of your race is equal to 50% of your fame plus the added fame of all other members of the species divided by the number of members in your species. Life presence reduction, moderate, others are less likely to notice that you are alive. Taste enhancement, minute, all food that touches you tastes slightly better. Piercing enhancement, minute, restricted to food, It is slightly easier for you to pierce food. Carry capacity enhancement, minute, restricted to food. You can carry slightly more food than appearances would suggest. Mana touched, minor, mana permeates your body, changing it in some ways. Herculean strength, large, in possession of the ability to exert strength far beyond that of your peers. Multiplies base strength, before using passive or active skills, by 10. Structured sanity, moderate, a well-structured mind is a strong mind. You are resistant to mind-affecting or altering effects, such as fear, charm and hypnosis. Magic metal, you have gained the properties of the magic metal, mithril. Your body conducts mana at twice the previous rate. Your passive mana absorption is now equal to wisdom/5 per minute instead of wisdom/10 per minute. Your maximum mana is now equal to intelligence multiplied by 20 instead of intelligence multiplied by 10. Your maximum durability is increased by your maximum mana divided by 100. Your hardness is increased by max mana divided by 100. Psychic, you have unlocked the hidden potential of your mind. Stat unlock, Psi. Skills, absorb, advanced, racial, low unique 0.6%, allows the absorption of energy, or substances through the surface of the body or at a distance of, intelligence with/10 mm. Rate of absorption can be controlled. Although this ability is magical in nature, as it is a form of mana control, and mana is also absorbed, mana cost is 0. Currently the only form of energy able to be absorbed is mana. Absorbing substances has a minor chance of giving traits, abilities and skills relating to the substance. Mana sight, advanced, higher air, passive, toggled 0.75%, you are capable of seeing smaller congregations of mana than before within, intelligence wisdom/2 meters. Their forms are now more distinct, but still blurred. Self-repair, basic, low rare, active 3.26%, by expending an energy type, you can repair your own durability and recover your original form. Current energies able to be used, mana. Exchange ratio, 10 mana, 0.1 durability, telepathy, basic, mid-rare, active 0.00%, allows one to communicate with other beings in exchange for 1 psi per second distance between user and target in meters, to a maximum range of, wisdom intelligence/10 meters. Currently only able to communicate emotions. So I can't talk yet. Damn. Well, at least this gives me something to train in. It would probably be best to practice on small animals and the like, right? Wouldn't want to accidentally cause a stampede of boars or something if I accidentally transmitted fear to them, right? Or freak out the people carrying me with unexplainably fluctuating emotions. I hope I'm not this unbelievably chatty and distracted when I get to talk to them. Speaking, or rather, thinking, of that, I should start thinking about what I should, or should not, say to them. It's very confusing to use at first. I can't figure out how to choose my target of communication, for one. After several attempts of mentally shouting, telepathy, I want to talk to the squirrel, I find that simply focusing on their low-res representation on my vision connects me to them mentally. And then things are very confusing for the both of us. I feel the animal's curiosity and hunger for a moment before my emotions bleed uncontrollably across the connection, and the feelings I receive turn to confusion and fear. The connection ends a few moments later as it speeds away, leaving me with a half-consumed psi pool. But I keep trying with any animal I can see that's within 15 meters of me, getting used to the ability over time. Of course, there are times when my psi run out, many of them. Going at the rate of 1.2 minutes, it takes 1 hour 44 minutes to fully renew itself. Hey, wait, can't I use that as a way of keeping time? Thank God, I can finally track time. Even if it's a really annoying method that isn't exact because of gaps in timekeeping when using telepathy. I keep training my telepathy for a few days or so. Checking the skill later, it has only gained a few % of proficiency. However long this takes, I will talk to someone again. I'm very glad nobody heard that. On another note, we have moved out of the forest. It's strange to realize that the only landscapes I've seen in this world are that of trees and a cave. Some nice open plains, so I see. Or rather, nice for anyone but me. There's long grass everywhere. Did I mention my vision is a bit blurry? If I don't focus on the grass, it looks like my group is buried to their waist, wading through the ground. Very disconcerting. Quite an amusing image, actually. I think I'll try and remember that, have a good laugh at it later. When I'm not in a perpetual state of semi-depression, that is. Depression aside, there's a mouse scuttling past the person whose bag I'm in. A perfect practice target for telepathy. Hello, mouse, you are suddenly feeling happy. No, this is not suspicious at all. Continue staying in place, the very large scary people are not dangerous at all. Indeed, happy fun times. Moving away? Sad depressing times. Yes, you move back this way. Good mouse. And it's gone. Out of sight. Hey, the ground is undulating weirdly. Never mind, that's the grass blowing in the wind. So, what do I do in the hour 20 minutes I'm waiting for my sight to regenerate? Why, I'm so glad you asked. 99 bottles of beer on the wall, 99 bottles of beer. A couple of weeks later I have a good 32% proficiency. Why am I talking to myself? Because I'm terribly bored, of course. An hour 20 of inactivity, then about a minute of activity, rinse and repeat. That means I spend most of my time doing nothing. I got to eat some more of the adus, which boosted the proficiency a bit, which is nice. I'm only grinding this proficiency because I have to, after all. If I were human, or even an animal, I wouldn't be spending so much time on it. Hopefully I'll be able to evolve the skill in about a month or two. The fields of grass are in the past now, thankfully. They made me dizzy. Not literally because I can't get dizzy, but well, you know. A month later and we have reached civilization. Hooray! I've gotten a bigger range of food to eat since we got here, and that's good, but still nothing gained but XP. I leveled up again, actually. Just dumped the points evenly into wisdom and intelligence, they're the only ones I really use. Status name, none, race, living fork, level, 6, experience, 298.88700, gender, none, age, 10 months, local time, allegiance, none, fame, none, strength, 1.0, 10.0, intelligence, 14.0, dexterity, 1.0, wisdom, 13.0, charisma, 3.0, luck, 10.1, hardness, 18.8, durability, 10. 4/10.4, mana, 280 mana regen, 2.60 per minute, psi, 130 psi regen, 1.4 per minute, unspent stat points, 0, titles, traits, skills. What can I say? I'm the smartest fork in existence. Unless there is a fork somewhere possessed by a genius. But barring that, smartest fork. I think they had a bit of a fight over who would get me. Hey, now that I think about it, I don't think I've been washed in a very long time. Have they been? Eating from a fork that has been held by cave-dwelling midgets, stabbed into people, sat on the ground for who knows how long and was found in some old ruin? Ugh! Wait, I've been using Absorb, so aren't I perfectly clean? But they don't know that. Ugh! Hurls. Just kidding. I can't hurl. Not that I miss that part of being human. Seriously, a monologue after 99 bottles of beer, and still an hour 20 hasn't passed? I suppose it could be worse. What if there were no animals in the city? What could I do then? Hey, what if I was dropped down a toilet? Not going there, not thinking about it. Hangamo. Are we heading towards the food stalls? I think we are. Looks like he's hungry. I'm not, but I'll eat anyway if he is. Assuming the person I'm with is a he. You never know. Especially when you can't tell one person from another. Wonder what this stuff is. Flesh of level 18, mind flayer absorbed, experience gained, 31.48, durability recovered, 2.31, exceeds maximum durability, reducing to 0.0, skill proficiency increased, absorb 0.01%, telepathy 40.01%, skills gained, none, traits gained, none, window will close in 18s. Well, that moves up my schedule a lot. I really need to start thinking about what to say. I know I've had a month to think already, but what can I say? Procrastination is my finest asset. Now, let's take a look at how we are doing with our proficiency. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Telepathy, basic, mid-rare, active 97.89%, allows one to communicate with other beings in exchange for 1 psi per second distance between user and target in meters, to a maximum range of, wisdom intelligence /10 meters. Currently only able to communicate emotions. The window's changed color, you say? Well, I remembered I could change it. And you may have noticed that I somewhat dislike my current state of monochrome vision. And so, I thought to myself, if I can't see color in the world, why not just for the windows? And there you have it. Why blue? Yeah, I don't know either. Seemed fitting. Wait, why? In games, aren't status windows usually some sort of brown, gray, black or transparent? Why is blue fitting? Well, whatever. Those are dull. Blue it is. Reminds me of the ocean. Good old ocean. Nearly killed me a few times, but hey, that's in his job description. So, let's see, what should I say? Should I tell them I'm their fork and that I can get more powerful depending on what they feed me? No, definitely not. Shouldn't even tell them that I'm a fork. Hey, who'd believe that anyway? Hey, you. Yes, this isn't you talking to yourself. I'm your fork. Feed me. See? He'd think he's going bonkers. Or there's a demon or evil spirit or something talking to him. Maybe I can pretend to be a ghost that's haunting him? But what if he just goes to a priest to get me exorcised? Wait, an amnesiac ghost. A friendly amnesiac ghost. That might work. Might fail terribly as well, but better than the straight I'm a fork attempt. But what if he still trusts to exorcise me? That won't really work, will it? What if I pretend to be something else? Does he have a little squirrel statue? No, wait, I got an idea. Similar to amnesiac ghost, but not. I don't know how to describe it, dang. I suppose you'll have to wait and see. Wait, who is this you I'm referring to? I hope I'm not going insane again. Well, time for some telepathy training. And there's a rat, right behind the food stalls. Yep. Note to self, never eat from food stalls. Well, just a couple percentage left. That should take a few days at most. Now, come over here, rat. There's something scary in the opposite direction. Run towards me. Ah. It got stomped on. Another rat, then. Telepathy, advanced, higher, active 0.00%, allows one to communicate with other beings in exchange for 0.5 psi per second distance between user and target in meters, to a maximum range of, wisdom intelligence /5 meters. Allows the user to share emotions and thoughts with the recipient. I can talk. Ish. It's a hell of a lot better than before, at least. Now, to talk, with small animals, of course. Gotta test first. Or you, rat. Muffins. I really didn't think that through. It completely ignored me. Well, it can't understand speech after all. I suppose I'll have to find a good time to talk with this person. At night should be best, yeah? I'm getting a bit nervous about this. That night, should I? When should I? Is now a good time? It's probably a good time, right? What if there'll be a better time? Now that it's come to it, can I muster up the courage to do this? I mean, it was forced, but I haven't talked to anyone for a long time. Oh, come on fork, channel laboof. Just do it. Target, initiate telepathy. Hello? Can you understand me? Is someone there? The voice resounded in my mind, sounding as if I was thinking in another person's voice. Not that I was doing that. I hope. I try again. Yes, can you hear me? Yes, but who are you? Where are you? The voice comes again. Initiation of conversation, success. Continue conversation. You can hear me, then? Yay! I didn't even know if this was working properly. Sorry. I don't know. You don't know? The voice asks. Initiate lying. I don't know who I am, or how I got here. Or where here is. What do you know about yourself? He asks. Mix in some true parts. I have monosight. So I can see you. But I can't hear, or feel, and I couldn't talk for a long time. Can you talk with me, please? Sure. But where are you speaking to me from? I think he bought it. Maybe? But just in case. Telepathy. The reason you're the first person I spoke to is that I only recently trained it to the level where I could transmit thoughts. As for where exactly I am, it doesn't matter. I can't seem to affect the physical plane at all, and I'm invisible. To be blunt, I'm directly in front of you. Telepathy is cheaper in psi if I'm closer to the target after all. Amusingly, I see him bolt upright and stare ahead of him for a little while before talking again. Of course, I'm still in his pack, but he doesn't know that. And the pack is leaning against the bed, so being close to him isn't a lie. So, what are you usually doing, if you can't talk or hear? He asks. Well, for better or worse, we seem to be onto casual conversation. I shouldn't have to lie anymore. Watching. It's all I can do, really. It's somewhat boring because I can't tell people apart, but it's all that keeps me sane. The status window says I'm 10 months old, and I only became able to use telepathy yesterday. What about you? I'm eager to know. Well, anything, really. Anything to make time pass easier. His voice continues sounding in my head, just as I presume mine is sounding in his. Me? Just your average traveler. I go wherever I think I'll find money. Not that I ever find much, but it's enough to live by. So, what's your name? I ask. Ferdinand. I think my parents hoped for me to become a knight, because what village boy has a name like Ferdinand? How about you, what's your name? Oops, I forgot to think up a name. I don't have a name. Even the status window just says none. I say, maybe your name is None? Ferdinand says. That's a name and a half he's got there. Sounds foreign. Wait, everything's foreign here. I'm lucky we speak the same language. No thanks. Could you think of something a bit better? Village boy, remember. We don't do creativity, we do practicality. Are you male or female, anyway? He asks. Genderless, but I would prefer a male name than a female one, if it comes to that. I used to be a guy, so I may as well have a male name here too. He lists out a bunch of names that couldn't sound more boring if he tried. How about Gerald, or Harold, Troy, John, Jack, Alex, Bob, Bill, Donald or something like that? But it doesn't matter that much to me, so I pick out what sounds best to me. Those sound pretty average and common. Whatever. I'll go with Gerald. Hey, I tried my best, you know? Remembering something, I check my status. Oh, by the way, my psi is almost gone well that was the most fun I've had in this life, depressingly. I'll just talk with him again when he gets up. Wonder if he'll think it was a hallucination or something? One way to find out. But in the meantime, bear doesn't count itself. 13,297 boa, he's getting up. I could have trained telepathy more during the night, and maybe I should have. At the same time, though, I needed to have enough to talk to him in the morning. And proficiency gain decreases drastically after reaching the advanced level of a skill. Will a single night make a difference? Perhaps. I start up telepathy again. Good morning. Or so I assume. I can't tell the difference between night and day. So it wasn't a dream. He says. He stretches a bit, and continues to speak. Yeah, it's morning. First light, to be exact. Although, I'm surprised you know about that. Didn't you say you have no memories? Improvise. No, just that I didn't know who I am or how I got here. I know some random pieces of what I assume is common knowledge for people here. Things about time, the cycle of day and night, the feeling of the wind blowing. I wish I had a sense of touch. That's harsh. Knowing pleasure but being unable to reach it. Ferdinand says. Do you reckon I could follow you around? I can see through obstacles and such with monosight, so I can tell you if you're about to be ambushed and such. I ask. A bit misleading, since he can't really get rid of me unless I tell him my true identity, but I should at least ask. That doesn't sound half bad, but what do you get out of it? He sounds a bit suspicious. Someone to talk to. A sense of fulfillment from helping someone. A sense of pride from accomplishing something. Perhaps the first friend I'll ever have. Sounds like a fair trade to me. I say, and this time I'm perfectly honest. He looks like he's thinking about it. Now would be a good time to mention that not all thoughts are transmitted via telepathy, only the ones you intend to transmit. Which is why I haven't accidentally shouted out, actually, I'm a fork. I was very relieved when I noticed this. After all, do you have total control over your thoughts? No. You always have the occasional stray thoughts that you yourself think are very strange or even disturbing. Meanwhile, sure, just try not to distract me when I'm around others or in combat. He says, finally. Can do. I agree. Only emergency communications in such circumstances. So what's on the agenda for today? Agenda? What's that? He asks. Right, education level here is a bit lower than back home, clearly. What do you plan to do today? I clarify. Find work, what else? Oh, and go to the local smithy to get my equipment repaired. And so, we headed out, with him aware of my existence for the first time. Watching him walk down the street, content in the knowledge that there is at least one being out there that knows I exist. Strangely, he stops in the middle of the street, looking to one side. There's nothing there. Something up? Why'd you suddenly stop? I ask curiously. Just a fortune teller. He says. Probably a fake, but you never know. I look again. Nada. I don't see anybody. Either the person there has no mana in his body, or you're seeing an illusion. Either way, get out of there. What? You can't see him? Everyone has mana, it's everywhere, you can't not have it. Maybe there's something to him after all? He says, confused. A highly suspicious man with no mana? Get out of there. I can't have him die now. I just met the dude. Come on, we're on a main street, plenty of people. Besides, I can protect myself. He says. Fair point. Fine, but don't blame me if something goes wrong. I say. And so, I watch him sit down in an empty alleyway for a while. I keep the telepathic link open, just in case. Not that I'll be able to help much if something does happen. After a few minutes, he gets up and walks back into the flow of people in the street. Don't be so sudden, I might lose track of you. Not really, I'm in his bag. Not in any way hopeful, I ask him about what happened. So? Anything meaningful? He sounds disappointed. Typical sham talk. He prattled on about how difficult fortune telling was, something about the very act of telling someone their future altering it drastically to a separate future, or something like that. Only good thing was he didn't ask for money. More detail, bored dude here. Yeah, but did he actually tell you anything? A single cryptic line about how you're what you eat, and how my future would depend on that. Well, that's strange. I concur. It's a coincidence, right? But then again, first a fortune teller I can't see, then him saying something which I can only interpret as a reference to the butterfly effect, then something that sounds suspiciously close to describing my absorb skill. That's a lot of coincidence. Now, I should still keep it a secret, right? As long as nobody knows about my true form, nothing deadly should occur to me, at least. So, where's the blacksmith? Lucky for me, I don't need to know, Since I'm a hitchhiker, Ferdinand navigates the busy streets of the city until he finds the place he's looking for. I figure I can train and be practical at the same time, so I keep up a telepathic link with him until I get below 30 psi, then wait for it to refill before doing it again. Not that I say anything. You know, thinking about it, we need to talk about some sort of signal. I mean, keeping some for emergencies is all well and good, but what if he needs to urgently ask me something? He wouldn't be able to do anything but wait for me to say something. Meanwhile, Ferdinand deposits his equipment with the blacksmith, and walks out again. How long will the repair take? I ask, mostly for something to say. A few hours. A blacksmith always has work to do, after all. Nearly everyone has a weapon or two, even if they don't have armor, and all that equipment has to get repaired regularly. Not to mention making new equipment for sale. He says, "Hey Ferdinand, I've been thinking, I'm keeping a small amount of psi that I don't usually use, in case of emergencies, but I got to thinking, what if you need to talk to me when we aren't connected?" "What, you thinking some sort of signal I can do to tell you I want to talk?" "Like what?" he asks. "I dunno. Dunno. What's to know?" he asks, confused. "It's short for don't know." I explain. "Oh. How about when I scratch my head?" he proposes. "Sure, but what about when you actually need to scratch your head?" I say skeptically. "It doesn't cost you much psi for a few seconds to confirm whether I actually need to talk, right?" He has a point there, and it's not like I have anything better to do. True. We'll go with that then. If I can remember it, that is. And if I'm not doing anything else that distracts me. "So what now?" I ask. "Food," he says. "Makes sense, it is morning. I wish I could eat." "Sorry," he says awkwardly. "Don't worry about it. I'm used to it, after all. I can kinda eat, but I can't taste. Right now, I would be happy if I could taste water." Well, it is what it is. We walk at the open gate. Well, Is there some sort of adjective for this situation? This explanation is getting repetitive. Anyway, he's joined up with another few people to hunt some monsters that are getting close to a nearby village. By the sound of it, a common occurrence. The same old ground, same old grass, same old figures walking along. That's what it looks like to me. Speaking of monocyte, it's slowly gathering proficiency, at about 30%. I suppose that's because I always have it on. I imagine that even if say, a human, had monocyte, they would rarely use it, because it would overlay on top of their normal vision, and make them a bit queasy and confused. They can't turn off their sight, can they? If they could do things like that. If they were fighting an enemy with sound-based attacks, couldn't they just turn off their hearing? That would be strange. But then again, it would be annoying if I got some sort of light-based vision and couldn't turn it off. I would still like to use monocyte, after all. Traveling seems very boring. Honestly, all the journeys I've been on so far have looked the same to me. But again, that's due to my vision. Hey, that's not bring. A spider. Wait, how can I see it so easily? How big is? How is it that big? Big spider nearby. I shout into Ferdinand's head. Where? How big? He asks. Look to your right. I shout again. Point of view Ferdinand. I look to my right and instinctively shiver. Its leg hairs are thicker than my sword. Dear God, why is something like this so close to the city? I have to alert the others. Prepare for battle, giant spider to the right. The archer starts speaking, then is at a loss for words as he looks to his right. What, just a giant? The scout looks casually over, then starts bolting in the opposite direction, shouting behind him. Fuck fighting, I'm running. The mage looks over and falls over sideways in a dead faint. Damn, she's fainted, we can't fight even if we wanted to anymore, just run. The last member of the party is a bit better, but he, too starts to run, and I call after him. What about her? Forget her. He calls back without turning. I can't just let someone die like that. But, I might die too. What do I do? This is no time for hesitation, damn it. Hoisting the limp body of the woman over my shoulder, I start running in the opposite direction of that monstrosity. It was a good distance away, but who knows if it saw us. Boom. Boom. Boom 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 boom. Echoing rapidly in the distance alongside the sharp sounds of snapping branches, I hear it getting closer. What do I do? What can I do? At that moment, Gerald's voice popped into my head. It's getting closer, fast. How's your throwing arm? Throwing arm? Not bad, but how does that help me? I think back, still furiously running away. You'll have to do everything I say if you want to live. He says. Like he can do anything, he can't touch anything. Besides, I don't trust the thing one bit. Why should I trust you? I think back anyway. Unlike me, he's irritatingly calm. You'll die if you don't, now cut the chat, put that person down and open up your pack. I don't really have a choice, do I? I drop her on the ground and sling my pack off my back. As I do so, he talks again. This will sound crazy, but take out that mithril fork you found in that strange ruin. That does sound crazy. Hey, how did you know I found it in a ruin? It was mithril? I think back. Although I said that, my hands were frantically searching through the bag as the sounds grew louder and louder. Explain later, just get it out. And this will sound even crazier, but when you find it, I need you to chuck it at the head of that spider as hard and accurate as you can. He says quickly. That is crazy. You are crazy. And I'm crazy for listening to you. No, I'm not, I even have a title saying how sane I am. What is he even talking about? Ah, there it is. Grabbing the damn fork, I get up again and put my arm above my head in preparation to toss the thing. Looking forwards again, I can see the monster rushing towards me. Don't they say the bigger ones are slower? Who said that? I want to punch him. Its eyes are the size of my head. Taller than the trees, I can now see its legs weaving around the trees, not minding the branches its torso is ripping past and shaving the tops of the trees off. This should be close enough, right? Don't mess this up. Dear gods, please let this work. Shouting out a prayer, I throw the fork at it with all my strength. Feverishly I watch it whirling through the air towards the spider, my body covered in cold sweat and my heart beating louder than the drums in my village's festivals. My eyes strain as it flies out of sight, the wall of dark hairiness that is the gigantic spider covering most of the scenery in front of me. I brace myself for death. Then it stops. That can't have worked. Right? Why would throwing a fork at it stop it? Then, it falls over. Its legs curl, looking like the skeleton of some long-dead behemoth. It actually died. How did it die? His voice pops into my head again, sounding a little distracted. I know you want an explanation, and that's fine, but first, do you have a piece of cloth or something like that? I always carry a few pieces of scrap cloth to repair my clothes with, will that do? I ask, still unable to believe what just happened. Should do fine. Now find a long stick. He says. A stick? Why does he only ask strange things? Looking around, I find one that could almost be a walking stick. Not hard when you're near a bunch of trees. Gerald's voice sounds in my head again. Now again, this will sound strange. The fork you just threw at the spider is currently underneath its head. Can you use that stick to get it out from underneath it? Some sort of liquid is dripping down from the spider's head, and it's probably poisonous, so try not to get close to that. It is strange. I shout mentally back at him. But you saved my life, so I can retrieve the fork. I edge closer to the body, wary of any movement. When I reach the corpse, I look under the head of the thing. The spider is so large that its head is a short way off the ground, so I can see the fork, and the clear liquid dripping down onto it. I'm not stupid enough to think that's water. Grasping the stick, I use it to scrape the fork along the ground until it's well away from the head. Don't touch it, it's poisonous. Use the piece of cloth to pick it up and wrap it in. And probably don't put it near food. Of course it's poisonous, poison was just dripping on it. Taking out a scrap of cloth, I use it to pick up the fork, then wrap it around it carefully, then tie it up with a piece of twine. Okay, now, explain. Point of view Gerald. Well, this will be fun, if only for his reaction. That was one hell of a level up, though. Don't have time to look now, sadly. Okay, I'll explain, but bear with me, because this will be the craziest thing you'll ever hear in your entire life. That's a bold claim. Well, get on with it. He says. Well, you know how I said that I didn't remember anything? Sorry, I lied. I admit. Okay, still not crazy. He says, taking it much better than I thought. I just couldn't trust you. I'm not really sure I can, even now, but whatever. I say, continuing. I wasn't lying when I said my status screen said I was 8 months old, but that's not the whole truth. I used to be human. Okay, getting stranger, but still not really crazy. People die and turn into vengeful ghosts occasionally. They do. This place is weird. That's not me. For starters, the place I live doesn't seem to be in this world. How can you be so sure? He asks. No mana, no monsters, nobody carries weapons, there aren't rats running around the food stalls. I explain. Anyway, I died in that world, and I seem to have been reincarnated into this world. But he seems more caught on my first sentence. There are rats running around the food stalls? Seriously? What's reincarnation? He asks. I sigh internally. Reincarnation is a concept from my previous world, no clue if it's in this one. I wasn't lying when I said you were the first I had talked to. The concept is that after you die, the deeds you did in that life would be judged, your memories would be wiped clean, and depending on how good you were, you would be reborn as another being. Murderers and thieves and such would be reborn as insects or something, while saints and those who donate to charities would be reborn in a human body full of potential. Ferdinand says, okay, I think I get it. So how about you? I wasn't the best of people, but I didn't do anything bad. I have no clue what I did to warrant this. I say. What do you mean? What were you reborn as? He asks curiously. This is the crazy part. You're holding me. What? I'm not holding anyone. Ferdinand says, confused. No, I'm that fork you're holding. What? I'm not holding anyone. Ferdinand says, confused. Oh great, Ferdinand.x has stopped responding. Let's try turning it off and on again. The spider woke up. He shot a good meter into the air as he frantically looked back at the spider. Understandably, facing towards the corpse of a gigantic spider while resting is not good for your mental health. No, it didn't. Why? Why would you say that? He shouts. You were repeating yourself. I explain. What? After I said that I'm the fork you're holding, you just kept repeating yourself. I repeat. You can't be serious. He says. I assume he means the fork, not the repetition, because that would be scary if actually deadly serious. And I can prove it. I have a skill that lets me absorb substances at a very short distance away from my surface. It's what I used to kill the spider. I explain. The fork could be enchanted to do that. He argues. Fine. I say. You remember that prophecy you got before, what was it? You're what you eat. Yeah, what about it? He says. The other effect of the absorb skill is that I have a small chance of gaining traits and skills from what I absorb. I explain. In other words, I get stronger depending on what I eat. Strangely similar, right? How do I know you aren't just making all this up? He asks suspiciously. Man, was this taking a while? My psyche could only hold out for this long because he's holding me, and the distance between us is almost zero. I talked about the ruin where you found me, right? That should be proof enough. I got my monocyte skill from a news, my telepathy from an Adu's variant, one of the ones you killed and were eating, by the way, and another boost to my telepathy skill from when you ate those mind flayer tentacles. Why would I eat mind flayer tentacles? Ferdinand protests. That's disgusting, they're people too, you know. That is disgusting. I agree. I don't want to eat people. You did eat it though, just a few days ago at a food stall on the street. Wait, you mean that fresh octopus he was selling was actually? He asks, dreading the answer. Yep. Let me just vomit a bit. He trails off. He vomits a bit. After cleaning himself up a bit, he starts talking to me again. Say I believe you. What then? Nothing, really. I say. I'm poisonous now, so you can't use me to eat, but you can still throw me at monsters, when nobody else is around, of course. Why when nobody else is around? Ferdinand asks. I can't move. Therefore, those who know about me effectively control what I do. I explain. I would rather be unknown. To be honest, I only talked to you because I was worried I would go insane again. What do you mean, again? He asks. Well, if you really want to know. Do you remember the hole in the cave that let you find the ruin that I was in? I was in that cave for at least 5 months, with not a single other being. Imagine staring at an unmoving picture for 5 months. I went insane, recklessly used absorb on the ground, tunneled down and luckily managed to land on top of one of those robots in the ruin, which gave me a trait that got me out of the insanity. You are weird. Very weird. He says. Yes, very. Now if we are finished here, I'm going to go take a look at what I got for killing that spider. Sure. Finally. The anticipation was killing me that whole conversation, just remembering those windows that came up. Brain matter of level 83 spider matriarch absorbed, experience gained, 213.26, skill proficiency increased, absorb 0.4%, skills gained, body of deadly poison, basic, traits gained, poison resistance, huge, level 83 spider matriarch guild, experience gained, 57,570, level up. You are now level 27. 68 stat points gained. Yeah. Should it have been that easy? I mean seriously, that's, what, 21 levels. By getting thrown at something? I know I have absorb and all, but shouldn't there be some sort of counter to that? Wait, there is I think. I can only absorb mana and matter, so if someone uses another type of energy to attack me, I can't do anything about it. 68 stat points. Such an increase. Let's just have a look at my status. Status, name, Gerald, race, living fork, level, 27, experience, 4,308.26 5,400, gender, none, age, 10 months, local time, allegiance, none, fame, none, strength, 1.0, 10.0, intelligence, 14.0, dexterity, 1.0, wisdom, 13.0, charisma, 3.0, luck, 10.1, hardness, 17.8, durability, 10. 4/10.4, mana, 280 mana regen, 2.60 per minute, psi, 113 psi regen, 1.40 per minute, unspent stat points, 68, titles, traits, skills, O.O. The XP to level up really shot up. So much I can do with these. Okay, first, Dex, Strength and Shaw. I know I don't use them, but I hate having them at 1. How about I increase them to 5 each? That leaves me with 58. Half that is 29. Dump half in intelligence, half in wis. Status, name, Gerald, race, living fork, level, 27, experience, 4,308.26 5,400, gender, none, age, 10 months, local time, allegiance, none, fame, none, strength, 5.0, 50.0, intelligence, 43.0, dexterity, 5.0, wisdom, 42.0, charisma, 5.0, luck, 10.1, hardness, 24.6, durability, 16. 2/16.2, Mana, 860. Mana Regan, 8.40 per minute. Psi, 407 420. Cyragon, 4.30 per minute. Unspent stat points, 0. Titles, traits, skills. Funny how my effective strength is above my magical stats. That skill is op. Shame I can't put that strength to use. Putting that aside, I wish I had a magic skill. That mana pool is absurd. And my psi. I can talk for ages now. Really though, this is ridiculous. Look at my stats. Look at them. Compare them to before. The difference is crazy, right? And yet, I still have the exact same combat potential. Why, damn it. Well, let's see that new skill and trait. I only got a brief glance earlier. Body of deadly poison, basic, higher air, passive 0.00%, deadly poison courses throughout your entire body. So potent is this poison that even touching you will cause great sickness and partial paralysis for a short period of time. Potency of poison scales a small amount with proficiency. Poison resistance, huge, you are completely immune to weak and ordinary poisons. The effects of more potent poisons on you are greatly reduced. Does this even help me? I'm made of metal, I can't be poisoned. And how the heck is there poison coursing throughout my entire body? Again, solid metal. I can't even be used as a fork like this. Although, thinking about it, that isn't such a bad thing. As long as I'm still with Ferdinand, that is. Anyone else would throw me away after getting poisoned, right? I've looked at everything, I think, so back to what's happening. Oh, he's carrying that unconscious person again. Surely that just decreases his chances of surviving? Not that I mind him helping people, but can he protect others and himself at the same time? Wait, is this even a dangerous area? Hey, is this area known to have dangerous monsters? I ask Ferdinand telepathically. He responds a few moments later. As long as you don't attract the attention of monster packs, even an ordinary person could get through this area if they are careful. Why? Oh, never mind then, totally fine. So that spider wasn't normal? I ask. If that spider was normal, there wouldn't be anything except monsters living on this world. He says grimly. I try to lighten the mood a bit. Nah, I'm sure there would be a few who could survive. Desperation can motivate people to do amazing things, you know. Maybe, but desperation can be bad too. He counters. Oh sure, there's plenty of people who make terrible decisions because they're desperate. I admit. Anyway, we should probably keep quiet about killing it. Really? Why, haven't we done something amazing? He asks. We sure have. Which is why we should stay quiet about it. If people think you killed something strong, they might think you have some rare item then let you do it. If you something that is worth anything, there will be people wanting to take that from you. And the tactic of throwing a fork at them won't work on a human, you know. They'll dodge it. I say dryly. When you put it like that, there's not much I can say. Says Ferdinand. One of the best ways to avoid strong enemies is to make them think you aren't worth their time, you know? Being Loki isn't such a bad thing. I reassure. Anyway, on to other matters. I'm poisonous for the foreseeable future due to a passive skill I just got. Best be careful about that. Oh, and now what do? We should probably go back to town. The group will have to share the fee for failing the commission, and I suppose that the other members will get there before us and report about the spider. He says in resignation. Okay then. Now let's see. How far can I see? 43 times 42 equals 43 times 40 plus 43 times 2 equals 1720 plus 86 equals 1806. 1806 halves equals 903. 903 meters? Wait, that can't be right. Let me do that calculation again. It's right. I can now see almost a kilometer. Seriously? Seriously. That's up as well. If I could move, the things I could do. It's slow progress, what with him carrying someone? How is he going to deal with that, anyway? The person could wake up at any time, and they will most definitely panic at being slung over someone's shoulder. Even if they don't, we'll get questioned by the city guards. Carrying an unconscious person. Not a good look. Okay, I'm stumped. We could set the person down and wake them up, but that would be super awkward too. Hey, solution. Dump them somewhere within sight of the city. Yep, perfect plan. I activate telepathy and start chatting. Yo Ferdinand? What you gonna do with that guy on your back? She's a woman, actually. Ferdinand corrects me. And what do you mean? No wonder you didn't want to leave her behind. Ahem, you can't just go into the city with an unconscious woman slung over your shoulder, can you? I ask. I watched his hand shoot forwards into a spectacular, yet completely silent, facepalm. You didn't think about that, huh? I ask rhetorically. No. It'll be fine if I just wake her up, right? He asks. Sure, if you're happy to have an extended conversation about how you did not steal her possessions and or do dirty things with her unconscious body. I say sarcastically. He does a brilliant attempt at a telepathic sigh. No, I assume, then, that you have another plan? Hardly a plan. I say, just leave her somewhere within eyesight of the city. Ferdinand asks, what if she doesn't wake up, or gets attacked by monsters? You said it yourself, monsters are rare here. I can only see about 4 weak-looking ones right now. As for her not waking up, let me check something for a moment. I say. Telepathy info, please. Telepathy, advanced, higher air, active 0.00%. Allows one to communicate with other beings in exchange for 0.5 psi/second distance between user and target in meters, to a maximum range of, wisdom intelligence/5 meters. Allows the user to share emotions and thoughts with the recipient. Wisdom intelligence/5 meters, huh? That's 361 meters. At maximum distance, 180.5 psi/second usage. Current max psi at 420, that's a bit over 2 seconds. This could work. Okay, I can wake her up from 300 meters away. Probably. I say confidently. How far is 300 meters? Ferdinand asks. We can figure that out when we're close enough to the city. Answer. Now, I need to be saving up my psi for this, so I'll be silent until we get there. Okay. Bye, then. He says. I hadn't thought of it like that, but I suppose that's accurate. I mean, we're physically close, but communication is impossible, so it may as well be goodbye, huh? So, my plan is to telepathically yell at her, from 300 meters away. At a distance of 300 meters, we shouldn't be anything more than a dot on the horizon. Dot, is that right? It's been so long since I had human sight. I hardly remember how distance works. 10 months. Has it really been that long? Thinking back, hardly anything at all happened during that time. It's really a miracle that I held on for so long, isn't it? Why do I keep thinking like this? Come on, man, it's all gotten so much better. You've got a friend you can talk to, you're helping him out, getting stronger. Ish. After that, I just watch the road, as it were. For reference, we have traveled a couple of hours or so outside of town. I have no idea how far that translates to in distance, but it was surely a fair way. Some indeterminate period of time later, the city is on the edge of my vision. Give me a signal when you can see the city, okay? I could see it for a while now. He replies. Oh, okay. Put her down somewhere, then. I say, cutting off the link. The dude must be tired, hauling her all this way. He lowers the gal to the ground, then I see him scratching his head. Oh, right, the signal thing. What's up? I ask. Are we really just leaving her here like this? He asks hesitantly. Yeah, I'll wake her up once we're far enough, don't worry. Plus, I can see everything within the range of my monosight skill, and there are no monsters anywhere near here right now. I reassure him. And so we head off towards the city. It's about now I realize that no, 361 is not half of 903. Oops. Was planning to do it once we were halfway between her and the city, but, that'd be 450 meters away. Whatever, how far are we from her? About a third of the way from her to city? Yep, that's about good. I create a telepathic link with her and start sending obnoxiously loud alarm sounds through. What, you thought I can only transmit real words? Nah, words are just a combination of sounds after all. And if I can transmit ordered packets of sound, I can't transmit disordered packets of sound. Mentally. With no actual sound being generated on either end. This psychic stuff is weird. It gives me a bit of amusement watching her bolt upright and look wildly around. That thought makes me pause. When was the last time I had felt amused? Since I'd gotten to this world, everything has been a chore, if anything was happening at all. Meal after meal, ball of mana after ball of mana, communicating with small animal after animal. I didn't do it for fun, to while away the hours, or even because I had to. No, I could have sat there on the floor of that cave forever, without doing a thing, slowly drifting into insanity forever. I did it, because I thought it might make things better for me, eventually. Perhaps it will. Perhaps it has. Perhaps it won't. But things aren't likely to get better if I do nothing. Or rather, they definitely won't. Sometimes you have friends, family, someone that will help you make things better, even if you do nothing. I don't. I have Ferdinand, but our relationship is tenuous at best. If I stop communicating with him, helping him, he might just throw me away. Actually, given what I know of him, he might try to help me anyway. But why should I risk that? Besides, how pathetic would that be, for me to rely completely on him without doing anything at all? And we're already in the city. I really need to get rid of that sidetracking habit. I mean, it was a bit of a defensive mechanism from back then to prevent me from going insane, but I need to focus on the present now. There I go again. Sheesh. So, right now we're in a big-ish building with lots of people in it. This be one of them adventurer guilds, right? Or something like that, at least. I kinda want to figure out what's going on here, but I don't want to distract him. Wait, people aren't looking at him right now. Let's give him some advice. If they ask you anything about the spider, just say you were too busy running away. Works every time. Not now. Busy. He replies shortly. That brings back bad memories. There's a time and place for everything, but not now. The amount of times that message appeared on my screen made me want to stop playing the game. For a while, it's just people moving around, then he finally leaves the place. So, what's happening? I ask. Well, the other members of the party got here way before us, and they told the guild all about what happened. Naturally, they couldn't just believe what they were saying, so they sent out a few scouts. They should be back in a few hours, then we'll see what happens. Sounds riveting. In the meantime, not sure. Relax a bit, train a bit. Normal things. He replies. Sounds boring. Just like my life. Oh, sick burn. To myself. Stop being depressing, self. Nothing much interesting happening, huh? Suppose I'll talk to rats some. Oi, tiny mammal thing. Rats and mice are mammals, right? You see that food you're about to eat? Highly poisonous. Yep, you'll keel over dead in mere moments if you eat that stuff. Better not. The rat completely ignores me and begins to eat it. A few moments later it begins to twitch, then falls on its back, dead. What did I tell you? I tried to warn you about the rat poison, but nah, the voice in your head obviously knows nothing. It has nothing at all to do with how animals don't understand English. Nope, that's ridiculous. Hey, could I manipulate animals to do my bidding like the Pied Piper with telepathy? That might not be too far-fetched. Maybe. Well, let's try it out. Or maybe not, I'm out of psi. Later, then. In the meantime. What do I do? Are there any other 99 bottles of beer on the wall-esque songs? Infinitely long songs. I got a song that'll get on your nerves? There's no one to annoy. Wait. Wait. What if, in the middle of battle, I use telepathy on the enemy and start singing that? That would totally throw them off. This telepathy is great. It would also piss them off, but hey, if they're trying to kill us, who cares? Although, it would probably only be useful against humans. But, if we assume a melee battle, that would probably have the enemy within a range of 2 meters at all times, at a cost of 1 psi per second, that would be 420 seconds, or 7 minutes. Mentally yelling at someone for 7 minutes. That could make a difference. And better yet, I don't have to worry about my voice getting tired, because I don't have vocal cords. But what do I do in the meantime? I has no Google. Google. Nah, What will I do? Another boring day of alternating telepathy and looking around blankly, I suppose. It takes around 98 seconds to reckon my psi now. Wait, no, it's in minutes. An hour 38 minutes. That's even longer than before. But, if I leave a good 50 pounds per square inch in the pool at all times, it's only an hour 25 minutes. That's still longer than before. Well, at least it leaves me with much more use time. It really does look like I'll have to go back to the bottle song. At a seconds the ants go marching one by one, hurrah, hurrah. The ants go marching one by one. The next day he goes back to the same building as before. A bit later, he walks out with a group of people. So, what's happening? I ask. Well, they found the corpse. No surprise there, it was huge. They questioned us some more, but you were right. That excuse does work well. Out of consideration for the unusual circumstances, we won't be considered as have failed the commission. That is, as long as we still complete it. He explains. So, you're going out again? Yes. As long as we don't have terrible luck, we shouldn't run into something like that again. Yeah, I don't think we'll be lucky enough for that to work a second time. I say wryly. The trip there is completely uneventful, unlike last time. Thank God for that. I don't know if I'd have coped if that thing was defined as normal. Well, now that you have the play-by-play of our trip here, we can go on. It's a pretty small village. It has a few paddocks, a few farms, a smattering of buildings around the place. They look pretty simple. Only a couple of rooms in each, a fireplace, chimney, that sort of stuff. As for the villagers, they're fighting a bunch of beasts in one of the paddocks, the livestock huddled in a corner away from the conflict. The beasts look like some sort of canine, but that could mean anything from dog to wolf to hyena to dingo. And we are on the other side of the village. If I were to notify Ferdinand now, it would look unnatural to the others. So, what can I do? Just the usual, absolutely no thing. Can any of my skills help? Absorb, nope. Telepathy, nope, the fight is out of my range. Mana sight, not more than it currently is. Body of deadly poison, poison resistance, nope. Self-repair, almost forgot I had that skill. Doesn't help me here, though. So, I can only watch as the group searches through the village a bit, before finally noticing something and rushing off in the direction of the fight. The farmers, although likely rippling with muscle from their life of hard labor, have no armor or effective weapons. Armed with hoes, pitchforks, shovels and other farming instruments, they have a tough fight on their hands with a group of 8 villagers against a pack of 20-odd beasts. In the time it takes for the group to get to the scene, one farmer had fallen to the ground, unmoving. With a flash of white, an arrow of white flies at the beasts, striking one dead. Interesting. Since I could see the entirety of the arrow, as well as its bright white color, as opposed to the dim white of normal materials, I assumed that was magic. Nice. Wish I could do that. I would be the greatest magical fork the world has ever seen. Hey, don't talk back to me. Just because I would be the only magical fork the world has ever seen doesn't mean that I wouldn't be amazing. Ahem. I really wish I could say more about the combat, but apart from the magic, I can't see much of what is happening. In terms of the movements of weapons. I can see the beast's attacks, of course, but sometimes they stop dead in the air in front of someone, or be knocked aside mid-charge by some invisible force. It's very disconcerting. I would go on. But you've heard it all before. The few remaining beasts flee, jumping over the wooden fence and running off into the woods. Why are there woods everywhere? Well, I suppose it's not a bad thing. I mean, we need to breathe, right? Oh wait, I don't. Is the request finished with that? Let's check. Trees, trees, more trees. What's that tall bushy thing? Ah, just another tree. Newsflash, lots of trees in local forest. Birds, birds, bee's nest, ugh. Wait, I can't get stung anymore, yay. More birds, looks like a few deer, a few roaming boars, nothing farmers can't deal with. Great. Of course, I wouldn't have told Ferdinand their precise location if there were any. I'd just recommend that he suggest that they do a brief search of the forest, just in case. Can't be too careful, in cases like these. Actually you can, but I think I've gone into that too. That'd be the whole sit in the one spot doing nothing forever gig. Hey, now that I have self-repair and am able to repair any damage taken, whether from force or degradation of the materials I'm composed of, doesn't that make me functionally immortal? Huh. Humans lusted after immortality for so many generations, turns out all you need to do is be a fork. Let's ignore the various other things I needed to do to achieve this pseudo-immortality. It's purely due to me being a fork, yep. So, is it over? It looks like it's over. Is it over? Yeah, no thanks to you. Why didn't you tell me that was happening? He sounds angry. I thought it would be too suspicious if you went straight to the combat, so I didn't tell you. I try to explain. Someone died because we didn't get there fast enough, Gerald. You're right about that. Perhaps if I had told you, you would have been able to save him. But what if that led to me being exposed? We could both die, and then we wouldn't be able to save anyone. I reason. And how would someone noticing a battle a bit earlier than others lead to somebody thinking he must have a telepathic sentient fork on him? I should kill him for it? I could just say I heard something in the direction of the fight, and we should check it out, and nobody would think it strange. He says angrily. He's right. Perhaps I was being too careful, even while thinking I could be more careful. How ironic. I suppose I was just afraid I would suddenly die, like last time. Should I explain that? No, it would sound like an excuse. It always sounds like an excuse, at least, they always take it like that. Why do people have to be that way? Why do they assume the worst, and ignore almost anything you say? Why? Nevertheless, I should say something. And if I can't explain, there's only one thing I can say, even if it means nothing to people. Again, why? They all tell us to say it when we do something wrong, and turn around and say we don't mean it when we do say it. I'm sorry. I should have at least told you about it. As long as you're aware of it, it's alright. He says. Is this guy seriously okay with that? That's way too lenient. I met you a couple days ago, you know? I know I saved your life and all, but still. Forget being a knight, with that attitude you could be a monk or a priest. Thank you. And I mean it, you know? I did mess up. Sure, it could have caused suspicion. But it was unlikely. And even if it did, what are the chances that someone would remember that suspicion when we got back, and tell it to others? And the chance that someone would listen to the weak suspicion he heard something I didn't, and I can hear real good? Altogether, the chances are lower than Tartarus. I was being paranoid. But what do you expect? I'm a being that can't move, hear, speak or see properly. Of course I'll be afraid of being discovered. Ahem. I suppose I should get back to watching the surroundings. Looks like we're almost on our way again. This has been an eventful few days. I made a friend, killed a giant spider, got some skills, leveled a bunch. I hope it stays like this for a good while. For my sake and yours, here's my full status. I haven't gained XP cause of the whole poison thing. Eh? Who am I referring to as you? Why, that's me. Not insane. Got the title. There isn't much to talk about when it comes to my life. I grew up in a small village, the son of farmers. My friends were cows and sheep, and the fields my playground. An extraordinarily simple life, some would say. And yet it was satisfying, knowing that you would always have food on the table, things to do, and people who cared for you. I can say with confidence that those years were the happiest of my life. I felt safe, content with my life. There were monster attacks occasionally, but there was a retired adventurer who lived in the village that protected us. For 20 years, I lived in bliss. But it ended all of a sudden when the famine struck. Our herd grew sick and more dropped by the day. The crops withered and blew away. In the course of a single month, our entire livelihood had disappeared. And we weren't the only ones affected. The village grew quiet as people left, or died of hunger and disease. I helped bury the coffins of men I had grown up with, known my entire life. The only reason we survived that long was a dwindling supply of grain we had stored. I remember when a traveling merchant came to our village. Everyone flocked to him, holding their entire lives' savings. But he had already sold all his food in the previous village. He was chased out of the village by a mob of people who weren't much more than skin and bones. Shortly after that, my parents gave me a sword. They must have bought it from the merchant, because it was brand new. Then they sent me away with the rest of the food and money. So how in the world did I end up a wandering adventurer, accompanied by a talking fork? Why me? I'm not anything special, even after a few years of this I'm only at level 18. Look at my status, just look at it. Status, name, Ferdinand, race, human, level, 18. Experience 317.10 2600, gender, male, age, 23 years, allegiance, none, fame, none, strength, 30.1, intelligence, 8.1, dexterity, 30.7, wisdom, 8.0, charisma, 8.0, luck, 37.8, endurance, 20.4, health, 204, health regen, 2.04 per minute, stamina, 307, stamina regen, 3.07 per minute, mana, 81, mana regen, 0.8 per minute, unspent stat points, 0, titles, living, you are a living being, and as such, the energies of life heal you and the energies of death damage you. Trait, average life energy absorption trait, average death energy weakness, trait, minute life affinity trait, negative minute death affinity, human, most of your ancestors were human, so you're too. The only noticeable advantages humans have over other species are their prolificity and creativity. Other than that, they have subpar biological features, apart from their thumbs. Trait, average prolificity trait, average creativity trait, minor light-based vision trait, minor vibration-based hearing trait, minute chemical-based sense of smell trait, minor sense of pain, touch trait, minute chemical-based sense of taste trait, being of flesh and blood, minor, insect bane, killer of many creepy crawlies, you can instinctively sense nearby insects, especially those harmful to you. All stats increased by 1 when attacking insects. Traits, life energy absorption, average, life energy heals you, causing you to regain health. Death energy weakness, average, death energy damages you, reducing your health. Life affinity, minute, you find it easier to gain life-related skills and proficiencies than if you did not have this trait. Negative death affinity, minute, you find it harder to gain death-related skills and proficiencies than if you did not have this trait. Prolificity, average, you are very good at making babies. Creativity, average, you have a higher chance to imagine, invent, and create things. Light-based vision, minor, your vision is based on light. Your civilization is not advanced enough to view more detailed information. Vibration-based hearing, minor, your hearing is based on vibrations. Your civilization is not advanced enough to view more detailed information. Chemical-based sense of smell, Minute, your sense of smell is based on chemical reactions. Your civilization is not advanced enough to view more detailed information. Chemical-based sense of taste. Minute, your sense of taste is based on chemical reactions. Your civilization is not advanced enough to view more detailed information. Sense of pain. Touch. Minor, you have a sense of pain. Touch. Your civilization is not advanced enough to view more detailed information. Being of flesh and blood. Minor, your life is dependent on your body, which consists loosely of the aforementioned materials. Without enough of these, you die. You also rely on the consumption of foods edible to your species. Skills. Farming. Expert. High common. Passive 21.28%. You have extensive knowledge in the tools and trade of farming. You instinctively know the fertility of the land you are standing on, and the current season. You also have an increased weather prediction ability. Herbalism. Advanced. High common. Passive 47.36%. You know well how to care for plants and herbs, and you can easily tell what common herbs and plants are, and what they do. You don't know much about rarer herbs, but your experience means you will instinctively know if a plant is poisonous, as long as it isn't too rare. Increased ability to notice rare herbs. Sowing. Basic, low common, passive 76.93%. You have a basic level of knowledge on how to sew. Allows you to notice loose threads and fraying material easier, and slightly increases your ability to differentiate the quality of thread and cloth. Tool repair. Basic, low common, passive 46.11%. You can repair basic tools, but you might want to consider a replacement instead. Allows you to notice damage on tools easier. Logging. Advanced, mid-common, passive 9.78%. You can wield an axe with skill, if your opponent is a tree. Increased strength and reduced stamina usage when cutting trees. Increased ability to notice wood quality and damage. Common language spoken. Advanced, low common, passive 13.01%. You can speak common fluently, but you don't know many longer or rarely used words. Common language written. Basic, mid-common, passive 49.32%. You can read and write, but don't expect good calligraphy. You read and write slowly, and will make frequent errors. Digging. Advanced, mid-common, passive 83.00%. You're no dwarf, but you can sure dig a hole. You also know the difference between a shovel, spade and trowel. Increased skill when wielding a shovel, spade or trowel. Increased ability to determine soil hardness, small instinctive ability to avoid buried stones, or find them if needed. Cooking. Advanced, low common, passive 17.28%. You can cook, but you're no gourmet chef. Minute increase to taste of cooked dish, according to your preferences. Hunting. Basic, low common, passive 92.30%. You have learned the basics of hunting. Increased ability to conceal yourself in forests and area with much greenery. Slightly increased senses when hunting. Minute instinctive ability to sense danger. Slightly increased tracking ability. Tracking. Basic, low common, passive 64.11%. You can recognize some of the basic signs left behind by incautious beings. Minutely increased ability to conceal yourself from your target. Concealment. Basic, mid-common, passive 23.22%. You know a few tricks to hide yourself. When concealed, your basic senses are minutely increased. Ranged weaponry. Bow. Basic, mid-common, passive 42.42%. You are capable of using bow and arrow at a basic level. Wind, target movement and other distractions hinder your accuracy greatly. Minutely increased vision when aiming at an enemy. Plus 0.5 strength and dexterity when using a bow. Ranged weaponry. Sling. Advanced, mid-common, passive 30.31%. You are experienced at using a sling and stones. Slightly increased ability to find stones or other items suitable as ammunition. Plus 1 strength and dexterity when using a sling. Melee weaponry. Staff. Basic, low common, passive 5.64%. You have used a staff in a fight a few times, but you still don't know how to use it correctly. Melee weaponry, club, basic, low common, passive 38.20%, you have a small amount of experience using simple blunt weapons. +1 strength when using a club. Melee weaponry, sword, longsword, basic, mid-common, passive 76.89%, you have some experience using a standard longsword. Minutely increased grip strength when wielding this weapon, and +0.5 to strength and dexterity while wielding this weapon. Magic edge, basic, low uncommon, passive 13.28%, you have discovered how to clad the edge of your blade in magic power, increasing the power of your strikes. However, you have little experience, and as such use all your mana in a single powerful attack. That's right, my only acquired title is Insect Bane. Insect Bane. It's practically useless. And my best skill is only low uncommon. Skills go from common, uncommon, rare, to unique, with each being further divided into low, mid and high, and my best is only 4 steps from the bottom. It is still useful, even so. I have had a few times where that has saved my life, even if it has left me drained of mana for hours afterwards. But I'm almost jealous of Gerald. That ability he talked about has to be at least a rare, maybe a unique. The gods are fair, I suppose. Gerald couldn't do anything but use that ability in the beginning, from what I understand. A unique ability in exchange for my entire body and all my senses? No thanks. Thinking of what Gerald has lost makes me appreciate sights like this even more. Surrounding the path in a sea are uncountable flowers, in a sea of colors shifting with the wind. As we walk along, I breathe in deeply through my nose, smelling the sweet scent the flowers gave off. What is even better about this place is that the mix of aromas offends the sensitive noses of wolves, so it's extremely rare to be attacked by monsters here. Gerald's voice sounds in my mind. 12 small 4-legged creatures heading towards us from your right. Okay, thanks. I reply. But of course, we get attacked anyway. Looking over the shoulder of the man walking next to me, I see them approaching, barely visible above the flowers. Sighing, I alert the rest of the party. Cats approaching from the right. Ooh, cats? Where? I love cats! Exclaims Mary, the mage. What's to like about cats? They're smelly, attack you if you get close and steal food. Metal rasps around me as everyone draws their weapons. I draw my own, and we spread out into a line to face the incoming cats. Even Luke, the archer of the group, has drawn a blade. Accurate as he is, with such small and fast-moving targets, and at such a close range, he has no chance of hitting them. Why are we attacking them? They're so cute. Mary protests. I beg to differ. Fur matted with mud, scars forming a network of lighter fur across their bodies, they are indeed the opposite of cute. They hiss loudly as they streak towards us. Tony tries to explain to her. We aren't attacking them, Mary, they're attacking us. Get out a weapon, it'll be hard to hit with magic. As he finished talking, they are upon us. A brief fight consisting of many scratches and quite a few missed sword swings later, and we have some dead cats. And a sad mage. But why did they attack us? Tony sighs. They're animals. We wandered into their territory or they were running away from something. Doesn't really matter. She lapses into silence. It really is a bit awkward, walking alongside someone you saved the life of, but they don't know a thing. I still want to tell her, really. But although Gerald may be too careful, what he says makes sense. Sometimes. I still wonder if he's mad, despite what he says. I mean, there isn't a title for being sane. Wait, there isn't, right? It is a smooth trip back to the city after that. We show our adventurers' licenses to the guards and each pay a copper coin. Since adventurers, in a way, help protect the city by killing nearby monsters, we get a discount on the entrance fee. After getting into the city, we head straight for the Adventurers Guild. Handing the proof of completion that the villagers had given us to the receptionist, we receive our pay, 10 silvers. It's an even split of 2 silvers per party member, and then we head our separate ways. Our party was only temporary. They asked me to join them because they weren't sure if they could take monsters that came threaten a village with only 4 people. They needn't have bothered, it seems, and they probably regret missing out on a bit of money. As I look at my newly earned wealth, I frown. 10 silvers. It isn't much to city folk, but for farmers in a small village, requesting this probably cost half their savings. Maybe less, if they shared the cost and considering that the guild pays a portion for such requests, but still, it's a large cost. In the end, the Adventurers Guild isn't a charity. They won't pay the whole quest reward. But there isn't anything I can do to help, not now at least. Wandering over to the request board, I have a look at it. It is unlikely there will be anything new since this morning, but I should at least check it. It hasn't changed. It is mostly repeatable requests, the type that anyone could do any amount of times. These are generally simple, such as hunt a certain number of a monster, or collect a certain number of herbs from an area which monsters roam in. Alchemists always need herbs, and monsters need to be as few as possible to increase the safety of farmers and merchants traveling to the city with their wares. Leaving the Adventurers Guild, I look at the sky to see how late it is. The sun shines blue on the horizon as its bottom edge slinks slowly below the edge of the world. Glancing further up, Tarok looks back down at me with a perpetual sneer. Almost night, then. May as well get some food and go to sleep. Eating a simple, but filling meal at an eatery, I head to bed. Another tiring day passed. And then Gerald starts talking again. Hey, just to break a flag or two, if anyone ever claims to have killed that spider matriarch, you just ignore them. If pressed, just say what everyone else is saying, even if it isn't true. And you're sure that you aren't crazy? What have flags got to do with somebody lying about killing the spider matriarch? Was that what it was called? I reply. Don't worry about it, just saying it just in case. The flags thing is a term from my past life, so don't mind it not making sense. He says. You completely ignored the crazy question. I point out. Yes, it was called the spider matriarch. He replies. Sounds like it was important in the spider world. Do arachne exist in this world? Hope we don't get chased by spider ladies, or spider men for that matter. Yes, but you're ignoring it again. I press. Ha, just joking with ya. I'm not crazy. I won't refute weird or strange, but I'm not crazy. Well, good night. Oi? A steady beep, beep, beep rings out in my head before disappearing entirely. His idea of a joke, I'm sure. It might be funnier if I actually understood what those beeps were. Or maybe not. Who knows with that guy? \10 beep, beep, beep. Dang, he won't even get the joke, will he? Bad thing about being in another world is that I can't use any of the jokes or references I know, because they use modern terminology. I probably can't even use doctor jokes. It depends how advanced they are, I suppose. I mean, when you think fantasy and magic, you think sort of medieval era, but it might not be. And doctors in the medieval era, from what I hear, weren't very effective, to say the least. So, back to training telepathy while he sleeps, since there's nothing better to do. I wonder. Can I use absorb on myself? Wait, if I could, that would be damn op. Op as all heck. Now, I know what you're thinking. How does the ability to eat yourself make you op? Are you crazy? I may or may not be crazy, but think back to the abilities I have. Mana sight, absorb, telepathy, body of deadly poison. And self-repair. That's right, self-repair. My one and only skill that consumes mana. Which heals me. And if I can use absorb on myself, and heal myself, then my proficiency for both skills will go up, and I'll have a use for mana. Finally. So, let's try this baby out. Absorb. Metal of level 27 living fork absorbed, durability recovered, -4.2, skill proficiency increased, absorb 0.01%, titles gained, Ouroboros, window will close in 29s. Huh, it actually worked. I didn't expect it to, but hey, I'll exploit this glitch to the high heavens. So, that title. Ouroboros, like the serpent of legend, you bit your own tail. Then you ate it. Weirdo. Stat, luck +2, charisma +1, wisdom -1, wisdom +2, hey, if eating myself makes me stronger, I'll do it. Don't call me weird. It's not like I'm eating my own leg or something. I can barely tell the difference from before I took a few centimeters off my handle. And what do you mean, Wis, 1 + 2? Is it insulting my intelligence? I think it's insulting my intelligence. Let's just take another look at my status. Whoa, not the whole thing, I really need to remember to close tabs. Status, name, Gerald, race, living fork, level, 27, experience, 4308.26 5400, gender, none, age, 10 months, local time, allegiance, none, fame, none, strength, 5.0, 50.0, intelligence, 43.0, dexterity, 5.0, wisdom, 43.0, charisma, 6.0, luck, 12.1, hardness, 24.6, durability, 12.0 14.2, mana, 860 mana regen, 8.60 per minute, psi, 430 psi regen, 4.30 per minute, unspent stat points, 0, titles, traits, skills, neato, that evened out my wisdom stat. You know, thinking about it, I need regen more than max pool. But then again, psi regen is intelligence and mana regen is wis, so I'd just do the same thing as always, unless I focus on one. And I want that telepathy. But I would really like to be able to repair myself cheaper and increase absorb proficiency. And in the end, absorb is my base, what I rely on. So I should focus on Wiz next time, so that I can do the self-harm repair cycle more often. Speaking of, let's take another look at that, since I haven't used it in ages. Self-repair, basic, low rare, active 3.33%, by expending an energy type, you can repair your own durability and recover your original form. Current energies able to be used, mana. Exchange ratio, 10 mana, 0.1 durability, so 4.2 durability is 420 mana. Hey, that's almost half my max mana. What the heck is with all these coincidences? Well then, let's start blazing through my mana pile, shall we? Self-repair, gained 4.2 durability, metal of level 27 living fork absorbed, durability recovered, -4.2, skill proficiency increased, absorb 0.01%, window will close in 29s, self-repair, gained 4.2 durability, and it's gone. Proficiency is at? Self-repair, basic, low rare, active 11.73%, by expending an energy type, you can repair your own durability and recover your original form. Current energies able to be used, mana. Exchange ratio, 10 mana, 0.1 durability, back to training telepathy for like, 20 seconds, and then like, an hour and a half wait until my mana and psi regenerate again. This new training reduces my free time by about 5 seconds? It's great and all that I can train so quickly, but this is just ridiculous. If it takes so much mana and psi to level these skills, I don't want more skills that use them right now. But, I do really want some offensive magic. Is there anything I can do to pass the time? Hey status, you got any games installed? Games, Minesweeper, Checkers, it took me this long to think about asking for this. A whole 10 months? I am dumb. You got Minesweeper? Oh hells yeah. Minesweeper all night. Damn, this version has custom up to 10,000 width and height, and 40 million mines max. This solves all my problems. Hallelujah. Insanity creeps upon me no more. This is what I spend my time on from now on. RNG don't fail me now. No, damn it. two spaces, and either could be a mine, but not both. Not a single clue telling me which one it is. Screw it, guessing it. Click, boom boom, an hour later, I finish watching every single mine on that page explode. All 50 million of them. I got up to 100 mines flagged. I could have kept going elsewhere, but I would have had to go back to it eventually, so better fail sooner than later. And start again. Click, 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 oh, he's up. Can I minimize this window? Pause, please. It worked? Whoever made the UI for this status system was thorough. Good morning. Assuming the reason you woke up wasn't to go for a midnight piss. He replies blearily a moment later. Huh? Oh, good morning. Do you really have to say something the moment I wake up? Not at all. I answer happily. But I do anyway, because it's either conversation with you or Minesweeper, and conversation sounds much more interesting after hours of mind-numbing games. Mine. Sweeper? Something to do with a maid? He asks uncertainly. You don't know about it? Huh. Just ask the status for games, and click the Minesweeper one. It has nothing to do with a maid. I explain. Oh, okay. What in the world do you do with all these blue squares? I explain the rules. A moment later, he tells me he's died already. Not cut out for this sort of thing, eh? Strange, I thought Minesweeper is fairly easy. Well, on with the day. I do wonder if there's anything I can do to help Ferdinand get a bit stronger? The stronger he is, the stronger things he can kill, the stronger things I can eat, the stronger skills I get. On average, that is. I don't doubt that strong people also have trashy skills. What is there? Does a party system exist? Create a party? Yes, no, sure. Would you like to name your party? Yes, no, sure. What name would you like? Hacking Dope Masters? No, that's stupid. L'associated Dank meme? Let's just forget that was something I came up with. The fork is mightier than the sword. Not bad. Yeah, I'll go with that. Would you like to invite anyone to your party? The fork is mightier than the sword? One mo, status. Hey Ferdinand, you know about the party system, right? I ask him. Of course. He replies. Why? Can you be in multiple? I ask. Sure, but your XP gain will get split so many ways it's not worth it. Invite that dude right there to the party. I'm not sure what to say to this. Yes? I prompt. Fine. He replies. Ferdinand, level 18 has joined the party, the fork is mightier than the sword. So what's this about? He asks. One moment. I say. Are party options a thing? They are indeed. Party options, experience sharing options, Gerald, party leader, 75%, Ferdinand, party member, 25%, titles gained, excluding racial and unique titles, shared, yes, promote member to party leader, you will lose party leader status, Ferdinand, party member, first of all, can I glitch this? Change his XP gain to 100%. Mine went down to 0. 1000%? Down to 100%. Well, set mine to 5% and his to 95%. Okay, you probably got a notification or something, but I set the experience sharing to be 95% to you and 5 to me. I explain. But why? He asks. Because right now, I don't need experience. More stat points don't make me much stronger at all. I need skills, and skill proficiency. To do that, you need to be stronger, and the best way to do that is to basically throw me at things to kill them. You get all the XP, and I get to absorb things. I say. Okay, but how are we going to do that? You're still poisonous, right? How am I going to be able to wield you safely? A good question. I've had a few ideas about that, but I'm still not entirely sure. Simplest way is probably to wrap my handle in a bit of cloth, tie it there, then just avoid touching the business end. And no poison will seep through? He asks hesitantly. I double-check the skill description. Shouldn't do. And even if it does, it won't kill you. How reassuring. He says. Now let's hurry it up, I can't wait to get a bunch of useless skills I'll never use or look at again, in all likelihood. What was happening before this conversation? Oh yeah, he was just waking up. Welp, on to adventure. In the immediate vicinity of this city, of course. And so, here are my gains for the past few days. 3 bicorn boars, at levels 13, 15 and 16, netting me a total of 97.25 experience. No skills or traits. 1 level 11 wild gazelle, 16.75 XP. Gave me an interesting, but ultimately useless skill, aptly named Flee. It increases dexterity by 1.5 times over, but only when running away from something. It cancels if any offensive action is taken. Maybe one day, physical stat related skills, maybe one day. 12 rabid rats, all level 5 apart from 1 level 6 and 1 level 4. A pitiful 45.25 XP. What's worse, they gave me the trait Flea Bitten, minor, that makes me attract fleas. I wonder what level fleas are, and if they can give me any XP? And then a whopping 23 oozes, 8 level 7, 3 level 8, 4 level 9, 2 level 10, 5 level 11, and 1 level 13. And all that still only gets me 263.5 XP. Got one trait here that is useful, physical damage reduction, minute, and a skill that is not so useful, body of weak acid. So now, I am not only highly poisonous, I also slowly, excruciatingly slowly, dissolve soft substances that come into contact with me. I am the only fork in this world that has better use as a weapon than as cutlery. But then again, do I really want to be put in people's mouths? Probably not. What's worse, saliva and half-eaten food or blood and guts? I can't even decide. Well, that's another use of absorb, I guess, removing strange substances from my surface. That XP gain really is abysmal though, now that I only get 5% of it. 422.75 XP all up, a mere 7.8% of the XP I need to level up. But at least I got a single useful trait. Then there's the experience I got from absorbing some of the flesh of the monsters. Around 90.27 XP. And it might be a bit obvious, but that number of monsters attacking in this area would normally be absurd. Normally, they don't have a certain fork telepathically directing them. I'm getting good at this, and with my sight now having a range of 871 meters, a boost of 100 meters with that few stat points, my god, and a telepathy range of almost 350 meters, it wasn't hard to draw in a few extra monsters and keep the others away while he's occupied. I may have gone too far, though. He took a bit of damage. Shame he doesn't have self-repair. Another thing of note is that my self-repair skill has skyrocketed in proficiency, and it's now advanced. It just made it slightly more efficient, taking 8 mana instead of 10, but thanks to that I can do it once every hour 20 minutes instead of once every hour 40 minutes. And that again has increased the rate at which I gain proficiency, even if the proficiency gain per 4.2 durability repaired has reduced from 4.2% to 1.05%. Which makes it be a bit less overall, but still making good progress. I want to see what's beyond advanced. I could just ask Ferdinand? Come on, where's the fun in that? And in circumstances like these, I need some fun. The Minesweeper is good, though. But perhaps the best, or at least most exciting, gain was a neat little skill called Magic Edge. That's right. Magic Edge. I can finally use magic. Okay, it's very basic and still pretty much useless, but magic guys, magic. Ferdinand used it a couple times, and when I asked about it, he taught it to me. After studying the fluctuations of his mana a bit, I managed to figure out how to move my own. Yay magic! Point of view Ferdinand, throw. Miss. Pick up, throw, miss. Pick up, throw miss. Turns out, It's much easier to hit a target with a thrown fork when your target is bigger than the city gates than it is to hit animals that are running around wildly. Grasping the cloth-wrapped handle of the highly lethal fork, I toss it again. Hey, it hit this time. It is just the handle that hit it. It glances in disdain at me for a brief moment before it resumes grazing. Why, you little. Not to sound rude, but maybe you should just use your sword. It's not like the things have to be alive for me to absorb them, after all. Gerald interjects. Somewhat frustrated, I ask, then why are we doing this in the first place? Dunno. Training? He replies blandly. I mean, if something strong comes again, throwing me at it will have a much better chance of working than going up to it and stabbing me into it. You mean something I could be doing when I'm not in combat? I ask. Yeah, that sounds about right. Grabbing him between thumb and forefinger, I flick him downwards at the ground, and draw the weapon I can properly use. My sword. Swinging it down at the gazelle, I catch it in the shoulder, tearing a deep gash and causing it to collapse to the ground, the injured limb uselessly twitching as it thrashes around in an attempt to become upright once more and run away. Before, it had thought so little of me that it didn't even run away as I hit everything in the vicinity with the fork, except for the gazelle itself, for a solid 10 minutes. Damn gazelle. I'll show you who's the weak one. Ha! Plunging my sword into its chest, I end its pain. A glance and a thought dismisses the window describing my experience gain. I wasn't an expert swordsman by any definition, least of all the status. I wasn't even at the advanced level, which was a milestone for all professions and skills that meant you were no longer a novice. In other words, I'm still a novice at the sword, but I'm getting there. Perhaps eventually, I'll get to the expert level. But that will take a long, long time. Getting from the basic to advanced level alone for most skills takes years of practice in it. Getting to expert usually takes at least a decade of experience. At least, it did for me getting to expert in farming. That sure was a happy day. My parents specially bought some meat from a local hunter and cooked it over low flame. The very memory of how tender and tasty that meat was would make me salivate, if it wasn't such a bitter memory for me, now. A tear escapes my eye. I instantly become alert at the sound of snuffling coming from nearby. Glancing left and right, it doesn't take me long to spot a beast slowly trotting towards me. Above its large snout, a long, straight horn jutted, and above that, another. A bighorn boar. Cursing softly under my breath, then reflexively apologizing to my late mother, I hold my sword at the ready in anticipation of the imminent combat. Bighorn boars were known rookie killers. Their sharp horns and considerable bulk make for a deadly charge, and they were surprisingly fast on their feet for a creature with so much fat lining its belly. I had killed them before, but it had been a long time since I'd last gone solo, and I was still getting used to not having anyone laying down covering fire, magic spells or taking the brunt of the assault. The easiest way to finish this combat would be a preemptive strike. Kicking off, I run at the boar, startling it. I recognize the sounds that it is currently making as warnings, and the boar glares at me as it scrapes at the dirt and lowers its meaty head. Preparation for a charge that could be very painful for me. Tensing, I wait until the last second to leap aside. Lucky for me, I have some experience against boars from the times they attacked the farm animals, and I knew they can't turn quickly. It should just brush past, gah. Turns out I've underestimated the monster. The thing's horns are long enough that a tilt of its head was enough to put me in the way of harm, and the tip traced a line across my upper leg. I'll need to treat that later, but right now, I'm killing the dang thing. As it struggles to loop around to charge at me, my mana floods onto my sword, forming a glowing edge over the edge of my blade. I can only maintain this skill for a few seconds, so I charge and slash down at its side, leaving a brilliant afterglow behind the sword and slashing halfway through the boar's torso. A window comes up, confirming the boar's death. Quickly sitting down, I take a moment to catch my breath. Because of that move on my wounded leg, it is now throbbing with pain, and I've lost a bit of blood. Worse, I am now completely out of mana and feeling a bit lightheaded, Not a condition you want to be in under threat of roaming monsters. Grimacing against the pain, I take off my pack and search through it. My fingers pause briefly over a bottle of red liquid before passing over and grabbing a bottle of cheap alcohol. Nasty stuff, but useful sometimes. Like now. Pulling down my pants and gritting my teeth, I pour the booze on my open wound, washing it clean but increasing the pain tenfold, drawing a hiss of pain from me. Searching again through my pack, I pick out a clean strip of cloth and wrap it tightly around the wound. A reddish color starts to replace the pale gray. I tie it off. Should be fine as long as I don't put too much weight on it. I start to reseal the alcohol, then stop and take a swig. Bleh. Yep, terrible. Hopefully, it will take a bit of the edge off. Any adventurer worth his salt has supplies for treating wounds, or at least someone in the party does. Pulling up my pants again, I stand a bit unsteadily and start looking for the fork. I find it standing perfectly straight, tines down. Really? The only time I hit something right is when I wasn't trying. Irritated, I pick it up, put it in my pack and start walking back to town. Can't fight like this. But wait, it can't stop there, that would be too easy, wouldn't it? After the gazelle, a boar, after the boar, there are rats. Strangely, they come one after the other instead of all at once, but that is better for me. Rats are only a pain in groups, since they are weak individually. And because they are coming at me one by one, I can focus on the single rat and swipe at it calmly. In a very awkward underarm swing. Quite like using a broom, really. Well, not quite. The hilt of my sword isn't that long. By the time they are all dead, I am even more tired than before. Scratching my head, I resume my walk towards town. Hey, what's up? Gerald asks. What sort of question is that? The sky, of course. I reply in confusion. Can't see it, but that's not what I meant. What's up is similar to how are you where I'm from. He explains. Oh. Pretty bad then. Got injured in my leg, constantly attacked by monsters in an area where monsters are rare, pretty much couldn't get worse. I sigh. Gerald doesn't respond for a moment. I see I have much to teach you. Now you see Ferdinand, you shouldn't have said that. You never, ever say that something couldn't get worse. It's a serious jinx. Jinx? What's that? I ask. It's basically when you say, using definite terms like can't or won't, that something is or isn't going to happen, mostly when you say something positive is going to happen or something negative isn't. It's serious bad luck, man, trust me. He says seriously. Usually when someone says, it can't get any worse, it starts to rain, monsters attack or someone dies. Or all of them happen. Usually all of them. Taken aback slightly, I reply, okay. My luck stat is pretty high, though, so shouldn't we be safe? Oh, so that's what rain looks like to me. Huh. It looks like light is falling from the sky. How beautiful. He says. Eh? Holding out my arms, I don't feel anything. There are some dark clouds but it's not raining, is it? I ask. My vision goes up over 800 meters. Give it a few seconds. 3, 2, 1, and impact. My face, which is still facing the sky, is moistened as drops of water fall upon it. Now I really feel miserable. Well, I start, before Gerald interrupts me. Oi? What did you just learn? I try again. At least there aren't. Gerald interrupts me again. Also bad. What can I say, then? Usually someone says to the person who jinxed it originally, you just had to say it, didn't you? And then there wouldn't be conversation. I shouldn't have said that, should I? Works, I think. He says, sounding slightly unsure himself. Your world was very weird. I say. Or is it just you? Both. He replies. Ha ha. Well, let's get back to town before I get drenched. Too late. At least this rain makes it hard for monsters to smell me. I somehow manage to get back to town without collapsing into the mud. Trudging into my room in the end while dripping with water, I collapse into my chair. Could I be any wetter, even if I were to take a bath? I doubt it. The only thing I can do is change into my spare set of clothes, so that's what I do. My bandage is sopping wet, so I change that too. The wet, bloody bandage was useless to me. I'll burn it when wood is flammable again. Now that it's just me wet and not my clothes as well, I should get some food. Limping down to the front door, I look out. Pelting down. Just great. Shouldn't you be grabbing an umbrella? Gerald asks. Umbrella? What's that? I ask in reply. You don't have umbrellas. How do you stay dry when it's raining? I say sadly, we don't. And with that, I stride out into the rain to find something hot to eat. Maybe I shouldn't have changed. I didn't believe it was possible. But it is. The next couple of days are even worse. Do you know how hard it is to fight on muddy ground? Very. Pretty much everyone except mages rely on good footing. Without good footing, I'm not able to put as much strength into my swings as I could normally, and dodging is a faraway dream. Running, you say? What, are you crazy as my fork? That sounded considerably crazy. But you're more likely to face plant than to build up any speed. What else was bad about those days? Oozes. Oozes everywhere. Everywhere. I spot one grazing on a tree. I roll over a rotted tree trunk, there is an ooze under it. I think I drank part of an ooze when I stop at a stream to drink, because it tastes funny and I have stomach pains for hours afterwards. Then there are all the oozes that are just milling about in the mud. Normally, you just give them a few good stomps and they'll fall apart, but with all the mud and my bad leg, that is somewhat difficult. I still managed to kill quite a few, even so. At least the rain had stopped overnight, and the monsters seemed to be just as impeded by the difficult terrain as I am. The bicorn boars slip onto their sides when they attempt to charge me. It's so pitiful that I start wondering whether I should kill them or not. They are just monsters, I suppose. And easy experience is too good to give up. Then there are the rats. Even filthier than usual. There isn't a farmer out there who doesn't detest rats, I think. The rotten things gnaw their way into bags of grain and produce, spilling them all over the floor and spoiling them. I don't hesitate to put them down. Gerald asks me to poke him through some dead monsters. The flesh around him just vanishes. Is there anything he can do that isn't weird? And as a result of all this, here I am. Having leveled up 3 times in as many days. Is the difference in experience gain really this high when you aren't in a party? To guarantee my safety, since heading out from home I always made a point to be in a party of at least 4 people. And I, as an adventurer, didn't have a specialty. I can't block enemy attacks, I can't attack from range, I can't cast magic, I don't know how to detect or set traps. Most of the time, this led to me being a glorified baggage carrier, with a very low experience share in the party. But 3 levels, so fast? That's crazy. I'm over level 20 now. I'll get much more stats per level, and I'll get much stronger. Now to allocate my stats. I have 10, so I'll put 2 in endurance to make me a bit tougher, and split the rest between dexterity and strength. As I allocate the points, I can feel my muscles and skin growing tougher, sturdier, and faster. My sword had never felt heavy in my hand, probably because of all the long hours spent hacking at the ground in my childhood, but now it felt light. Too light, perhaps. Shifting my feet into a simple stance, I do a few practice swings, creating a satisfying hiss as my blade cuts through the air. It's louder than before I leveled up, I think. But it just doesn't feel as satisfying. It almost felt like when I was a kid, swinging around a stick. It made the sound, you could hit things with it, but it never felt like a weapon. Maybe I should focus more on dexterity until I can afford a better weapon. Looking down at myself, dried mud is clinging to my clothes, hair, almost everywhere. I really need to change that bandage again. It would not be pleasant if the wound were to fester. The thing has nearly solidified into a single chunk of mud and cloth, and I have to use a knife to cut it loose. The flesh underneath thankfully had no signs of strange colors or smells, and is starting to develop a scab. But it won't be safe until the scab had fully formed, so I take out yet another stretch of clean cloth and tie it around. I'm nearly out, so I'll have to buy some more soon. Changing into my newly washed set of clothes that is now dry, I fall into bed. Maybe I should just take it easy for a few days, to let those crazy monsters calm down a bit. The next day when I head down to the guild, I can't help but notice people are giving me strange looks. I can't imagine why, unless the guild has somehow discovered I was involved in the death of the spider matriarch. But that's impossible, surely. There was nobody around, and I didn't say anything suspicious. Ignoring them, I glance over the request board, and notice an ooze subjugation quest. With the amount of oozes that attacked me the last few days, this should be easy money. Walking to the counter, I'm about to ask to register for the quest when the female staff there cuts me off. "So, are you?" It completely throws me. If it's about the spider matriarch, wouldn't it be more of a "was it you" question? If it isn't about that, what is it about? Am I what? Cursed. Okay. What? Why would I be cursed? She raises her eyebrows as if I'm the one saying something strange. The last few days, we received reports that monsters near the city were moving one by one in the same direction. When we investigated, we saw you surrounded by the corpses of those same monsters. Do you have a skill or item on you that allows you to attract monsters? So, it was only happening to me? How strange. No, I don't know why all those monsters attacked me. She nods. Then, I'm sorry to say you'll have to leave this city. We can't risk strong monsters being attracted to this city. But I'm not cursed. Am I? I've hardly done anything meriting the curse of any god, right? Oh, come on, it can't be because of the spider matriarch, right? Right? Can I at least take an escort mission to another city? She nods. Go ahead. And you may only return to this city in the future if you find evidence that you are not cursed. I head back to the request board. Since I had been planning on staying in this city a little longer, I hadn't paid any attention to the escort quests. Escort quests, in my humble opinion, are great. It means you don't have to travel alone, you have someone with a map, and a fighting force of reasonable size. All things you should have when traveling. Now, let's see. Meston, too far. Hector, monsters too powerful. Portactone, eh? That should do. Can I register for the escort quest to Portactone? She looks down at some documents in front of her, writing something on one of them. Done. It leaves this afternoon, Westgate. If you don't go with them, the guards will forcefully evict you from the city. My days are going well, aren't they? It seems to be a trend now, really. First the spider matriarch, then all those monsters attacking me, and now this. I should collect my things from the inn, I suppose. Point of view, Gerald, you know, this minesweeper is starting to get on my nerves. Do you have any idea how many times I've been going well, only to have an entire area enclosed by a circle of mines, or stuck at the start with a small rectangle of ones and twos? Too many. But anyway. We seem to be going somewhere. Hey, what is happening this time? I ask Ferdinand. I'm being forced to move cities because the guild thinks I'm cursed. He replies glumly. That's bad, right? That sounds bad. Cursed? Surely you would be able to see that on the status somewhere? Normally, yes. He replies. But if you were cursed by a god, or a goddess, they can make you unable to see it, if they want to. Gods? And goddesses? Well, I'll be. Note to self, ask him more about this subject later. So, if nobody can see it, how do they know you're cursed? They don't. But apparently, most of the monsters in the area were being attracted to me somehow over the past few days. It would sure explain how a few dozen monsters attacked me in an area where monsters are supposed to be rare. He sighs. Wait, that was me, wasn't it? That was totally me. I definitely screwed up. I got the guy kicked out of the city. He'll be pissed if I tell him. Problem is, he'll be way more pissed if I don't tell him and he finds out later. Damn, what should I do? Oh well, I suppose I was getting too attached to that city anyway. About time I moved. He says in resignation. Okay, not as bad now. Still bad. So, I tell him. What's the worst case scenario? Let's see. He can't touch me, because acid and poison, but what if he swung his sword at me? I think I can absorb it, but what if he used magic edge? My skill can absorb ambient mana, but what if it's controlled by someone else? It doesn't specify. But, it does specify things like that everywhere else, so I should be able to. He can't take any offensive action, then. Worst he could do is drop me. Which would be an annoyance, sure. But with my level of telepathy, I could sort something out, eventually. Now, best case scenario, he gets angry, yells at me a bit, but ultimately forgives me. Putting it like that makes it seem an obvious choice. Well, here goes nothing. Ferdinand? I don't think you're cursed. The monsters getting attracted to you was my doing. I was practicing telepathy, and I had thought at the time that it would be good for both of us if more monsters came. I should have asked first. I'm sorry. Come to think of it, didn't I say something similar last time? Crap. You know what, I'm just going to ignore you doing this, again, and be thankful that I'm not actually cursed. He sighs again, this time half in relief and half out of frustration. Thank G. Actually, I still don't know anything about the gods, better hold off on that. I wonder if it's capital G God or if it's just a title or something. And wait, you can attract monsters? Then can you repel them as well? He asks curiously. Sure, it's even more reliable than attracting, but why would you want to? I reply. Because my leg is still injured and I want an easy trip. He states. Oh yeah, there was that. I realize to some surprise. I forget about those things sometimes, since I have a skill which allows me to repair myself. Thinking back, certain things have become much easier since I became a fork. You really should pay more attention to those sorts of things, if you want to interact with other people in the future. I can hear some exasperation in his voice? What do you call it when neither of us are speaking? Voice. Yeah, let's just keep it simple. Is this telepathy skill slowly allowing us to use more complex tones? Yay, higher proficiency. Yeah. If only I could get a memory skill, it would be much easier. Wait, I don't have a brain, so how am I remembering and forgetting things? Am I forgetting things? I reach an epiphany mid-sentence. Looking through my memories, I can see them all with extreme clarity, playing them back like a movie in my mind. For want of a better word. Crazy. Turns out I can't forget things. I say with some excitement. So, that happened. I don't suppose you know of any monsters with skills that can allow me to move? Something like levitation, flight, telekinesis. You get weirder by the day, you know that? By the day. He emphasizes. Movement, huh? I know a few with those abilities. A few types of elementals levitate or fly, but they're extremely rare, and powerful. I don't know much about psychic abilities, sadly, so I can't help you there. Recalling what he had mentioned earlier on, I say, oh well. Now, what's this about gods and goddesses? I don't think we had them back in my world. They're beings of unimaginable power. Each of them rules over a certain aspect of the world, which they know everything about, are unrivaled within. He says in awe. And there are a lot of them, so I won't bore you with their names. I don't know even half of them myself. Well, I suppose that technically, Earth had a huge host of gods and goddesses as well. If one first assumes that all the religions' gods, goddesses are real. Huh. Well, I'll go on too. Repelling all the monsters that wander near us? That would be great. He confirms. Note to self, definitely ask next time I arbitrarily decide to do something that will affect Ferdinand. Now, monsters, Monsters. 1, 2, 3. 3. Only 3 monsters within 780 meters? No wonder they say that they're rare in this area. How on earth do people level up in this area? It's not Earth anymore, is it? I should ask at some point what this planet is called. If it is a planet. Who knows when there's magic involved? Not to mention psychic powers. And whatever else there is in this crazy world. Oh, one of those bicorn boars is wandering towards us. Scary things this way, food that way, shoo. Shoo. Big scary. What eats pigs? A lion could eat pigs, right? Big scary lion this way. Yep, I'm a genius. It's working wonderfully. Thing about attracting them is you can only really use the promise of food. If you make them afraid of something, they might just ignore you and keep running, or panic and desperately attack you. Or, I think that's how it is, not like I've tested it. I may be stupid sometimes, but I'm not that stupid. But if you just want them gone, what do you care about it rampaging? And of course, if you make it think there's also food in the opposite direction, why wouldn't they dash over there? Of course, it might ignore the food in its panic, but one of them will surely work. Mon is back up to full, maim myself, heal, maim myself, heal. Up to 79.83%. Getting really close. In the meantime. Tap. 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 Point of view Ferdinand. It's very relaxing, just walking along and appreciating the views around me. As we get further away from Idairo City, the flat grasslands and plains turn into rolling hills sparsely dotted with trees. Without my worries about being cursed weighing me down, I feel as light and carefree as a wind elemental. There has been a lot of time to think. With all this traveling, and after some contemplation, I have truly come to terms with being forced to leave the city. I went there because I had heard the monsters there were weak, but it was even more ridiculously quiet than I'd thought. There were some days where I would spend all day looking for monsters and wouldn't find them, or all I found was a few rats. Thinking back, staying there for as long as I did has caused my level to stay the same for almost a year. Only a tiny amount of experience for so long. In a way, the horde of monsters yesterday was the shock I needed to break out of my rut. My injury has even healed over the duration of the journey, turning my slight limp into a comfortable walk. Honestly, I'm not sure anything could. That's a jinx as well. Gerald suddenly interrupts my train of thought. Wow, are you psychic? Oh wait, I guess you are. My jinx senses were tingling. He says triumphantly. What in the world are jinx senses? I retort. A joke. He quips. I just popped in saying that because I was getting bored. Speaking of the world, what is this one called? Let's see, I think it was. Adwaya, why? Just curious. I don't know much about this world, after all. And what's with the system? We didn't have that back in my world. How strange. Wait. His world didn't have the system? Then, how did you survive the monsters? No monsters on my world. He replies. Find out how strong you are? I ask. Trial and error. He explains. We mostly based physical ability on how much you can lift, how fast you can run, those sorts of things. See how much health you have? We had some people who were trained to be able to see how healthy you were. So some people had the ability to see health, even without the system. How strange. Could they see stamina too? Not that it matters, because I'll never go there. So, the system? He asks again. I think for a moment, before realizing I know next to nothing about the status outside the obvious. How should I know anything about it? From what I've heard, people have always had access to their status and skills. And you all just take it for granted? He asks in disbelief. I mean, the system makes you stronger the more you kill things. That promotes conflict, whether that be causing a farmer to turn to banditry or an extra incentive for war. Generally, I tend to be skeptical about things that like people to kill other people. The concept strikes me, causing my footsteps to falter for a moment. Now that I think about it, the system does cause conflict. How strange. But surely it isn't anything to worry about? After all, everything's been fine for years. I reason. Gerald doesn't respond for a second. Ferdinand. If I ever become able to write, the first thing I'll write will be called 101 Horrific Jinxes You Should Never, Ever Say. What? Did I say something again? His obsession with these things is unusual. Oh, you just increased the chances of a worldwide catastrophe happening in the near future, nothing big. He says with a false nonchalance. Unfortunately, I don't quite understand what he said. Catastrophe? What does that mean? Everyone gets catastrophes. That's just stupid. Words with similar meanings include, but are not limited to, disaster, calamity, cataclysm. He says dryly. I'll take the catastrophe, thanks. I immediately eat my words. Just try not to say things like that in the future. Else my heart won't be able to. I don't have a heart anymore, do I? We'll both die, probably. I'd rather not die. He says, before wryly adding, again. Wow, he really takes those jinx things seriously. I really hope it's just him overreacting. What did he say it was? Worldwide catastrophe? That sounds bad. He ruined my good mood, darn it. Now I'm not going to enjoy this trip as much. Point of view Gerald, note to self, importance, maximum. Prioritize learning abilities that could allow self to write. Impending doom possible otherwise. Write Ferdinand book on what not to say at earliest opportunity. He unknowingly says things like that quite often, doesn't he? Heck, I'd believe in that curse if I didn't know better. Oh well, nothing I can do about it now. Exhaustively tutor him? Ain't nobody got time for that. Wait, I do. Should I? Nah. It shouldn't be that serious. Point of view Ferdinand, the smell of salt grows heavier in the wind as we come ever closer to the shore. I take a deep breath through my nose. Ah, the scent of the ocean. Why did I ever leave the coast? A nagging voice in the back of my head starts listing the various reasons, but I ignore it. I won't be staying long enough for those to be a problem, anyway. Perhaps a month, then a move on to another city. Still, I should take some care not to repeat past mistakes. The wheels of the cart trundle along, a low and continuous crunch against the dirt road, accompanied by the haphazard footfalls of the other escorts, punctuated by the heavier steps of the mule pulling the cart. It tosses its head to shoo a lingering fly, plodding on slowly but unceasingly at the behest of its driver. Thankfully the weather is calm today, all clear skies with the occasional drifting cloud. A vast contrast to the sky only a couple of days ago. Still, clear skies today doesn't mean warm waters tomorrow. As a former farmer, I pay great attention to the weather, a habit formed over many years. The walls of the port slowly increase in size and stature from little more than haze in the horizon to a towering, fortified construction sprawling out along the coast in front of us. What with the complete lack of monsters or bandit attacks, this has been the easiest and most comfortable escort mission I've ever done. And I'll get paid for it, too. Walking under the open gates, I take in the sights around me. The smell of fish assails my nostrils, you can't get away from that here. Still, there are much more pleasant aromas drifting around as well. By the side of the road, a street vendor roasts some small fish on a portable grill. They are gradually replaced as passers-by buy one for an easy meal, the smile on the old man's face slowly growing along with the weight of his purse. Well, I have been walking all day, may as well get me some grub. Walking over, I wave a hand at him. Hello Richard, how are you these days? His face crinkles as he squints at me. I do hope he hasn't forgotten about me, it has been over a year, after all. But then his face cracks into a smile again, bringing me some relief. Ah yes, very well, thank you. I almost didn't recognize you. You've let your hair grow out recently, I see. Terribly sorry, what was your name again? All those tumbles I took in my youth are catching up to me now, I'm afraid. So, he did forget. But that's hardly a surprise. Ferdinand, sir. I helped you out once when your catch was too heavy for you to carry. It was enormous, I could barely see him underneath the towering massive fish and nets. His expression becomes pensive as he struggles to recall the memory. Yes. Yes, I remember now. Ferdinand, he pauses for a moment, mulling it over. When was it that you left the port? I can't seem to quite remember. Over a year and a half ago, sir. He shakes his head in amazement. A year and a half. Has it really been so long? Yes, I suppose it has. Strange how short the years feel now. His eyes wander off into the horizon, lost in memory. I remember that they used to stretch on forever, when I was a lad. Now it seems like every time I stop to think, another month has passed. His words trail off. I cough lightly, and his gaze snaps back to me. But you don't want to hear me ramble, do you? Here, have a fish. Careful, it's hot. Thank you, sir. I give him a few coins in exchange for the skewered fish, blowing lightly on it. Good to see you again, sir. I plan to stay in the port for at least a few weeks, so don't hesitate to ask if you need any help. He smiled and waves me away. No need, my mind may be starting to fail me, but my body is still strong as an ox. To my amusement he flexes, but the muscles that show through his top are no joke. He may look like this now, but if half the stories he's told me are true, he's spent more years steering ships through troubled waters and fending off sea monsters than I've spent alive. Now, to find an inn to stay at for the night. Point of view Gerald, tap 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 tap, damn. You know things are going to be bad elsewhere when a massive area is revealed at the start of a game of Minesweeper. Stop screwing me over, RNG. 84.03% proficiency. Getting there. In other news. Gaming, Minesweeper, Advanced, Low Rare, Passive 97.28%, you've sunk way too much time into this game. And despite the statistics saying 0 wins, 276 losses, you are way better at this than most other people. I think I might reach the next proficiency level in this first. My sense of tension is completely gone now. Well, I can now say with no qualms that I am an expert at Minesweeper. Gaming, Minesweeper, Expert, Mid-Rare, Passive 12.98%, you've sunk way too much time into this game. And despite the statistics saying 0 wins, 304 losses, you are way better at this than almost everyone else. Slightly increased analytical abilities. Slight instinctive ability to correctly guess the outcome of a 50-50 gamble. And there's another level above expert by the looks of things, so that's cool. Meanwhile, self-repair is at 98.73%. Seriously, just one more repetition of this left and it'll get to the next level of proficiency. Still, it won't be long now. An hour or two is nothing to me after all this waiting. Especially now that I'll have the surroundings to distract me. People are starting to wake up, moving around the city. And of course, I can see everything that's currently happening in the city. If I could just see a bit finer detail, I would be able to see who did what, when. I can see things happening now. But if I don't specifically keep track of someone, I won't be able to tell them from the rest of the city. It is quite surreal, though. It took me quite some time to realize that when somebody looks like they are doing a very weird punch that stops just short of someone's body, causing them to fall over, that it's actually them getting stabbed. Not being able to see metal makes things surprisingly difficult. But I can see the sea, now. It looks super weird. It's mostly empty space to me, but there are little dots of mana at regular intervals, which bob up and down with the waves. If I were human, looking at this would make me nauseous. Then there's all the fish, flitting here and there. A few sea monsters too, by the size of them. All in all, quite the mesmerizing sight. Still, Monocyte is getting around 0.5% of proficiency a day, so it'll be, like, a third of a year until that gets there. Hopefully, that will allow me to see in much greater detail. Although, by then I'll ideally have a better way to see. Who knows? Now, on to the Ferdinand hunting show. Point of view Ferdinand, yawning, I get out of bed. I wish I could sleep for longer. I was having this awesome dream where I was riding a dragon. Still, if I sleep all the time, I'll never get anything done. After getting dressed and having some breakfast, I head down to the Adventurers Guild. Unlike the Adventurers Inn. What was that place called again? Eater, that was it. Wait, no it's not. Unlike the adventurers there, the ones here often look like sailors, because many of them are. At a port like this, there are many trading ships and transport vessels coming and going, all of which needed defenses against monster attacks. And pirates, vessels from enemy kingdoms, mutinies. The average adventurer from the mainland simply doesn't have the required set of skills. But adventurers at ports often specialize in such areas. And if you don't, well, there is still the occasional land-based monster in the area, as well as some other miscellaneous requests, so it isn't like this place is completely dominated by seafaring adventurers. As for me, I barely have my sea legs. That one time I went on a ship. My legs still quake at the mere memory of it. Mundane land quests are good. I like mundane. Not much mundane lately, it'll be good to have some in my life again. Perhaps a few sand slimes, a giant crab or two. I might able to get a nice grab shield made with the cash I have on me. Or maybe not. That shade of red. I don't know if I want to be carrying something that bright around with me. A nice relaxing walk on the beach. Refreshing breeze, the gentle crashing of waves. Level 6 Sand Slime Guild, experience gained, 99.75. I love how you can kill these things by taking a walk, sometimes. They can be extremely annoying if you accidentally sit down on one, but otherwise are mostly harmless. Cresting a small ridge of sand, I instantly crouched low to the ground, trying to be stealthy. I just ignored the large sheet of sand crumbling away in my wake. It must be my lucky day. That giant crab doesn't notice me at all. Now if I can just sneak up on it. Slowly. Slow, level 6 Sand Slime Guild, experience gained, 99.75, what on earth? It didn't notice? Phew. Step, and with my mighty muscles, I shall flip this beast. Ha-ah. With a great exertion, I succeed in almost flipping it. Never mind. With this fork of mine I shall cut through the beast's carapace. Wait, my best cutting tool is a fork? Ha, ha ha. I just wanted mundane. Why can't I have mundane anymore? Level 16 Giant Crab Guild, experience gained, 745.75. Now I have to lug this thing back to town. Woe is me. Panting heavily, a figure slowly traipses along the beach, hauling a massive crab behind him with a rope. A reddish-orange color, the creature has a strange hole in its underside, and a light crusting of sand covers the parts dragging along the ground. And I'm getting so exhausted that I'm thinking of myself in third person. Great. This would be so much lighter if I took it apart back there, but then it would be impossible to carry. If only I had one of those bags of holding. A long time passes in silence, just the soft shifting of sand beneath my feet and the considerably louder grinding of the sand as the crab moves over it. Nothing but me, the sand, the waves, that guy over there, the sand, more sand, lots of sand, so much sand, I'll never get the sand out of my shoes. Why the sand, all this sand? Level 5 Sand Slime Guild, experience gained, 71.25. I stop a moment, then continue on. Just leave me alone please. Breathing heavily, I sit next to the corpse of a giant crab near the entrance of the city. Just a bit more, and I'll be at the guild. If not for how tasty this stuff is and how much it sells for, I wouldn't be doing all of this. A few minutes and a lot of huffing and puffing later, I've dragged it back to the guild's materials warehouse. Now to dismantle it. I could hire someone else to dismantle it, and there are a few people hanging around the warehouse for that purpose, but that will decrease my earnings a bit. So, I do it myself. After a good 20 slippery minutes going at it with a knife, cutting myself not a few times on the sharp edges of its armor, I successfully separate the flesh from the rest of the body. I sell most of it to the guild, but this chunk here is my lunch. I can't just start a fire in the middle of town, and I don't have a dwelling place where I can do the same, so I head out of town again. Just to the outskirts, where I gather some sticks and dry grasses from around the area and start a small fire with my flint and steel. Taking out my pot and filling it with water from a nearby stream, I set the crab meat to boil. A while later, it was done, and I have myself a delicious meal. Now that is relaxing. Standing up and stretching, level 6 Sand Slime Guild, experience gained, 99.75, stop harassing me. Darn it, my good mood is instantly gone. Then I hear a voice in my head. Oh great. Hey, what's up? Point of view Gerald, hey, what's up? I'm in a good mood right now. My self-repair skill has gotten to the next proficiency level, and with the reduced cost, I can now do 3 repetitions with my current mana pool. Self-repair, expert, higher air, active 2.48%, by expending a type of energy available to you, you can repair your own durability and recover your original form. Current energies able to be used, mana. Exchange ratio, 6 mana, 0.1 durability. The XP gain has dropped severely down to 0.05% per 1 durability. This meant I will have to repair the equivalent of 2000 durability to get it to the next level, or a bit over 158 cycles of 3 repetitions. Which will take around 10 days. Seriously, only 10 days? To get it to the level above expert? Hacks, I call hacks. Admins, fix this exploit? Not really. Please don't, I love it, don't. So yes, I'm in a good mood. Not in the mood, Gerald. He isn't in a good mood. Why, what's happening? These sand slimes won't let me take a break. Yeah, I noticed that XP slowly trickling in. He was just walking around, I couldn't even tell when he killed them. Sounds like you need to relax. I know a few brothels in town, do you want me to direct you to them? What? No, how do you even know where they are? I see all, know all. That, and it's pretty hard to ignore all those shapes flopping away at each other in the one building. Monocyte. Speaking of which, I saw another place which might be good for relaxing. Back where you killed that crab, there was this seaside cliff nearby, and there's this big cave facing the ocean in it. No people or big monsters in it at all, that I could see. You know what? That actually sounds alright. As long as it isn't some kind of pirate cove. If it is, no one was there. And if it is and no one is still there, you can take all their stuff safely. With my current length of vision, I can easily alert you of anyone approaching. As long as they don't come from the ocean, then they might see you coming out. That is, if they exist at all. Relaxation with the slight possibility of easy treasure? Sounds good to me. Not that I saw any treasure in there, but I can't see metal, so there could be golden coins littering the floor for all I know. Point of view Ferdinand, as if all the time I took to get from there to the city was a lie, it only takes me about 20 minutes to get there. Well, I was pulling a giant crab before. Anyhow, how am I going to get into this cave? There's no path or anything. I suppose I'll just have to walk around in the water, it's shallow enough. Just so you know, there's still nobody there, and nobody in the area either. Great, thanks. Pulling off my boots and socks, I hold them as I walk through the water around the edge of the cliff. Sure enough, there it was. A nice little cave, sunny and sandy. Now, the real challenge is putting my boots back on without getting sand on my feet, and ideally drying them a bit. That boulder should do. Sitting down on it, I carefully shake the water off my feet and put my boots back on. Damp, but it'll do. I'll have to do this again going back out. Now to get a better look at this place. Sand, sand, rocks, more sand, boulder, sand, hermit crab, hermit crab? I scratch my head furiously, crouching low to the ground. A moment later there's that weird feeling that means Gerald has contacted me. What is it? Why didn't you mention the hermit crab? Why would I mention the hermit crab? Why wouldn't you mention the hermit crab? Are we talking about the same thing here? Small, slow, completely harmless, that hermit crab? No, I'm talking about the small, fast, potentially deadly hermit crab. This world is weird. Back on mine, we kept those little things as pets. Boring pets. That's why I didn't mention it. Besides, I could only tell it was something really small, basically looks the same as a rock to me. Fair enough. Still, I don't think I can win in combat with one of these. Okay, I don't suppose you have a plan? In fact, I do. Oh, what a plan do I have? I have wanted to use this plan all the time you've been hunting, but we just haven't met an enemy. Small enough. Just throw me somewhere near it. Not at it, I'll do the rest. Do what? You can't move? What need is there to move? It'll be coming to me. And with that, he severs the link. Great plan, but could you tell me a bit more detail? Like, anything? So, I just throw him and hope he knows what he's doing? I mean, really, he should just tell me the whole plan, it isn't that hard. Whatever, it's his own head. If it goes wrong. Fetching him out of a pouch, I toss him near the boulder the hermit crab is on. It doesn't twitch. I don't know if that's good or bad for that plan of his. So I wait. And nothing really happens. I wait more. Still nothing. And oh, something's happening. It's wandering down the side of the boulder it's on. Towards Gerald? Very slowly, too. Are the things I've heard about it lies? I've never seen one before, since they're so rare. Not only that, I heard that most of the time they only move for food and combat. Otherwise, they just sit in secluded areas. Like on a rock in a secluded cave. It slowly crawls over to Gerald. Then starts crawling over him. Strange. It all happens in an instant. They make their moves almost simultaneously, one fork, one hermit crab. One moment, it's moving on top of him. The next, it's falling, somehow. It almost seems as if it's sinking into his body. I didn't think his absorb skill is that powerful. In that moment, I think it's already over. He's surely won with that move. But then there is a loud sound, an explosion. The ground around Gerald caves in, sending sand flying at the speed of an arrow in flight, stinging against my arms as I raise them to protect my face. And over it all, a clear snap. When I feel the sand stop pelting my arms and am able to take a clear look, my eyes widen in shock. Where there used to be flat sand, there is now a crater, the about half as deep as I am high. The boulder that was sitting in the sand, although weathered with age, was still a sturdy rock of considerable size. Now I see it crumbling before my eyes, sheets of stone rolling off like a snake shedding its skin. At that moment, level 32 hermit crab 1 killed, experience gained, 4094.5, level up. You are now level 22. 4 stat points gained. Stat points can wait. Where is Gerald? Looking down from the edge of the crater, I spot him at the bottom of the crater. Split into 2 pieces, what is left of him was warped beyond recognition. Point of view Gerald, level 32 hermit crab killed, experience gained, 215.5, level 32 hermit crab absorbed, experience gained, 4310, durability recovered, 0.7, skill proficiency increased, absorb 1.1%, skills gained, ki blast, basic, meditation, basic, traits gained, ki practitioner, window will close in 29s, level up. You are now level 28. 4 stat points gained. If I had nerves right now, I would be in serious pain. Wait, no, I think that I would be unconscious. Definitely unconscious. Perhaps killed by the shock? Durability, 2. 3/16.2, probably dead. This level of damage, converted to a human body, would be all limbs broken, internal organs ruptured, I think. Not to mention this is after being repaired by absorb. Good thing I'm not human. Now. Oh yeah, he's probably thinking I'm dead right now. Hey, I'm fine, just so you know. Currently extremely glad I have no sense of pain, but fine all the same. I get a reply instantly. He really must have been concerned. That's great. But seriously, how are you not dead? You're still thinking like a biological, that's why. You have to think like a fork to become a true fork. Wait, he's not a fork. Because I'm a fork, not human. Humans would have bled to death right now, if they didn't die instantly. I'm a fork, so I just got bent. Give me a few hours and I'll have healed this right up. Great. But did you have to be that reckless? I didn't know it was that powerful. Still, although I wouldn't try this again, at least it ended well. Now, I need a moment to check my status if you don't mind. Me too, I leveled up from that. Congratulations. Thanks. Now, what are all these cool sounding things I got? Let's start from the trait. Key Practitioner, you have gained the ability to control the energy within you, and to reinforce it with the energy around you, enabling you to perform far beyond the normal limits of your body. Stat Unlock, Key. Okay, but my body's limits are 0. What does that give me? 1? Out of the 2 skills, the most interesting one is the Key Blast, so let's leave that till last. Meditation, Basic, Low Rare, Active 0.00%, enter into a state unburdened by the worries of the physical world. There is only you, and your thoughts that exist in this world. While in this state, mana regeneration multiplied by 1.5, psi regeneration multiplied by 1.5, ki generated at 10 times the normal rate. Are you mocking me? You're mocking me, aren't you? Stuff you too, then, status. Still, that's wicked cool. Double wagon for mana and psi is cool enough, but why is ki a crazy 10 times? Let's see, status, ki. Aha! That's why. Ki regen, 2.07, 20.7/day, 20.7 a day, though? That's not much. Wait, if I convert mana to per day. Almost freaking 12k? Madness. Madness? This is fork. Ahem. Still, there's a limit to how much ki I can have at one time, as well, 20,750. Or 100 days. That's a while. Ki Blast, Basic, Low Rare, Active 0.00%, expel ki from your body in a concentrated blast. Power varies with ki infused. With your lack of experience, you are not able to accurately control the amount of ki you infuse into the skill. It may vary by up to 20 points. Boring, but what if I infused a whole load of ki into it? Hey, that's probably what the crab did. That really did pack a punch. Hey, I'm in a crater. Huh. That's powerful. I wonder, could I use tiny ki blasts to propel myself around? Better not try that until I'm back to full durability. Anyway, it doesn't look like I'll be able to play Minesweeper much, if I'm using meditation to boost my growth rate. Too bad, I think I was getting somewhere with my last game. But it's not like playing it is actually useful for anything but passing the time. With that all said and done, I've done what I wanted to do, so I contact Ferdinand again. Hey, sorry about that, that really didn't work unlike I'd hoped. Still, at least nothing happened to you. That would be more difficult to repair. It takes a few moments for him to reply, and he seems a bit absent-minded. It's alright. Like you said, it ended with no lasting harm done. What's up? You sound distracted. Another pause. I'm not sure where to put my stat points. I used to focus all of my points into strength and dexterity, with a bit of a focus on endurance, but that was when I never thought I'd ever get much stronger. But now I'm getting all these levels so quickly, I'm not sure what to do. What's endurance? I don't have that one. It relates to your body's toughness and stamina. Okay, that makes it easy. What weapon do you want to use in the future? Just the sword? Sword and shield, or perhaps a great sword? Perhaps a great sword, they look powerful. Then you'll probably want to focus on strength first, endurance second and dexterity third. If you've already been focusing on dexterity in the past, Just ignore it for a while until your endurance catches up. You'll probably want to learn this key stuff too, it looks pretty powerful. Okay. That sounds reasonable. Wait, you have key now? What don't you have? The ability to move, hear, speak, smell, taste and touch. But apart from that, I seem to have a bit of everything. Sorry. Don't worry about it, I've been living like this for ages now, I'm used to it. Besides, this telepathy is a big improvement to what I had before. So, what now? I'm going to go back to the city before something else happens. That's another jinx. But what makes you assume nothing will happen in the city? A long pause. Oh holy gods of mercy, kindness and peace, protect me in this grim world from the terrors that seek to destroy my daily life. I implore you that my days will return again to the past of simple hunts, without great danger and insane events occurring around me. I ask the gods of. He continued on like that for a long time. I eventually just cut the link. Well, all in all, a successful day. Oh, the stat points. I'll chuck a bit into strength for lulz. 1.5 to wis, 1 to intelligence, 1.5 to strength. And with that, I have nothing to do again. Let's try out this meditation skill. After all that, I'm not in the mood for relaxing on the beach. I'll probably just end up being swarmed by sand slimes, or something worse. So, I head back to the city. For the second time today. At least this time I'm not dragging along a giant crab. Another lengthy traipse across the shore later, I'm back at the city gates. Walking through them, I consider what I should do with the rest of my day. I definitely don't feel like going out to kill monsters again, but just sitting around is a waste of the day. Back on the farm, this wasn't a problem. Work, day in and day out. There was always something to do, too many, in fact, to do in a single day. It was painful, hard work. How I miss those days. Hello, would you like to become one with our Lord and Savior? A voice came from my right. Without even moving my head, I say, no thanks. The voice came again. If you ever change your mind, we'll be here. I look back. I can't believe that same guy is still standing here. He was there when I first came to this city, saying that same line every time someone passed by. Every day. I've never even seen him move from there. I have no idea who he worships, but just the way he says, become one gives me an off feeling. Still, he's not causing any trouble, so the guards leave him alone. Frankly, I think he just creeps them out, too. Most people here just ignore him. Now, perhaps some light training will relax me? Yes, that sounds good. But after that? You know, how about I finally try out fishing? That should be relaxing. Yes, that sounds great. Feeling better already, I start whistling a tune and walk off into the city. That night, near the gates, a man totters as he walks slowly along the road, bottle in hand. A voice calls out to him. Hello, would you like to become one with our Lord and Savior? The drunkard stops, blinking blearily as his eyes try to focus on the man standing in front of him. Slurring his words, he speaks. What? Has it? The man stands there, eyes staring without even a flicker of movement at the drunkard. He doesn't blink. He states again, hello, would you like to become one with our Lord and Savior? The drunkard scratches his head and takes another swig from his bottle, tilting his head far back and taking deep gulps. Then he looks into it and turns the bottle completely upside down, but nary a drop spills from the opening. I am'd. He tosses it aside. It doesn't shatter, but clatters loudly against the paved road. The only sound, apart from that of the ever-present wind and waves. He looks back up at the man, who is still looking at him. Unblinking. What's that mean? He said. The man smiles, and the drunkard smiles back. Were he sober, he would see that the man's smile was only a movement of the mouth. Almost as if it were just an imitation of a smile. I'm glad you asked. There are two options for those who wish to join our Lord. Here he raises one arm, sticking up two fingers. The rest of his body is completely still. The first is the most popular. If you are not already, you will be raised to level 20. On top of this, each of your stats will be permanently buffed by 5. As payment, however, 80% of all experience you gain from now on will be given to our Lord. And if you are ever to be in a deadly situation, you will be automatically changed to the second option. He speaks in a pleasant, but flat voice. He starts to continue, but is interrupted by the drunkard. That's crazy, like, where do I sign up? The man continues to look at him. Are you sure? He says. Yes. I porfsham, level 20, level 20. What do I have to do? The man's smile grows wider, and he holds out his hand. Just shake my hand. The buff will take effect in half an hour. As for the levels, just keep pressing yes. The drunkard shakes his hand. A few seconds later, a message appears in front of his eyes. You have been invited to the party, apostrophe. Do you accept? Yes, no, dubiously, he hits yes. Then another one comes up. Then another, then many more. Every one of them party invitations. He frantically hits yes on all of them. Then other notifications appeared, this time for enemies killed. Then, level up. You are now level 9. 2.5 stat points gained. Level up. You are now level 10. 2.5 stat points gained. Level up. You are now 3.0 stat points. Level up. You are now level 20. 3.0 stat points gained. The man stares in shock at what he is seeing, rubs his eyes and looks again. Pinches himself, looks again. It is still there. Then more messages come flooding in. You have been kicked from the party, apostrophe. And many more like it. Level 20, within just a few minutes. You are one of us now. Enjoy your new strength. Fervently, he thanks the man, then happily walks off, pondering where to put all his points. He never did find out what that second option was. Point of view Gerald, it has come to my attention that I'm not utilizing my status as if works efficiently in humor. And as we all know, that's just unforgivable. Thus, I will forthwith be adding lame fork puns to my list of priorities. Anyway, I should stop procrastinating. It's been 7 days, well, technically 6.5, since the incident with the hermit crab. Not much major happened during that time, a bit of hunting, a lot of meditation. It's pretty much like how I am normally, except my monocyte becomes sort of like a background? I just stopped noticing it. And I feel more focused on what I'm thinking. Shame I have nothing constructive to really think of. It only took me a day to get that to advanced, and now it's bordering on expert. Meditation, advanced, mid-rare, active 83.17%, enter into a state unburdened by the worries of the physical world. There is only you, and your thoughts that exist in this world. While in this state, mana regeneration multiplied by 2, psi regeneration multiplied by 2, ki generated at 15 times the normal rate. My stored ki is around 2.5k by now, but I haven't gotten an opportunity to test it yet, so I'm looking forward to that. Ferdinand has been hunting on and off, of course. Unfortunately, my luck seems to have run out, because the things I've been getting have been mostly useless. Waterproof, minor, water, and many water-based fluids, will slip from your surface with great ease. Featherweight, minute, you feel light as a feather. A feather that weighs slightly less than you originally did, that is. 1% weight reduction. So, yeah. And the amount of XP I've gotten is minuscule at a grand total of 233. But, on the plus side, since I got that regeneration boost from meditation, self-repair went up a bit faster than I had previously anticipated. Self-repair, master, low unique, active 8.85%. By expending a type of energy available to you, you can repair your own durability and recover your original form. Current energies able to be used, mana, psi, ki. Exchange ratio, 5 mana, 0.1 durability, 10 psi, 0.1 durability, 10 ki, 0.1 durability. So, I can repair myself with mana, psi or ki now, but since I want to stockpile ki until it's at max and I need psi for telepathy, the only real boon for me right now is the slightly decreased cost. They really are being stingy with that now. And the experience gain has dropped even further to 0.01% per durability. I have nothing better to do, so the math of that, long story short, is 20 days. Okay, this is more than just a bug. This is a game-breaking bug. This is like farming iron daggers for smithing levels in Skyrim, one of those dupe glitches in Minecraft, or using the angel goat to compete against your friends getting the most points within the time limit in Goat Sim. Boo-yee-it, since it's benefiting me, I don't really care. One last thing to note about self-repair, is that slightly reduced cost allows me to do 4 repetitions in a cycle. How does that affect anything? It doesn't, really. But hey, it means I can repair more in one go. In fact, I can now repair more in one go than I have durability. So that's nice. Since what happened in the last city, I haven't been attracting monsters. Instead, I've been screwing around with small animals in the city. Driving them away from food carts, wells, that sort of thing. Now that I think about it, I'm probably reducing the levels of sickness and disease in this city. You're welcome, people who don't know I exist. Now, I think it's about time to utilize my epic fork psychic powers to wake up Sleeping Beauty over there. Judging by all the people getting up, it should be morning. Point of view Ferdinand, today is the day I get over my fear of boats. Richard is very well known in the fishing community here, so he found out almost instantly that I have started trying my hand at fishing. In one of his rare moments of clarity, he actually recognized that his friends were talking about me, so he invited me to go fishing with him. On his galleon. He has a galleon. And a full crew, that he takes with him every time he goes fishing. Why he doesn't just use a smaller boat, I have no clue. As I walk up the gangplank and onto the deck, I feel it rolling slowly beneath my feet, my stomach starts to churn and I begin to wonder why I agreed to this in the first place. Oh right, because I wanted to learn how to fish better. Walking up behind me, Richard claps me on the back, just as the deck shifts beneath me. I fall to the floor, where Richard looks at me in surprise. Don't have your sea legs yet? What have you been doing during your time here if not sailing, Frederick? He stretches out a hand to help me, and as I grab it, I notice his grip is incredibly strong, and when he hoists me to my feet he doesn't budge an inch even on the rolling deck, as if he were made of stone. Ferdinand, sir. I've just been hunting monsters around the city, since I'm not used to being on ships. He laughs. It's about time for you to get used to it then. There's no better crew anywhere in this area, and most of them have been my shipmates for decades. You're in the best of hands, Ferdinand. Relax and enjoy the sea, in all of its beauty. He walks to the prow and spreads his hands, but all I see is water. It's salt water too, so it can't even be drunk or used to water crops. Not feeling it yet? You will. The seas are an entirely different world to land, with their own rules. And rulers. Whatever that meant, this is sure to be an interesting trip. One way or another. Dozens of men, most of them with hair that is graying or even pure white, clamber about the rigging. Unfurling sails, tying ropes and whatever else sailors do with twice the vigor of men half their age. Why do you take a galleon out just to fish? I ask. Surely it would be easier with a smaller vessel. He stroked his beard with one hand and caressed the ship's carved railing with another. I watched this ship, the Sea Dragon, being built. I traveled across the seas on her, fought alongside her. He turned to me. This ship is almost as close to me as my wife used to be. I can't move to another woman, even if it would be easier. And I can't sail on another ship. I can scarcely recognize him as the forgetful old man, selling fish in a stall by the side of the road. He looks alive, almost as if he's grown a few years younger, just by being on his ship. The sea is mysterious indeed. The sailors untie mooring lines, pull up anchors, and row our way out of harbor into the sea. We are off. Now if you'll excuse me, I must empty my stomach. Violently. A galleon bobs up and down on waters as smooth as a sheet of glass. Looking around at the sea is like looking into the sky. It seems as if one will fall for all eternity, if they fall overboard. A cloud drifts slowly across the sky, blocking the sun. A gargantuan shadow slowly shifts across the surface of the sea, providing shelter to working sailors. Meanwhile, several men sit at one end of the ship, poles held loosely. A net of strings drapes down into the water, causing tiny ripples on an otherwise smooth surface where they meet with it. The men are quiet. Still. Relaxed, but watchful as they wait for a bite. The oldest one there speaks quietly to the youngest there. You have patience. Usually men at your age are rushing about here and there, but you seem content to sit. I like that. If a man won't wait to live, they won't wait to die. There's no point in rushing when you don't need to move in the first place. Exhaling deeply, Ferdinand replies, completely relaxed. I used to be a farmer. Plants could take months to grow. If you lack patience and harvest before its time, all you would get is chaff. A farmer without patience is a poor farmer. After that, they sit in silence. The only sounds are the occasional splash of a fish being pulled from the water, accompanied by the warm smile of its catcher. Most of the fish are caught by Richard, and very few are caught by Ferdinand. Still, the fact that he catches any at all says something about both his talent in fishing and Richard's skill as a teacher. And it can't be forgotten that they are in a location picked by Richard himself. With his experience and skills, picking a location rich in fish is a matter of course. As the day draws on and the buckets grow fuller, Ferdinand opens his mouth again. Thank you for bringing me with you today, sir. I really appreciate it. Richard smiled fondly at him. Don't worry about it, lad. Old men like us, we feel happy just having someone to talk to. That's why we all go fishing together so often, right men? Yes, sir. Now, who caught the biggest fish? You did, sir. That's right, I did. A shadow moves over the surface of the water again, just like any of the other times a cloud passed over the sun. But this time, Richard's gaze suddenly grows sharp, and he throws his pole to one side, where it clacks and rolls along the edge of the deck, falling with a plop into the sea. Standing, he roars out, "Battle stations! It's a big one!" All the sailors rush about, loading shot and powder into the cannons, fetching bows and ammunition, closing and latching doors and hatches. Meanwhile, the surface of the water near the ship bulges upwards, waves surging outwards as something enormous surfaces, complete with a glassy orb the size of a human head. Target the eye! Richard yelled out, preparing his own weapons. A volley of arrows fly out with impeccable accuracy, going directly towards the eye of the beast. In a motion that looks almost ponderous due to its size, it slides its eyelid shut and the arrows bounce off the rubbery flesh. A low boom echoes out, and a chunk of flesh is torn from the eyelid, the beast issuing a wailing shriek as the cannonball continues into the eye behind. Cut me a path, men! Richard's voice booms forth once more, clear even over the deafening screams of the beast. Another volley is loosed, but the difference between this and the first is akin to that between a lake and the ocean. Flying in a perfect arrowhead formation, each arrow glows with a blue light, emitting a sharp sound as they cut through the air. But they never pierce the beast. No, they never even touch it. For as they approach, the flesh of the beast distorts and tears before them, each moving and creating deep trenches in the body of the beast. They pass by the beast, continuing into the water behind it. The water parts at their behest, and they vanish into the abyss. Boom! Another cannon blast rings out as the beast reels in pain, water and blood slipping from it to the sea below, creating waves and staining the area around it red. Even this cannonball glows as it powers through the air, but due to its size, it is even more eye-catching. The cannon was fired from the opposite end of the ship as the archers, but due to the angle they both hit the same area. Another, even larger furrow is carved into the flesh of the sea monster, leaving a set of cuts. and one small spot where they all intersect, leaving a particularly deep wound. My turn. With a savage grin, Richard grips his weapon and takes a bounding leap overboard, sending him soaring 10. No, perhaps even 20 meters over the surface of the water, leaving him directly above the beast. Ha! Tensing his muscles, both weapon and wielder began to glow dimly as he stretches to his breaking point. Then, he flings it down, and the weapon disappears amidst a massive shock wave that radiates even to the surface of the water and creates a series of ripples. Were one on the ship, they would only be able to hear the final scream of the beast as it dies. Richard, however, has a perfect view of it as he falls. His harpoon bores a bloody hole until it reaches the heart of the beast, killing it. Or it would die, after that last bit of blood the heart had pumped out lost its oxygen. Which will be very soon. In the meantime, Richard spins in the air, entering a smooth dive. When he hits the water, he slips into it as smoothly as a fish, with nary a splash. Beneath the water, he swims faster than many can run, moving around as easily as a hawk on the high winds. He moves towards the slowly sinking beast, diving into the hole created by his harpoon, now filling with the last vestiges of its blood. With a titanic pull, he wrenches his weapon from the heart of the beast, and swims back to the surface. Grabbing a rope ladder, he climbs up it quickly and effortlessly. Reaching the deck, he raises his bloody harpoon high and proclaims their victory. Point of view Ferdinand, when that thing fixed its gaze on me, with that glassy, emotionless eye. I honestly thought we were dead. But the way they dealt with it. They almost made it look weak. And while all of them were out there fighting, it was all I could do to keep my footing, with all the rocking this boat was doing. The amount it tilted. How did it not capsize? I wonder if, one day, I'll be able to fight like that too? I don't think it's possible. Richard walks over to me, breathing a bit heavily. You all right there, lad? For your first sea battle, that was a doozy. He said. But I didn't do anything. I say, ashamed. I could barely keep myself aboard. But you did. He laughs. And that's more than most people can say, I assure you. I think you do well as a sailor, in fact. I lift my head, happy at his praise yet unsure if it was really something praiseworthy. Ow, my back, my back. Suddenly, he bends over, thumping himself on the back with his fist. I really am getting old, to be having trouble with a child like that. My eyes bulged. A child? It was bigger than the ship. He glanced at me. Oh sure. Adult killer whales can grow to be twice that size. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to steer us clear of these waters before one of its parents comes along. I follow him with my eyes, in disbelief. The sea really is a different world. That thing was even bigger than the spider matriarch, and it's only a child. Still, I don't expect that its level was as high. That would be insane. Point of view Richard, shifting the wheel with one hand, I glance at the notification hovering in my vision. Level 42, was it? It must have been very young indeed. Dismissing it, I focus back on the water. It is only here, out in the deeps, that I feel truly alive. It's partly because of my skills, I'm sure, but even so. Just breathing in the sea breeze reminds me of better days. Days when my son stood beside me at the helm as I taught him the ropes. Days when I held his hand in the water as I taught him to swim. Days when we sat around a table in mess and ate together. If only I could reverse the timepiece. But no, that would be an insult to my comrades. An insult to their resolve, to their courage, their sacrifice. If I truly could do such a thing, I would not, could not, use it. Those times have passed, however much I wish for it not to be so. Ah, the sea. Calm and deep, welcoming and warm. Yet how terrible mistress is she, men enter but never leave. Ships sail, never to be heard from again. Perhaps one day. But not today. However cruel she treats me, yet I just can't leave her be. If I ever loved a woman, I loved three: my beautiful wife, God's rest her soul, my ship, faithful companion, and the sea, hated and loved in equal measures. My hands move on their own as I stare into the depths. I let them, they never steered me wrong before, and my men would tell me if they ever did. Captain. Ship sighted. A holler comes down from the crow's nest. Drawing a deep breath, I bellow back up. Any markings? In reply, he tosses down the spyglass. I'm not so old as to miss this. I reach out and grab it as it tumbles through the air. Extending it again, I follow the man's outstretched arm and focus on the horizon. My skilled telescopic vision increases my vision threefold when using a spyglass, allowing me to easily spot the vessel. I pan around, and the more I look, the more I frown. No markings on the sails, no flags, no ensigns. A completely unmarked vessel. On the open sea, that can only mean bad things for us. To be we're on the safe side, we should retreat to the harbor. Just as I'm about to put the spyglass down, I catch sight of a figure at the prow of the ship. Perhaps this will give a clue as to the intentions of the vessel. I twist the spyglass, increasing the magnification and allowing me to clearly see even the man's face. The spyglass drops from my hands, clattering to the deck. I am too shocked to care. It's impossible. Absolutely, completely impossible. I saw his corpse, I buried it. Why is my son on that ship? I watch as Richard looks through the eyeglass at the ship on the horizon. As he drops it in shock, turns and roars at his crew to pursue it. He turns to me, almost as an afterthought, and apologizes. I'm sorry this happened while you are on board, lad. But it's likely there's going to be a fight in a bit. Best if you stay below decks for a while. I stand rooted in place for a second, then slowly turn to walk to my bunk in the ship. This was just a normal fishing trip a minute ago, why did it have to turn into a battle again? I look out from one of the thick windows in the hull as we drift over the waves, going far faster than we had been before. The ship on horizon increases in size as we move towards it, every wave our ship crests bringing us one step closer to combat. So, why are we heading towards another ship? I thought this was a fishing trip? Gerald's voice pops into my mind suddenly, his light-hearted voice only worsening my grim mood. I don't know, I say sadly, but it looks like we'll be fighting it. Or rather, the others will. Oh. He said, then says nothing for a short while, making me wonder if he is still there. Then his voice comes back, and it is considerably more serious. You might want to know that many of the things on that ship aren't humanoids, then? They aren't human-toids. They don't look anything like a human. Lots of things with more than 2 arms or legs, or both. A few blobs, a few tiny things. And that's not even counting all the tails and horns I'm seeing here. Heck, there's only one thing on that ship that looks normal. If that's the case, Richard needs to know immediately. I get up from the window, quickly moving towards the stairs to the deck. Gerald's voice comes again as I go. Whoa there, how are you going to explain knowing this? He has a point, but I can't just not warn a friend about something like this. I struggle for a moment to think up a suitable solution, then realize that I don't have to. If they all die because they don't know this, we will die along with them. What point would caution have then? You're right, but stop anyway. I'll tell him with telepathy. That way, at least, he won't know where to start looking. It's a reasonable suggestion, and besides, Gerald knows more than I could tell them. He speaks again. He's the one at the steering wheel, right? Right. I think back. Then he is gone again, leaving me to wonder what I should do now. I go back to the window, peering through it at the approaching ship. It's close enough now that I can see the sails and rigging. Strangely, I can't see any figures moving about. It's as if it's a ghost ship. I shiver at the thought. That wasn't one of those jinxes, was it? All right, I'm done. He was surprisingly talkative, for someone so angry. Gerald's voice comes out of nowhere again. I'll never get used to that. Angry? I think in reply. Why would he be angry? Yeah, angry. Not at me, but I could feel it from him as he talked. He was incredibly angry. And even more sad. You have any idea why that would be? How strange. I thought this is just some pirate ship, but now it looks like it might be something else. No, he was perfectly fine before that ship showed up. I've no clue why he would be like that. Distracted, I look at the window and see the first cannonball come speeding towards me. Point of view Gerald. Now, first thing I should mention. This ship is working awesome. Whatever it's made of, it has a lot of mana in it. Not only that, there are some badass spell formations all over the hull. How do I know that they're spell formations? I dunno, they're magic and they're circles and have all this neat cursive script and stuff. Not much else they could be. Then that cannonball sped towards Ferdinand. I must admit, I freaked out a bit there. I could protect myself from that, but anybody else is way outside my abilities. So, I was pretty darn glad when the ball just bounced off the window. I think Ferdinand almost fainted. Don't blame him, we both thought he was dead meat there. And honestly, there was pretty much nada I could contribute to this combat besides that bit of info I gave the captain of the ship. Which sucks. I really need to get some long-range attacks. Like, some magic. Or perhaps some magic. Magic might be nice too. Just give me magic already, will ya? Looks like combat has broken out now. I mean, duh, cannons have been fired already. But now people are jumping from deck to deck, whacking each other with their weapons, which I can actually see this time. Yay! Must be made of mithril or something. Still, at the speeds they are going, I can't even see their fights. Perhaps I should distribute a few more points into dexterity. Another level is still a bit off. I enjoyed what little I could see, however. In fact, I was so engrossed that I barely noticed Ferdinand wandering up the stairs. Are you suicidal? I ask him. What? No, he sounds confused. Then why are you wandering into a battlefield that's probably entirely populated with people that are at higher levels than you? I ask. The battle is finished, right? Now he sounds even more confused, which makes me confused. No, everyone's still fighting. I can't hear anything, or see anything out the window. He says uncertainly. I sigh internally. And I can see everything. They're still fighting. Talking about fighting. You should get away from the stairs. Like, now. He's confused, but he backs up quick enough. Something is dripping down the stairs, falling into a puddle below them. Now, normally I would think this is just blood or water, but that stuff doesn't have this concentration of mana. Also, they don't stick together like some sort of slime. Apparently, Ferdinand here still hasn't noticed anything, so I tell him that there's an enemy a few meters in front of him. That makes him get out his weapon real fast. It's some sort of slime, a sword isn't going to cut it. Literally. I tell him, unintentionally making a pun halfway through. Alright, I'll try throwing you at it again then. Now he's getting it. The puddle below the stairs wobbles and draws itself up into a vaguely human shape, walking through the stairs as if they aren't even there. Then Ferdinand hurls me right at its head. Nice shot, man. Sadly, the slime just reforms its head to leave a massive gap in my path of travel. Crap. I'll land on the floorboards behind it, and it starts walking towards Ferdinand. I suppose he's currently trying to slash at it, but it just keeps changing its shape, the blade completely unable to touch it. I think. Meanwhile, here I am on the floor, trying to get a hang of moving around with ki blasts. Even a small amount of ki, say 5, can make me move around a small amount. I try increasing my next attempt by a small amount. All of a sudden, I'm speeding towards the slime, sinking slowly into its head. I can feel the strange, viscous substance that its body is made up of molding around me, exerting a light pressure. This is weird. I must have really surprised the thing, because it takes a second before it starts trying to dissolve me. Being mithril, I'm quite resistant against acid, but it's still doing some damage. Then, I flip on absorb, and the thing's head disappears. I only remembered recently, but my absorb skills range scales with intelligence and wis. As it is right now, my range is sitting at a neat 19.5 centimeters. What this meant is that, provided I am in the center of it, I can absorb a whole basketball in one go. Not that I will ever do that. But now that I'm in midair, good old gravity comes along to help me out, and I start falling. As I fall, I continue absorbing the gelatinous stuff that the body of this peculiar creature is composed of. When nearing the floor, I hurriedly retract the absorption skill from below me. I don't want to leave some strange hole in the ship. When I hit the deck, I can just imagine the light clink sound I'm making, and the expression on Ferdinand's face. There is a bit of goose splattered around the floor, remnants outside my range of absorption. But it's definitely dead. And holy crap! I got something awesome. Wait, multiple awesomes. Level 34 Mimic Slime Guild, experience gained, 252.5, fluid of level 34 Mimic Slime absorbed, experience gained, 5050, durability recovered, 0.31, exceeds maximum durability, reducing to 0, skill proficiency increased, absorb 0.21%, monocyte 62.38%, exceeds 100%, reduced to 43.29%, skills gained, monocyte, expert, form manipulation, self, basic, traits gained, none, level up. You are now level 29, 4 stat points gained, well stick me in cereal and call me a spoon, I think it's my lucky day. Finally, through the use of form manipulation, self, I can't transform myself into the true master race of cutlery, a spork. Ha 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 dot ha. Maybe not. But perhaps even more useful is the upgrade to monocyte. 3, 2, 1. The world explodes into HD. Now that's what I'm talking about. It's no substitute for true color vision, but I can now see with approximately the vision of someone who is completely colorblind. Can a person be completely colorblind? You know what I mean. That being said, I can finally look at people's faces. A whole heap of other things too, but faces are important. So, I take a glance over at Ferdinand, who is currently looking at me with eyes and mouth open wide. Hey! Is it just me, or is he actually? I know this may sound weird, being a genderless sentient fork who sexually identifies as a straight male, but I think he may be reasonably handsome. Since when have I cared about other people's looks anyway? Another thing I notice is that I can now see tiny specks of mana drifting around in the air. I can see individual drops of water, the grain of wood. And hey, I can see Ferdinand's sword now. Oh, how I missed this clarity. More importantly, with these 4 stat points, my wis and intelligence are sitting at a nice even 45. Sweet. Now, details of these skills, you say? Don't mind if I do. Monocyte, expert, low unique, passive, toggled 0.00%, you are capable of seeing smaller congregations of mana than before within, intelligence wisdom /1.75 meters. Their forms are now distinct. You can now differentiate mana by type. Let me see here. 1.12 kilometers. Okay then. Feeling a bit overwhelmed at that number, I just open up the next one. Form manipulation, self, basic, higher air, active 0.00%, through the use of mana, you can manipulate your own form at will, albeit slowly and roughly. Cannot change density or mass. Costs 5 mana, second while changing form, costs 10 mana, minute while in a form not your original. Warning. Do not use this ability if you are of a race with aspects that could result in death if you were to change them, for example internal organs, mana pathways, etc. Yeah, let me just manipulate my brain to make it bigger. How stupid do you think I am? I don't have a brain, though. Let's take this baby for a test drive, shall we? Activating the skill, I strive to mold myself into my desired form. It's unlike anything I have ever felt before, but just the sensation of being able to just move something after so long gives me an inexplicable sense of bliss. It isn't like stretching an arm or a leg, and I can't exactly feel it, per se. No, It's more like my existence itself is stretching. Like, if you close your eyes and put your hand near your face, you can still tell how far away it is. That is stretching, and boy does it feel strange. I only have 3 good minutes of this in me, so I try to hurry it up. It isn't very successful. It feels as if I'm moving treacle, it's moving, but it's not fast. Still, treacle speed is better than solid metal speed. And eventually, I transform into a slightly misshapen knife with a thin blade. There isn't much of me, after all. Underweight is an understatement. Not much I can change into. Still, just looking at this ability is enough to kick my imagination into hyperdrive. But things like that are best left for later. At the current consumption of this skill, coupled with my regeneration, I am losing 1 mana a minute. With the 300 odd mana I lost just there, that gives me 10 hours. I think that should suffice for a battle or two. Point of view Richard, my harpoon embeds itself into the black heart of another demon, its infernal wail cut short as it starts coughing blood. The cough shortly turns to mad laughter as it grabs the length of my harpoon, pulling itself closer to me as its red eyes glow with rage. You think I didn't know you had 2 hearts, foul one? I say, one hand dropping to my waist and retrieving the knife I keep there, before stabbing it up into the other side of its chest. It draws one final pain breath, uttering its last words. I curse. You. Black blood streamed from the deep wounds upon its body, writhing towards me and imprinting evil patterns on my skin. I feel my strength and stamina being sapped away. Before it returns in a surge. A golden ring on my hand glints slightly as I fall through the air towards the deck of the enemy ship. I knew buying this ring of weak curse immunity would pay off one day. But I never expected it to be here. Demons and monsters, this close to human lands? Are those young fools slacking off on the patrols again? Bloody idiots. Don't they know that even if there hasn't been an incident in a decade, it doesn't mean there won't be one tomorrow? Landing heavily on the deck, the boards break beneath my feet, for the second time this battle. There was one enemy that managed to slip through to our ship, so I went back, but it was already taken care of before I got there. So I came straight back, nailing a passing demon as I went. Half a dozen enemies surround me, already closing in and swinging weapons. Before they can get close to me, I lift my head to the sky and let loose a roar that blasts across the battlefield, even causing the surface of the water to churn. It sounds as if the waves and beasts of the sea themselves are roaring with me. Voice of the ocean. Fighting spirit plus 10, demon and monster alike are sent stumbling back, and those are just the ones at the opposite end of the ship. The ones near me have collapsed with ears leaking blood, if they have them. Meanwhile, my men have received a boost in fighting spirit and strength for a short time. With ease, I dispatch those around me, and stride off deeper into the ship. Who dares use the face of my son? Who dares blaspheme his memory? Fighting spirit plus 20, that bastard had fled below decks as soon as combat started, and nobody had seen him since. I'm about to make sure nobody sees him ever again. Striding through the corridors, I feel for the locations of enemies below me. Rarely am I so enraged that I can use this skill, since hostiles. It allows me to fill the position of anything that wishes me, or those in a party with me, harm within 100 meters. I use it to find him. He's the only enemy left below decks now. This position should be the hold. With the amount of ships I've been on, it doesn't take me long to find it. I step cautiously, since hostiles can't detect traps. When I enter, I can't help but gag for a moment at the smell. Bloody monsters. Fighting spirit plus 20, the hold is littered with corpses of various races. At a glance, I can spot humans, elves, dwarves, halflings, lizardmen. The list goes on. Not one of the corpses are intact. I begin stepping in between broken limbs and limp bodies. Avoiding the pools of blood is impossible, and my boots are gradually bathed in gore as I walk. A red glow comes from ahead. An archway of twisted bodies has been erected on a pile of corpses, and demonic runes are scrawled across their skin. An ominous portal twists starkly within the arch. In front of it stands the one with the face of my son, standing on the blank face of a dead man as he looks at me, smiling gently. Seeing my son's face again, his smile. In any other place it would bring a tear to my eye. Here, surrounded by death and cruelty, it just brings a chill to my spine. "Hello again," it said. "It's been a long time. However, I'm afraid." He turns around, walking towards the portal. "I really must be leaving now." It waves a hand in farewell. Fighting spirit plus 20, my vision shakes, washed red in fury. Without a word, I hurl my harpoon at him. But in a whirl, the portal, and him with it, is gone. My harpoon pierces through the hull of the ship and out into the water, slicing a trail of waves as it speeds off into the distance. It comes back held in the mouth of a sea dragon. Gripping the edges of the hull I tear into the hull, I wrenching open a path with a mighty crack. Taking my weapon back, I sit upon the scaly torso of the dragon. "Let's go back, Nevu." Despite being just a child, it's more than strong enough to carry me along as it slithers along the surface of the water. Behind us, the hole I left from flickered with flames, which spreads slowly but surely along the ship. It's all I could do to lay their troubled souls to rest. /15 Point of view Ferdinand. In these past couple of weeks, a lot of strange things have happened. Most of them relating to Gerald. At the start, he was just a telepathic fork who could see Mona, and that was strange enough. But then as things went on, it just got weirder. He became able to attract and repel monsters, became poisonous, able to repair himself, use ki and who knows what else. But after a while, I had finally resigned myself to the fact that I simply couldn't use normal logic on him. So, when his body, as it were, started distorting and changing shape, I wasn't that shocked. Maybe a little. In fact, I was more surprised that the dagger he turned into was blunt and slightly misshapen. I suppose even Gerald can't master new abilities instantly. Well, it was a more normal weapon than a fork, at least. Even if the usability has barely increased. On another note, I'd leveled up from that combat. Killing things above your level really does wonders. A shame it's a completely unreliable method. It's only because of that freakishly powerful skill Gerald has that he can do it reliably. Honestly, doesn't that skill have any limitations? Range seems to be the only real limit it has. I wish I had a skill like that. A short while after the slam died, Gerald told me that the fight is over, actually over, this time. I still have no clue why I couldn't see anything happening before, but with any luck, we should be heading back to land now. I walk over the staircase and started to climb it. The next moment, the ground beneath me tilts, and I trip up the stairs. Ouch! This time, I hold onto the railing as I climb the stairs. When I reach the deck, I am instantly jostled by someone moving past me. Looking around, I saw everyone is doing something, carrying something, fixing something. Snaking my way through the flurry of activity, I make it to the helm, where Richard usually is when not fishing. Or fighting. He is tying something to the leg of a bird, which he then throws up into the air. It flies away. Noticing me, he says, "Just a messenger bird." Some people need to know about what happened here, and birds fly faster than we sail. What happened? After the beginning of the battle, I couldn't see anything happening. I ask. Richard nods. One of their mages must have cast a spell to prevent surveillance. There are some magicians who watch the oceans from afar, so only those with similar spells can escape detection. He turns his head, and I follow suit, the burning hull of the other ship greeting my eyes. As for who they were, he continues, they were demons and monsters. Smart ones, not your everyday beasts. We weren't able to find out what they were after, but I doubt these few will be the end of it. Richard looks back at me and claps me on the back. But you don't need to bother yourself over that. Once we finish cleaning up the ship again, we'll be heading back to shore. I'm left standing there, more confused than when it all started. Point of view Gerald, skippable info, now that we've been here for, what, 10 months? I suppose I should have the stats explained, courtesy of the help function. Name, race, gender, age, level and experience speak for themselves, so I'll not go into that. Allegiance is much what it sounds like, it lists all the organizations and factions you consider yourself as being a part of. Fame is more interesting. Let me just get up the entry for reference. Okay, so for every 100 people who know about you and view you positively, it is increased by 1, and for every 100 people who view you negatively, it is decreased by 1. Seems like it isn't a very reliable way of determining whether someone is good or bad. Say you have this really nice guy, but he pissed off this massive dark organization, and so they set up an internal bounty for him. Boom, you have -50 fame. Although, if, in this situation, you didn't know about it, wouldn't the sudden negative fame boost be a pretty big indicator to GTFO of there? I take back my negative comment. Strength represents the amount of force you can exert. Of course, it means nothing to a being like me who has no muscles or other way to exert force. Still, physical stats like these really bring up some questions in a realistic situation. Say you're human. Does increasing the strength stat affect appearance? Do you become more buff? And is that number a flat measurement of strength that is equal for every muscle in your body, or more a multiplier of their base strength? Dexterity is a useful stat for anyone in combat situations, I think. If strength improves your muscles, dexterity improves your control over them, and your body in general. On top of that, it increases your motion perception and thought speed. Well, even if you have perfect control over your body, there's no use if your body is weak, so it's not like Dex is the prime stat or something. Still, I imagine it would be incredibly important for any job that requires precision, craftsmen, snipers, scribes, acrobats, and so on. Intelligence increases calculation speed, as well as the ability to think outside of common sense and question the norm. It also improves information retention, memory. Not that it affects me. If intelligence tells you how to build a railgun, wisdom tells you that you didn't even need a pistol to kill that slime. It reduces superfluous actions and improves decision-making ability. Almost like a mental version of dexterity. It also increases your self-control, which is always nice. Charisma enhances empathy and acting talent, as well as subtly improving your appearance based on your own preferences. I'm guessing that this is within reasonable bounds, like, you can't grow horns or something, but this is a system after all, who knows if that was included as a feature or not. Hardness. Simply a number relating to the required force to do a certain amount of damage on an object. Any increases or decreases of this stat, outside of changes in material, do not affect density or appearance. Durability. A measure of how much damage an object can take before ceasing to function as that object. And luck. Now this stat, and I quote, increases luck. Now what the heck's that supposed to mean? Oh well. The rest of the stats, mana, psi, ki. Well, it's not hard to guess. Just measures of your maximum capacity of those energies, as well as your current amount. Regen, well, it's in the name, right? And a brief recap on other things. Skills, I don't know if there's a rank below uncommon, because I've never gotten one. TE? From what I can tell, it goes, maybe something below uncommon, uncommon, rare, unique, with each being broken up further into low, mid and high. Proficiencies go from basic, advanced, expert, master, something above master probably. Traits, I'm not really sure about these. I've got minute, minor, small, average, moderate, large, huge. I think that's the order, but I could be wrong. Also, I've got a +1 attached to one of them. What's with that? End of skippable info. After all that kerfuffle landed, the ship turned around and started heading back to port. In the meantime, I amused myself by familiarizing myself with the appearances of the many members of crew. Walking around, climbing the rigging, sleeping. This doesn't feel strange at all. Nope, totally normal. You know, Getting monocyte to expert proficiency has had some unexpected effects. Case in point, that man over there. I can see through his body, to some of his internal organs. Lungs, stomach, a couple others. The hollow ones, I guess. Rather off-putting. Well, I'll get used to it eventually. Ignoring that, though, the trip is a peaceful one. I watch people chatting, wishing for the umpteenth time that I can hear what they are saying. Then I realize, I may not be able to hear what they are saying, but maybe I can see what they are saying. Time for this fork to learn how to lip read. Point of view Richard, the voyage back home is without incident. We must have used up a year's worth of bad luck in the last few days. If anything more happens, the world's gone mad. I see Ferdinand off at the docks, laughing as he stumbles around for a few moments. After I organize everything on the ship, I step down the gangplank onto the pier. My strength drains away, thoughts moving slower as if through taffy. An ache pulses dully in my lower back. It feels as if I have aged 10 years in 10 seconds. This is the worst part of sailing for me, I think. The landing. The loss of vitality, of youthfulness. This is how I am, on land. Old. And this is why I go fishing so much. With my blessing of the sea skill, I can feel young again, at sea. With a sigh, I step slowly towards my house. It wasn't always like this. Cradling my newborn child, I gazed down at him lovingly. Hearing a hoarse whisper behind me, I crouched down beside my wife, placing him gently in her tired arms. As she held him, I saw in her eyes a love so deep and pure that my heart could not help but skip a beat. Still exhausted from the labor, she spoke softly, "He's a boy. His father should name him." I had been thinking of a name for weeks, months even, but her words had still turned my mind into a mess as I frantically tried to remember them. Harold? No. Richard? That's a good name. Wait, no, that's mine. After about a minute of looking like I was carefully thinking, but really being in a panic frenzy of thought, I finally managed to remember the name. How about Rodney? I said softly. She mulled it over for a moment, then said, Rodney. I like it. You know, I half thought you might name him something ridiculous, like Richard Jr. I would never do something like that. I protested, as a drop of sweat ran down the back of my neck. For a while, we just sat there in silence, watching the adorably cute sleeping face of our baby boy. Father, you're back. A small figure took a running leap into my arms, laughing as I spun him around in a tight hug. Setting Rodney down, it took him a moment to recover his breath. Father, when will you take me with you on one of your trips? He asked hopefully, sending a wave of sadness through me. I had wished I could be home more often, but at that time, pirates were coming out of the woodworks. Smugglers and slave ships seem to have increased recently, as well. Something must be happening. Discarding my rampant thoughts, I looked at his expectant gaze and smiled. When you become strong enough to defend yourself, Rodney. The sea is not a safe place, and you are only 8 years old. Crestfallen, he looked sadly at his feet. But, I continued, making him perk up adorably, if you train hard enough, I might be able to arrange something for your 10th birthday. His face dropped again. But father, that's nearly 2 years. I ran my rough hand through his sand-colored hair and pulled him into another hug. Yes, son, it is. But if you train every day, it won't seem so long. Besides, if we were both gone all the time, your mother would be sad. He nodded a bit uncertainly. Okay father, I'll try my best. That's my boy. I said, setting him back on his feet again. Now, how about we both go and give your mother a big hug? Smiling, he nodded, and we ran off laughing into the house. I had watched as Rodney fought to the death with a pirate. No longer a child, he stood only a bit shorter than the rest of us at the age of 15, and the muscles on his arms bulged visibly as he swung his spear to parry a slash from the pirate's cutlass. Even if I hadn't been home much throughout his childhood, I could tell from his technique that he hadn't slacked off on training. Smooth and clean, The movements were instinctive to him, able to execute them flawlessly with barely a thought. I had felt a surge of pride as I saw him narrowly dodge a cut to his stomach. Truly, he was a better son than I deserved. There was one thing holding him back, however. He had never been in a real fight. Hence why I arranged that. The pirate was from a small-time crew of 20, barely worth our time. We left only one alive, and promised him safety if he could defeat my son. And then, despite the fact that the pirate couldn't even touch him, Rodney's counterattacks were lackluster, slowing down dramatically as they neared his opponent. Just imagine him as a training dummy, Rodney. He's about as skilled as one, after all. I encouraged him. A small smile flitted across his otherwise tense face, and I saw him relax slightly. Visibly frustrated, the pirate sent a strong thrust towards Rodney. But without a proper stance, such an action can leave you terrible off balance and vulnerable to a counterattack, if it does not succeed. And so it did, as Rodney avoided the blow with a swift movement. Simultaneously, he spun his spear, whacking the butt end into the sword hand of the pirate. With a brief exclamation of pain and shock, the pirate dropped his sword, and in the next moment, the blade of Rodney's spear gleamed at the pirate's throat. I let out a sigh. So, he couldn't finish it after all? Sternly but gently, I said, "Kill him, Rodney." "But he's unarmed, father," he said, head turning to me. His grip on the spear relaxed slightly, and the tip lowered a few centimeters. The pirate's eyes gleamed. "An unarmed man who is just about to wrench your spear from your hands and kill you with it, yes," I admonished. Startled, he looked back to the pirate, whose hands have stopped inches away from the haft of his spear. Rodney grimaced. Resolving himself, he gritted his teeth and thrust forward, eyes closing slightly to prevent himself from seeing it. "It won't work, you'll just feel the sensation of the spear piercing his body even more." The lifeless body of the pirate slumped to the floor at the same time as Rodney drops his spear, staring numbly at his hands. "Good job, Rodney." We'd have to correct that habit of closing his eyes at some point, but years of experience with rookies have told me that wasn't the time. I was shuffling through the reports in front of me, analyzing them for possible deeper meaning as I sat at my desk in our family's mansion. My days in the Navy hadn't been without their benefits. There was a knock on the door. "Come in," I said. The door swung lightly open, and I looked up at my visitor. Standing there was Rodney. Strangely, he was in plain clothing that day. Usually you wouldn't see him without his Navy colors, but I suppose we had been home for a few weeks. He looked around, stiffly said, "Sorry, wrong room," and turned around to walk out. A thought crossed my mind, and I voiced it to Rodney. "You're almost 25 now, perhaps you should think about starting your own family soon." He stopped and briefly turned his head back. "I'll keep that in mind," he said, then left as quickly as he came, shutting the door behind him. How strange. Shaking my head, I resumed my work. Judging by the timepiece on my desk, it was about 20 minutes later that I heard the scream. Naturally, I couldn't ignore something like that, so I had rushed to the source of the scream. At the time, I didn't even notice that it was Rodney's room I had rushed into. My heart had felt as if it had fallen into the depths of the ocean at that moment. It still feels heavy whenever I remember it. A maid was frantically trying to stop the flow of blood coming from Rodney's chest with her hands, as he lay on the bed. Unsuccessfully. She was in a state of hysteria as I had pushed her aside. Looking back, it must have been the first time the poor girl had witnessed such a brutal death. I had checked him over myself, and my blood ran cold that day. Dead. I hazily remember shouting at the guards to find whoever had done it. My wife's wail of sadness as she saw what had happened. We must have sat there for hours hugging each other and sobbing. The guards never found anything. And I had seen not a trace of anything that could have been related to his death since then. Until now. Point of view, Gerald. I've mentioned this before, but I can see a lot more now with my expert monosight. And now that we're back in the city, I'm noticing a lot more things. For starters, not everyone is human. There are a lot of furred bipedal beings that I'm guessing, bit of a stretch, I know, are beast men and women of some sort. Some scaled, tailed people with clawed feet, probably lizardmen. A scarce few elves. Well, I think so. They have the pointy ears and fair features, at least. Another thing I'm noticing is, I really can see almost everything. And right now, I am once again extremely glad for having no hormones affecting my mental state, if you know what I mean. Then there's a few people in chains or cages. Yeah, slavery is a thing here. Somehow, that makes me a little pissed. Of course, exactly how bad it is for slaves depends entirely on the sorts of laws that may or may not exist to protect them, and the personalities of their masters, but overall it's just not okay. And the last thing. Damn, can I see everything? And what I'm seeing is making me legitimately contemplate turning off monocyte. Men not controlling their desires in the alleyways, theft in the streets, a murder at the docks, a group underground that is currently beating up people. It's maddening that they're just blatantly doing that sort of thing, out in the open. I mean, yeah, they're not exactly out in the open, and doing it in secret is arguably worse. But with this sort of thing happening 24/7, I'm going to be angry, all the freaking time. What's worse is that I can't do diddly squat. The voice in your head thing might work in a situation like before, but if a voice just pops up in a guard's head, saying there's some criminals in X direction, they're just going to think their mind is making random things up. And it's not like Ferdinand is strong enough to do it himself. Yet. So all I can do is ignore it and train this self-form manipulation. I was kind of wondering what the level above master is, but that'll have to wait. And now, the fork changes into various strange shapes show. A metallic, whitish blue fork flips madly into the air. After a few moments, gravity takes hold, and it begins falling once again. With a slight puff of moving air, an unseen force pushes it back up, causing it to dance on the wind again. It falls again. Rises again. Falls again. Rises. Barely half a centimeter before starting to fall again. The element of randomness to this ki blast makes it incredibly difficult to do accurate movements with it. Especially since it requires so little to move me, so a difference of 5 points, let alone 20, is a large increase in power. But increasing the proficiency to rectify that problem requires me to use it, so here I am, flipping away. Still, movement is a pleasant new experience. Even if it is a bit randomized. Ki Blast, Basic, has evolved into Ki Blast, Advanced, due to 100% proficiency. Ki Blast, Advanced, Mid-Rare, Active 0.0%, expel ki from your body in a concentrated blast. Power varies with ki infused. With your lack of experience, you are not able to accurately control the amount of ki you infuse into the skill. It may vary by up to 10 points. Better, but I want zero variation. I can't trust RNG. Well, back to it, I suppose. I seem to be stuck. I really should have guessed that I might fall tines first. Let's see. How about 20 ki? I activate the skill again, and I'm propelled out of the hole and into the air again. And then, my tines neatly slip back into the earth. Well, alrighty then. I check my status briefly. Good timing, my mana is back to maximum. Activating form manipulation, self, I first bend most of my body flat to the ground, then draw my tines out of the ground. After that, I form myself into a ball. A very small, wonky ball, but a ball nonetheless. Ha! Let's see me get stuck into the ground like this. I fall into a crevice. Well, whatever. With the simultaneous utilization of a ki blast and absorb, I cut a path back to the surface, and another ki blast horizontally puts me out of the way of both hole and crevice. Ki blasts in midair aren't as effective motion-wise as ones from a solid surface, but they still work, albeit to a lesser degree. I am currently around 2 kilometers out from the city. There's nobody within my range of vision, and at this distance, it would be stranger if somebody does notice me than if they don't. I am very small after all, and seeing something with a size measured in centimeters from a distance of over a kilometer would require some pretty serious visual acuity, not to mention luck. Well, It's not like people with abilities like that won't exist in a world like this. I mean, look at me. Just 10 months old and I can do all this. Alright, I may be a bit of a bad example, but you get my drift. There are always anomalies. Ferdinand is off hunting nearby. I worry a bit when he doesn't have me to make sure he doesn't get caught by some powerful monster that walks along, but there's none of them around here. Besides, it's not good for him to rely overly on my protection. Not that I won't rush over if something serious happens, of course. I wonder, now that I can move, should I do some hunting of my own? Days pass by with us leisurely training and hunting. It almost seems as if all the crazy events of the past week or two were a dream. Until. Point of view Richard, I walk down a familiar hallway, old memories swirling to the surface of my mind through the thick haze of age. Despite all the friends and triumphs I had here, my countenance is grim and unchanging. I have come back to headquarters of the Empire's Navy for one purpose, and one purpose only, to find whatever it was that I saw that day. It is doubtful they would have any intelligence on it precisely, but I think back to the piles of corpses I saw in the hold of that ship. That many people don't go missing without people noticing. After asking a few old buddies, it turns out that the current head of the information department in the Navy is a past student of mine. Stepping up to his office, I rap my knuckles on the door. I hear someone within the room getting up and walking to the door. It opens a moment later. He looks at me quizzically for a second, then his eyes widen in recognition and he snaps to attention, saluting. When I finally manage to recall his name, I open my mouth. I'm an admiral no longer, Harry. You don't have to salute me. He relaxes, smiling abashedly. It's reflex by now. I can't exactly stop doing it, sir. But rather than that, why have you come back? I sigh, and explain the bare minimum. When I was fishing the other week, I came across another ship. It was filled with demons, monsters and corpses. Harry tenses, looking furtively down the corridor. Seeing the complete lack of other people, he sighs briefly in relief and beckons me inside. I step in, and he quickly closes the door behind me. I frown. Why all the secrecy? Harry sits down at the neatly arranged desk, hurriedly taking out a few documents. If I'm right, this could involve some very powerful people. Do you remember that old abandoned mansion out west? I think for a moment, then just give up. No, he frowns. The Selgrave family mansion, thought to be haunted for almost a century. Anyway, someone recently bought up the land and paid for priests to come out and purify the whole place. A couple of months later, our contacts in the underworld tell us the same person has bought up almost the whole slave supply. How bizarre. Something like that would take a hefty chunk out of anyone's coffers. Gulping, he says, that's the only thing we know that could account for such a large number of people going missing. Give me a map that shows where that mansion is. I say flatly. He hesitates, then takes a piece of paper out of the drawer of his desk, handing it to me. If anyone asks, I didn't say anything. He says, in a similar tone. Sure. It shows enough detail of the surrounding area for me to find it, so I stand and turn to leave. Sir. I turn back to him. He sits there opening and closing his mouth for a few seconds, but doesn't say anything. Finally, Harry gathers himself and says, just be careful, sir. With a slight nod, I leave. After Richard leaves, Harry closes the door behind him and slowly sinks into his chair. He looks down at his hands. They are trembling violently. He tries grasping the desk, taking a swig from a flask of wine. Nothing works. They never told me it would be you. He mumbles, holding his head in his hands. For the first time in his life, Harry finds himself wishing he had disobeyed orders. Damn it. He swears, rushing up to the door and opening it again, but Richard has already left. Closing the door, he quietly takes out his flask again, taking several long drinks from it. In all likelihood, he won't be able to sleep tonight. Shuffling some papers around, he looks at a document hidden under all the rest. Orders from the top brass, not that you would know, The page is unmarked and unsigned. It was strange when he first saw it, and stranger still when he looks at it now. It states simply, that if anyone were to come to him, inquiring of missing people, demons, monsters or monitored vessels, he must describe to them the points outlined, namely, that of the old mansion being bought and purified recently, and the purchase of large sums of slaves by the same person. He must then provide them with the map attached, and should thereafter in no manner disclose this information to any other party. The situation outlined by the orders is ridiculous in and of itself. After all, if someone wanted information, would they not ask one of his many subordinates first? Not just anyone can walk in the door to his office unannounced. In fact, only his superiors and a few old friends could. The realization strikes him heavier than a whale. It wasn't just that Richard happened to be the one asking. No, the entire situation was created so that he would be the only one who could ask. Following that path of thought to its conclusion makes him break out in a cold sweat. Harry quaffs more wine from his flask, emptying it completely. He definitely isn't getting any sleep tonight. Meanwhile, Richard is overlooking the land from the top of a rocky cliff, comparing the prominent landscape features to the map. Having reconfirmed the direction he has to take, he makes his way down the cliff again. In his younger days, he might have just jumped down. But his age is catching up to him, and wasting energy now would be simply foolish. Normally, even walking around would cause a dull pain to radiate from his bones. But not today. His fighting spirit has been steadily increasing since the moment he left the Navy headquarters, and it causes the pain to become meaningless, forgotten amidst the anticipation of battle. So, he walks. And walks. For hours he walks, stopping only to check the map, eat and drink. When the rundown mansion is finally in sight, the sun has already begun to set on the horizon, and night is swiftly approaching. Caution struggles internally against the thrill of fighting spirit coursing through him, as well as the intense desire to find out precisely who, or what, it was that had taken on the appearance of his late son. Caution prevails. There are many beings of evil that grow in strength at night, and he already knows demons are involved. On land, he is already bereft of the advantages provided to him at sea. Why disadvantage himself further? Richard settles himself down on a stone, keeping a vigil watch on the property. If anything escapes during the night, he doesn't know if he will be able to forgive himself. Not when he is so close. The last vestiges of the sun slip over the horizon, and the world is blanketed with darkness once more. Stars speckle the night sky, interrupted occasionally by dark clouds. A common sight for any of this world's denizens, no doubt. But were Gerald able to see this, he would be startled, and very, very confused. For where Earth's night sky has innumerable stars of all different colors and brightness populating it, Otwaya's skyline is vastly different. While there are still many stars in the sky, they number in the hundreds, not thousands. But stranger still is that every star has the same color, the same size, and the vast majority of them have the same brightness, with some few numbering in the lower tens outclassing the splendor of the rest by an order of magnitude. But perhaps strangest of all is that each star, if one looks closely enough, has a specific shape. Indeed, there is one shaped like a sword, another like a bow, yet another like an anvil. Nevertheless, Richard does not seem astounded by the irregular vista, remaining on the lookout unblinkingly. Time wears on beneath his patient gaze, and fatigue begins to tug at him gently, enticing Richard into a sweet sleep. Only the steady burn of fighting spirit coursing through him even now keeps him awake. Tarok, ponderously tracing his way across the sky, eventually reaches the peak of his orbit. It is at this moment that Richard's eyes gleam, standing almost instantly while his hand shoots towards the harpoon holstered on his back. A silhouette exits from the dilapidated mansion's front entrance, walking leisurely towards Richard. One hand still on his harpoon, the other moves towards a pouch at his side, drawing from it a vial of translucent colorless liquid. Without taking his eyes from the advancing figure, he pops the cork and downs the contents in a single gulp. After a moment, Richard's eyes begin to glow so softly that it would be impossible to notice in daylight. In the darkness, however, they emit a mystical brightness. Any alchemist worth their salts can concoct a night vision potion, provided they have the ingredients, but the huge demand by adventurers, guards, thieves and many others keeps the price high nonetheless. If you can't see in the dark, such things are indispensable. Richard's eyes sharpen, focusing on the figure. It's him again. His body is concealed by a voluminous cloak, but the face is unmistakable. Richard hates everything about this situation. He is going in completely blind, metaphorically speaking. He doesn't know his enemy's fighting capabilities, he doesn't know if they have allies in hiding, hell, he doesn't know what his enemies are. The ground is completely bare, without a single blade of grass covering its baldness. The dry ground grates against his boots as he calmly takes his stance, taking care that his every muscle and tendon are exactly as they should be. It is silent. Completely, unnaturally so. The only sound for miles around are the slowly approaching footsteps of the impostor and the steady breaths of Richard as he composes himself for the inevitable conflict. A small circle of dust is stained a dark brown with a sound softer than that of a feather landing. The spot is joined by another, just a step away. Then another. Then thousands, as the rain begin in earnest. Richard doesn't flinch at the moisture coursing down his body. If anything, he welcomes its touch as an old friend. Water holds no secrets to the longtime man of the sea, and it does not hinder him in the slightest. The two grow closer. 200 meters. Then 100. 80. 50. 30. 20. Again, Richard's hand shoots down to his pouch, then forward, sending four shapes streaking out towards his opponent. With a flash and a series of dings, the impostor skillfully deflects the projectiles, a spear held relaxedly in his hands. "Is that how you treated your son? How terrible!" he drawls, his voice smothered heavily by the roaring downpour. Richard hears it clear as day. He says softly, "What are you?" As much a question as it is a probe of his opponent's abilities. The impostor raises his hands to shoulder height either side of him, shrugging and shaking his head as his spear lolls dangerously in his grip. Now that would be telling. Suffice to say, "I'm not your son." He looked Richard in the eye, smiling. "But you wouldn't believe me even if I said I was, would you?" Richard doesn't reply, but neither does he break eye contact. His hand moves yet again to his pouch. "This again?" The impostor laughs as he readies himself for combat. Richard tosses out another string of blades. So slow, with a slight tremble, Richard disappears from where he was standing, momentarily leaving a space void of rain. He reappears behind the impostor, sending a flurry of stabs toward him. Almost contemptuously, the impostor deflects each strike with a twirl of his own spear, smiling gloatingly as he brushes the last one aside. An instant later, his smile freezes and he quickly dodges to the side. Frowning, he picks out a dagger from where it is lodged on his back. Clever. But it won't do you any good. Shedding his cloak, he reveals a set of black leathery armor that hugs his body. Flames flicker in and out of existence all along the surface of it, creating a constant hiss as it contests against the rain. "Do you like it? I personally killed the nightmare this was made from." Then they are at it again, whirling in a storm of thrusts and slashes. Their feet, moving almost as fast as their weapons, send water flying from the puddles on the ground as they shuffle about, each trying to get an advantage over the other. Richard's eyes widen slightly, then become even more determined as he utilizes a heavy kick to blow the impostor backwards. He is unharmed, but he skids backwards over a dozen meters on the slippery soil. In the meantime, Richard quickly accesses his pouch again, drawing from it vial after vial of colored liquid, each of which he downs with careful haste. Some he drinks simultaneously, tossing the empty vials aside. Potions of strength, swiftness, toughness, mental clarity, wisdom, even luck. And rarer, more expensive ones. Resist curse, resist poison, increase recovery, stamina recovery, restore stamina. He barely downs the last one when the impostor darts in with another attack. Tossing the last few vials at his face, he shatters them with a backhand strike, sending glassy shrapnel flying. Leaning to one side to avoid the cloud of projectiles, the imposter stabs towards Richard's stomach, but a hurried twist of the harpoon by Richard deflects it. But not enough. The sharp spearhead pierces through the air towards Richard's side, but after cutting through his clothes, it skids across into empty air. Caught in Richard's shirt, the spear tears a gaping hole in the coarse fabric as it returns to his side, revealing a scaly armor beneath it. "Do you like it?" Richard grins savagely. "I personally killed the giant sea serpent this was made from." The imposter curses. "Bastard, how about we get serious now?" Richard's eyes narrow. "Gladly. Try not to die too quickly, if you can." Both jumping back from the melee, both of Richard's hands dip into his pouch while the imposter tenses, a bloody oar leaking from his body and condensing upon his weapon, painting it crimson. The imposter leaps back into battle soon after, and Richard's hands return from the pouch, now garbed in a pair of scaled gloves. Spreading his hands to the sky, 10 glints of light fly out. The airborne harpoon tilts in midair, shooting towards the imposter. He slams it away, but it curves back around. Eyes widening in desperation, the imposter jumps backwards in a graceful arc, landing on his hands and flipping backwards again onto his feet. The harpoon embeds itself in the ground, a wire uncoiling from its haft. "You're bloody joking." 10 wires arc towards him through the air, cutting off all paths of escape. Gritting his teeth, the imposter emits a burst of ki, blasting the wires backwards. But a moment later, they correct their courses once more, streaming towards him uncannily. Unable to repeat the burst so quickly, all he can do is dash to one side, warding off what few he can with his spear. The imposter feels a light impact, as if something hit his armor. Then he suddenly feels as if he is hit with a hammer, and something digs through his armor and into his skin. Yanking it out, he looks incredulously at it for a moment. A fishing hook? Then the hook slips through his grasp, flying at his face. Hurriedly, he lets go of the sharp wire now slicing across his armored palm and dodges to the best of his ability. The hook misses him but turns yet again to hook into the back of his neck. Another impact leaves it embedded there, causing the imposter to gasp for breath before again creating a burst of ki which expels it from his body and repels the other 9 wires almost upon him. Desperate to close the gap, the imposter sprints towards him. Strangely, although he has not moved a step, Richard is breathing heavily as he manipulates the wires streaming from his fingertips to twist in the air again and form a wall of wires in front of him. Eager to decrease Richard's fighting ability, the imposter slashes at a wire with his blood-red spear. That particular wire suddenly loses its mysterious flight capabilities, falling to the ground and rendering his strike completely ineffective. The remaining wires close in on his position yet again, him seeming completely helpless before their impossible range of movement. Just as they are about to latch onto the imposter and slice him into ribbons, hundreds of bones rise from the ground to create a barrier in front of him. A moment later, a horde of skeletons emerge from the mud behind Richard. Wielding nothing but rusted swords, they are of little danger individually, but in numbers they can be a threat to those much stronger than them. Suddenly forced to split his attention between 2 directions, the effective battle power Richard can exert in either direction is less than half the strength he could originally. One hand points forward, one back, and the wires whip around a horde of skeletons, scattering thousands of bone fragments to the wind and covering the ground there in white. On the other side, the imposter is fending off the 5 wires attacking him as he moves slowly towards Richard. A series of bone spears flies towards Richard. His attention on so many different things, Richard is barely able to avoid the bolts, and for a moment his wires start falling from the air before they again lash towards his many opponents. Within the skeleton army, 2 dark shapes rise from the ground. Snorting, steam rises from the nostrils of 2 dark horses, the stench of death surrounding them despite their apparent life. Upon each of them is seated an armored warrior, wielding in one hand a large sword and the other holding aloft their severed heads. They charge towards Richard without a care for whether it is mud or their fellow skeletons that is crushed beneath their hooves. Pressured more with every passing second, he has no choice but to take a risk. With an explosion of steam and air, One wire slashes out with blinding speed towards the skeletal foes. Bisecting every skeleton in its path, the wire swiftly reaches the two Dullahans. The first raises its blade in an attempt to block, but the wire cuts straight through the sword, the Dullahan itself and its steed in one fell motion, before continuing on to the next Dullahan. It also raises its blade, and this time it looks as if it is successful. The wire cuts through half of the width of the weapon, then moves no further. But in another rush of motion, the wire starts moving again, cutting through the second Dullahan as well. Richard's mouth curves into an exhausted smile. Then his face freezes, and he looks clumsily down to see the spear protruding from his stomach. His face distorts in pain. Roaring, he clenches his teeth, making perhaps his final movement. Still impaled by the spear, he reaches down to his pouch, and upends it completely. Clothes, food and various items spill out of the opening endlessly without any regard for the laws of space. Potions also fall out, tins upon tins of potions kept for a rainy day. With his final breath, Richard steps on the vials, crushing them and causing their contents to mix uncontrollably. Oh! The impostor doesn't even wait to finish his words before rushing backwards as the alchemical mix starts pulsing with light, exploding in a massive green fireball. After the initial detonation, the fire keeps burning on the ground, unrelenting even under the heavy rain and without fuel to feed the blaze. The impostor slowly gets up from the mud where he was thrown by the blast. His face is a horrific mess of burnt flesh, and even some parts of his armor don't escape unscathed. Taking off his armor piece by piece, he reaches into his garments, fetching a vial of red liquid. Downing it, he grimaces as the liquid traces across the scorched flesh of his lips and throat. His lesser wounds heal, and he stops bleeding, but his face is still torturously painful. He downs another, then, having used up all his healing potions, yells out. "Old man, do you have any healing potions on you?" "Of course not. Don't you know they only hurt the undead?" The voice comes from a cloaked figure wielding a tall wooden staff that looks as if it has been burned black. "And why the hell didn't you help more?" the impostor screams. The cloaked man says amiably, "Every skeleton that dies is a terrible loss to me, you know. It will take a while to train some new Dullahans." The impostor sneers at the cloaked man, the expression almost the stuff of nightmares due to the partially formed, partially burned skin on his face. "Yeah, right. You just wanted me to die, so you could take all the credit." The cloaked man chuckles happily as the pouring rain washed away the last vestiges of blood and ash, and all that is left of the battlefield is a single harpoon stuck in the ground. Point of view Gerald. Until one day, 2 weeks after the events on the ship, one of the members of Richard's crew bumps into Ferdinand as he makes his way through the city. They start chatting, and eventually he breaks the bad news. Their ship's crew has a few magic casters, and one of them had given the captain a notebook before he left. The notebook was magically linked to his own, so they could exchange messages across great distances. The notebook had spontaneously turned to ash the other day, which means that Richard. "I suppose that you'll want to find out who did this?" I ask Ferdinand telepathically. He looks somewhat despondent, but I can tell that he'll be able to come back from this. Yes, I will. He was an old friend of mine, and a much higher level than me. I can't imagine who could have. He pauses for a moment. But even if we could find who did it, there's nothing we could do. I shrug internally. Perhaps. Or perhaps not. I think it's time to get serious in my training. Training all day, every day isn't serious? He retorts. Indeed. It's time to stop treating this system like a games. Point of view Gerald. At first glance, the status windows look like the menus in a game. Second and third glance too. But the thing about a game, you see, is that everything is pre-programmed. Sure, there are eyes and all that, but even they're limited. In their speech options, the different animations, how they act. You look at them long enough, and things begin to repeat. Now, I'm not about to say that I think the people here are like eyes or something, that'd be stupid. But menus are the same way as well. All your stats have limits, upper and lower ones. There are a limited range of skills and abilities you can obtain. And titles are generally only obtained from quests or by performing special feats. They're also pre-programmed. And the descriptions and skills themselves are programmed to do certain things. Now, while in a game, say there's a fireball spell and a firebolt spell. Generally, you can get one without the other, and the only relation between the two is the similar effects. Here though, everything is caused by something. It's not just, cast text skill, Y mana deducted, the mana actually goes somewhere and carries out the skill. And the descriptions. Some of them almost feel tailored specifically for me. Enough of that. What I'm getting at here, is that the energies, mana, psi, ki, they all go and do something when I use the telepathy skill or ki blast skill or whatever. And that's mostly automatic. But it doesn't have to be. I can cancel it or direct it however I want. And if I'm doing that, doesn't it mean I'm manipulating the energies themselves? And if I can manipulate those energies, why the heck am I restricted to the few skills I know? It's not like the first mages got taught magic, or warriors were born with their skills. So, here I am, trying to figure out how to use my energies in a different way than my skills dictate. Right now, I'm trying to get a feel for how telepathy works, to sense how the psi moves when I use it. I can feel almost like a link of energy between me and Ferdinand. I can control it, but anything I do just disrupts the skill. And what little I can sense is faint. Well, right now there's only one way I can think of using psi. Brute force for the win. I grab some psi, and push it out, controlling it to push against the back of a wooden chair. Skill gained, telekinesis, basic, through using the powerful energy of a highly developed mind like some savage barbarian, you have learned how to push things with your mind. Force generated varies with psi used. Currently very inefficient. See what I mean? That description can't be pre-written. I should have used less psi. The chair is currently lying on the ground with a few cracks running through it. Maybe I should do the other tests in the great outdoors. Sitting, or rather lying, on the ground, I begin my tests. Now, on to ki. Ki blast just shoves a bunch of ki out of your body, then it just runs wild. Now, what if I try and control it after ejecting it? This time, I start small. 10 points of ki should do fine. I control it to rise to the surface of my body. So far, so good. Then I push it beyond, and the strain instantly magnifies 20-fold. I barely manage to keep a handle on it, but I can easily imagine that had I used much more ki, it would have run wild. After a short while, I get it in a somewhat stable state, and try and send it to attack a pebble. After floating away half a meter, it escapes my control and fizzles in a tiny burst of air. Skill gained, external ki manipulation, basic, most people use ki internally, wink wink, nudge nudge, but you have decided to use it externally, with minimal success. Difficulty of control increases drastically with distance and quantity of ki. For God's sake. I don't have a body to do anything with. Status windows. Get a clue. Ha. Calm down, me. Okay, next. What if I do a normal ki blast, but instead of just letting it go, I give it a direction to go in? Maintaining direction should be much easier than maintaining shape. I hop over to a rock and give it a go. It's nowhere near as difficult as what I tried before, but still harder than a normal burst. The beam of ki sends the rock, and me flying in opposite directions. I check on the rock and it has a shallow hole bored into it. Nice. No skill? That's strange. I check through my skills, and notice the proficiency for ki blast has jumped up around 30%. So, it's not just repetition to increase proficiency? I should have known. Now, I have a few other things I'd like to try with ki, but unfortunately, I don't have a body, and my ki is running low as it is. Last but most anticipated, mana. Honestly, I don't have much to go off, here. I mean, I have 3 magic skills, absorb, self-repair and form manipulation, but I have no clue how exactly they work. Wait, there was that magic hitch too, right? That one's easy enough. Anyway, let's just try the old magic missile. Skill gained, magic missile, basic, congratulations. After all this time you've just now learned how to use one of the most basic magical attacks in existence. Good job. Now you just have to figure out how to do it correctly. Power skills with mana consumption, unable to exceed 10 mana per shot. Maximum range equals intelligence 1/meters. If remotely controlling, there is an additional mana cost of 1 mana per second, otherwise direction of travel is set at initial creation of shot. Hey, I was busy playing Minesweeper. Ahem. Let's just get to training, shall we? There are a couple of skills that I've been neglecting, Body of Deadly Poison, and Body of Weak Acid. Obviously, this is because I don't want to be even more poisonous than I am, but as things are, I might need to be. So, I find myself the largest creature around and use Ki Blasts to hop over to it. Then, I embed myself in its hide with another series of Ki Blasts. After that, I just wait. The giant elk starts panicking, running around frantically, rolling over to try to get me off. Another burst of Ki makes me dig deeper into it, and it stops rolling. After another few seconds, it starts frothing at the mouth, then stops moving altogether. I haven't gotten an notification, so it must still be alive, just paralyzed. Another few seconds, and it's dead. I get 20.25 XP, then a further 360 from absorbing most of its body. Unfortunately, no skills. I seem to have had a run of bad luck lately. I'm completely out of Ki now, aren't I? Ferdinand. Come pick me up. Point of view Ferdinand. In the past day, I have spent most of my time finding and talking to various members of Richard's crew. It didn't take me long to find out where he had gone, but why was a different matter. It wasn't until I found the man who had been the lookout that day that I was able to figure it out. He said that before the battle, there was someone who looked a lot like Richard's dead son standing on the deck of the other ship, and that the captain was found after the battle standing in front of a recently used portal. I must admit I had to ask him what a portal was, but after that I could mostly guess what happened. Richard must have gone to the Navy headquarters looking for information. Which means we must as well. Only problem is, I don't know anyone there. So, I made the rounds again, and asked for the details of anyone he might have turned to for help. They were more than glad to help me out, and I eventually compiled a long list of names. They did warn me, however, that they couldn't be sure if those people still lived in the city, or if they were even still alive. Still, it was a start. After all that, it was nearly dark, and I went outside of the city to where I left Gerald. For a while, I couldn't find him. That is, until I saw him moving towards me, shaking and bobbing unsteadily in the air. So, he can fly now. Okay. Taking out a piece of old fabric, I carefully pinch the levitating cutlery within its folds. A voice pops into my head. Thanks for picking me up, Ferdinand. Did you find out anything? No problem. I think back. I found out where he was going, and a list of people he may have contacted while there. And, perhaps, the reason he left, apparently, someone who looked like his dead son was on that ship. Also, there was a portal in the hold. Interesting. I don't think that will help us much, though. We don't exactly know what he looks like, after all. True, I concede, but any information is helpful with how little we know. How did your serious training go? Let's see here. He says, trailing off for a moment. 3 new skills, one of which is a ranged attack and the other I was just using to move around. The other won't be useful until I train it to the advanced, perhaps expert level. He says that so casually that it throws me completely. Do you have skills at expert proficiency? I asked tentatively. Oh yeah, I've got a few. One of them is mostly useless, though. Speaking of proficiency, I got the skill that makes me highly poisonous and the skill that makes me slightly acidic to advanced proficiency, and guess what? I can turn them on and off now. He sounds very happy about this, understandably. That's good. I think back. His voice sounds hesitant this time. There's something I need to ask. Would you mind if I? Early the next morning, in a very neat and impressive building situated near the center of Port Acton, a thin man dressed elegantly in bright colors sits at a large desk. Ceaselessly, he reads over the scores of documents and reports piled up in front of him. Some he signs, some he makes alterations to, and others he put to the side. People flit in and out of the room, taking or bringing papers. It seems a never-ending cycle. If the man looks over 10 reports and signed 11 documents, a similar number will replace them within moments. This is the office of the Lord of the Port, and all things of importance go through him, and him alone. In a brief moment of respite from the flurry of papers, he rolls his shoulders, stretching his arms and sighing as he mutters under his breath, I really need to find someone who can help me with this. But the rest he leaves unsaid. There is nobody in the governance of this city that he is completely sure he can trust. There are too many who could be spies, or bribed by whoever. Criminals, opposing factions. It all has the same effect in the end. However, by some twist of fate or whimsy of God's, his woes are due to end that day. Suddenly, his brows tighten into a frown, and he opens his mouth slightly as if to call out. Then his face turns pensive, and after a moment's consideration, he takes out a fresh sheet of paper and starts writing on it furiously. Names, places, descriptions, crimes, evidence. Line after line of neat script printed across the page as his hand blazes back and forth, occasionally darting across to the inkwell to smear more ink across the point of his quill. Finally, he reaches the end of the sheet, and takes out another, again writing furiously. His eyes widen and continue to widen as page after page are gradually filled with text. It is possible, of course, that every word on the pages are false. However, if they aren't, the city will likely be thrown into turmoil. The voice in his head disappears, and he begins to consider what to do. The first thing to do, he decides, would be to determine the validity of the claims. Flipping through the pages, he picks out a relatively innocent crime, and writes it on a separate slip of paper. He calls some of the city guards, and gives it to them, telling them to search the location on it. Later, they came back, reporting that they had found, well, exactly what the voice had said they would. One is hardly enough to ensure validity, however. He sends them out again and again as the day wears on, to different places, to different people, each time his eyebrows furrowing further as each and every case is a success. At this point he is thoroughly convinced that most, if not all of the claims are legitimate. And this is only what that person had seen in the past couple of weeks? He sighs heavily. It seems his work has only just begun. Point of view Gerald, utilizing a combination of absorb and key blasts, I slide through the earth from where I had been for the last while, not a meter below the man's feet. If I wasn't so close, I would never have been able to use telepathy for as long as I had. It wasn't as if I could reliably get inside the place while remaining hidden, so getting below it was the next best thing. My small size ensures that the tunnels I dug have little effect on the surrounding earth, and even the entrance is barely visible. After popping myself back out of the ground, Ferdinand picks me up and we head out of the city. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to find any escort requests en route to our destination, so we are on our own this time. Not that it matters all that much. With how much I, and Ferdinand, to a lesser extent, have improved, the only things that can pose much difficulty to us are. And I gave Ferdinand that much flack for jinxing us the last few times. We have a large group of people blocking the road ahead, probably bandits by what they're saying. I alert Ferdinand. He pauses. And how can you hear what they're saying? Lip reading. Anticipating the impending query, I explain. It's where you guess what people are saying based on how they move their lips. Alright then, any chance we can go around them? He asks. Probably. I admit reluctantly. Why do you sound disappointed by that? He asks suspiciously. I sort of wanted to try out my new skills, but it doesn't matter. Monsters are better for that sort of thing anyway. So, we give the bandit group a wide berth, rejoining the road some distance behind them. And that is, not that. Jinxes can't be avoided that easily, apparently. One of the bandits clearly has some sort of vision enhancement skill, because he calls out to his companions and points at us walking away. I mean, really? Group of 13 chasing after one guy. Yeah, totally not overkill. Well, it might not be overkill since it's us, but they don't know that. Regarding the capabilities of the bandits, their lack of proper armaments speaks for itself. Barely 1 in 4 have a proper sword, and the rest are basically just holding farming implements, sickles, pitchforks, one guy even has a shovel. They have no armor to speak of. They're chasing us. Looks like I'll be able to test out my new ranged attack after all. I muse. Don't kill them, please. Ferdinand says. Well, they are probably trying to kill us, but there is no time to complain. I can aim at their legs, but that's about all I can do. Moving myself out of his bag with a quick use of telekinesis, I flop onto the ground and fire a single magic missile at them. Just in case it's secretly super OP. Okay, maybe not. With me being at ground level and casting the spell near parallel to the ground, the only place it can hit is leg. And there's a lot of leg to go around in this group. Ever heard of spreading out? Clearly not. Anyway, the small magic missile impacts on a leg, knocking it backward slightly and leaving a shallow wound. This won't do at all. Improvisation time. Normal magic missile, compress into needle, fire. It pierces a few centimeters into a leg, drawing blood and eliciting a cry of pain from the wounded man. Sufficient power to disable. Engaging rapid fire. I fire out a barrage of 20 magic needles at the forest of legs, causing several of them to swerve to avoid them. Remember how I recommended you spread out? Dash into their companions, basically making almost all of them collapse in a moaning heap. Their flailing limbs send their weapons waving all over the place, doing much more damage to themselves than I did. I didn't expect that to happen. But it was surprisingly simple to create so many shots at once. Even turning them all into needles wasn't too hard. The only one left standing is Shovel Man, completely clueless as to why all his friends have just fallen over. I wonder what Ferdinand's gonna do now? Point of view Ferdinand, walking up to them, I can easily see that these people were farmers, now that I have a closer look. Why would farmers turn bandit? As long as you put in the work and there isn't terrible weather, your livelihood is mostly guaranteed. Which means that either these men's fields had been affected by plague or infestation, or something else had forced them out of the village. It happens more often than people seem to think. Farmers by and large aren't that strong, and your average farming village may have only a few soldiers guarding it. If a strong monster comes, or even enough weak ones, a village can be quickly overwhelmed. Stopping a short distance away from the pile of people struggling to untangle themselves without hurting each other even more in the process, I call out to the only one who isn't too preoccupied to negotiate with, a shortish man with a dirt-smeared face, awkwardly holding a shovel as if he can't decide whether he should be hitting me with it, helping up the others or planting turnips. Hello there. Why did you all come to attack me? I try to keep an amiable tone, but I must admit I am less than pleased with them all chasing after us like that. It seems to relax him a bit, because he lowers his shovel. We wasn't gonna actually hurt ya, ye see. We was ju gonna scare you a bit, take a packet of coins and let ya go again. We meant no harm, honest. His accent is so thick it takes me a few moments to understand what he is saying, but once I do I am somewhat relieved. But at the same time, he doesn't answer my question. That's nice of you, but why do you need my money in the first place? He scratches his wild mop of brown hair, scowling as he said, well, we got no farms no more, have we? Asked the people in town for help, but all they did was ask what we're gonna pay 'em with. Pay 'em? We put food on their table for years, and they have the gall to ask us to pay? Bunch of ungrateful louts, I say. Ain't nobody respects farmers these days, I tell ya. At his words, I can't help but think back to when the famine struck my own village. Nobody sent help for us then, either. I feel a surge of sympathy towards them, and after a moment of thought, decide to help them, if I can. If I don't, who will? How did you lose your farms? I ask kindly. His face droops in sorrow. They came in the night, they did. Got woken up by screaming, and I knew Samad was up. Went outside, in there were skeletons swarming the fields. Hardly managed to grab a shovel and fend them off while the missus got away. He shakes his head, his voice hiccuping slightly. Some of the others didn't do so well. By this point in time, most of the others have managed to get themselves up, and have moved behind the shovel man to treat their wounds. Where is your village? He looks at me in astonishment. Point of view Gerald, I have no clue what shovel man was saying in that whole conversation. Couldn't read his lips for the life of me, so I just got Ferdinand's side of things, which, judging by the amount shovel man's mouth moved, is a woefully inadequate representation of the conversation. Nevertheless, I can simply ask Ferdinand what's up in a bit. For whatever reason, we're currently heading to the bandits' village. The only reason I haven't asked yet is because I'm restoring my mana to face whatever enemies I'm sure we're going to be facing in the immediate future. It doesn't take long. Only 8 minutes. At least, that's what I calculated it to be. If I could use this skill in combat, it'd be very useful. 2.5 times mana regen is nothing to sniff at, after all. And at higher proficiency levels, that will only increase. Anyway. So, what's happening? After a moment, Ferdinand replies. We're going to help destroy the skeletons that invaded the village where these farmers used to live in. Didn't you follow the conversation with that lip-reading skill? I shrug internally, which is a much less effective means of communicating emotion than shrugging externally, but is still somehow satisfying. Couldn't pick a word he was saying. Did he speak the same language? Yes, he was. Maybe it was the accent? He had a strong accent. He said, shrugging physically. Likely out of habit, but I should probably help him get out of it, if only during middle conversation. It could draw some strange questions, after all. Probably the accent. So, skeletons? Any more detail on them? Thankfully, he responds in the affirmative. From what they told me, they shouldn't be that strong. Most of the people I talked to defeated 1 or 2 in their escape, so it's more the numbers that are the problem. Ferdinand winces, putting a hand to his forehead and kneading the skin there between his fingers. That's something, then. Anything on who, or what, sent them? I ask. Ferdinand starts to shake his head, but stops himself a moment later. Nothing. Either they didn't send the skeletons there personally, or none of them noticed him. Personally, Ferdinand cuts off, putting both hands to his head. His face contorts in pain, and he stops walking. A narrow trail of blood seeps from one of his nostrils, tracing around his upper lip and down his chin to drip to the ground. Whoa man, are you alright? I ask worriedly. I can fix myself up in an instant, but anyone else is outside of my skill set. If his health starts turning south here, there's nothing I'll be able to do. Telepathy hurts. He groans mentally. While one part of me idly muses that my telepathy seems to be able to convey more inflections and tone of voice than it used to, the rest of me is shutting down the telepathic connection in a panic, drowning me in silence once again. Almost immediately, his expression starts to ease up and his nose stops bleeding. A few more seconds, and it stops as quickly as it had begun. He waves away a few concerned villagers, stating that he is fine. I want to find out what exactly happened, but I can hardly ask when my telepathy seemed to be the cause, can I? For the next while he stared blankly off into the distance as he walks, a peculiar behavior I attribute to people viewing their status. Point of view Ferdinand, well, I never expected this. Actually, I never expected anything at all. But if I did expect something, it definitely wouldn't be this. Trait developed, psychic, through repeated stimulation, a seldom used portion of your mind has awoken. Stat unlock, Stat gained, intelligence +2. Skill gained, telepathy, basic, you are now capable of communicating without a sound, without a movement, using only your thoughts. Although this skill is severely limited by distance and can only communicate emotions, this can still be a useful tool if used wisely. After a bit of thought, I realize that this doesn't really matter. My stats are already oriented completely towards physical combat. Starting to put points into intelligence and wisdom at this point would be stupidity. So unfortunately, telepathy is destined to be an unused skill from the moment I get it. Looking at the information of the skill brings a wry smile to my face. Only a week or two ago I was complaining how my rarest skill was just low uncommon, and now here I am with a mid-rare, but it's useless to me. The thought makes me realize that it isn't just rarity that matters. It's how well the skill matches your stats. There's probably even higher rank skills that I wouldn't be able to use properly. But enough of that. Gerald is probably worried about me right now. I scratch my head and a moment later his voice pops into my head. Hey, are you alright? What happened? I smile, and feeling the liquid still present on my face, finally remember to wipe off the blood. Perfectly fine, thanks. Apparently awakening as a psychic is painful for humans. And for once, he is the one dumbfounded. I feel a brief twinge of amusement trickle through me, before he kills it with his next words. Oh good, I thought it was something big. Ha, just kidding you, that's cruel. Not the pain, of course, that's a bummer. Humph. I got the telepathy skill as well, but with my intelligence stat, I can hardly use it. So, all in all, I suffered that pain for nothing. I sigh. Maybe not. He says contemplatively. Sure, it may not be useful as it is, but using it to drain your psi only takes a few seconds. And if those few seconds every now and again can train it up to advanced proficiency, then there's uses for it even without much psi. Like what? I ask, curious. Well, say you wanted to have a conversation with someone but don't want other people to hear. At short distances, telepathic conversation doesn't cost much psi at all. He says. That's true, but it's barely worth it. I'd use it so rarely. His voice emanates inside my head once again, but this time his voice is less jovial. We're nearly there. I'm seeing 5, 10, 15, 23 skeletons. And that number's still going up as I see more of the village. Thanks. Do you have anything that could help against skeletons? I ask him. Apart from absorb, I don't think so. Telekinesis may be able to take out a few, but I doubt my magic missile will be able to do much as it is. And absorb is just too noticeable, unless I absorb their entire body. Gerald says apologetically. Sighing, I steel myself for a hard battle. Possibly too hard for me to win. But I have confidence that, like before, if I was in any real peril Gerald would ignore his fears and help me win. Well, even if I can't help directly, with me here, nobody will be able to sneak up on you. Says Gerald, sorry that he can't offer more. Smiling, I say, don't worry so much. I'll be fine. We continue walking along the path, and true to his word the village is soon in sight. Final count, 67. No sign of any leader, irregular skeletons. I don't suppose I can persuade you not to do this? Gerald says, sounding slightly hopeful. No chance. I say. If we don't help them, they're just going to slowly starve or be put in jail. I can't let that happen if I can prevent it. Oh well. Let's get this over with. We reach the outskirts of the village a minute later. It feels like the sun has dimmed a bit, but when I look up, it's shining as brightly as ever. The village looks like it has suffered under the reign of the undead, the grass an unhealthy brown and the buildings looking like they have been abandoned for years, not just a week or two. Bare trees dot the village, as if their very leaves have forsaken them in the presence of the undead. An unearthly silence makes it feel as if there isn't a single thing living in the village, not even insects. A few of the shambling skeletons turn their heads eerily towards us, a dark flame burning behind their pale eye sockets. Just looking at them gives me a feeling of disgust, of Wrongness. The farmer with the shovel lifts it above his head and shouted, "All right lads, we've made it. Adventurer boy Air is gonna help us bash in some skelly skulls, so let's take back our village. Our livelihoods." "Yeah." The rest of them shouted, raising their own weapons. "So he is their leader? Why does he have a shovel then?" I shrug, slowly drawing my blade. The 14 of us, plus a fork, charge into the village. The 3 skeletons near us are our first targets. Withered grass slips between the dry, waxen feet of the undead as they brandish weapons filthy with rust and neglect towards us, their unholy gazes radiating malice. Their bones click unnaturally as they move haltingly towards us, propelled by some dark magic far beyond our understanding. Despite our currently overwhelming advantage in numbers, I see a few expressions distorting in barely repressed fear at the grim sight. I grimace. It looks as if I'll have to use these few as an example to keep morale up. Make it look easy. I hope it is, for all our sakes. Stepping towards them, I hold the handle of my sword with both hands and angle it towards them, ready to attack or defend if need be. Thankfully, they are slow. And not very smart. Instead of coming towards me together, they are moving towards us from slightly different directions and each are different distances from me. As a result of this, it could be said that this was 3 1-on-1 fights rather than 1 3-on-1 fight. What seems like a simple rearrangement of numbers on paper means a large difference in reality. Of course, this is only true if I can defeat them quickly enough. Otherwise, I will quickly find myself facing all 3 as the others catch up. Gritting my teeth, I strike towards the first of the abominations. My blade shatters through the bones of its arm, and further into its hollow ribcage. This might be easier than I thought. Then I notice its rusty sword, grasped in its other hand, swinging towards me without regard for the massive injuries on its person. Panicking slightly, I swing my weapon to intercept the skeletons. Turns out I needn't have worried so much, as it has barely more strength behind it than a child. Or is it because my strength has increased lately? Its weapon thrown to one side, I sweep its head from its shoulders. The dark fire in its eyes dims and disappears, leaving behind only shattered bones that fall to the ground in a pile. The next is only a step behind the first, crushing the remains of its predecessor beneath its feet as it moves towards me with a toothy grin. Eager to test the bounds of my strength, I kick a booted foot towards its leg, snapping the thick bone in twain. The skeleton collapses to the ground, unable to keep balance on only one foot. I almost start to get ready to fight the third skeleton when I see the skeleton below me turn its fleshless grin up towards me again and lift its sword off the ground. It starts flailing the weapon around, almost posing more difficulty to me than before because of the low angle. Still, it isn't difficult for me to trap its blade with mine and crush its skull beneath my boot, obliterating its ghastly smile forever. Raising my sword to block the downward swing of the third skeleton, I readjust my footing so as not to slip on the loose bones now beneath me before I decapitate this one as well. I take a deep breath to recuperate from that flurry of motion and turn around. Before me is a small crowd of gobsmacked villagers. See? Killing them isn't that hard. We'll have this place cleared by sunset. I say, struggling to keep my breathing even and my voice stable as I say it. Combat done, I looked at the notification windows for their death. Level 2, Level 2, Level 1. They were strong for their level. The sky darkens overhead, causing my sweat-soaked clothing to cool to near frigid temperatures. Shortly after entering the village, every skeleton in the area started swarming towards us in a white wave of undeath. We were almost overwhelmed, but we managed to escape into one of the buildings and rest there for a while. -1 man. Eventually, though, a wall collapsed under the unresting assault of the skeletons, and the gap was soon teeming with grinning skulls. I used up my mana there on a magic edge that cleaved through them and allowed us to make our way through. Another one of the farmers passed away soon after, a small wound he'd taken turning rotten quicker than anything I'd seen before. Now we are holding them off at a gap between 2 buildings. I'm not sure if it's my imagination or a result of tiring limbs, but their blows seem to be getting heavier and their movements faster as time wears on. "Come on, only 23 left," Gerald says during a lull in the fighting. My heart falls at the revelation. It's a far cry from the original 67, but it's still far too many as we are right now. "Only?" I say, too tired to say more. Gerald's voice comes again. "That was supposed to be encouraging. Be encouraged." I groan in reply. Another group of skeletons moves towards us, so I roll the stiffness out of my limbs and ready my weapon again. Just before combat starts again, Gerald's voice comes into my head once more. "Somebody's coming. Looks like they'll be an ally, but watch out just in case." Great. Another thing to worry about. For the next few exhausting minutes, I see neither hide nor hair of whoever is approaching. Then a holy light descends upon the group of skeletons, and they fall lifelessly to the ground. In that instant, it feels as if the world had gotten just the tiniest bit brighter. After a few seconds, my eyes see what my ears were too tired to hear: a beautiful horse with a shining bay coat trotted around the corner and halts in front of us. After a second, I pull my eyes from the animal that probably cost more than the entirety of my family's farm and focus on its rider. He is covered entirely helmet to boots in gleaming iron armor. Its surface is inlaid with repeating designs of nature and wildlife, the meaning of which I know not. On his belt is sheathed a long blade, and the edges of a heater shield are visible behind his back. This garb generally indicates the wearer as the knight of some noble, but coupled with the magic earlier, holy magic, it means that this person is a paladin, one favored by a god. I heard rumors that this village was overcome by the undead, and I came as quickly as I could. "Is everyone all right?" His voice is muffled by the visor of his helmet, but it still rings clear in the deathly silence of the village. "Those of us here are fine, my lord, but we lost a few to the undead before you arrived," says the leader of the villagers, oddly well spoken in the presence of the paladin. "I'm very sorry to hear that," he says. "The least I can do is heal you all before I start purifying this place of death energy." He raises a hand, and light shines from his gauntleted hand onto us. As it hits me, I can feel the tension in my muscles bleeding away. The many scrapes and small injuries on my body stop stinging, and I can tell it's because they have healed entirely. As the light dims, I feel as healthy and energetic as I would after a long rest and hearty meal. "Death energy?" I ask, sheathing my sword. Normally I would have to clean it first, but against skeletons, that is hardly a problem. His eyes flick over to me behind his visor. They are a striking green. It pervades this place, no doubt because of the presence of so many undead. As a wielder of holy magic, which gives life, I am naturally capable of sensing its opposite. So can I. Wondered what that black mist was, but it didn't seem to do much to you, so I didn't say anything. Pipes in Gerald. "And who are you? You don't look like the rest of the people here." The paladin asks. "Just a normal adventurer, sir," I say awkwardly, not expecting him to pay attention to me. "Hired help?" There was an edge of distaste in his voice, and the unfair accusation makes me a bit angry. "No, my lord, he helped us of his own accord. He didn't ask for anything. Unlike the people in town." The leader of the farmers practically whispers the last part. "I'm glad that there are people outside the temples who help others without ulterior motives," says the paladin happily, before flicking his reins and moving off to another part of the village. Wiping off the sweat still present on my brow, I sit against the wall of the building beside me. I may have been healed of fatigue, but after something like that, you really don't want to do anything but sit down and rest, do you? By the way, you were all calling her sir, and my lord and whatnot, but that was an elven woman, you know?" says Gerald. What? Back in that same city where Gerald and Ferdinand first talked. In the entrance of an alleyway to the side of one of many streets in the city, sits a man. Much of his face is obscured by grime, but from the sheer quantity and depth of his wrinkles, any casual observer could determine that the man is old. Very old. His hair is gray, messy and sparse, plastered to his scalp with oil and yet more grime, making it look almost black in coloration. The beard gracing his chin is similar, and it drops almost to his waist. The clothing he wears is even more disheveled than he is himself, threadbare and worn to the point where all color, if it ever had any, has completely disappeared. Despite being qualified to be the very definition of the word beggar, his eyes are as bright a blue as diamonds, clearer even than the crystal ball sitting on a dirty cloth before him. Raising his head towards the busy street, he yells out hoarsely, "Prophecies! Come get your prophecies! 100% accurate, 100% free! Come get your prophecies!" He clears his throat and looks around eagerly, but not a single person gives him so much as a glance. The glimmer fades slowly from his eyes, and he slumps down into the dirt again. Weeks, since I've had a good prophecy to tell. And before that it was months. He groans to himself softly. Met some interesting guys when I started this. Remember that little girl who could have become a goddess, had she followed my advice? He appears to be talking to his crystal ball, and at this point people are outright avoiding him rather than just passing him by. But nah, she wanted to ride ponies, so her pony tripped on a ditch, throwing her off and breaking her neck. Tragedy. A real tragedy. The crystal ball doesn't reply, sitting there motionless on its cloth. He sighs deeply and raises his head to look into the distance. When he does, it almost seems as if he isn't just contemplating, but looking at some distant location. Perhaps I should do something different now. It has been a while. Or it hasn't? But what? But what? He whispers to himself, continuing to look beyond the horizon. Maybe, he mutters, eyes slowly brightening again, maybe I should watch a legend unfold firsthand, rather than just give a gentle nudge. But who? Who? Ha! He shouts suddenly, startling the people and causing them to actively hurry past him. Of course. Those two. Weirdest legend I've ever seen, but it will be a blast. He starts laughing then stops suddenly, looking at his crystal ball. But what will I do with you? Oh well. Whoever finds you can keep you. Try not to doom us all while I'm away, you hear? Cackling madly to himself, he walks away into the night. Soon after, the city guards apprehend him. While Ferdinand is still lamenting and intentionally offending a woman, in his distress he still hasn't realized that it's hardly his fault, and the villagers also addressed her as a man. The villagers have started work on making the buildings livable again. Some of the buildings are far beyond the scope of a quick fix, case in point, the building we were in earlier, now nearly as holy as that woman, but others would likely be fine with a few boards nailed in various places. Of course, it would hardly be a permanent solution, but with the state they're in there's no easy solution. The buildings in this village are built of wood, most of which has rotted. Although it's not quite so severe that they will collapse within a day or two, at least, I think so. I'm no engineer, after all, but they will all have to be replaced eventually. And that repair work highlights yet another problem. That is, even the spare building supplies that were stocked in the village aren't any good. Their next thought is cutting down a tree to obtain the wood for repairs. That doesn't go so well, either. The axes in the village are coated in rust, but a quick touch-up with a whetstone fixes that right up. Unfortunately for them, the trees in and around the village have suffered the same fate as the processed wood. Still, the villagers are hardly daunted as a team of them move out to find, fell and haul back an undamaged tree from a nearby thicket. As all this was going on, the woman is circling through the village, gradually purifying the dark energy that has engulfed the village. The feeling I get from the place slowly changes from ghost town to old town, a small yet marked difference. And in a remote corner of the village, two of the villagers are looking suspiciously at a small cat that is loitering on top of a slightly crumbled rock wall. That thing gives me the creeps. Should we kill it? Says the first man. The second man replies, no. It's bad enough that we're standing here talking near a black bat. Who knows what sort of bad luck you'll get if you kill it? Black bat? That doesn't seem right. They must be talking about the cat. Wait, why is a cat here, anyway? This village was full of undead just a short while ago. I check back through my memories to see when it came in, and it was there since before we got here. The skeletons just seemed to ignore it. Now if that's not suspicious, I'm not a fork. I mean, technically I'm a living fork, but potato. I do a quick telepathic link with Ferdinand. I'm going out for a bit, be right back. Sure. He replies distractedly. Nobody except Ferdinand had kept hanging out here, so I am clear for takeoff. A careful application of telekinesis opens the top of the bag I'm in, and another has me floating through the air. My sigh is draining away like water from Henry's bucket as it was, so I move quickly through the air towards the area of the village the cat is in. I lower myself to a stop on the roof of a nearby house. Being a fork, it isn't difficult to find a place to balance myself. Since I am going to kill a cat, a mostly defenseless small animal, I may as well train a bit while doing it. I created a magic missile in the same needle form as earlier, and manually control it towards the cat, looping it over and behind to avoid detection. Then I send it speeding at the back of the cat's neck. Just as it's about to hit, the cat bobs its head down to lick at its paws, and the needle goes speeding just overhead. Alright then, let's try this again. Looping it back around, I send it from the side, again at the neck. Again, the cat avoids it in the nick of time by falling sideways off the wall onto the ground. Are you serious? I loop the missile back around again, and this time it hit home. Level 2 cat killed, experience gained, 0.75. It was just a cat, huh? But then why wasn't it attacked? Whatever, let's just absorb the corpse, get a bit more experience. I move quickly over to the corpse and absorb it. Level 2 cat absorbed, experience gained, 15, durability recovered, 3.8, exceeds maximum durability, reducing to 0, skill proficiency increased, absorb 0.01%, skills gained, 9 lives, static, traits gained, none. Well, doesn't that sound interesting? Haven't seen that static before. Let's take a look-see, shall we? 9 lives, static, passive. You will avoid the next 8 attacks that would be deadly to you, seemingly by accident. After avoiding 8 attacks, this skill will disappear. Charges remaining, 8, that's actually awesome. No wonder the cat kept avoiding my attacks, it was this skill. Let's hope I never need this skill. Wait, what if it was my own attack that backfired? Would it activate then? Aos? Poison? This really has a lot of potential loopholes. Still, not like I'm going to test it. I flew back over to Ferdinand and reinserted myself into his pack. Alright, done. I say telepathically. Why did you feel the need to go kill a cat? Ferdinand responds a second later, confused. I explain the circumstances. That certainly is strange. He agrees. Still, it was just a cat. It was. I admit. So, what now? Ferdinand pauses for a moment. Same as before. The people here should be able to handle themselves, so it's time we continue searching. And so, we head back on the road. In a forgotten place, an obscure location not far from the edge between Empire territory and the vast wilderness, there lies a meadow, abundant with colorful flowers and roses. If you find a map that includes this location, there will be no name marked upon it, nothing to indicate that it is anything special or unusual. But it was not always so. Before the Empire, before it was just scattered territories, and before the kingdom that those territories split from. Indeed, even before that. Hundreds, thousands of years ago this very meadow was on the very border between two great civilizations. However, their relationship was not a kind one. War after war was waged, battle upon battle was fought at this very place. Tens of thousands, or perhaps even more than 100,000 people had perished on this battlefield alone, their corpses left lying on the ground with no comrades left to bring them home or bury them. As is the way of the world, those battles, and the civilizations that fought them were forgotten, and the bones were laid to rest by nature itself, buried deep, deep within the soil. and it is within this natural burial ground that a dreaded necromancer has made his gruesome lair. It is the place where he drains, gathers strength, creates undead, plans. The rooms and hallways have been dug by undead hands and left mostly as they are, the walls generally composed of dark earth with various bones jutting out here and there. Skulls are embedded in the ceiling at regular intervals, the ghostly white flames within them glowing through eye and nose cavities, as well as between the teeth and hanging jawbone in a particularly macabre method of illumination that somehow makes shadows seem even darker and more sinister than without them. In one of the many rooms of widespread function, the walls are lined with mirrors, each of which has a neat line of text beneath them. The text describes a location, and it is a view from that location that can be seen within that respective mirror. The locations range from large cities to small towns to rural villages to empty plains. The necromancer has eyes in everywhere that matters, and some places that don't. One of the mirrors is dark, reflecting nothing but the light from the skull lamps and the room around it. The necromancer walks in, every part of his body, save for his hands, which are wrinkled and mottled with age, hidden within the folds of a long, dark cloak. This cloak does not look grand or impressive. In fact, it looks very old, with tattered edges. But this cloak had been taken from the sealed tomb of a lich who had died long ago and is imbued with enchantments most foul. The staff he holds as he walks looked like burnt wood and seems more likely to collapse under any amount of weight than to be relied on as a staff. But it too is not as it seems. There was once a tree on which no leaves grew, yet it did not die. Upon this tree once hung the diseased, the cursed and the scorned, left there to die in suffering. Their blood, their pain, their very hatred seeped into the soil, and the tree fed on it, becoming something strange, something twisted and dark. Then, as if to prove that there could be no tree more evil in all the lands, it was scorched by lightning, and the necromancer fashioned his staff out of its cursed wood. The necromancer sweeps the room with his gaze, briefly glancing at each and every mirror before finally coming to rest on that one dark mirror. He taps its surface with one long fingernail, as if expecting that it will cause it to resume normal function. It doesn't. Beneath the hood of his cloak, the necromancer's eyelids slide shut as he focuses. Necromancers have a magical connection with their raised undead, through which they can give orders and, depending on the undead, sometimes more. The necromancer is searching for the skeletons which were in that village. After all, he has hundreds of undead. It can be difficult to find a particular undead unless their strength stands out, and it can be even more difficult to tell whether one has died. After a while he opens his eyes. So, the skeletons there perished? It hardly matters, but I do wonder who did it. He smiles coldly at his own words. Adventurers, followers of one of the gods, wandering monsters, or perhaps even the villagers themselves. No use thinking about it. Still, my familiar was killed as well, even if it may have been just a coincidence. I'd best avoid that area for a time. He chuckles darkly, taking a long scroll from within a pouch at his waist and unfurling it on the table. Once completely unrolled, the scroll spans the entire length and width of the table, even with the table's extensive size. It is a detailed map of the entire empire, with roads, cities, villages and even dangerous areas marked upon it. There are 23 cities including the capital, and over 100 villages of varying sizes. Almost half of them are circled. After all, he says happily, there are more than enough villages to go around. Taking out a piece of charcoal, he looks aside to check the exact village, and crosses out the village circled in that location. Then his hand idly wanders around the map as he thinks. This place should be fine. He circles a village. The very same village that Ferdinand had rescued from monsters, barely a few weeks ago. Point of view Gerald, we rest for the night at Verkham City, or more accurately, Ferdinand does. I lie there in his bag, awake as always, witnessing the night and all the dark deeds that came with it. I think that anyone, if they saw this sort of thing every day and night, would try to do something to stop it. Probably even some of the people who are doing them. Or so I'd like to think. The average criminal couldn't be so insane as to enjoy being unable to stop witnessing murders, theft, torture. Especially if, like me, they could see those very same people going calmly and happily about their daily lives beforehand, getting to know them more intimately than almost anyone else they know. Unfortunately, many of the crimes in this city seem to be connected to the city lord himself, so unless I am able to stop them all myself, I won't be able to do anything. All I can do is hide myself in meditation, a state that I find unusually difficult to reach tonight. I force myself to leave that cocoon of false comfort frequently throughout the night to train in self-form manipulation and glide around the room with telekinesis until my mana and psi drain back to zero. Each time is another reminder of the many people in pain around me that I can do nothing about. At one point, I turn off mana sight, trying to shut it all out. It doesn't help. It's like walking past an alleyway where you hear someone getting beat up. Even if you look away, even if you can't hear it anymore, you are stuck with the knowledge that you didn't do anything. Couldn't do anything. Somehow, not being able to do anything hurts more than choosing not to do anything. But the night does pass eventually, and we leave for the next city in the morning. Because we need to get stronger, and quickly, I consult briefly with Ferdinand and, having obtained his permission, attract monsters to us every now and again. Sometimes they are killed by other travelers who happen to be near us at the time, but for the most part we defeat them ourselves. When there isn't anyone in sight, I am able to come out and fight myself, but those occasions are rare. There are always caravans transporting goods between towns, carriages transporting people, farmers with their carts, adventurers, travelers. Especially in the morning. Still, we manage to kill quite the number, and I manage to absorb a few as well, getting enough experience to get me to level 30. Another deca down, another increase in difficulty leveling up. The stat points are obviously an even split between intelligence and wisdom. And along with the XP comes a few skills and traits. Power stab, basic, high common, active 0.00%, multiplies the speed and power of a stab by 1.1. Cooldown, 5 minutes, got this one from a bicorn boar. My first skill with no cost, just a cooldown. Doesn't do all that much right now, but even a 10% increase can do a lot if your stab is strong to begin with, and I can imagine that it will get much stronger at higher levels, and with a lower cooldown. Mud bath, basic, low uncommon, passive 0.00%, your injuries heal faster when they are covered with mud, by 1.2 times. Slightly lowered chance of contracting infection and parasites from this activity. However, as you are for most purposes an object, this skill does not affect you. It's a completely useless one. Climbing, advanced, low uncommon, passive 0.00%, you have a slightly increased ability to find handholds and footholds when climbing something, as well as a slightly increased ability to maintain grip on smaller handholds. This one was from a bear. And it started at advanced. If I'm right, that means that the bear had the skill at one level above that, expert. Bear has skills. Cat's flexibility, minor, base dexterity is multiplied by 2. Range of movement of joints increased by 1.1 times. Another stat increase straight for a stat I don't use. I don't suppose I could get Owl's wisdom or something? But that was it for the traits and skills. The majority of them don't have much use for me, but I see some potential in power stab, after training it. Speaking of, I try to get Ferdinand to communicate to me with telepathy every now and again, but I can tell that his heart isn't in it. Literally. With his inexperience communicating with emotions instead of words, his lack of enthusiasm is laid bare for me to see, and I eventually stop reminding him. It's his choice to make, after all. Days pass, some spent out under the sky and some in an inn. Throughout it all, I am constantly improving my skills and getting stronger, but I can see that that isn't the case for Ferdinand. He is getting a bit stronger, but it's mostly from the increase in stats after his 2 level ups. And it seems to me that getting and training skills is a much better way of getting stronger than leveling up his, at least right now. Frustratingly, though, I haven't the foggiest on how he can get skills. He is a fighter, after all. You can manipulate mana, but you can't exactly manipulate your fist, can you? What am I supposed to get him to do, run around really quickly or swing his sword really hard? As if. I'll have to find him some sort of teacher. Problem is, though, the longer we take here, the harder it will be to pick up any clues on Richard. Then again, nothing we can do if we are dead. I suppose we'll just see what happens when we get there. If we don't find anything, then I'll find him a teacher, and if we do find something, well, it depends on what we find. Anyway, no point fretting over it right now. Let's just go over what I've improved recently. Firstly, I've gotten Magic Missile to Advanced Proficiency. Magic Missile, Advanced, Low Uncommon, Active 32.81%, fires a projectile of mana. Power scales with mana consumption, unable to exceed 25 mana per shot. Maximum range equals intelligence 1.5/meters. If remotely controlling, there is an additional mana cost of 0.75 mana per second, otherwise direction of travel is set at initial creation of shot. Experimenting with manipulating the missiles into different forms and controlling their flight rather than having them fire in a straight line really paid dividends, with the proficiency really shooting up. And not only that, it netted me another skill, Mana Control, Basic, Low Uncommon, Passive 89.01%. Your practice with magic has led to an increased familiarity with handling mana. Maximum quantity of mana able to be controlled reliably, 25 mana. Minimum quantity of mana able to be controlled reliably, 0.5 mana. Of course, just seeing that skill description made me realize that I'd been focusing too much on maximizing power and not enough on precision. Obviously, a 0.5 mana magic missile isn't going to do any damage, but surely having the ability to control minute amounts of mana is a useful one. Next is Telekinesis. Telekinesis, Advanced, Low Rare, Active 0.07%. Through Psi, your mind pushes at the world around you, moving objects without the need for physical contact. More Psi is required to produce greater forces. Currently inefficient. There is barely any change in the description, but I have noticed the decrease in Psi consumption, which is always welcomed. My revelation in the mana department led me to try similar tactics with Psi, with unfortunately little success. And last but most definitely least, Lip Reading got to Advanced. Still, it has helped a bit. I've still been trying to help out in every city we pass, but I've not had much success. At this point, I consider them being skeptical a positive response. Blunt refusals are the norm, and one even had guards search his entire building for me. Unsuccessfully. And then there was one I couldn't contact using telepathy at all, for whatever reason. So, that's that. Anyway, about a week after reaching Verkham City, we make it to Leansport City, the headquarters of the Empire's navy. The Empire? What, is old Darth himself going to be sitting on the throne? Next thing you know, someone's going to be saying, "That's no moon." Not that I can see the moon. If there is one. You never know, it's an alien planet. For all I know, the grass is purple and the water's a bright red. But back to the task at hand, Ferdinand busies himself going through that list he has, and I busy myself by watching random people talk. By doing this, I get a pretty clear picture of the situation of the Empire over the last week. There is a lot to go through. Rumors, idle conversation, people making reports, but I have had ample time to sort through it all. The history of the Empire is simple. It was once a collection of small, independently governed territories, some containing a few cities and a few only containing one. Wars and temporary alliances were common between these territories, and as a whole, the area was in a state of constant turmoil and decline for around half a century. Then, some 130 years ago, a small territory rose up and used a small team of elite warriors and magicians to infiltrate and kidnap the influential figures of one city after another. They were subsequently forced to recognize the sovereignty of that state, which eventually came to be known as the Empire. The morality of their method of conquest is quietly questioned by some, but no historian refutes that it has led to a period of growth and prosperity for the region. In more recent news, the current emperor, whose name is neither Palpatine nor Sidious, happily, recently adopted a son and proclaimed him his heir. Naturally, this is the product of much consternation for those who want to keep the bloodline pure, but it is mostly accepted, as the emperor only has a single child, who is female. What is it with medieval culture and not seeing females as suitable rulers? Although, I have heard of a place further abroad that is ruled by a queen. But the cause of concern for most people in power is that the new prince isn't some little-known bastard child of a lesser noble, or even some orphan picked off the streets. In fact, nobody seems to know where he's from at all. Somewhere in the impassably mountainous region between Port Acton and Leansport. The wind pushes itself between the mountains, shrieking angrily towards the treacherous valleys below. So tall and sheer are these mountains that snow can be seen glistening white upon their lofty peaks, and little more than a few hardy clumps of greenery decorate their walls. About 2/3 up a cliffside, a grimy man in worn clothing hangs by one hand from the rock, his sandals dangling precariously from his feet. The rock in his grasp shifts ominously, ready to come loose at the slightest provocation. The fastest route is to go in a straight line. He puffs, heaving himself upward and reaching out his other arm to grab hold of another rock above him, even as his previous handhold breaks loose, smashing loudly as it rapidly vanishes into the abyss below. And even if it's not the fastest, it's definitely the most fun. He pulls himself up again, and with only a few more motions reached a minuscule outcropping. Turning himself about, he deftly plants his backside there, pausing to take a brief rest as his legs swing over empty air. "You know, that was great," he says to the wind. The wind continues to do its thing, irrespective of grimy old men speaking to it. I haven't been in jail for a long time either. I almost wish it had been for more than just the night, but then again, I didn't technically do anything more than cause public unrest. Speaking of, maybe I should stop laughing randomly in other people's presence. Nah. The grimy old man stands on the outcropping with only the heels of his feet on solid ground, and cackles loudly as a flock of monstrous birds swoop down to attack him. /20 There are quite a few interesting places in this city. The docks, of course, have many boats moored, fleets of fishing vessels, hordes of merchant transport ships and veritable tides of galleys, caravels and carracks, the names of which I only know from the conversations of sailors. A theater, currently housing the enactment of a play as scores of well-dressed men and women watched on, oohing and eyeing in appreciation as the actors build the story in a crescendo of excitement, intrigue and the ever-present element of romance. Tents and stalls set in a sprawling network, crowds milling about as vendors called out their wares and professing their quality, regardless of the truth of their claims. Jugglers, magicians, the sleight-of-hand kind, mostly, and clowns attract their own small crowds as they perform, periodically emptying their hats and buckets quietly into a concealed purse so nobody notices how much they are truly earning. Bars and taverns slowly filling and growing more raucous as the day wears on, men emptying their pockets and their stomachs with equal frequency as they laugh and cry over games of chance, games of skill and exaggerated stories shared between friends and strangers alike. Then there are those too busy working to be enjoying those, the blacksmiths, pounding metal with their hammers even after the sun has set, the jewelers, inspecting, cutting and polishing precious gems, the guards, watchful and cautious as they patrol the walls and streets of the city. Carpenters, masons, architects, laborers, judges, historians, mercenaries, soldiers, adventurers, travelers, tourists, citizens and more, too many to recount. But perhaps the most interesting places are the last two. The headquarters of the Navy, with its many people organizing the protection of the Empire's waters, as well as the wealth of information to be processed, resources to be organized and moved and political machinations that come with it all. And the most interesting is the Mage Tower that overlooks the whole city, standing tall and covered with various magical patterns. At first, I thought I might be able to use my monocyte to look inside and lip read people to learn magic, but it is not to be. Much of the studying and learning that is being done inside the tower is from magical tomes, and while my monocyte is now at expert level, I still can't tell the difference between ink and page. The conversation is little better. Most of the topics being debated are too advanced for me to take anything from. It's like a kid learning basic addition, multiplication, etc. listening into the conversation between high school students learning advanced algebra and trigonometry. To me, it's as if they're speaking an alien language, even if I know what the words mean individually. Still, there are a few things I learned. For instance, the main schools of magic are known as creation, destruction, restoration, alteration, summoning and illusion. Not that I know what those mean, outside of the obvious interpretations of the names themselves. After realizing the futility of it, I focus my attention elsewhere. Ferdinand is still going through his list, apparently without success so far. I wait for a while, and eventually Ferdinand stops looking for people and starts looking for an inn. I spend this night much as I had the previous ones: meditation, telekinesis and form manipulation, self. The next morning, Ferdinand resumes where he left off, and I, when not training, observe the townsfolk out of boredom. 3 days pass quickly by, with Ferdinand running out of names, and hope. But finally, when he finds the second from last person on the list, we get our lead. Richard? I saw him recently, yes. Must have been a week or 2 ago. What? He's dead? How terrible. Well, I'll tell you what little I know. Richard came to me to see if I knew anyone in the information department of the Navy that was fairly high up and discreet. Richard hadn't been around these parts for years, see, so he didn't know who was still around and who wasn't. Hoo boy, this one's a storyteller. Why, yes, said I, and so do you. See, he had a few students way back in his heyday, and one of them just happens to have gotten promoted to head of the Department of Information. So, I says, you remember little Harry? And he says yes, and I says that he's the head of information now, and he says well I'll be darned, that's perfect, thanks me and heads off. Ferdinand thanks him and starts to head off. The old man calls after him. Lad, you do know that if Richard couldn't handle it, you got no chance, right? Let it be. What's the point of trying to avenge him if you just get yourself killed too? But Ferdinand is already through the door. He does have a good point, you know? I initiate a telepathic link with Ferdinand. So, a guy named Harry, huh? At least we managed to find something. Yes, but how am I going to talk to him? It's not like I can just walk into the headquarters of the Empire's Navy. He says in frustration. No, but I can. I remind him. Just drop me off somewhere nearby. He smiles. All right, let me just ask for directions. Turn left at the next intersection. After walking down the street for 100 meters, turn right. Your destination will then be on your left. I say. Seeing his speechlessness, I ask, what, did you think I was doing nothing while you were looking for people? I've already found this hairy guy, you know. You really do have powerful skills, don't you? He says. In some circumstances, yes. I admit. In others, I'm useless. After all, I can't even move without hierarchy, or fight without mana. Ferdinand drops me to the ground at the entrance of an alleyway nearby to the headquarters. In a motion now familiar to me, I tunnel through the ground towards it. I'm just reaching the edge of the property when things go wrong. The earth around me compacts and solidifies, encasing me in a solid block that starts to rise to the surface. Caught completely off guard, it takes me a second to realize what's happening, and the block is almost above ground by the time I come to my senses and absorb my way through the bottom of it, and further down into the earth below. I angle myself down and away from the area as I make my escape, and then return to the surface once I deem myself far enough away. Well, that was unexpected. These people have measures against underground infiltrators? Sheesh. It looks like I have to use an alternate method. Flying is obviously out, so I will just have to use telepathy from further away. I take a look at the place, and figure out that the closest I can get to him, without actually being on the area of the headquarters, is about 30 meters away. At that distance, I have half a minute or so of talking. That's not going to be enough, is it? Still, I should give it a try first before resorting to more dangerous ways. But for now, I contact Ferdinand and instruct him where to find me. After a short time of waiting, he walks into the alleyway and picks me up, stowing me in his backpack again. They have some sort of magic protecting the place, so I wasn't able to find anything. I admit. Ferdinand frowns. What do we do now, then? Well, I should be able to communicate with him from outside, but the time I get to talk will be much shorter. And we'll have to wait about 20 minutes, so I can get my psi back up to full before doing it. I explain. Okay. A brief period of meditation later, I'm back to full psi and back underground. This time I'm only just under the surface to avoid being seen, as I am currently under a busy street. I find my target and initiate telepathy, briefly sighing with relief when it works. I had wondered if they might have defenses against this sort of thing too, but apparently not. Hello. Do you know how Richard died? I say, trying to keep it concise. Who? Harry starts to ask, before stopping himself. He died, then? Yes, and I'm trying to find out who did it. Meet me at the Tipsy Sailor tonight if you can. I can't keep this up for much longer. I say, naming one of the bars in the city. I'll be there. He says, just before I run out of psi. Alright. Let's see what the night holds for us, shall we? Point of view, Harry. The voice confirms the suspicion that have been growing in my mind ever since the day I saw Richard. If he was still alive, I would have heard something, but I never did. My sleeps only became more restless as time went on, to the point where my wife started asking me whether something was wrong. But I couldn't tell her. I love her, but she just isn't any good at keeping secrets. Ironic, considering my job. I can hardly trust some psychic who didn't talk to me for even a minute, but I don't think I'll be able to forgive myself if I don't go. The Tipsy Sailor isn't a bar I've been to before, but if I can't find something as simple as this, I may as well resign. Stepping out of the flickering glow of street lamps and into the noisy interior, I scan the people inside, trying to figure out exactly who I'm supposed to be meeting. The table in the corner. The voice speaks into my mind again. Which corner? I ask back, hoping he is still there. In front and to your left. He says. Which is rather odd, because the person there isn't even looking at me. But I walk over and sit down. If things go south, I am more than capable of getting myself out. Sailing isn't the only thing Richard taught me. The person opposite me is young, but there is a certain ruggedness to him which you don't often see in city folk. That, and the sword at his belt, tell me that he is a warrior by trade. Mercenary or adventurer? Hello. You're Harry? Richard's student? He says. Definitely an adventurer. His eyes aren't cold enough to be a mercenary. Yes. And you are? I ask inquisitively. I'm. He pauses. A friend of Richard's. I'm trying to find out how he died, and avenge him, if possible. The voice already said as such earlier. It's likely that the voice and the person in front of me are two separate people. Not that it makes much difference. I pull out a map from my breast pocket and unfold it. This is where he went, but other than that I don't know anything. I say, pointing at the marked location on the map. He picks it up and stows it in his backpack. Thanks. Are you sure you don't know anything else? Well, you'll probably die if you go there. Richard did. What makes you think you'll be any different? I say. If the person who killed Richard is too strong for me, then I'll wait until I become stronger and find him again. But I can't do anything if I don't know who it is in the first place. With that, he gets up and leaves. Shrugging, I get up and start to leave myself. Behind me, the bartender calls out, You could have at least bought something if you're going to use this as a meeting place. Well, maybe just one. I sit back down and order a whiskey. The bartender smiles and pours me a mug. As I slowly drink it, I listen into the conversations between other people at the bar. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to hear the latest rumors. One man at the bar is telling a story to his friend. But have you heard of the White Whirlwind? No? Then let me tell you all about him. I heard this from some sailor that came on a ship from this foreign kingdom over the sea. So there's this war going on between this kingdom and this other place. I don't know all the details, but there's this mercenary. Get to the point, will you? Says his friend impatiently. I'm getting there, don't interrupt. So this mercenary, he doesn't wear armor, he just wears this pure white clothing, he says, before his friend interrupts again. But that's stupid. He'd be dead in a second. His friend says, clearly not believing a word of it. That's the point. He goes into battle with just a spear, and he cuts through the enemy line quicker than blinking, but not a drop of blood gets on him. That's why they call him the White Whirlwind, see? He finishes triumphantly. His friend frowns. Sounds like you're trying to pull a fast one on me. The conversation after that degrades into a petty squabble and, disappointed at the lack of useful information, I finish my drink and leave for home. Point of view Ferdinand. The next morning, we set off again. This time is unlike the others, as we are traveling across open land rather than on roads. There aren't any roads or paths leading to the place we're going to, which is a bit odd. It's west and a bit north from Lainsport, and north and a bit east from the city we were in before that. In other words, we've already gone past it on the way to Lainsport. I wish we'd known earlier. Reaching a rocky hill, I climb it and take out the map, using the high vantage point to check the landscape against the features drawn on it. After adjusting my course slightly, I climb back down the mountain and continue on my way. Despite the soft grass folding under the tough soles of my boots, the pleasant breeze drifting coolly by and the calls of birds as they flew in flocks overhead, my heart is heavy as I walk. I do not deny the possibility, even the likelihood that my opponent this time, whoever he may be, is much stronger than I am. But with Gerald's help, I should be able to at least run away, or even defeat him. But then again, maybe he is stronger than I thought. After all, not knowing how strong Richard was, I can't guess well at how strong someone who defeated him might be. A level in the 40s? The 50s? It is so far away from where I am at that I don't even know how strong someone of that level might be. How high can stats be at that level? What skills might they have? I don't know. Stuck in a state somewhere between anger and fear, resolve and indecisiveness, I wrestle with my thoughts as my feet continue to plod across the land. Before I can decide whether or not I want this fight, my legs have already decided for me. I look up from the ground, and there, not far in the distance stands what could be called a mansion, if you stretch the meaning of the word. The white paint is peeling so badly that it's visible from where I stand. What might have once been two neat hedgerows now overtake the path between them in a mass of unkempt greenery, and even the path itself has faded away into nothingness, replaced by bare, rugged earth. This is a place that I wouldn't feel comfortable being in at night. And there is no going back now. Or perhaps there is. Can't I just turn around? A small voice whispers in my head. But then Gerald speaks, shattering that guilty hope. One person in the mansion. He knows you're here, and he's coming out. Okay. Okay, I may be panicking a bit here, calm down, calm down. Get me out and touch me to the end of your sword. Gerald says. All right, I don't get it but okay. I fetch the fork from my pack, unsheath my sword and touch Gerald to the end of it. His shape starts distorting, and soon the end of my blade is covered in a thin layer of mithril. This should give me the opportunity for a few surprise attacks. He explains. The door to the mansion opens, and a man walks out. He is wearing loose clothing, suitable for fighting, and holds a spear by his side with one hand as he walks directly towards me. He stops about 10 meters away. Who are you? I wasn't told to expect you. Nobody expects the Forkish Inquisition! Shouts Gerald rather suddenly in my head, startling me somewhat. And who are you? I counter. Are you the person who killed Richard? His mouth stretches into a cruel smile. Well, looky here, sounds like we have a rat running around somewhere. And I think I know who it is. He says sinisterly. But to answer your question, yes I am. What are you going to do about it? I raise my sword in response. You know you're gonna die, right? He asks, lazily twirling his spear with one hand. Oh, shut up. I run at him, swinging my sword down at his arrogant head. He leans to one side, and my sword passes alongside his arm. However, the swing was the opposite of harmless. A forearm drops to the ground, severed from his body by Gerald's absorbability. Taking a few startled steps back, he stares at me in astonishment and anger, blood spurting out of the place on his torso where his arm used to be. You know. He says slowly from between gritted teeth. A red mist explodes from his body in torrents, forming a dense cloud around his body that reeks of blood. Something about it makes me utterly terrified. The bloody cloud contracts, forming a thin layer of glossy red liquid around him and his spear. It dulls, solidifying into a set of simple yet intimidating blood-red armor and spear. I was going to give you a quick death. Now. I won't give you the pleasure. Shifting one leg backwards, his bloody boots dig into the dirt. He vanishes before my eyes, only a small cloud of dust left in his wake. The next thing I noticed, his spear is piercing into my side, and starting to cut its way back out. I slice towards his spear. It is a move born of desperation and the blind belief that Gerald's absorbed skill would be able to cut through the red layer and deprive him of his only weapon. Reality didn't prove to be so forgiving of my decision. My sword hits the haft of his spear and bounces off without doing any damage, jarring my hand and even creating a small chip on the edge of my sword. His spear, on the other hand, doesn't have so much as a scratch. I couldn't absorb it. He did something. What do you see? Asks Gerald telepathically, in a panic. I take a few steps backwards, putting one hand to my side. It comes back with blood on it, but not as much as I'd imagined from the searing pain now coming from there. The man appeared to be examining his spear, so I figure I have time to respond. He covered his spear and himself with some red liquid thing. Gerald responds immediately. Run, now. If he's covered in it, I can't do anything. Like a fool, I stand still, as if rooted in place. I thought maybe you were faking being a weakling to get a cheap shot off on me, but it looks like I was wrong. He says, putting a finger to the blood on the tip of his spear. Trailing that finger down the haft of his spear, he draws a trail of glistening crimson on the already red surface. As he does this, his helmeted head was bowed towards his spear, as if ignoring me. You're actually a weakling, aren't you? He says, barely suppressing laughter. And, I let that weakling take my arm. He breaks out into laughter, then stops abruptly. I'll kill you slowly, bastard. Run. Gerald screams in my head, shocking me out of my stupor. Just as I am about to start running, and the Crimson Man looks as if he is preparing to skin me alive, a grimy man with tattered clothing that looks vaguely familiar steps in between us. Hello again. He says brightly. My mouth gapes open for a second, then I desperately try to warn him. Watch out. He turns around casually, then a spear sprouts from his back. My eyes widen in horror. He turns around again, and says with a toothy smile splattered with colors so dense it's almost more terrifying than the man behind him, sorry, am I interrupting something? Let me just move to the side, pretend I don't exist. Having said this, he walks calmly to one side, the spear sliding out of his body without leaving a trace, even on his clothing. What was that? What? Right, running. I turn and start running in the opposite direction to him, sheathing my sword in the process. It barely did any good in the fight, and it would only hinder me while running. Gerald slips off the end, turning into a small spike which then turns around and moved in the opposite direction. I'll meet back up with you at the city. You aren't going anywhere unless someone buys you time, after all. He says, then cuts off the link. I almost stop, but I keep running. All I can do now is hope that both of us can get out of this alive. Point of view Gerald, I do not think I will enjoy this experience. Not at all. With my current psi reserves, I have maybe 20 minutes of flight via telekinesis, maybe less. Current key reserves. Almost 6,000. I have no clue how much I can release in one blast before it kills me. Before now, 40 was about the most I'd used in one go. Well, no time like the present. While he's still confused, I fire a key blast with 100 key behind me, shooting towards him faster than I've ever moved before. He deflects me with a single swipe of his spear, sending me spiraling through the air. Regaining control of myself again, I fire 200 key behind me. The ambient mana in the air behind me shoots away, creating an area devoid of mana, and I shoot forwards at an even faster speed than before. He deflects me again, seemingly without much effort. What is this thing? I see him say. Can't say the same about you. I saw what that window said when I absorbed your arm. I know what you are, now. That shockwave of air gives me an idea that I can't believe I didn't have before. Straightening myself out again, I activate absorb at maximum radius, and fire 300 key behind me. The flat end of the spike that is me bends slightly, but I correct it with a thought as I speed through the air at almost twice the speed as before. What am I absorbing? The air around me. What am I traveling through, then? A vacuum. With no air resistance, my speed won't decrease, and I'm able to move much faster. This time he only manages to deflect me at the very last second. 500. I even activate power stab. I crumple into a shape close to a bullet after impact, but from the other end. I'm not able to straighten myself out, and my speed is barely higher than my last try. This time I hit him, but whatever that stuff is, it stops me dead in my tracks with little more than a slight stumble on his part. I'll have to try something else, and quick. Before he can react, I transform into a sphere to better withstand what was ahead. I move again to be in contact with his. Whatever it is. 1,000. You have lost 8.3 durability. We shoot in opposite directions for quite a distance. Perhaps 50 meters, perhaps nearly 100. Distance is difficult to get a grasp on when your range of vision expands fairly often. From the looks of him, he's taken some damage from this. Is that a broken rib? Well, either way, it's nowhere near as simple to fix as my damage. Self-repair, gained 8.3 durability. It may have instantly taken almost half my mana, but it's totally worth it. Alright, Ferdinand looks to have gotten a suitable distance away. Tunnel after him? Yeah. Point of view Ferdinand, I am running. Without a direction or destination, my only goal is to get away from the man trying to kill me. I can barely tell where I am going because of the fear filling my mind, but I don't trip or stumble as I run. I don't know where Gerald is, whether I'm being followed or not. So it's a big relief when Gerald's voice sounds in my head again. Change direction. He's following, but I don't think he knows where you are. He says tersely. Not a moment later, he pops out of the ground in front of me and flies into my pack. Not even looking back or stopping, I turn right and continue running. Over hills, around cliffs, my feet keep pounding a steady beat against the bare earth below. Earth turns gradually to grass, grass turns to sand, and sand turns to lapping water. I've actually run as far as the ocean without noticing. Just as I'm about to turn again and run along the shore, I hear Gerald speaking again. Hey! Hey, you can stop now. You could have stopped ages ago, he's long gone. Can you even hear me? I've been saying this for a while now. He says, irritated. Stopping, I suddenly feel exhausted and sit down on the sand. It's as if my body had forgotten to get tired while running, and it's just now catching up. I take deep breaths to steady my racing heart. The air feels like it's burning my insides, and it reminds me that I still have a stab wound in my side. Shrugging my pack off my back, I open it and search through the contents until I find a small vial. It's a healing potion. I keep one in reserve, in case I get serious wounds while away from a city. I pop off the cork and drink most of the contents, a red liquid that bears a strange resemblance to blood. Thankfully, the taste doesn't share the same similarity, instead tasting like a very strong tea. The rest I pour onto the wound, wincing in pain as the potion irritates my injuries. I watch for a moment as the wound stops seeping blood and starts closing at a visible rate. "You sure he's gone?" I ask, my mind now calm enough to talk. He responds a moment later, sounding relieved. "Quite sure. You okay?" Yeah, I think so. Just a bit tired," I say, still struggling to catch my breath. "What happened after I left?" "We fought briefly, if you can call that a fight." Gerald sighs. "It was more me charging at him at increasingly fast speeds until I just used a whole bunch of ki to blow him away. Wasn't able to do much damage to him, regrettably. I'm just glad we both managed to get out of that with all our limbs intact." "Did you manage to find out who he was?" "Better. I found out what he was," he says happily, then his voice turns grim. "A doppelganger, at level 48. "A doppelganger? What's a doppelganger?" "Not too sure myself. From what I remember, if you see someone who looks exactly like you, then they're your doppelganger. It's supposed to be bad luck or something," Gerald says uncertainly. "But level 48? I say in shock. "His stats must be way higher than mine." "Let me just math for a moment," he says. "Math. His stat total is at least 123 points higher than yours." "What? How can you know that? Can you read other people's statuses now?" "Nah. But if you get 2.5 stat points the first 10 levels, 3 the next 10 and 4 the next 10, my guess would be that the next 10 give you 5.5, then 7.5. Knowing that, it's simple multiplication and addition to see that you've gotten a total of 87 stat points from leveling, and he's gotten 210. He states, as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. "Are you done talking yet?" someone says from behind me. My slowly relaxing mind goes into full alert again, and I scramble to my feet, looking warily behind me. Standing there with a carefree smile on his face is that same grimy old man from earlier. Seeing that he doesn't seem to have any bad intentions, I relax a bit. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" "No need to be so tense, I just want to chat." "Have a seat," he says, sitting down in the sand and patting the sand in front of him. "I don't sit. Or don't, that's fine too. But aren't your legs a bit tired after all that running?" I sit. "Are you talking to yourself, or is it someone invisible again?" Gerald asks. "Someone invisible," the grimy old man says. "Not in the conventional sense, though. Gerald just can't see me because I have no mana." "How did he? He knows about Gerald, as well?" "What? Wait. I remember you. You're that fortune teller from way back in." I try to remember exactly what that city was called. "Fiso City." He supplies. "Honestly, Ferdinand, you stayed there almost a year, and you still don't know the name of it? How do you know about us?" I ask, thoroughly confused. "1 second." He starts writing rapidly in the sand, his finger blur as it moves. "Can't leave Gerald out of this, can we?" He finishes writing a few lines, wipes the sand clean, and starts writing again. "To answer your question, you already know I can see the future. It's much easier to see the past, or even the present. Of course I know about you and Gerald. I'm not sure if that's how it works. But then again, I'm not sure it isn't." "Who are you?" I ask. Everything about him is so strange. Knowing about things that should be impossible for anyone to know, being unharmed from a strike of someone at almost level 50. He thinks about it for a second, then smiles. "You can call me Joe. As for the reason I'm following you, it's to ask if I can follow you around on your adventures." What? "Don't worry, I won't be a bother. I can take care of my own meals and accommodation, and I won't get in the way in fights. His finger continues to dash across the sand as he says this, although I don't see him glance down even once. I frown. I'm not having a stranger following me around for no reason. He shrugs. All right then. I look at him for a few seconds longer, but he doesn't do or say anything else besides look at me steadily. Shrugging myself, I get up and dust the sand off my pants. Grabbing my pack, I start walking along the shore towards Lean's port city. Well, that was strange, says Gerald. Yes, it certainly was. I trail off as I looked over my shoulder. The grip, Joe, was still following me. I stop and turn around to face him. What are you doing? He scratches his head. Well, see, when I asked you if I could follow along, I was just being polite. I'm following you regardless. He says, smiling abashedly. For a moment, I'm lost for words. The way he acts is so abnormal that I don't quite know how to treat him, and this is coming from a guy who has a talking fork as a friend. I can't help but remember how the doppelganger's spear slipped right through him, and how he was right behind me after I ran as fast as I could into the ocean. And thinking about it, he wasn't even out of breath. He probably wouldn't be a hindrance in combat like that, and with skills like those, it shouldn't be hard for him to provide food for himself. Alright. I concede reluctantly. You can follow me, but take a bath first, would you? Joe freezes. Damn. He swears, looking down at himself. All that time, and not a single bath. No wonder people weren't eager to get their fortunes told. He looks back at me. Just a minute, please. And then he sprints into the water, until I can't see him anymore. Times like these, I start to wish I was still a farmer. Point of view Gerald, welp, that was more than a mite strange. Writing in the sand by an invisible hand, detailing the other half of Ferdinand's conversation, and there isn't even a depression in the sand where I presume the owner of that hand was sitting. Nor footprints. Nothing, really. If not for the writing, I might have thought that Ferdinand had gone a bit loopy. And now we seem to have another member in the party. Yay! Still, I think I can metaphorically breathe a sigh of relief now that we aren't walking towards almost certain death. Is that a death flag? Maybe? We should be fine. I suppose we should be considering whether it's safe to return to Leonsport or not. After all, the doppelganger knows what Ferdinand looks like. But then again, there's that hairy guy. The doppelganger said he knows who our informant was, so he's definitely in danger. We can't just leave him to be killed, so we should at least alert him before moving on to another city. Conversing with Ferdinand, he quite agrees, and is understandably eager to get away from anywhere the doppelganger may be able to track him down. It doesn't take us long to get back to the city, since all we have to do was follow the coast. It's a strange feeling, returning to a place where everyone was nonchalantly going about their daily lives when we've just returned from a legitimately life-threatening situation. Repeating our actions from last time, I communicate with Harry, telling him to get out of the area for a while and briefly explaining why. Then we leave again, as quickly as we came. Point of view Harry. The day after the voice first spoke in my head, it speaks again. Sorry about this, but you may have a level 48 doppelganger coming to kill you. He's the one who killed Richard, and he said that he knew who provided his location to us, so you should probably disappear for a while. He said. Not what I was expecting of the day when I woke up this morning. And he let you leave? I asked skeptically. The man I met yesterday didn't look anywhere near strong enough to face off against a level 48. We managed to run away, since we couldn't do much damage to him. He covered himself in some sort of red armor, apparently. Oops, been speaking to. The voice stopped. Really? Didn't even meet you. I only ever heard your voice, yesterday, and you expect me to believe that I have someone coming to kill me? Ha! It's more likely that this is a ploy from someone aiming for my position. It wouldn't be hard to incriminate me if I suddenly disappear. People would have their suspicions, but if I don't turn up to dispute it, they might just shrug and give it to him. Still, by that same notion, It's likely they would have hired an assassin to tail me as I went into hiding and make me truly disappear for good. I'm not suited for combating stealthy opponents, especially since I haven't seen much combat in the last few years. How could I find, and ideally kill, an assassin before it kills me? Unfortunately, I doubt I can enlist the help of a wizard. We have so few and they're all overworked as it is. No choice but to draw him out, huh? That said, it would be suicide to do so thoughtlessly. If I'm to do this, it will be on my terms. First, a place. I seem to remember. Thumbing through the mountains of files stored neatly in cabinets behind my desk, I select the one I'm looking for. This one is new, I got it only yesterday. Looking at it, I read through the details. Tons of supplies had been moved from a particular warehouse near the docks. In other words, it is now empty, and it will be another few days before it is filled up by another shipment again. A large, open space was perfect for my needs. Now for equipment. It would seem strange if I were to go around at work wearing my combat gear, so I wait for the end of the day before I head to the armory. Taking a small, intricate key from a pocket within my coat, I unlock my personal storage chest. I unstrap the rapier from my side. It's an ornamental piece, and doesn't even have an edge, so I would hesitate to even call it a weapon. The rapier in the chest, however, is a true blade, crafted from the rare metal, mithril. Unsheathing it partially, I test its edge with my thumb. A thin line of blood wells from a paper-thin cut, making me smile despite the pain. Truly an exquisite piece of work, sharp as the day it was first honed to a razor edge and without the faintest trace of rust or wear. I put the blade to one side and lift my armor from the chest. Brown with faint lines of gold, it is a fairly simple design, but despite looking similar to leather armor, it can deflect arrows and blades alike with relative ease as it is in fact made from the leather of a wyvern. Stripping off my coat, I don the armor over my soft undershirt, rolling my shoulders as the familiar weight settles over them. The only item remaining inside the chest is a small pouch, which I attach to my belt. A bag of holding, as expensive as it is useful. Through some strange wizardry that I don't understand in the slightest, it is somehow able to contain a volume about 3 times what it appears to be, while completely eliminating the weight of those items. This one contains a collection of useful potions, some money and a few other items that should be helpful. I leave the building and head for the warehouse, sticking to busy streets to dissuade potential assassins. Of course, it very well may be that there are no assassins, but in that case, I'll just be a bit late for dinner. No harm done. Perhaps I could even make use of this opportunity to do some light training, and get myself back into practice. There are a couple of guards patrolling the place, but not nearly as many as there would be if the place was loaded with goods. After a few minutes of observing their movements, I take advantage of a gap and slipped inside. Shutting the door silently behind me, bless oiled hinges, a large, open space greets my eyes. I briefly glance around the rafters, just in case anyone is there, and walk to the middle of the space. The only sound is that of my own footsteps, vastly different to the bustling noise of the headquarters. Reaching the center, I take a deep breath and settle myself into a state similar to the vigilance skill that sentries and guards often possess, but rather than focusing on eyesight, it focuses on hearing. Hearken. Through it, I can hear the footsteps of the guards outside, still on patrol. The gentle lap of water against the piers. A breath of wind subtly breezing along. Barely a minute later, I hear a body hit the ground, and then another. My hand tightens around the hilt of my rapier and draws it silently from the sheath. The door swings open. A bloody spearhead precedes the entrance of its wielder as he steps inside. My eyes narrow. There is this sense of familiarity about him that I can't quite place. I take a second, more careful look at him, and a name almost forgotten over the years floats to the forefront of my mind. Rodney? I involuntarily utter in my shock. He looks different, but that can be attributed to age. But then again, he's dead. He can't be here. And that leads my mind to other possibilities. He must have been why Richard came here. Demons, he said. He would be concerned about demons, but not enough to come out of retirement for it. He would have just sent a message back here, and wash his hands of the matter. However, if his son was involved, it would all make sense. But how? My mind flickered back to earlier today. Level 48 doppelganger, the voice had said, and it suddenly seems much more plausible than it had earlier. And if so, I am in trouble. A doppelganger, is it? I say, hoping to buy time. His face twitches slightly, before he reined it back into an impassive mask. You know, I used to enjoy talking to people before killing them. Seeing their fear, their pain. He says quietly. Then I lost my arm. I glance to his side and see the empty sleeve. I'd been so focused on his face that I hadn't even noticed. Without another word, a red mist explodes forth from his body, bringing with it a primal fear. My throat tightens, and my mouth draws itself into a grim line, but it isn't because of the fear. It's because I recognize the mist. Only the most brutal killers, the ones who truly enjoyed the pain they cause, can wield it, and it is as dangerous as it is rare. Even as my mind is coldly recalling information on it, my hand is transporting potion after potion to my mouth, and my legs were rapidly shifting me backwards to gain distance. Within a few seconds, the mist settles around his body and spear in the shape of armor, making my blood run cold. He must have killed several hundred people to be able to physically manifest his killing intent, perhaps more than 1,000. I can't even begin to guess, because I have never seen it before, only ever heard of it. It looks as if escaping this battle alive will be no easy feat. Calming my nerves, I raise my sword, rouse my fighting spirit and leap into combat, flinging an orange vial ahead of me. Point of view Gerald, how do you evade pursuers? In all honesty, it's as easy as breathing, if they don't have tracking skills. Just head cross country, disappear into a forest or something, and hey presto. As far as civilization is concerned, you don't exist anymore. Well, in this world at least. Back on Earth, search parties and things would be organized. But you catch my drift. Unfortunately, Ferdinand has this strange attachment to having good food, shelter, beds etc. So, we have to figure out a way to confuse any people that could be tracking us. Fortunately, we don't have a set destination, so we can go any number of directions. For now, we are heading north and west, heading across the land to a place called Tix City. It's not linked directly by roads to Leansport, so any trackers shouldn't assume we'd go there. Of course, if they have magical means of tracking us, we're screwed. Always look on the bright side of life, right? We should be fine. From what I've seen, there aren't many wizards in the cities I've seen so far, so it's unlikely for there to be one with that particular ability to be chasing us. And it might be just the doppelganger following us. Or it might be nobody. I mean, I haven't seen anyone. There probably isn't. With Ferdinand's experience and my skills, traveling over the countryside is a breeze. I find a wild animal when we need food, one of us kills it and Ferdinand cooks it. I keep watch at night, Ferdinand keeps our course and we keep each other company with idle conversation. Apparently the person following us, the invisible one, is this old man type character, and he's quite strange, according to Ferdinand. He's never seen Joe eat or sleep. Instead, Joe often just looks up at the sky all night. Ferdinand tells me that when he wakes up, Joe is usually in the same position as he was when Ferdinand last saw him the previous night. I really don't like it. I can't see him, which means I won't be able to notice or stop him if he ever does something. Still, Ferdinand says he's a good person when he's not doing weird things, so I can give him the benefit of the doubt, for now. A couple days later, I see something emerging on the edge of my vision. It's a village. And it's currently inhabited by skeletons. Again? Point of view Ferdinand, seeing a village in the distance, I adjust my course towards it. Not too long after, Gerald's voice pops into my head again. Might want to speed up a bit, he says, there's skeletons in this village as well. Again? It was only slightly over a week since the last time, And it couldn't be that I just so happened to find the only two skeleton-infested villages, can it? What in the world is the army doing, letting some necromancer run rampant in the villages like this? These thoughts cross my mind for a few moments, before I discard them and focus on the more pressing matters at hand. I start running towards the village, but I don't draw my sword yet. It will only get in my way when I'm running. It only takes me a few minutes of running to make my way there. As I arrive at the edge of the outlying fields, I'm greeted with a very odd sight. In each of the fields on either side of me, there is a single skeleton wielding a hoe. I rub my eyes, but the sight doesn't change. They are still repeatedly lifting their hoes and striking the same place on the ground, doing nothing more than deepening a line in the dirt. I saw this earlier, but is this normal skeleton behavior? Gerald asks, sounding about as confused as I feel. Completely unable to figure out any reason why they might be doing such actions, I say, I don't know much about skeletons. But I'm going to guess, no, it is not normal. Okay then. Kill them anyway? I draw my sword. Kill them anyway. Vaulting over the fence surrounding the field on my right, I move towards the skeleton there. As I approach, it stops its strange actions and starts acting as I would expect a skeleton to act, by attacking anything living near it. In this case, me. The skeleton lifts its hoe and swings it at me. I dodge. It may be a farming tool, but it can still deal quite some damage. After the tool passes harmlessly in front of me, I dart in and break off one of its arms with my sword, causing the hoe to drop to the ground. After that I make short work of it. I didn't even break a sweat from that, and vaulting over the fences and into the other field, I move to take out the other skeleton. If anything, that one is easier than the first. Quickly jumping at it just as it strikes the ground once more, it can't pull it up in time before I take off its skull in one fell slash. Vaulting back over the fence once more, I walk along the path and further into the village. As I get closer the sky started to dim slightly, and I took the opportunity to ask Gerald for more info on the village. Looks like about 30 in the village itself. But there seems to be a skeleton in every field, as well. About 10 of them that I can see, but there should be fields I can't see. Nobody living except us, unfortunately. Which means that the villagers are either dead or had escaped. Speaking of dead villagers, where were the corpses in that last village? Hadn't quite a few of the villagers died in the escape? And yet there were no corpses. Had they been turned into skeletons? It's unlikely for me to figure anything out, even if I consider it further, so I throw the matter to the back of my mind and venture into the main area of the village. As I enter, skeletons turn their skulls creepily towards me and brandish their rusted weapons, moving into attack. They creep out from buildings, the spaces in between buildings, the town square. Taking a deep breath, I ready my own weapon. There may not be as many here as there were last time, but there is only me facing them this time. Taking out a single skeleton is a simple task. 1, maybe 2 solid hits is all it takes. But with a horde of them, you have to be wary of attacks coming from multiple directions, make sure they don't surround you and at the same time get an attack in every now and again. I make my way into the space between 2 buildings, which is small enough to restrict the approaching skeletons to come 2 at a time. Doing this makes it much easier, and I make short work of 7 skeletons before Gerald alerts me to some starting to loop around to the other end. Escaping before they surround me, I find another gap, repeating the process until the skeletons in the village are nothing but scattered bones, and I'm quite exhausted. I sit in the town square, half wondering whether the well would be safe to drink from, or if it, like much of the plant life around me, had also been poisoned by the death energy. Better not to risk it, but the thought makes me wonder how those villagers are doing. Just as I start to catch my breath, Gerald pops into my head again. That elven woman with the armor and horse is coming here. And it looks like she's brought a friend. He says. Thanks. Is the other person a paladin as well? I ask in curiosity. Paladin? Well, they're wearing similar armor and weapons, so. Probably. Gerald says hesitantly. Alright. Not wishing to repeat my mistake from last time, I ask one more question. Is the new one a man or a woman? Man. Actually, he looks even younger than you, so I don't know if he would be old enough. He cuts himself off and asks a question. What age do people become termed as men and woman rather than boy and girl? I think about it briefly. I couldn't say about places outside the empire, but here it's about 16. Ah, thanks. He's probably a bit older than 16. See, why I asked is because where I'm from it's 18, and I knew about some places where it was as high as 21. He explains. Interesting. But does it really matter all that much? It's just a way of calling someone, after all. Taking a swig from my water bottle, I run my tongue over my dry lips and continue to sit where I am. I have no doubt that they will soon be here. As far as I know, most gods detest the undead, so they won't pass up the chance to destroy some. And sure enough, a few minutes later I can see the two paladins on their steeds trotting down the street towards me. Standing up, I sling my backpack over my shoulders and watch them draw close. Because of the similarity in the design of their armor, I can hardly tell the two apart. Dismounting from their steeds, they walk towards me, stopping a couple of meters away. The one on the right asks suspiciously, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Since he doesn't sound like the paladin I met last time, I assume this one is a man. I'm about to reply when the other paladin pushes up her visor, revealing a face that. All I can say is that the elven reputation of beauty is in no way exaggerated. Her eyes remind me of the fields in spring, when they are covered in a carpet of vibrant green. You are that adventurer who was helping the villagers reclaim their village from skeletons, are you not? Why are you here? She asks. I was traveling and saw this village in the distance, so I went towards it. Then I found all the skeletons here, so I started to clean them out. I shrug slightly. I don't suppose you know where all the people who lived here are? I ask. She frowns. As far as we can tell, they unfortunately perished in the initial attack. And who is that behind you? My head whips around, and I see Joe standing there, smiling and waving. Since when was he there? I'm not sure what to say about him. That's Joe. I'm not all too sure why he follows me around, but he's a good person as far as I can tell. Because I was bored, obviously. Says the now significantly less grimy old man Joe. Figured I'd find someone interesting and tag along in their adventures. Then why me? I ask him, bewildered. Oh come on. With all the things you've encountered in the past month or two alone, you're asking that? Joe says, raising his eyebrows. He begins to count them off on his fingers. First you discover an ancient ruin that's still fully operational, survive an encounter with the spider matriarch, befriend one of the former top brass in the Empire's navy, survive an encounter with his murderer, kill the wait, that one hasn't happened yet. But you get the gist. What was he about to say? The Lady Paladin looks a bit confused but addresses me again. Would you be willing to assist in defeating the necromancer who did this? If he's sending out this many skeletons to each village he attacks, I'm afraid he may have several hundreds to defend himself, as well as more powerful undead. We may not be able to handle them all ourselves. But surely, with our holy magic being the bane of the undead, we should be able to defeat the necromancer with relative ease? The male paladin asks the other. She turns her head to face him. Luke, would you like your eventual death to be because of your stubborn refusal to accept help? No. Luke replies, taken aback. Remember that while we help others, we are not to be above receiving help from others. She reprimands, then turns her head back to me. So, are you interested? I smile wryly and shake my head. I would be happy to, but I don't think that I'm strong or skilled enough to be able to fight against a weak necromancer, let alone a strong one. Last time I tried something like that I nearly died. Her eyebrows furrow. How about if we train you as we travel? Accept her offer. Gerald says suddenly. I was about to. Then I will gladly join you. I agree happily. But why would you trust a random adventurer like me? Although the question is addressed to the female paladin, it is Luke who answers. Because we paladins have skills that can detect lies and intentions. And you haven't spoken a single falsehood or had a single impure intention during this whole conversation. I pause. Well, that would explain it. And how about you, Joe? Will you also come with us? She asks. I glance at him, and he shrugs nonchalantly. Sure. I'll have to give you forewarning, though, I don't fight. I won't get in the way, and I'll keep up with you traveling, but the most I can offer is a few wise words every now and again. For some reason she just nods and accepts this. Maybe, like me, she realized the futility of arguing against a guy who doesn't care about your opinion. Well, at least he's honest about it. Luke flips up his visor, revealing a face similarly graced by elven beauty, and offers a gauntleted hand. I shake it. It feels strange, I've never shaken the hands of someone wearing metal armor before. My name is Luke. I pray we get along well on our future journeys. Luke says warmly. She offers her hand as well, and when I shake it, it feels startlingly different from his, despite the gauntlets being so similar. While his grip was firm and strong, hers is somehow gentle and yet in no way weak. My name is Lily. She says with a small smile, and then asks, and yours is? Finally reminding me that after all this I still hadn't introduced myself. I'm Ferdinand. As I look at the two paladins, I can't help but notice a black cat slinking across the edge of the town square. I don't think anything of it at first, until I remember Gerald telling me about a cat in the last skeleton-infested village we visited. Lily catches my odd gaze and turns around. When she sees the cat, she turns back and shrugs slightly. Just a cat. Why, I say slowly, asking the very same question that Gerald asked me not so long ago, is there a cat in an area full of undead that hate anything living? Lily's eyes widen, and quickly catches the small furry feline. Why didn't we notice this sooner? She mumbles, looking intently at the cat she is holding in one gauntleted hand. Enslavement magic, observation magic. Now that I think about it, there must have been one of these in every village we visited. The necromancers has been watching us this entire time. She exclaims in frustration. Are you able to track where the magic is coming from? Asks Luke seriously. Perhaps, if. The cat falls limp in her hand, causing her face to darken slightly. The necromancer killed it and cut off their connection to it before I was able to get anything more than a rough direction. Southwest. Luke asks, do we head in that direction, then? Lily narrows her eyes for a moment, thinking. No, we will find some more of these skeleton villages, purify them, and find some more of these cats. Then I shall be able to pinpoint the necromancer's location. With that said and done, Lily and Luke roam around the village for a few minutes, purifying the death energy that lingers in the area. After this, the pair of paladins remount their steeds, and Lily pulled me up to sit behind her. Grip with your knees, but not too hard, or you could hurt him. She advised. And put your arms around my waist. Slightly dumbfounded, I awkwardly do as she said, gripping the horse's flanks with my knees and wrapping my arms around her, heavily armored, waist. In a brief moment of clarity, I adjust my sheath so that it won't poke into the horse while we're riding. I may not have ridden a horse before, but I know enough about them to know that irritating them is something you do not want to do. After that, I must have fallen into some sort of a daze, because the next thing I know we're already trotting along the road. In my defense, this is the first time I have been so close to a woman. Even if she is wearing a suit of armor. Twisting my head to look around a tad, I'm taken aback at just how far from the ground I am. I mean, I have no problem with heights, but it is a very strange sensation to see, and feel, yourself moving along while your feet dangle off the ground. The distinctive smell of the horse tickles my nostrils, and I catch sight of Joe behind us, not on Luke's horse, as I had assumed, but jogging along with a relaxed smile on his face, looking around and taking in the view. He sees me looking at him, and waves to me. Right, okay. Try not to move around too much, Please, says Lily, making me turn my head back to the front and adjust my posture slightly. For a while, I just take in the sights. For once, other people are moving out of our way on the road, instead of me moving out of theirs. Reaching the city doesn't take more than an hour, much faster than it would have on foot. Although I suppose that with my recent increases in endurance and dexterity, I should be able to jog quite a distance. How do we find out about which villages have been attacked? I ask. Without turning her head, Lily nods towards the large building we are moving towards. The local temples are among the first to know about things such as these. We only left here a few hours ago, but perhaps they have learned of something new in the meantime. I nod in understanding, before realizing that she can't see it. That makes sense. By the way, which god or goddess are you two the paladins of? I must confess that I'm not overly familiar with the signs of most gods. We are devotees of the elven god Vitus, he who represents harmony and survival. She replies. And who do you follow? Who do I follow? It must have been years since I last prayed. The last time must have been when my parents sent me away. I try and remember which god it was that we worshipped. Audiobook. The god of farming? Lily says, a hint of surprise in her voice. I would have expected Kamal, god of swords, or perhaps Sara, goddess of strength, due to you being an adventurer. I used to be a farmer. I explain quietly. There was a famine, and my parents sent me away with a sword and the rest of the food. After that, I became an adventurer. The god of farming didn't seem to fit me anymore, but as I said, I don't know much about the other gods. I'm sorry for your loss. Lily says softly. The horses plod on through the streets. Neither of us speak for a few moments. The priests here will be glad to tell you about their deity, if you wish to change who you follow. Just keep in mind that you do not need to follow a deity that relates to your chosen profession. You should choose one whose ideology and beliefs mirror yours. She explains. Thanks. We reach the temple shortly, and we dismount from the horses. A young boy takes hold of both pairs of reins, guiding the horses to a stable off to one side of the temple. We walk inside. Inside is a massive, multi-tiered circular area, every tier lined with shrines bearing the symbols of a different deity. Some have priests standing to them, while others stand largely abandoned. People mill about, offering prayers or tributes. The windows are covered with some sort of colored glass, depicting various scenes. The enormity and majesty of the building makes me feel tiny, insignificant in comparison to the hundreds of deities represented in this place. Humbled, I quietly walk around, asking a few questions to the priests here and there. There are a lot of gods to go through, too many to go through in a week, let alone the hour or so I wandered around, but I managed to go through quite a few. I even visited the shrine of Audiobook. Some deities have similar beliefs and ideals, while some of them are quite unique. But now that I think about it, all of them could be loosely termed as good, or at least can't be described as evil. Are there no evil gods? Or are they just not represented here? You know, religion here is very different to how religion was in my home world. Gerald says suddenly. Really? In what way? I ask him. Well, he begins, for one thing, every religion was in this sort of silent holy war. They all believed that they were the true religion, and were all thus trying to spread to as many people as possible, while simultaneously telling people why the other religions were false, and trying to pick holes in their beliefs and such. Confused, I ask, true religion? Yeah, the one religion that was right. See, every religion claimed that their God had created the world and everything on it, and there could only be one God who had created everything, right? If you had so many religions in one place like there is here, talking about their beliefs so openly, there would be arguments everywhere, hell, there'd probably be riots. All I can say is, wow. That reminds me, which one of these gods created this world? Or is it all of them? He asks. I have no idea, so I ask a priest nearby. Who created the world? A voice behind me says crap. Who would speak so vulgarly in a temple? The priest in front of me, A bald man dressed in white, frowns in confusion. "I'm afraid I don't know, child. If you wait a moment, I will ask my God, and perhaps he will gift us with the answer you seek." He bows down at the shrine behind him, lips moving soundlessly as he prays. Finally, he stands up and sighs. "I'm afraid he hasn't, wait." He breaks off, seemingly listening to an unheard voice with an expression of rapture. A tear glistens at the corner of his eye as he says in awe, "My God has told me that the world existed before even the gods." Well, there you have it. I tell Gerald. All right. That was convenient. He says strangely. What more does he want? A god personally answered his question. At that moment, an armored hand grabs my wrist and starts pulling me along towards the exit. I have a moment of panic before I recognize the person dragging me along. "Luke? What's happening?" I ask, regaining my balance and swiftly walking alongside him. He releases my wrist. "We need to go, now," he urges me, hurrying along at a pace that feels entirely inappropriate in this holy place. In a matter of seconds, we are outside and back on the horses. I'm not sure whether to be relieved that I'm behind Luke because I won't be distracted by being so close to a woman, or disappointed that I'm not behind Lily because I won't be behind a woman. I think Gerald has affected me. Why else would I be thinking of something so useless in a serious situation? What happened? I ask as we trot through town. When Luke replies, his voice is thick with worry. Skeletons are attacking almost every village that the priests here know about. Alarmed, I ask, what about the army? Adventurers? Surely they are doing something? We did not want to waste the time it would have taken to find that out. However, it would be ridiculous if they were not assisting. Lily answers, a similar tone in her voice. That's true. But then again, why didn't they help with the last 2 villages we saved? 2 horses trot along a flat dirt road. It seems a painfully slow pace to be traveling at when there could be people dying every moment. Can't we go any faster? I ask anxiously. If we were to go any faster, the horses would run out of stamina all too quickly, especially since we are riding double. Trust me, this is the best pace for traveling. Luke replies calmly. Horseshoes continue to crunch against soil in an endless rhythm, somehow making the silence even more prominent. I briefly ponder if there's anything I can say to break the silence, but most of the things I think of would be inappropriate, given the situation. Mentioning the queer behavior of the skeletons is a possibility, but I doubt it's anything important. If the necromancer wants to divide up his forces and make it easier for us to kill them, he can go right ahead, I say. We arrive at a village a couple of hours later, and the sun is starting to get low. It's unlikely that we'll be able to make it back to the city before nightfall, I think absent-mindedly, before focusing on the problem at hand, skeletons. Dismounting from the horse, I draw my sword. 45, including the ones in the fields. Again with the weirdness. Also, 2 of the skeletons here have armor and weapons. Informs Gerald. My eyes narrow. Unfortunately, that isn't all. Mixed in with the normal, pale white skeletons are black skeletons. Now, I don't know much about skeletons, but I am fairly sure that the white ones are the weakest of the bunch. Therefore, these black ones must be stronger. But with a couple of paladins by my side, they won't be a threat. I charge into battle, but Lily and Luke overtake me before I'm even halfway to the group of skeletons that are turning to face us. From atop her horse, Lily raises a gauntleted hand towards them. A holy light springs forth from her hand, and the skeletons it shines upon have their flames extinguished, regardless of color. Luke mimics her action, and another group of skeletons fall apart where they stand, although a smaller number than when Lily attacked. At this rate, there won't be much for me to do. I continue charging, but by the time I reach them, Lily and Luke have already cleaved through them, leaving only a single black skeleton. They head deeper into the village, leaving this one for me. Upon spotting me, the dark flames in its eyes blaze sinisterly. It opens its jaws wide as if trying to shout or scream, but no sound comes out. Then, to my shock, It starts to run towards me. I barely parry its first blow, again finding myself startled by its speed and power. Until now, skeletons could be described with two words: tenacious, slow. But this one moves almost as fast as a regular human, and just as strong. Of course, that still isn't as strong or fast as I am, so after the first few blows I become accustomed to the difference and start to retaliate. With a kick I shatter its leg, sending it tumbling to the ground, and with another step I stomp on its head, shattering it. Much stronger than the normal skeleton, but still weak on its own. Skull fragments crumble under my boot as I run further into the village. Everywhere I go, all I see are piles of bones. I hear sounds of combat from up ahead, so I hurry along, reaching them just in time to witness the last armored undead get beheaded. Lily sheaths her immaculate blade. Perhaps the only benefit to fighting undead is that you don't have to clean your weapon afterward. Let us split up and see if we can find another of those cats. Leaving her horse to graze on the grass by the roadside, Lily picks a direction and begins searching, with Luke doing the same. Inside the house over to your right, the one with the broken window. It's under the bed. Meanwhile, I had a helpful fork supplying me with its exact location. Striding over to the house, I step over the fallen door through the entrance and follow Gerald's directions to find the bedroom. Peeking under the bed, I see a pair of feline eyes looking back at me. Stretching out an arm, I try to grab it, but the cat hisses and claws my hand. I wince at the pain and try again, this time managing to pull it from beneath the bed, still flailing its limbs and try to inflict whatever damage it can. Awkwardly trying to hold it in such a way that it can't scratch or bite me, I hurry out of the building and call out, "I found it." Well, Gerald found it, but he doesn't want other people to know about him, so what else can I say? And I did find it. Gerald just found it first. Lily and Luke promptly return, and I deposit the unruly cat in her hands, where it is unable to do any harm. She closes her eyes in concentration, but soon opens them again as the cat falls limp in her hands. Again. If we were able to catch him when he is sleeping, then I would have more time. She trails off in frustration. So what now? I ask. Clean up the skeletons in the fields? Lily shakes her head. That is what I shall be doing. Meanwhile, the horses will be resting, and you will start your training with Luke. At first, I'm faintly disappointed that she won't be teaching me herself, but that feeling is replaced shortly by excitement. With this training, I should be able to become at least somewhat more powerful, right? Come, let us find a more suitable area to train in. Luke beckons me over, and we find ourselves an empty paddock, the animals formerly residing here having long since fled. He looks around and nods, drawing his sword. All right, first let us have a brief spar. I need to find out your current level of skill and style of fighting if I am to train you. Drawing my own sword, I say, I reached advanced proficiency recently, if that helps. He shakes his head and swings towards me, his sword little more than a gleam of silver, faster than I can react to. I try to block, but I am barely able to raise my sword halfway before his sword stops just short of my forehead, making my whole body break out in sweat. It does not. Two men can have the same proficiency in a skill, yet entirely different methods of using it. The only way for me to truly understand how you fight is to fight you. He says, lifting his sword away from my face and taking a step back. Again. This time he lets me attack and calmly parries every one of my slashes, his green eyes steadily tracking my movements as I endlessly try to breach his defenses. Enough. Luke says eventually, sheathing his sword. I think I have a clear enough picture of how you fight, now. Hands trembling, I lower my sword and try to steady my breathing. Now that I'm not fighting, I notice Joe sitting on the fence nearby, a stalk of wheat wiggling about in his mouth as he chews on it. Where did he even get that? Aren't all the crops here dead? Not terrible for someone who has obviously never been trained, but not great, either. However, that just means you have much room for improvement. Let us start with the basics. Luke grabs my hands, shifting them slightly on the hilt of my sword. At least part of the reason why you are so tired right now is because your grip and stance are sloppy. He explains. You aren't exerting as much strength as you could where it matters and are exerting too much where it doesn't. There are many other problems with your style of fighting, but we'll start with that. Point of view Gerald, hello, I'm bored. Hello bored, I'm insert name here, I hear you say? Ha ha. But seriously, not much happening for me, lately. A bit of recount here, some chatting there, and the rest of my days are silence. I'm half tempted to notify those paladins of my existence just so I have freedom to move about again. Plus, there are a whole bunch of questions I would be interested in asking someone a bit more knowledgeable than Ferdinand. But anyway, all I can do is the usual training, minus some of the more showy skills, for obvious reasons, and watch what's happening. Ferdinand's currently getting a bit of training, which is nice to see. I'm watching that closely, for future reference. Never know when I might get a skill that allows me to assume a human form, after all. Although, given my stats I'd be more fit to be a wizard. Then again, with the strength and dex enhancing traits I have, perhaps melee combat would be the way to go. I'd really rather use magic, but it will depend on whether I can find something with a good trait. Intelligence and wisdom. All I can think of in terms of intelligent animals are dolphins, and for wisdom I'm drawing a complete blank. I mean, they say owls are wise, but are they really? Then, what about monsters? I can think of plenty of intelligent monsters, but that generally means they are of a similar level of intelligence as a human. I need something particularly intelligent or wise. Mind flayers come to mind. I didn't get it last time, but maybe if I come across another, evil one in the future? Dragons are often depicted as intelligent, and wise too. But I don't think killing a dragon is currently within the range of my capabilities. Not much else I can think of, but what to do. After all that time playing it before, I pretty much hate Minesweeper now. I suppose the only thing I can do is meditate. Meditate the days away. Patience. Telling myself to be patient seems almost like an insult, after how long I've waited. Days and villages go by, a constant life of traveling, fighting and training. For them. Guys, reckon we can switch places for a bit? Almost 60 in this village, with 4 of the armored ones. Looks like we managed to get to this one in time, some of the villagers are still fighting. As always, I inform Ferdinand of the movements within the village as soon as we get in range. Ugh, scratch that, the last one just got mobbed. Well, at least this time we'll be able to recover their bodies. Every single time, there hasn't been a single corpse in the village, as if the villagers had just vanished and been replaced by skeletons. Except that would mean there would be way more skeletons in each village. By now, I am quite curious what exactly that necromancer is doing, so I am keeping a close eye, so to speak, on the events currently happening. The skeletons are carrying the bodies to the center of the village, where the usual cat is watching them. Once they are all there, a huge mass of mana appears in the village, the suddenness of which temporarily blinds me. Seconds later, it disappears, and along with it all of the bodies and the skeletons carrying them. Did they just teleport or something? I'm so shocked and confused that I miss most of what Lily is saying about summoning magic. Right, makes sense. By now, I reckon I can say because magic to anything that I don't understand. Alright, whatever, moving on. Ignoring what just happened, the rest is as usual, run into the village, re-kill all of the undead, find the cat dies, move on to the next village. Some adventurers turn up now and again to help, which is something, but the army is still conspicuous in its absence. By now, anyone with half a brain in this empire should be able to see that the necromancer has some ties to people in the top echelons of society. But then again, some of the nobles and city lords seem to have less than half a brain. How on earth has this empire held itself together when most of the people of importance are blithering idiots who, when not sleeping, are either spending money extravagantly, losing themselves in debauchery or yelling at some unlucky chap in the street because their face looks funny? Honestly, I hope the rest of the world isn't like this. Point of view Ferdinand. Crackling, the fire spits out a spark which curves through the air, landing only to wink out a moment later. I roll my stiff shoulders. The rigorous training of the past week has been taking its toll on my body. Gerald is lying somewhere in my pack as usual, probably bored out of his mind, as he so often tells me. Like me, Lily and Luke are seated around the fire, sipping at bowls of vegetable stew. Their god apparently restricts them from eating meat unless they have to. Personally, I enjoy a good steak, but this isn't half bad either. Like every other night, both of them have taken off their armor and are instead dressed in simple tunics and leggings. Like this, I can hardly liken them to their usual appearances, armored holy knights that will dominate the battlefield or heal the wounded wherever they appear. Finished gulping down the stew, I set the wooden bowl down to one side. It will be cleaned before we leave in the morning. Stomach full, a question comes to mind that I can't help but voice. You two are very strong, so how is it that I'd not heard of you before we met? Luke lifts his gaze from the fire. We come from the far north, so it is no surprise that you never heard of us. He looks over at Lily, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Besides, even we did not know of each other before this. It was only when I was upon the Empire's borders that I heard our Lord's voice telling me where to find Lily, and that she would be leading the mission here. My eyebrows raise involuntarily. You get along well for two people who barely know each other. Why would we not? Luke shrugs. We serve the same God, after all, and Lily is such an accomplished wizard that it's hard for me not to be in awe of her. While I appreciate the sentiment, I am only proficient in a few miscellaneous magical skills, and cannot claim to be anything more than average in other areas. Lily leans forward, warming her hand over the fire. Rather, your skill with the sword is much more impressive. It approaches that of the old masters where I live. Luke smiles slightly. My sword master says that he's nearly out of things to teach me. Soon, I'll only be able to rely on myself to improve further. How about you, Ferdinand? What are you good at? Taken by surprise, I say the first thing that comes to mind. Farming. Farming was the only thing I was ever good at. Why did you never go back to farming, then? Luke asks curiously. I'd never thought about it before, so I take a moment to think before answering. I suppose I saw too many people who needed help, and not enough people who were helping them. If I went back to farming, that would mean more people wouldn't be able to get that help. How noble. You might do well as a paladin yourself. Lily says, then turns to, was Joe sitting there this whole time? That guy is so quiet that it's hard to notice him, I swear. And how about you, Joe? I don't expect him to answer, but to my surprise, he does. Actually, I'm a farmer too. Pulling a straw hat from behind his back, he places it on his head. It's hard work, you know? Figured I'd take a short break. After all this ends, it's back to the farm for me. Call me skeptical, but I don't believe him. Says Gerald. You could hear what he's saying? I ask. Nah, he's writing it on the ground. I look, and his finger is indeed on the ground. It is still right now, but I know from experience that it can go at incredible speeds. I go back to the original topic. But does it mean anything if he is lying? No, Gerald sighs. It doesn't. Or rather, it would make less sense if he is telling the truth. But either way, we know too little about him to determine anything. Even friend or foe. Although from his actions so far, it's neither. Really, there's no point in thinking too much about it. I never did. How close are you to finding the necromancer's location? Luke asks Lily in the meantime. Lily takes out a map and looks at it. Very. The directions I am able to find with every one of those cat familiars are quite inexact, but if I can do it one, maybe two more times, I should be able to narrow it down to one area. Furrowing his brows, Luke asks, and if he has not been staying in one area? It would make this more difficult, but in that case there should be larger deviations in the directions, and a pattern we could follow. She answers. Then it looks to be a big day tomorrow. We should get some rest. A dim, Pale light shines down on the world as Tarak glowers down, alone in his own piece of the sky. One ghostly pale hand resting lightly on the rails of the balcony, a young man looks up at the sky and shivers. Turning around, he walks back into the room, pulling the gilded doors closed behind him. He glances briefly at the large bed, with its silken sheets twisted into knotted clumps at the foot, and walks instead to his desk. He sits down. With a practiced motion, he reaches under the desk and presses a concealed button. His other hand enters a number combination, and a slight click notifies him that the secret compartment is unlocked. Apparently, the man thinks that even this is not enough security, because the book he slips from the compartment is itself padlocked. Taking the key from where it hangs around his neck, he unlocks it. Glancing fearfully about the room one last time, he opens the book and flips through to an empty page. Taking up the magical pen on his desk, he begins to write. Night 257. Questions surround me no matter what answers I give, and those who should be loyal hounds bay for my blood without regard for what I feed them. I fear that soon all my plans will unravel, and with them so too will the noose be tied for my demise. Oh, how I wish that I could simply leave this all behind. But archers lay in wait to fill me with arrows, daggers lurk in the night, and soon enough my own soldiers will march against me. Only here am I safe, and yet even here my protectors will tear me limb from limb if I so much as utter the wrong word. What a fool I was, what a fool I am! If only I had never been brought here. If only I had run when I still could. Too late. Too late. I still cannot sleep. A tear glistens against his pale skin as he once again locks the book, places it in the compartment and resets the mechanism. Head in hands, he weeps. Point of view Ferdinand, with a scratching sound, the final line is marked upon the map. Scooping a large piece of earth up in her hands, Lily lays the newly deceased cat within the shallow grave and sprinkles the earth over it. She looks up at us. I have the necromancer's location. The place doesn't have a name, but it is near the Empire's borders to the west. Excellent! Exclaims Luke. We should make haste towards him, lest he moves or does further damage. I nod. Joe chews absently on a strand of wheat, seemingly uninterested. Indeed, but we should at least inquire at the temples we pass to see if there are any other paladins or priests available to assist us. Lily says. Point of view Gerald, we passed through several cities without any trouble from bandits, and very little from monsters. They were likely intimidated by the heavily armored paladins. Speaking of, they managed to persuade some other paladins and priests to join our motley troop. As we go along, some of them look sidelong at Ferdinand, but more of them are looking strangely at this empty spot near us I assume Joe is occupying. In total we have 5 paladins, 4 priests, an adventurer, a weirdo and a fork against a single necromancer. Usually good odds, but then again, a necromancer is a one-man army. When we finally arrive, everything looks normal. A slight breeze tumbles petals through the air peacefully. The scene is so very different from the mental image most of them must have been holding, so much that someone even mutters, "Are we sure this is the right place?" He's got quite the compound underground, by the looks of it. The entrance is hidden about 150 meters in front of you, and a tad to your left. I tell Ferdinand. But how can I say that without seeming suspicious? He asks. Hey, I must be rubbing off on him, he's starting to ask the right questions. Not sure. I reply honestly. At least some of them can detect lies, so if you just keep saying it, they should believe you. Ferdinand starts trying to tell everyone where the entrance is. They agree that they may as well start looking there and start walking over. The horses they leave tied to a lone tree, mounts will only be a hindrance underground. Meanwhile, I take a closer look at this compound, hidden base thing. Evil lair. The necromancer is there. Oh. That doesn't look good. That doesn't look good at all. Might want to hurry it up a bit. The necromancer is doing some sort of magical ritual thing. With a lot of corpses. At a guess, around 1,000? The rest of the rooms in his evil lair are completely empty, not a sign of undead anywhere. Unless those lanterns are undead. Could be. A feeling of pressure on my handle brings my attention back to my body. Ferdinand is taking me out of his pack. You do know that I can easily get myself out at any time, and he's handing me over to Luke. Okay, what? Look, if you are having trouble with something, just use the fork, Luke. Alrighty, didn't see that one coming. He goes on to clarify that Luke should throw me at an enemy. Luke is understandably confused, but puts me away in a pouch on his belt nonetheless. That's sneaky little. He knows that if I try to do anything here, I'll expose myself. Fine. Just remember that if you get split up from Luke, I won't be able to help you. I warn him. I know. Raising holy symbols, the priests begin to cast blessings upon everyone, me excepted, obviously. Ferdinand says that they have raised both his physical and mental stats by 5, as well as granting him some resistance to death energy, poison and rot. Not bad. We reach the entrance, and Luke draws his sword. He jabs it into the ground, piercing through into the empty space below. Nodding to himself, he starts slicing at an impressive speed, the first piece starting to fall just as he completes the last cut. Around us, the earth starts to bulge. Rather than a single, massive distortion, there are hundreds upon hundreds of small bulges starting to break the earth around them. They aren't large, perhaps the size of a large ball. Or a head. Skulls start to surface all around them, skeletal hands pulling themselves free of shallow graves to reveal a horde of skeletons. Soil trickles from between empty ribs and hanging jaws, and a few stubborn flowers cling to some of the skeletons' pale domes. 3 of the priests raise their arms in prayer and call out, "Holy Sanctuary." A softly glowing hemisphere expands from their position until it encompasses the entire group. Half a beat later, the last priest raises his arms and calls out H Holy Sanctuary. In an oddly high-pitched voice, causing the sphere's glow to get slightly brighter. As the first skeletons step foot into the sphere's radium, the dark flames behind their eyes dim considerably, and their movements slow to a standstill. It takes practically no effort for the paladins to cut them down. Fear fills the priests' eyes as they recognize the distinctive twanging sound from the rear of the horde. The holy sanctuary repels the undead, it has no effect against ranged attacks. One of the paladins raises his shield, shouting lowly, "Divine Barrier." The edge of the sanctuary surrounding the group turns solid, just in time to deflect a volley of arrows. Glancing off the shield, the otherwise deadly quarrels scatter ineffectively into the horde, doing practically nothing to the skeletal undead. Walking ever towards the living, the skeletons begin to batter at the barrier. Their attacks are unable to breach it, but the bright light slowly begins to dim. "I cannot hold this for long!" exclaims the paladin, face pained as he strains to keep up the barrier in the face of constant assault. "Everyone underground!" shouts Lily, leading the group down the formerly hidden staircase herself. Luke follows close behind, warily looking around in case of any further ambushes. Next is Ferdinand and Joe, then the 4 priests, the sanctuary slowly fading behind them, leaving only the barrier itself, the other 2 paladins and finally the paladin that was holding up the barrier. Lit only by ominously glowing skulls and surrounded on all sides by dark earth, the group descends the stone stairs in silence until the paladin at the rear groans, "They'd reached my barrier." Nobody replies, but their speed increases and their faces tense slightly. Reaching a set of doors, they open them and enter an empty room with passageways in each direction. "Which way do we go now?" someone asks, looking down the nearly identical corridors. "Right," says Ferdinand hesitantly. A few people look at him suspiciously, but Lily just shrugs. "You were right last time. That said, some of us should stay behind to hold off the undead here. Marco, Alex, Ferdinand and Joe, you 4 should be able to fend them off using the doorway as a choke point." Ferdinand, the barrier paladin and a pale-looking priest nod, while Joe just shrugs. Turning, Lily looks solemnly into the dim tunnel and moves quickly into it, followed closely by Luke and the remaining paladins and priests. They soon vanish out of sight and hearing. Alex the priest nervously runs his tongue along his lips to moisten them. So, I believe, in times like this, introductions are in order? He glances up the staircase, face paling further as he sees the veritable sea of white bones nearly at the bottom. I am Alex. I'm a priest, obviously. He fingers the holy symbol hanging from a chain on his neck. Marco glances at him before striding to the door, readying his sword and shield. Marco, son of Marcus. I follow Oudral, god of the shield. His voice flows smoothly into the room, clear and strong. Ferdinand, already at the door, braces himself against the fear of facing overwhelming odds. Ferdinand, adventurer. He says, just loud enough to be heard over the loudening din of clacking bones. Joe says, sticking his arm up cheerfully. Well, nice to meet you, Marco, Ferdinand, Joe. Alex gulps. I hope this won't be our last meeting. It will not, states Marco, bashing the head of an approaching skeleton with his shield. We do not need to defeat them, only to hold them off until the others defeat the necromancer. This is a simple task. Long and tiresome, yes. But simple. Alex nods worriedly, raising his holy symbol. Holy sanctuary. He mutters, causing a dimly glowing hemisphere to appear in the doorway, encompassing Marco and Ferdinand, as well as a few of the skeletons nearby. It won't be as effective as the one earlier, but, I should be able to hold it there for a while. Because it's smaller. Alex finishes lamely. Ferdinand and Marco make no response, now entirely concentrating on holding back the skeleton horde. Seeing that the two of them appear to be having little difficulty at this early point, Alex glances idly around. Spotting Joe comfortably reclining against the wall and watching the combat, he frowns. You aren't going to do anything? He asks. Joe turns his head to face him. Nah, I don't fight. Alex's frown deepens. Then why are you here in the first place? To watch things like this. Joe points at the two defending the doorway, small piles of bones beginning to pile up around them. To feel the tension of a fight, to taste the air. This air is full of death energy. He spits onto the floor in disgust. Alex, already in a less than ideal state of mind, is completely unable to handle Joe's strangeness at this moment. I'll just concentrate on the fighting. He decides. Meanwhile, the other group is navigating their way through the tunnels. They pass by several rooms, ones filled with papers, some with various magical items, a room full of mirrors. Giving them little more than a cursory glance, the paladins and priests hurry on by. No doubt, the contents of the rooms are important, but right now finding and defeating the necromancer is top priority. The contents of the rooms won't be going anywhere, after all. There will be time to carefully search through everything here later. Are we sure this is the right way? Lily doesn't waste any time stopping. A second spent here is another second that the entrance has to be defended. Can you not feel the density of death energy increasing? This is the correct path, I am sure of it. The paladin doesn't respond. Now that she mentions it, he can feel the death energy increasing. And by no small degree either. He barely needs to use a detection skill to feel the malignant energy prickling against his skin, sapping at his stamina. All of them can feel it. They are close. Turning another corner, they see the tunnel opening up into a massive chamber, inside which, their eyes widen in shock that quickly turns to anger as they take in the scene in front of them. Hundreds of dried up bodies lie in piles in several circles around the room, channels leading from them to a massive stone basin in the floor. Both are empty, save the cloaked man standing in the center of the basin. What manner of foul ritual is this? Mutters one of the priests involuntarily. The cloaked man turns, and one of the paladins shudder. The man's eyes are pitch black, and his face is a whitish color, as if completely devoid of blood. Free at last. It sighs, but its face shows no emotion. Free from what? Your humanity? Accuses Luke. Eyeing Luke coldly, the lich states expressionlessly, it doesn't matter. Its lack of tone makes it difficult to tell what it is referring to. I am in a good mood right now, so your deaths will be swift and painless." Its dark eyes glint malevolently. "You will all make excellent undead." Before anyone can make a move, it raises its dark staff and quickly chants, "By the dark contracts I call to thee, mass summon undead." With a brief flash of light, a battalion of skeletons clad in rusty, corroded armor appear in front of the Lich. Holy smite! With a word, a holy light flies out and strikes one of the skeletons. It falls to the ground with a clatter, vanquished with that single blow. Completely ignoring the skeletons, Luke leaps over them to attack the Lich directly. Wielding its staff in a startling display of both physical and martial prowess, the Lich parries Luke's attacks while retreating, chanting rapidly as it does so, "Damned soldiers, never stop, never falter. Death march." Chips fly from the Lich's staff as it continues to parry Luke's blows, and it appears to be losing ground fast. But just as Luke is about to overwhelm the Lich, 3 of the undead surround him, and he is forced to switch his focus to them. Cladding his blade in a holy aura, Luke deftly slips away from their attacks. Shifting his footing, he twists, sword silently cutting through the air and beheading all 3 of the undead. With barely a pause in his movements, he again lunges after the Lich. "Strong. You aren't from around here. This will be an excellent opportunity to familiarize myself with my new body's peculiarities." The Lich steps frantically backwards, then looks up as it seems to realize something. "Death march. I almost forgot that I can use these spells on myself, now that I too am undead." Its movements quicken considerably, and it manages to break away from Luke, duck around a pile of bodies and slip into the midst of its undead soldiers. Grimacing, Luke prepares to cut his way through to the Lich when a voice rings out over the din of clashing weapons. "Luke! They managed to surround us. Some assistance would be appreciated." Before Lily finishes shouting, Luke is already slashing his way through the perimeter. "How did they manage to get around you?" he asks Lily, glancing around before resuming his assault on the skeletons. The priests appear unharmed, but the other paladins have traces of blood trickling down unmarred skin, evidence of a wound that had recently been healed. "They suddenly sped up, caught us off guard," explains Lily, felling another skeleton with another bolt of holy magic. "Cover for me a bit." She jumps back and starts to chant, not waiting for a response. Shaking his head in resignation, Luke dashes off again to decimate the rest of the skeletons surrounding them while the others hold off the few at the front. Like a line of dominoes, sets of armor fall to the ground one by one, subtle cuts evident in thinner portions of armor or straight through the metal when his or their position made it inconvenient to target their weak points. Having eliminated the encirclement, Luke looks up, expecting to see a severely smaller group of skeletons now guarding the Lich that he could potentially charge straight through. Instead he sees another group of skeletons appearing around the Lich. There are only 11 of them, but they appear considerably more formidable than the skeletons they had seen before. If the first group of skeletons the Lich summoned were soldiers, then these are the generals. Clad in suits of steel armor that are without exception covered in nicks and scratches, but are nevertheless in good condition, they have the quiet confidence in their bearing that is present in only the veterans of many battles. Despite being undead, they almost feel alive as they simultaneously focus glares on the wary paladins and priests through the eye slits in their visors. Leaving the soldiers behind, the skeleton generals advance in unison, quickly splitting into 3 different groups. One which moves directly towards the paladins and 2 that move off at an angle to attack their flanks. One of the paladins fires a holy bolt at the approaching skeletons. As it is about to hit, the skeleton tilts its body with contemptuous ease. The bolt flies straight into the gap created, hitting one of the skeleton soldiers behind it. Eyeing the paladin in question mockingly, the skeleton general continues to advance unimpeded. Incensed, the paladin begins casting bolts rapidly, but the skeleton generals duck and weave around them effortlessly, and they end up splashing against the skeletons or walls behind. Noticing that his efforts had only been a waste of mana, the paladin frowns in frustration and instead imbues holy magic into his sword. Behind him, the 3 priests hurriedly cast another holy sanctuary, the perimeter expanding to encompass them and the four paladins just as the skeletons are about to reach them. Grinding to a halt, the skeleton generals look warily at the softly glowing hemisphere. Instinct tells them that touching it will bring them harm, and yet within it are their enemies. One of them reaches out and dips a finger into it experimentally, whipping it out a moment later as it feels the holy magic purifying the death energy in its finger. Its eyes dim ever so slightly as the death energy within it redistributes itself to clad the finger once again. Another skeleton reaches out with its sword. Unlike the skeletons themselves, their armor and weaponry are not part of them, and thus the sword is unaffected by the holy magic. When they see that their weapons can enter without anything happening, their hesitation disappears, and they begin to attack again, although they are careful not to let any part of their body enter within the radius of the spell. While all the paladins and priests are within the perimeter of the spell, the priests are unable to sustain too large a radius, and thus the skeletons are able to reach the paladins with their weapons. Of course, a smaller area also means that it is easier to defend, but the paladins are incredibly hard-pressed to defend themselves, especially when Lily is still chanting. Wounds begin to appear on the paladins' limbs despite their shields, the skeletons piercing their weapons into any and every hole in their defenses. The only exception is Luke himself, fending off 3 and sometimes 4 at once without a single injury to show for it thus far. Still, he appears to be fighting at the very limits of his abilities, eyes restlessly darting about, trying to see everything at once while his sword appears to have a life of its own, twisting and parrying relentlessly. If not for the sanctuary, and if not for the fact that Lily and the priests are just outside the reach of the skeletons, the 7 of them would likely have been overwhelmed in moments under the undead onslaught. But the paladins and priests are tiring, slowly running out of mana, and the skeleton generals are not. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before they run out of mana and fall. It is at this point that, unbeknownst to each other because of the noise of combat, both Lily and the Lich finish their chanting. Correct injustice, sever evil from this world. Sword of judgment! Shouts Lily. Raising a gauntlet, she curls her fingers, leaving a single index to point at the Lich standing sheltered within the skeletons. Wherever you step, death shall follow. Summon undead warlord! Intones the Lich, lifting the splintered remains of its staff. A golden sword appears in the air in front of Lily's finger and begins to shoot towards the Lich at high speed. Noticing the situation, one of the skeleton generals throws itself into the path of the sword, but the sword pierces straight through into its armor, breaks through the bones behind it and out through the back with little reduction in speed or alteration to its course. Now the only thing standing between it and the Lich itself are the remaining skeleton soldiers, which promptly pile themselves into a wall of bone and metal. That too has a thin hole cut straight through it. And that's when the undead warlord appears. Meanwhile, back at the entrance, Marco pants heavily, but his arms never stop moving as they continue to wield sword and shield against the skeletons. He appears mostly unharmed, but exhaustion is clearly starting to take a toll. Streams of sweat run down Ferdinand's brow as he fights, stinging his eyes and causing him to blink repeatedly. But he has no time to wipe it away as the never-ending tide of skeletons press down upon them. Alex is working to move the bones and fallen weapons around them away and into another room so that they don't trip over while fighting. Yawning, Joe digs around in his ear with a pinky, inspects the result and wipes the earwax off on his pants. After a while, the approaching tide start to have more and more black skeletons among them, until they are the only ones approaching. With even more pressure on them now, Marco begins to falteringly chant. Although he hears it, Ferdinand doesn't even spare him a glance. He has no leeway to look away from the combat, and he can barely see anyway with all the sweat dripping into his eyes. Your will. My shield. Protect. Until the last breath. Final bulwark. A giant image of a shield appears, blocking the stairway completely. The skeletons beyond it immediately begin to batter against it. Decapitating the skeleton in front of him, Ferdinand wipes the sweat from his eyes and breathes a sigh of relief. Panting, he asks Marco, "How long can you hold that?" Marco stands unmoving with both arms raising his shield, sword discarded on the floor. His lips barely move as he tries to speak, but no sound comes out. Ferdinand frowns. Gerald was right, I should have trained telepathy up to advanced. Then I would be able to talk with him. He thinks regretfully. I think I've read about this spell before, says Alex, still ferrying skulls, pelvises and all manner of other bones across the room. Final bulwark, yes. It's particular to the paladins of Outral, of course. Requires a shield for use, uses mana, stamina and health to power it. He falters, a couple of femurs tumbling from his arms. Cannot be cancelled or interrupted once cast, except by the user reaching 1 health. Results, almost without exception, in the caster's death. He gulps. Well, you'll just have to heal him as soon as it stops then. Ferdinand leans against a wall to catch his breath. I can try. But 1 health. He could die at any moment, even without anything attacking him. It'll be up to his luck and will to live whether he survives or not. And either way you'll need to take over the whole defense. I'm afraid that I'm more capable with a book than a battle axe, so to speak. Alex shrugs, dropping the bones to the floor with a clatter. He looks down at them sadly. It's going to take weeks to give all these a proper burial. If we don't end up joining them, that is. Ferdinand shakes his head, again wiping off his forehead. Marco was right. We can't think like that. We just have to keep fighting. The holy sanctuary fades, and Alex shrugs. I'm running low on mana, and I'll be needing some to heal Marco. But why are you fighting? Us priests and paladins. Well, it's pretty much our duty. But you don't seem to be particularly pious, so why are you here, risking your life in some nameless place? I just want to help protect people. Alex raises an eyebrow. My detect lie skill tells me you're telling the truth. My experience as a priest tells me it isn't the whole truth. Do we really have to do this now? Ferdinand frowns. No, I suppose not. Sighs Alex. He spends the next few minutes in silence ferrying more bones across the room until the doorway is completely clear of them, keeping an eye on the shield blocking the stairway at all times. Ferdinand takes a sip of water from a flask and sets it down next to his backpack along the wall. He dries his hands on his shirt, his breathing gradually slowing to just above normal levels. Crack. They look at the cracks starting to web across the surface of the shield, their faces tightening. Both of them had secretly harbored the hope that the necromancer would be defeated by the time the shield falls. The shield shatters a moment later, and Marco falls backwards with blood spurting from his mouth, shield falling to the floor to lie next to his sword. Ferdinand scoops it up and stands in the middle of the doorway while Alex shifts Marco away, hands infusing him with healing magic all the while. Point of view Ferdinand, I slip my arm into the handle of the shield and brace myself. The shield helps me to block off the skeletons on one side while I focus on fighting the ones on the other side. 1, 2, 4, 7, 12, 20. I stop counting, already used to dismissing the windows as soon as they pop up. I almost missed my level up earlier because of how used I am to it, but luckily, I just managed. I remember feeling very thankful that the menu could be used hands-free back then. It's unbelievable that I'm closing in on level 30 now. It was only a short while ago that I was only at level 18, and now here I am. I shake away my loose thoughts and concentrate on the fight. Dismiss, dismiss, I slowly feel my left arm growing heavy. The shield feels awkward, and the strap is digging into my arm painfully. I should have known that I can't just pick up a shield and be able to use it effectively. Slipping my arm from the handle, I drop it behind me, all the while fending off the myriad black skeletons in front of me. I'm going to have nightmares of this if I survive today. I shake my left hand to lessen the pain a little bit, and place it on the hilt of the sword, wielding it in a two-handed grip. Slash. Bones clatter upon the steps, shattered spines and scattered limbs. Slash. The dim light flickers ominously, sending an army of hollow shadows multitudes larger than the actual one dancing across the walls. Slash, slash, slash. That annoying drip of sweat has come back, and I can barely see anything in my left eye. But even the blurred figures I see with it are enough to combat their simple attacks. Slash, slash, slash. I blink my left eye furiously, but that only seems to make it worse. I give up and decide to just stop blinking altogether. After a short while, tears seem to cover my eyes, relieving some of the pain. Slash, slash, slash. Skill gained, battle focus, basic, allows you to enter a state of intense concentration when in combat. Slightly decreases likelihood of being startled by unexpected events, losing track of an enemy and not seeing attacks. Strength plus 0.5, dexterity plus 0.5, endurance plus 0.5, intelligence plus 0.5, wisdom plus 0.5, luck plus 0.5, charisma plus 0.5 when in this state. Dismiss. Slash. 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 They keep on coming, no matter how many I cut down. Both my eyes are stinging with sweat, I can only see indistinct forms. My arms are sore, my hands are shaking. I can barely breathe. Slash. 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 My grip is slipping, and it feels like the sword will drop from my hands at any moment. I can hardly think. Why? Am I fighting, again? Title evolved, Undead Bane, greater than Undead Slaughterer, killer of many horrors of the night. You can instinctively sense nearby undead, especially those harmful to you. All stats increased by 2 when attacking undead. Dismiss. Slash. 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 Right. I thought I could be like one of those knights in shining armor from the stories. Ha. She's the one with the shining armor. And she's stronger, smarter. Beautiful. How could I ever hope to rescue her? Dot slash. Dot slash. Dot slash. Dot she's taking a long time to beat him. She's having trouble? But then, if these skeletons get through, I can hold on for another few seconds, surely? I tighten my grip, take a deep breath, try and blink away some of the sweat and fight on through the pain of all the wounds I had been taking. It might just be my imagination, but it feels like my sword just got a little bit lighter, their weapons just a bit slower. Slash. 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 That wasn't too hard, right? Another 10 seconds? Slash. 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 Dot are they getting weaker? I feel like they're getting weaker. I think I can hold them at least another 20 seconds. Slash. 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 Is this a joke? Why are they so easy now? Where did all that pain go? I can go another minute at this rate, minimum. Slash. 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 Come at me, you undead bastards. Trait gained, Battleborn, whether your battles end in victory or defeat, you will never give up. Increased resistance to mental influences, increased grip strength, pain reduction. Stat unlock, Fighting Spirit. Skill gained, Battle Cry, Basic, roar loudly, your voice echoing over the battlefield with the possibility of startling and/or causing fear in enemies. Reduced effect if used repeatedly on the same enemy. Requires, greater than 30 Fighting Spirit. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Stamina cost, 30. Fighting Spirit plus 30. I find myself grinning as I cut down skeleton after skeleton. I dismiss the notifications without reading them, they don't matter. The only thing that matters is that not a single skeleton gets past me. So when armored skeletons start pouring down the stairs, I just tighten my grip, square my shoulders and glare at them. Going back some 10 minutes. The distance between the Sword of Judgment and the skeleton warlord is less than half a meter, and the sword is moving slightly faster than an arrow in flight. Such a distance at such a speed, it will take less than 1/100th of a second. And yet, in that minuscule moment, the skeleton warlord manages to interpose its weapon into the path of the Sword of Judgment. Death energy billows up its bare, skeletal arms and onto its weapon, struggling to push it back. For a second, The holy magic and death energy are at an impasse, the holy magic constantly purifying the oncoming rush of death energy, and the death energy surging forth seemingly endlessly. Snap! A large shard falls to the floor, formerly the upper half of the skeleton warlord's massive claymore. Despite in the dim light, its silvery blue color is clear, even a blade forged of mithril was unable to withstand the power of the sword of judgment. Staggering backwards a step, falling to one knee as the glowing blade within its chest clashes with the death energy within its body. The dark flames within its eyes start to dim. Grasping the hilt of the magical blade with both hands despite the death energy around them recoiling at the sword's mere presence, the warlord pulls it out and throws it away, the blade dissipating into motes of light. Turning to the lich, the skeleton warlord speaks. "The first time you summon me in years, and it's to be your meat shield? Damn wizards." The lich doesn't reply, so the warlord just rolls its shoulders and turns around. "Now, who's the fucker that nearly offed me? Again?" it says, glaring at the group of paladins and priests who are still within the glowing sphere. Looking between them, it quickly assesses them. Weak, 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 weak. You two aren't bad. So it's her. It says, referring to Lily who is wobbling slightly where she stands. The spell almost drained her of every last drop of mana in her body at once, and as a result she is experiencing some physical exhaustion. It walks forwards, the generals moving out of its way as it approaches. It halts just in front of the sanctuary. "You aren't hoping this can stop me, are you?" The skeleton warlord rasps, pushing its skull into the glowing barrier. "Because it won't." Ding! The skeleton warlord blocks Luke's blade with its own. Despite having lost its top, the blade is still of a considerable length. That's more like it. Luke and the warlord begin to fight, and the generals similarly resume their assault. Barely 2 seconds later, the lich begins to chant, but the warlord rotates its skull to interrupt it. "Don't you dare buff me. I didn't come back from the dead after millennia to easily overpower every enemy I face. I came back to fight real battles." The lich looks at the warlord coldly. "You are mine, and you shall do as I please." "Oh? And what the hell are you going to do if I don't? Take away my own life? You don't have the guts," mocks the warlord. "Without me here, you'll die in seconds. My fight, my rules." After a moment of silence, the lich speaks again. "And what if he defeats you? Then I die again." The skeleton warlord states simply. "True warriors accept the possibility of death. The only reason I died with regrets last time was because it wasn't even a fight, it was an assassination." "Fine." The lich practically spits the word. The skeleton warlord shifts its skull back to its normal position. "Let's get this started again, shall we?" The jagged edge of his sword hacks down at Luke. Ducking to the side, Luke parries the blow by pushing it away with his own. From there he attempts a slash towards the skeleton. With a twist of its wrist, the warlord blocks and attempts his own cut. Parry, thrust, dodge, cut, block, riposte, slash, hack. The two exchange a flurry of blows. Luke is fatigued and unable to fight at his highest capacity, but the situation is precisely the same for the warlord. Deprived of much of his death energy from the earlier sword of judgment, it has perhaps half the speed and power that it would ordinarily enjoy. Of course, it still had the endless stamina of the undead, an advantage that Luke is uncomfortably aware of. If his opponent this time were a human of the same caliber, he is confident that he could defeat it, but as it is, it may only be a matter of time before he himself falls if he can't pull something off. Breaking its weapon is nothing but a pipe dream. Despite its apparent fragility, every one of Luke's blows had been infused with either the power slash or power stab skills, to no effect. Blinding it somehow? Impossible. Break its stance? Possible, since skeletons are comparatively light. Even while planning his next move, Luke makes no change in expression, no small movement that could give it away. His eyes don't shift from the warlord's upper body as he drops to the ground and sweeps his leg towards the warlord's. His foot meets nothing but air, and the next moment Luke rolls away to avoid the warlord's weapon stabbing down towards him. Regaining his feet in an instant, Luke looks warily towards the warlord. "First thing I did when I got this body was familiarize myself with its weaknesses and strengths," utters the warlord, surging forwards once more. Luke prepares himself for another assault, but the warlord instead darts around him like a swallow, slicing into his armor with the casual finesse of a master before jumping back to evade the blade whistling towards it in retaliation. Subtly shifting muscles to ascertain the extent of the damage, Luke winces. The cut is narrow, but nearly to the bone. There are severed muscles and tendons, no doubt, and the pain is intense, to say the least. Still, one knows their own body best, and Luke is a paladin. A soft glow begins to emanate from the wound, and it slowly starts to heal. In the meantime, however, Luke is at a severe disadvantage. The wound on his back severely limits his range of movements and the strength he can exert. He shifts into the defensive, using his shield more than his sword as he stalls for time, even while realizing that the delay will similarly benefit his enemy. A voice floats into his head. "Use the fork, Luke." Whether it's from delirium or memory he isn't sure, but at the moment he's grasping at straws. Lily is out of mana. The priests are probably running low by now and there is visible exhaustion on the faces of the other paladins, even if he ignores his own predicament. At worst, it might distract him for a moment. He thinks, pulling the fork out of the pouch and hurling it at the lich. Heavily doubting the potential lethality of even a high-velocity fork, but nevertheless concluding that it could in fact be a strangely shaped magical item. The warlord attempts to slice it out of the air in an extraordinary display of hand-eye coordination. But the fork appears to shift in midair, evading the blade. Do my eyes deceive me? Wonder both Luke and the warlord, before Luke's eyes widen, and the dark flame behind the warlord's eye sockets flickers slightly in shock. Still hurtling through the air, the fork stops its flipping and straightens out, morphing into an arrow-like form and greatly increasing in velocity. Unable to react in time, the lich stares in dumb disbelief as it shoots through the air towards it, over the heads of the skeletal soldiers. And then suddenly dips downwards, tearing through the lich's cloak and away again, the front of it now bulging strangely. Speeding above the skeletons, just out of reach, it returns to hover before Luke. Uncertainly, he reaches out, and under his dumbfounded gaze its bulbous tip retracts, revealing a curious artifact that rolls onto his palm. Spherical in shape, it appears to be made of mithril, although the metal has an odd reddish tint to it. It feels hollow, and Luke senses something wholly unholy dwelling within it. The lich's phylactery. He breathes, then ducks under the skeleton warlord's sweeping blade. "Stop him!" The lich shouts in rage, every skeleton in the room turning and running towards Luke. The lich himself starts to chant, but as soon as he begins his voice changes to a scream of pain. In Luke's hand lies the phylactery, now wreathed in holy magic. Although the mithril casing is incredibly sturdy and would be nigh impossible for them to breach by ordinary means, Luke is a paladin. While others would have to break the container, he can attack the soul within directly, saturated with death energy as it is. Of course, doing this is no easy feat, even more so when attempting it while also dodging and blocking the attacks of a highly skilled and powerful undead. But now that he doesn't have to defeat the warlord, he doesn't bother attacking whatsoever, focusing solely and entirely on defense and running away from the crowd of undead solely and entirely focused on killing him. So hellbent are they on killing him that they completely ignore the other paladins and priests, who now come up behind them and attack them from the rear. Mere seconds pass before the lich lets out its last scream. The other skeletons stop moving, the dark flames within them fading until they too fall. The skeleton warlord looks at Luke, sword loosely held in one hand, and speaks his final words, "Fucking wizards." And then the room falls silent. "Well, it could have been worse," sighs one of the priests. He looks towards Lily. "Can we please have a rest before we start looking through this place? Preferably outside?" Lily smiles tiredly. "Of course. I think we've earned a little break." "A little break?" The priest smiles stiffly. "Well, it could have been worse. Going back some 10 minutes. Again. Point of view Gerald. When he finished that ritual, whatever it was, I knew something was up. It wasn't just a large amounts of death energy hanging around him, or the fact that the amount of mana he had jumped hugely. It was the fact that a similar amount of death energy was condensed within a ball-like object. So when Luke accuses the necromancer of giving up his humanity, gears start to turn. Necromancer? Weird ritual thing? Giving up humanity? He just became a lich, didn't he? And if that was so, then that ball must be his phylactery. He, or it, I suppose, didn't have time to hide it away after the ritual, so it just slipped it into a pocket in its cloak. A right shame, that. If it had hidden it, I would have been able to fetch it or direct them to it easiest blinking, without any of this fighting. Speaking of fighting, there is a lot of it. Over here, over there, every freaking where. Let me just express my relief that we're inside and not outside. There are a lot of skeletons out there. A lot. Anyhow, Luke gets into a fight with a big skeleton dude, and he doesn't appear to be faring too well. They'll probably die if I don't do anything, huh? Use the fork, Luke. I speak into his mind using my best wise old man voice. He tosses me, and whoa there, engaging evasive maneuvers. Ahem. After dodging that skeleton dude's broken blade, I use ye olde form manipulation to change myself into a more flight-worthy shape. Forks aren't exactly the most aerodynamic things. I give myself a bit of a boost with a small key blast and the absorb vacuum trick. Try to hit me now, skeletons. Yes, I am flying way out of their reach. There's a problem. As I approach the lich, I'm starting to take damage from absorbing the death energy. Absorbing the dude is a no-go, then, not that I want to. Phylactery it is. I swoop down and utilize a bit of tricky form manipulation to encapsulate the phylactery. Ow, ow, ow. I'm taking damage just from holding this thing. Let's just get it back to Luke, let him deal with it. Plopping down on his hand, I pop the thing out and repair myself. Job done. A bit of a shame I don't get any XP from this, but hey, Ferdinand's got me covered there. Nearly 1000 XP came in from his side, and that's only 5% of the total. Do darn dang near 20k. Well, I'm glad that's over. Tubes. /25 point of view Lily. After the priests use what little mana they have remaining to heal any life-threatening wounds and we patch up the rest with bandages, we retrace our steps towards the entrance. We were all tired enough to drop where we stand, but it won't be good for any of us if the lich had set up this place to self-destruct after its death. So we limp towards the entrance. Fortunately, it appears that the lights in this place have their own power source, as flames still flicker within them. When we reach the entry room, I see bones strewn about the floor. And 3 people lying motionless. My heart jumps into my throat, but I shove it back down, forcing myself to remain calm and logical. Removing a gauntlet, I kneel and feel for the pulse of Alex, who is closest to me. I feel it a moment later, pulsing at a steady pace beneath his skin. His eyes crack open as I'm about to move to the next person. Oh. We won? He croaks. Yes. Are you alright? How are Marco and Ferdinand? I ask. They were in bad shape when I fell unconscious. Don't worry about me. Just exhausted. His eyelids drift down and up as he struggles to stay awake. Thank you. I look over to the others, already being tended to by the priests. A dim light flickers around their hands as they carefully heal them, likely using up mana as soon as it regenerates. 2 priests are healing Marco while only one is healing Ferdinand, so I go over to help him. A series of wounds are evident across his arms, legs and torso, some of them deep and some of them barely parting the skin. A thin carapace of dried blood encrusts most of his chest, his shirt barely more than a few strips of tattered cloth. Similarly to the priest, I begin running my hands over his wounds and channeling wisps of holy magic to heal them. Naturally, I target the deeper wounds and those that are still bleeding first. While we may have been able to do this in minutes in our normal states, we have very little to work with right now. It takes us almost 10 minutes just to seal up the worrying wounds on his front, and we are just rolling him over to see if there are any wounds on his back when he lets out a rather high-pitched yelp, jolting suddenly under my hands. His voice turns into a hiss of pain a moment later as his exertion aggravates some of his wounds, causing a few drops of blood to start trickling down his abs. "Calm down, Ferdinand. You're safe, it's over." I reassure him. "How are you feeling?" "All right, I think. It's just." He trails off slightly. My eyebrows furrow in concern. "Is there something we didn't notice?" "No. My sides are just really sensitive. I think someone poked me there." He groans. "Oops. That may have been me." He twists his head, trying to see behind him. After a moment, he gives up. "Is Marco alright?" He used this. I forget what Alex called it. "I am not dead. Thanks to you, yes?" Another voice flows across the floor, Marco apparently now conscious and craning his neck on the ground to try and get a good view. A smile breaks out on Ferdinand's face. "You have Alex to thank for that. I just held the door." Marco begins to smile, too. "What did I say? A simple task." Ferdinand's smile widens. "Simple. Yes. All it took was all three of us almost dying. Practically child's play." Marco begins to chuckle, and Ferdinand does too. Then they begin to laugh heartily. I frown. At this rate, both of them start coughing blood. That will happen. I sigh, beginning to heal Ferdinand again. When his breathing steadies again, Ferdinand starts to speak, although considerably more muted than before. "I'm glad you're alive." "As am I." He trails off. One of the priests around him checks his pulse. He's fainted again, but he should be fine. "So? What now?" Ferdinand asks, now looking at me. "Your wounds should be stable, so it's about time we have a rest. We shall construct stretchers to carry you up." He pushes himself into a sitting position, wincing. "You can't get up, your body is still in a bad condition." I try to get him to lie back down, but he waves me off. "Thanks, but I'm fine. I can walk." He insists, getting to his feet. Swaying slightly, he walks over to his bag and rifles through it, taking out a spare shirt and slipping it on. Slinging the bag over his shoulders sag visibly beneath the weight. But he doesn't fall. Looking around the floor, he finds and picks up his sword, shakily putting it into its sheath. "All right, let's go," he says, moving through the doorway and starting to climb the stairs, kicking bones and weapons out of his way as he goes. I shake my head. With no choice, I start following him up. If he falls now and there isn't anybody to catch him, he'll probably die. He staggers with every step, but he stubbornly continues on. Luke catches up to me a moment later. "Good job back there," I tell him, keeping a watchful eye on Ferdinand's back. He shakes his head. "I didn't beat the lich." I raise an eyebrow. "No need to be humble, Luke." "No, I really didn't. It was this." He reaches into a pouch and pulls out a fork. "I threw this thing at the lich, and next thing I know I'm holding its phylactery. That is. It sounds crazy, I know," he says, looking just as confused as I feel. "It has to be some sort of magic item, but I haven't been able to get any reaction from it since then." "And who would make a fork into a magic item? Perhaps it is a single-use item? Where did you find it?" I ask, nudging a stray breastplate to the side with my foot as I continue to climb. "That's the thing. Ferdinand gave it to me just before all of this started. There aren't many wizards in the Empire, and those that there aren't anywhere close to the level that would be needed to create something that can do what I saw it do." "Ferdinand?" I pause. "Well, he is an adventurer. They do find some odd things, every now and again." Luke looks at Ferdinand, and his face freezes. "Is that? I think he's awakened his fighting spirit." "Are you sure?" I ask in shock. I look at Ferdinand's back, but am unable to see whatever Luke saw. "Fairly. His legs have been shaking the whole way up, but he hasn't fallen once. Luke looks back down the staircase. We're halfway up. Anyone with those kinds of injuries without fighting spirit would have collapsed by now. And you are sure he did not have it before? I ask. With the amount of sparring we did? He smiles. Pretty sure. I might not have it myself, but I've fought against some people who do. Strange. I wonder what caused it? I muse, then we continue upwards in silence. When we reach the top, I suck in a breath involuntarily. The ground is littered with bones, weapons and armor, sad remnants of the undead army. Kicking some bones aside, Ferdinand clears a small space and sits down. Clearing a space ourselves, we sit down in front of him. Ferdinand, did you awaken fighting spirit during the battle? Fighting spirit? Ferdinand says, unsure. I don't know. It all became a blur after some point. Let me check my status. His eyes focus on some point in the air. Then they get wider. And wider. And wider. Okay. Okay. He says, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Yes, yes I did. He says finally. Along with 3 levels, a title and 3 skills. My eyebrows raise in surprise. Congratulations. You must have killed heaps of skeletons to get that much experience. Luke makes a face as if he's just remembered something. He takes out the fork again and hands it Ferdinand. Here you go. Helped me out of quite the pinch. What is it, by the way? Ferdinand's face quickly turns guarded. Then he pauses, and it slackens slightly. Oh? He mutters in surprise. Oh. He groans, then starts to get up again. Come on, he beckons to us, I'll tell you about it, but I'd rather the others not hear. Luke and I look at each other, shrug and get up ourselves. I quickly inform the priests that we'll be elsewhere for a short while, and we then follow Ferdinand as he traipses across the field of bones. He leads us a bit of a distance away and over a hillock, now completely blocked from the view of camp. Sorry for all the secrecy. He groans, sitting down on the grass again. He'd rather as few people knows about him as possible. He? I ask. Who is he talking about? Yeah, he. Fine, fine. He holds out the fork on the palm of his hand as if offering it to us. I'm not quite sure what he wants us to do. Oh. The fork in his hand shifts in shape, morphing into a tiny metallic figure which waves at us. It floats off of Ferdinand's hand and just hovers in the air. Ferdinand retracts his hand and smiles. You know, I never thought I would be on the other end of this conversation. Lily, Luke, me Gerald. He already knows you. The little metal man reaches up and scratches its head abashedly. What? Is he? Some sort of intelligent golem? I ask, astounded. No, his previous form is his real one. Ferdinand shakes his head. This is the first time I've seen him like this, actually. He tells me his race is called Living Fork, and that he's the only one of his kind. Living Fork? Luke says in disbelief. I know, right? Ferdinand says, throwing his hands in the air. That was exactly my reaction. But as crazy as it sounds, it's true. Can he talk? I ask. I can indeed. Hello. A voice sounds in my mind, startling me. Ferdinand starts, but I interrupt him. There's a voice in my head. Yes, that'll be him. He's psychic. Among other things. Ferdinand reassures me. Hello? I think hesitantly. Hello Lily. I'm Gerald. Ferdinand already said it, but sorry about this bother. I have a bit of paranoia left over from a time when I wasn't quite as capable as I am now. That's alright. I reply automatically. A living fork? Yes, well. It was quite the shock at first, but I've gotten used to it. It's not so bad, as long as I have someone to chat to every now and again. Not being able to sleep, I have a bit too much time on my hands. Metaphorically speaking. He replies lightly. Something occurs to me, so I ask him about it. You don't have eyes, or ears, or anything. How do you see? Or hear? Oh, I can't hear anything yet. I just lip read to figure out what people are saying. As for sight, I have monosight. Useful little skill, that is. Lets me see a fair distance, underground too. That's how Ferdinand was able to direct you to the entrance and to the lich, of course. Gerald remarks. I told him. That explains how he always found the cats so quickly. I think that's all the questions I have. I say. Excellent, my sigh is just dipping below half. Do you think the two of you can keep me a secret from the others? He asks. I think for a moment. It should not be a problem. Great. Well, goodbye. He says, and then his voice vanishes entirely. Pulling my attention back to the scene before me, I find Ferdinand and Luke chatting, with Luke still wearing an expression of confusion and disbelief. Shortly after, we return to the secret entrance, where everyone is sitting or lying on the grass in a small area cleared of bones or weapons. One of the priests is just returning from where horses are tethered. Taking off my armor, I lay down in the grass and take a deep breath, smelling the flowers. If we had fought out here, things would have been very different. Unfortunately, they rarely let us have the advantage. But none of us died, and what injuries we do have are not permanent. Perhaps this is the best outcome, even if it was more difficult than it could have been. We just rest for a while, letting our reserves of stamina and mana slowly creep towards full again. After approximately 20 minutes, we have a drink and a bite to eat, before we head back down, into the bowels of the lich's lair. Our job now will be to strip the place of anything useful, destroy anything dangerous and then leave. Alright everyone, it has not yet collapsed, so it is unlikely that it ever will. Spread out, map the underground and bring anything useful or valuable back to the surface. If you find anything that looks dangerous, call me or Luke. I say to the others. Understood? Understood. They reply and ascend the stairs, apart from Marco, who is still in too delicate a condition to be doing much. I spend the next few hours cataloging the various items that are brought up. Most of them are mundane but useful items, low-grade monocrystals, for instance, which we find in abundance, but there are occasional pieces of interest. Some of these, upon closer inspection, conceal nefarious enchantments beneath seemingly beneficial ones, a ring that replenishes mana at the expense of health, for example, but a scarce few are genuine articles. You'll want to see this. I didn't read much, but it looks important. One of the priests hands me a few pages, bound with string. Raising an eyebrow, I look at the first page and start to read. If you are reading this, then you have recently killed me. The first line reads. Strange. He predicted his death and wrote a note to his killers. In any other circumstance, your hands would now be rotting and you would slowly die as the curse I would have infused into these pages took effect. I look at my hands. Nothing unusual is happening. Fortunately for you, there just so happens to be somebody in the world I hate more than you. Some 10 months ago, I was visiting one of the nearby cities to stock up on supplies. Most foodstuffs do not fare well around death energy, as you no doubt know. I was somewhat less powerful then than I am now, so when the guards set upon me in a surprise attack, I, away from my ideal battlefield and bereft of time to summon any assistance, was summarily captured. Of course, their prisons were entirely devoid of the facilities required to keep me imprisoned, so my only concern at the time was if they were going to immediately execute me. Instead, they brought me before him. He did something to me, some sort of psychic ability, I believe. Since then, I have conducted much research on psychic abilities, but without much success. Documents on them are annoyingly rare. Still, through observation and personal experience, I have been able to discern a few aspects of this ability. Firstly, he must be able to see whoever he uses his power upon. Secondly, whomever he uses his power upon cannot disobey his orders. However. Thirdly, if he does not word his orders carefully, the controlled individual can exploit loopholes. I have been very careful to hide this last fact, as I do not believe he knows of it himself. For instance, He ordered me not to communicate any details regarding him to others unless ordered otherwise. These notes were never given to anyone. But I am now dead, and here it lies, in your hands. Perhaps you think to yourself that this matter does not concern you, Paladin. But it does. Oh, but it does. You see, I am not the only person he commanded using this ability. There are others. Among them are a monster and a demon. Interested now, O holy knight of the gods? Still, you did kill me. I won't make it easy for you. I wrote a diary from the day I was controlled up to about a month and a half ago, detailing his identity, the identity of any others he controls that I know of, and everything I have observed of their capabilities. That diary is currently buried beneath the center of a hedge out the front of an old mansion. The location of that mansion is marked on the attached map, but it's not that simple. Inside that mansion is one of the people he controls, and he is able to detect when anyone comes within a certain range of the mansion, whether by his own skills or magic item, I'm not sure. The hedge is most definitely within that area. He will most definitely try to kill you. Good luck. Sighing deeply, I flip over to the map. My work never ends. The marked location is in between Leonsport and Antstown. Back across the Empire it is, then. I can only pray that the temples will let their paladins and priests follow me a while longer. Ferdinand appears from the staircase and walks over to me. I've finished exploring one branch. Here's the map I drew of it, although it didn't turn out well at all. I've never done anything like this before. He says, handing me a sheet of paper with lines crisscrossing over the surface. Don't worry about it. I reply distractedly. What's that? He asks. A note by the Lich, claiming that he was under the control of someone and that a demon is also under their control. Apparently, all the details about them are in a diary he hid near an old mansion, but there is also someone guarding it. I sigh. At least he left a map. He frowns. That sounds awfully familiar. Can I see the map? I hand it to him. After a moment, he nods. Yep, I've been there before. So, this is false? There was nobody there? I ask. He shakes his head. No, there was someone there all right. He tried to kill me, I barely managed to get away, even with a friend helping me. He must be referring to Gerald, as I haven't seen that Joe fellow do anything helpful. It should be true, then. I nod. Probably. He says, then pauses. His eyes light up as if he's had a great idea, but he doesn't say anything. What are you? I begin to say, but I get interrupted by Gerald talking in my head again. Hello again. He says. So, you're looking for a diary of some sort, hidden at that mansion somewhere? Yes, why? I respond. He ignores my question and asks his own. Any clue as to its exact location? The note says beneath a hedge. I start. Yep, it's there all right. Book in a little box, only a few centimeters below the surface. You're welcome, sigh A. Having said that, he breaks the connection. He can see that far? I ask in amazement. No, but he does have a perfect memory. Ferdinand smiles. So it was there when we were there? Apparently so. I nod in affirmation. I suppose you'll be wanting me to tell you what I know about the person guarding the mansion? He asks. Yeah, I take another look at his face and notice the way he's holding himself, slack face, frequent blinking, and I remember the way he was walking looked as if he was carrying a boulder. He must be deeply exhausted. You can do that later. Go have a rest. He doesn't complain. Okay. He promptly takes out a blanket, lies down and falls asleep. One of the priests walks up the stairs and notices him. Why does he get to sleep? I want to sleep, but you don't see me dragging my feet. He complains. He sleeps, for he fought an endless tide of skeletons by himself and is now tired to his bones. Chastises Marco from where he is sitting. The priest pauses. Makes sense. He shrugs, moving off again. A bit later, I gather everyone around. Alright everyone, we did a good job down there today. We defeated the Lich and made sure nothing here is going to hurt anyone ever again. I begin, drawing some proud smiles. But there is some bad news. Their smiles waver. We've chanced upon some evidence of demon activity in the Empire. Frowns replace smiles, and I hear a few gasps of shock. And we need to go to a place near Leansport, where there may be somebody who will try to kill us. A few of them grimace. Luckily, I continued brightly, we have someone who just so happens to have fought this person before. Ferdinand, please tell us everything you know about this person. All right. He steps forwards, and everyone focuses their gazes on him. Point of view Gerald, and so, Ferdinand explained everything he knew about the doppelganger, apart from the matter of how he was involved in the severing of the doppelganger's arm, that would draw unwanted questions. And all the paladins were amazed by the depth of his information. Yada yada yada, you get the drift. Still, there were some interesting things we got out of the conversation. Turns out the red armor stuff he used is likely to be some form of killing intent, something which apparently only mass murderers and the like can use. It generally has an intimidating effect on opponents, but it seems this guy can do quite a bit more with it than that. Anyway, we're on the road again, and as always, I have quite a bit of time to think. Usually I'd just be occupying it with meditation and whatever magic skills I can get away with, but I figure just having a bit of a think might be a good thing to do right now. I've been forking through my memories a bit, trying to see if we've already come across this mastermind guy without noticing it, or anyone connected to him. Unfortunately, I barely know a thing about him, or her, so it's been a fruitless exercise. With that done, let's dabble a bit in some philosophy. Am I a human? In a way, I feel like I should be. I was a human for some 22 years in my first life. But now I'm a fork. But have I changed? I suppose to answer the question of whether I'm still human, I have to determine what a human is. There's the obvious, bipedal, opposable thumbs, considerable intellect and creativity in comparison to most other species on Earth. But if you ask some biology professor or someone like that, they'll tell you that humans only have a few % difference in DNA to that of similar animals, and the gap isn't huge even with dissimilar animals. Then, are humans defined by those few %? Perhaps. But what if I look at it from a different perspective? Imagine if you have a human and a pig, and through some miracle of technology, you swap their consciousnesses, or souls, or whatever. Now the human body still has that same DNA, but the mind of a pig. Is it still human? No, not really. What about the pig, then? It has a human mind. Is it still a human? Maybe. It's certainly more human than the pig in a human body. But without the vocal cords of a human, it wouldn't be able to communicate effectively. Without opposable thumbs, it wouldn't be able to use tools or create, which are all defining features of human beings. So it isn't quite a human, then. But it is more human than the pig in a human body. Then, the mind is a more significant factor than the body in determining whether something is human. What if you had something else, say an elf, that has the same morals, emotions, thoughts and beliefs that a human would have? Would they, in a way, be human? Perhaps. Perhaps it could be said that under the umbrella of humanity, there are countless beings that aren't quite the same, and aren't quite different. Unique and similar, somehow. But that just brings me around to my original question, am I still human? Maybe not. But that doesn't mean that I should just throw away my humanity, either. I grew up learning certain ideals: killing is bad. Stealing, forcing your will on others, discrimination, are bad. And many more. I had sort of thought that I could just change to this kill or be killed, no holds barred type of mindset, like flipping a switch. Upon further consideration, I don't want to. It's who I am, I can't just throw it away. But in this world, even if I don't want to, some compromises will have to be made. I didn't want to kill, but I already have. Monsters, perhaps, but all the same. Still, it all depends on what I want to do. What do I want to do? Find a way to imitate human senses, for one. I figure my best bet for that is magic or psychic abilities, and magic is the more common of the two and therefore the easiest to learn, After I've learned that magic. Well, I'm not so sure. I suppose I want control. Over myself, over my own life. I don't want whatever life I build in the future to be upset by the whims of some more powerful being. But then, how do I determine how much power is enough? Level 50? That's higher than the doppelganger. But then again, the spider matriarch was level 83, and we just came across that at random. What's considered powerful in this world? Is 100 the limit, or is it even higher? 200? 1000? I suppose I can't know unless I meet someone at that limit. Leveling up means killing. Monsters don't bother me, but what if I come across bandits or the like? Not all of them will be as friendly as that last lot. I could just run away. But then, they would still be doing the same to others. I'm not about to let others to fall into misfortune because of me. If I were to take them to the nearest city, turn them over the guards. Let me just check something. The penalty for banditry in the Empire is death. The only difference then would be the hand that holds the executioner's blade. What would be the point? Not having blood on my hands? No, the one who caused their deaths would still be me, even if another wields the blade. I'm not the kind of guy who would take relief from a single degree of separation. Then, if a situation like that arises, I will have to kill them. That could be avoided by not traveling. But, again, I don't want to restrict others, and I don't want to be restricted by others. I don't think it's possible to become strong in this world without getting blood on your hands. It just depends whose blood it is, the blood of innocence, or the blood of the guilty. Then, who decides guilt? Who decides if a person deserves to live or die? I'm certainly not the type of person to judge. I think I have a solution. It's crude, but I think effective: an eye for an eye. That is, I think that what I do to others in the future should not be greater than what that person has done to others, or what they are going to do. If they haven't killed someone innocent, and aren't going to, I probably shouldn't kill them. Of course, there'll always be exceptions. Serial rapists, or thieves who steal from the poor in full knowledge that the money they have taken is everything they have. In those cases, would it be better to hand them over to the authorities? No. There's no guarantee that the legal system won't be corrupt, or that they'll manage to escape, or that the laws are shaped in such a way that their crimes don't warrant a death or life sentence. What then? They could be back on the streets eventually, and then we're back where we started. And are there really ways to keep high-level thieves, for instance, in prison? Or wizards? I doubt it. Laws are all well and good, but without a suitably strong and uncorrupted system supporting them, they're useless. It was also easy back on Earth, where strict vetting, training and good equipment gave law enforcers more power than most criminals could possibly have, and all sorts of methods and laws in place to make sure crimes could be prevented efficiently. Ugh, that was way more thinking than I thought it would be for a conclusion as simple as that. Now my mind is stuck in this weird contemplation mode. Let's go chat to Ferdinand. I start up a telepathic link with him. Hey Ferdinand, how's it going? I'm fine. Ferdinand replies tiredly. You don't sound fine. I remark. Sounds like another sleep would do you good. He yawns. I'll be fine. Nothing I can't overcome. Okay, but make sure you get some good sleep tonight. Don't think I didn't see how much you overexerted yourself back there. You might be able to push yourself through the pain and exhaustion, but that doesn't always mean you should. Humans can feel pain for a reason. I warn him, slightly concerned. But all the stories tell of heroes pushing through the pain, overcoming their limits and growing stronger and stronger. Argues Ferdinand. And right now, I need to be stronger. Hoo boy. That's why they're called stories, they aren't real. I sigh. As far as I know, you can push through the pain to some degree, but you always have to be careful not to go too far. If you keep pushing and your body has nothing left to give, it'll break apart. Muscles will tear, tendons will break. Sometimes the damage is permanent. I explain, remembering all the times I've heard of athletes daring something and then being unable to continue competing. I see Ferdinand's brows furrow and his hands clench. But I need to get stronger. He says, frustrated. I know. I reassure him. But this isn't the way to do it. How, then? Ferdinand asks. I don't know. I say honestly. He would probably help, but I have no idea how you'd go about getting that. You can't exactly use my method, after all. Apart from that, the best thing would probably be to just improve on what you have. Luke's training is working, right? It is. I just wish it would work a bit faster. He sighs again. Rome wasn't built in a, wait, never mind. These things take time. But rather than working yourself into an early grave, you should be asking around, trying to find out more about he. And that fighting spirit stuff you got recently, that sounds like it could be useful. Maybe. He muses thoughtfully. After that, we chat about some more pleasant topics, the weather, passing scenery. Currently, we're en route back from the necromancer's lair to the nearest city. Everyone else is mostly traveling in silence, likely ruminating on what has happened, and what we are going to do next. Hey, Gerald. Ferdinand starts tentatively. Do you know much about women? I don't know if any man can honestly claim that he understands women. I say half jokingly. Why? I think I'm in love, and I don't know what to do. He says quietly. Huh. Lily? I ask, just to be sure. How did you, wait, of course you notice how often I look at her. He realizes. Yep. I say. Is it just me, or are you getting smarter? I must be rubbing off on you. Obviously, I'm a good influence. For some reason, Ferdinand isn't so sure. I don't know if that's a good thing. But what do I do? Well, I must admit that I was a bit of a loner in my past life, and I have zero experience in this. But, I continue at his crestfallen expression, it was the right idea to ask me for help. At least now that I know, I can help stop you from making potentially disastrous emotion-fueled snap decisions. What's your current plan? Well, he starts uncertainly, I had sort of wondered if I could somehow impress her with my strength. But she's much stronger than me, so. Nope, won't work, even if you were. I state. As far as I know, every woman has slightly different things they want in a man. And if Lily was interested in strong men, she'd be paying more attention to Luke, right? Besides, I'd think that it's less likely for strong women to be interested in strong men. After all, they don't need anyone to protect them if something happens. That makes sense. Then what do I do? He asks again. I'm not really sure. Still, I can think of a few things you can do that can't hurt. Talk to her, get to know her, and tell her about yourself. But try and be natural about it. Hey, I know a good start, ask her to tell you more about her god. She's a paladin, I bet she'd be thrilled to talk to you about that. I say, in a rare stroke of genius. He sounds quite excited when he replies. That sounds great. I'll go do that, not now. Later, when you're not on horseback and surrounded by a bunch of other guys with nothing better to do than listen in on your conversation. I interrupt him. Oh. Right, that makes sense. He trails off in disappointment. Sheesh, but does this complicate things? Not only do we have the doppelganger to fight, there's apparently some mastermind controlling him who is somehow involved with demons as well, and now Ferdinand has a crush on someone. This is starting to sound like the plot of some second-rate novel. Well, forget that. It's not like I have some special ability after reincarnating into a foreign world. Wait a minute. Your money or your life. A bandit screams as he sprints down the side of the hill towards us, closely followed by a bunch of his bandit buddies. Oh. I just assumed those guys were going to be smart and not attack us, like all the other bandits we passed by so far. Apparently not. A very short period of time later, the hapless bandits are tied in a little line behind us, obediently jogging to keep up with us. Plan is to turn them over to the guards in the next city. I didn't really think of what I'd do with the weak ones, did I? I suppose they'll be fine just to turn over to the local law, as long as their prisons are strong enough to hold them, and their laws will give them a death or life sentence. Well, I'll still have to do a cursory check over the place to make sure that they don't have connections in high places or whatever. What was I talking about before? Right, demons. So, I've gone through my memories to see if I can find anything on demons. Surprisingly, there isn't much of substance. They almost seem like the boogeyman, like a story mothers tell their kids to get them to behave. Brush your teeth, little Timmy, they'll say, or the demons will come and eat your soul. Whoa, that's hardcore. Not quite like that. But anyhow. Demons certainly aren't a common problem. I've only been able to find out a few things, demons or evil, but who knows, that could just be racism talking. They're from hell. I hear it's nice this time of year, and they have two hearts. Information courtesy of the late Richard. So, pretty much nothing of substance. I just love going in blind. By the time we get to the city, night has fallen. After turning in the now exhausted bandits, reporting events to the local temples, arranging accommodation and having a quick meal, all the paladins and priests quickly go into their rooms, leaving a crestfallen Ferdinand without an opportunity to talk to Lily. Without any other choice, he too heads to bed, leaving me the only one awake as per usual. Safe from prying eyes in the confines of Ferdinand's room, I start my usual training, form manipulation, self and telekinesis. Unlike usual, after exhausting my reserves of psi and mana, I start paying attention to the happenings of the city. Even at night, the city is active with patrolling guards, people drinking at bars, the occasional figure hurriedly moving along the streets, and even the odd thief moving stealthily across the rooftops and into homes. I figure the bar is the most likely place for me to hear any rumors, especially since there aren't many people talking in the other parts of the city. For the next few hours I just sit there and lip read their conversations, only going back to my training when the last few drunkards amble home happily. Unfortunately, I don't catch anything relevant to our current situation, but the information is interesting nonetheless. Everyone is still concerned about the Lich. News of his death hasn't spread yet. Actually, rather than saying that people are concerned about the Lich, they're more concerned about the effect his actions might have on the price of food. There seems to be a common assumption that he only targeted villages because he wasn't strong enough to defeat the defenses of a city. With what we saw, he could probably take down a city or two, if he didn't get attacked by a group of elites like us. Anyway, people are concerned that food will grow more expensive. Of course it will? I don't know exactly how many villages were destroyed, but I think it was most of them. Rather than being concerned with the cost of food, you should be more concerned if there'll be any food at all. What with many of the higher-ups being corrupt and the supply of food dropping considerably within a short period of time, I'm betting the empire is going to collapse soon. Now, I may not be an expert on history and city management, but I'm pretty sure the solution to the equation greedy officials plus severe lack of food is riots, rebellion, famine, disease and other bad things. Other than that, there was a bit of talk about that new prince. Not much is known about him, apparently, since he doesn't seem to make public appearances. Some people think he's sick. Others think he's not fit to rule. One weird guy who sat in the corner of a tavern seemed to be convinced that the prince doesn't exist, and that it's some sort of political plot. Seems you get conspiracy theorists whichever world you're in. Well, that was pretty much a waste of time. Back to training. Once I notice other people getting up, I rouse Ferdinand. He gets his gear together and heads down to the first floor of the inn. The innkeeper and a couple of his helpers are already up, and Ferdinand orders some food. Within a few minutes, Lily comes down as well, and Luke shortly after. With all of them soon finishing their food and armed with the knowledge that most of the other priests and paladins don't wake up early, I prod Ferdinand along. Hey! This is a good time. Go talk to her. Okay. Wait. As in now? He asks hesitantly. Yes, now. I say in exasperation. Come on, It's not like I'm asking you to kiss the girl, just go chat with her for a bit. Try asking about her god. It's just a chat. And if she doesn't want to talk about him? He questions nervously. Sighing, I say, she will. But if you can't think of anything else, you can be practical and find out some more information on fighting spirit or ki. Or demons, but that's probably not a pleasant topic. Now get out there before I force you to with telekinesis. I shout. One of the many advantages of telepathy is that nobody else can hear you shouting, so I can do it in a public place without so much as a pointed glance being directed our way. Ferdinand gets up somewhat abruptly and walks over to Lily, sitting down opposite her and delivering the first line. He's a bit nervous initially, but after that he hits the ground running and manages not to embarrass himself horribly. I carefully keep track of the conversation, just in case he stalls and needs me to supply a line. The heck is this, backseat dating? But he performs admirably in carrying a normal conversation. Woo. Still, gotta learn to walk before you can run. Well, nothing so far has indicated that people of her religion have to stay chaste or anything like that, so that's a good sign. Ugh, why the heck am I thinking about this, anyway? I think I'll just stick to giving advice. Once everyone is up, fed and able, they all go to the local temple and explain their own perspectives of the event, as well as depositing all the loot, with a few notable exceptions. What used to be the Lich's phylactery is now a powerless lump of metal, but it apparently still holds the potential to be used again for the same purpose. Because of that, it has been decided that it'll be melted down and the metal used for something else, but there aren't any blacksmiths capable of working with mithril in this city, so for now it remains in Luke's capable hands. The Lich's death note is being held onto for obvious reasons, leaving the final object, the Lich's Necronomicon. In and of itself, the Necronomicon isn't dangerous. What could be dangerous is if it gets into the wrong hands, and the knowledge within is used by another necromancer, or anyone, really. But at the same time, by studying the Necronomicon and understanding the methods and magic involved, the temple will be able to find and exploit potential weaknesses. Still, the danger is still present, and the local temple has said that it doesn't have the strength to fend off the trouble that it could potentially attract. For now, it lies in Lily's hands. Point of view Gerald, as we travel towards the old mansion, I prompt Ferdinand to go chat with Lily on a few occasions. Eventually, he becomes fairly comfortable initiating and keeping casual conversation, which is nice. In regards to Lily herself, she seems to friendly enough with him, but nothing on the level that one might consider romantic interaction. Well, these things take time. Probably. Putting aside Ferdinand's love life, every time we go into a new city it's another wave of cheers and celebrations. Another one of these times I'm glad being a fork. Celebrations and parties? Count me out, thank you very much. Way too much noise. Too many people and there's always someone who does something so stupid you're embarrassed to be the same species. Although I'm not anymore. Ferdinand isn't getting much attention behind all the paladins and their fancy armor and the priests with their robes, but he's somewhat overwhelmed each time with just that, shrinking down into the saddle and staring straight forwards. He said to me a few days ago, "You were right. This level of praise is just scary. Staying unknown sounds good to me now. Have you learned how to make other people invisible yet?" Ah, that guy. I'm not a genius, you know. I just have a bit of creativity and diligence. Nothing too special. On the topic of praise, most of the holy folks seem pretty humble. I must say, though, that Luke has a bit of a weird streak in this area. Apparently, he loves to boast. About other people? I've seen him at a pub once or twice, and all he'll do is talk about what happened, except he downplays everything he did and exaggerates what everyone else did. So yeah, that's a thing. After about a week of traveling, I see grass give way to bare earth in a familiarly dilapidated mansion sliding into vision. The doppelganger sits inside, eating dinner. He's in there. I contact Lily directly. She nods slightly. Hello again. This time I brought friends. I sit at my desk, eyes panning across the room without looking for anything in particular. They eventually settle on a painting, and I stare at it for a while without actually seeing anything. Am I better or worse off as I am now, compared to before? I cannot tell. I am probably going to die. Even I can tell that much. I am not that stupid. But at least I got to experience life at the top for a little while. I look around again, taking in the lavish furniture, decadent ornaments and outrageously expensive artworks. Back home, it was like a living nightmare. They all scorned me, ridiculed me, hurled insults and abuse. Life was torturous just getting through every day. Just when I thought of taking that final step, I found myself here. This place, this world, I cannot understand it. Demons and gods, monsters and magic. Levels and stats, why is it so different? Well, at least it told me about my psychic powers. They were wrong, they all were. And right as well, I suppose. Which is better, here or there? Slow torture or brief paradise? This feels better, but then, knowing that it will all be gone soon enough is another kind of torture in and of itself. I hear knocking on the door, and I turn to look. Who is it? I call out. It's me, Your Highness. The voice replies. I sigh and move to unlock the door. It is him. Demon, they call him. I turn the handle and pull it open, and there he is, smiling ingratiatingly. When I first met him, some 8 months ago, I liked that smile. Your Highness. He bows deeply. Everything is going just as you planned. Within weeks, the Empire will be under your sole control. For the first few months, I actually believed that this facade, this cunning act was authentic. Others were quick to tell me the traitorous, evil ways of demons, but I was loath to condemn anyone merely by their race. Yes, only a matter of time. I say calmly. Did you come here only to sing my praises, or is there something that requires my attention? He fed me lies and fueled my ambitions, whispering plans into my ears. It was only when he applauded my intelligence that I caught on. I had heard similar words uttered enough times that I recognized the sarcasm in his words, regardless of how deeply he hid it. His expression doesn't shift in the slightest as he slightly bows his head and says, I hear Count Brooke was very vocal about his displeasure in your appointment at the ball yesterday. He sounds sincerely angry at this, but like everything else he does, I can't tell that it's fake. I school my expression into a mask of anger. Oh? Then he can be disposed of like the rest. I have been acting my whole life, out of necessity rather than choice. If he wants to deceive me, then in turn I shall deceive him without mercy. He may have already manipulated me into digging my own grave, but I'll not let him do as he pleases. Unfortunately, I can't just tell him to kill himself. My power does not allow it. Nor can I tell him to do something that he is aware would result in his death, such as sending him to the temple. I recently discovered that most all of the native religions hate demons. Without knowing exactly what he's planning, all I can do is work in secret against him and limit his movements as much as I can. We smile at each other, two liars each secretly out to kill the other. Point of view Ferdinand. You again. The doppelganger says darkly, carefully eyeing the group. His gaze settles on Lily and Luke, and his eyes narrow. Paladin Civitas, huh? My favorite type of people to kill. Oh? And why is that? Lily asks, a hint of frost in her voice. The doppelganger frowns. Because you bastards don't seem to get it, we monsters don't want to be your friends. He finishes through gritted teeth. Luke's eyes narrow and he starts moving forward to attack the doppelganger, but Lily stops him. Not yet. What better way to learn about monsters than from their own mouth? She says to him, before turning back to the doppelganger. Why wouldn't you want friends? Everyone needs friends. Ha! The doppelganger barks. Don't compare us with yourselves. Monsters don't have friends. We don't want friends. There is only the weak, and the strong. Don't delude yourself into thinking you are friends with a monster. They do not love you. They fear you. He spits. Lily shakes her head. It's a shame you think so. Call of the Wild. The last words she intones, a burst of holy magic radiating outwards. To my surprise, the doppelganger just watches and smiles as it travels towards him. When it reaches him, his smile only spreads as it bounces harmlessly off. I see you don't recognize this spell, Lily says, raising her sword and shield. Oh, no, the doppelganger denies, grinning as he twirls his spear once with his only hand. I do. For a moment, neither of them move. The rest of us look at each other, unsure if we should be waiting or attacking. Then I feel a low rumbling in the ground below me. I look around in confusion. The doppelganger's smile is only growing, and Lily is also smiling slightly, although she is now also wary of whatever the doppelganger seems to have up his sleeve. Soon I can hear as well as feel the rumbling, and I finally catch sight of a dust cloud off to the east, seemingly growing in size. Or coming towards us. Stampede? Gerald says in panic. Is this supposed to happen? I told you. They fear you. But they fear me more. The doppelganger says, exploding with red mist, killing intent. The cloud of dust splits down the middle, each half veering off to either side to avoid the doppelganger, but still towards us. At this point they're finally close enough for me to see what they are, a herd of bronze horn bulls, their characteristic horns glinting in the light as they charge. I break out into a sweat. Is that supposed to happen? I ask fearfully. Lily looks ahead with a frown. No, the red mist suddenly caves inwards, revealing the familiar red armored figure wielding its bloody spear. He's put on the armor. I warn Gerald, since he can't see it. Time. For killing. The doppelganger says. And charges. Luke immediately darts forwards, engaging him in a melee as Lily again glows with holy magic, again sending out a burst of energy which causes the stampede to veer off even further and away from the battle. The doppelganger unleashes a burst of what I recognize as ki, knocking Luke's shield arm to one side. At the same time, he sweeps his spear towards Luke. Luke is able to jump backwards just in time, but isn't able to completely escape damage. As the melee resumes, I spot a small rent in his armor, and a touch of red through it. Not a moment later, a beam of light shines upon Luke, and his movements get slightly faster. The doppelganger's head whips towards the priests, and he sends a burst of ki towards Luke. It doesn't damage him, but it knocks him back far enough that the doppelganger is able to disengage and sprint towards the priests. I cry out in shock and start to step towards them, but before I can even make it halfway, the doppelganger is thrusting his spear towards them. And a glowing barrier stops it. Your spear will not reach them while I still live, states Marco, a steely glint in his eyes. Yes, this way is close to you. The doppelganger curses and swipes again at the shield without success before turning around to block Luke's strike. Carefully approaching with shields raised, the other two paladins, Aiden and Risa, I think are their names, move to box the doppelganger in. Surely I should be doing something? But there's not really any space around him, and I think I'd just get in the way. Wait. I have that battle cry skill. I try to activate it, but I can somehow feel that it won't work. Why? Then it hits me. I have to have a fighting spirit of over 30. What am I at now? 3? Come on. Didn't you want to avenge Richard's death? Fight. Fighting spirit plus 5, that's not enough. Come on, fight. Fight. Fighting spirit plus 15, more. This isn't all I can do. Fighting spirit plus 10, battle cry. Ha! I shout, but the doppelganger doesn't even flinch. Right. Of course it won't work. He's too strong for me to affect him. Crestfallen, I watch as the paladins slowly box in the doppelganger. With Luke, Aiden and Risa attacking him, he isn't able to defend himself. Unfortunately, Aiden and Risa's attacks aren't powerful enough to pierce his armor, so the doppelganger is able to focus solely on defending against Luke's attacks. However, the attacks are still making it more difficult for him to move, and Luke's thrusts are piercing hole after hole into the doppelganger's armor. But then it doesn't have any holes. I rub my eyes. Oh. The armor is repairing itself as it gets damaged. I hope that his wounds below the armor aren't getting healed. I can't see how they would be. Yelling out in anger, the doppelganger releases a burst of ki, sending a fair amount of dirt flying as well as pushing back all three paladins and sending ripples across the surface of the barrier. Taking that opportunity, the doppelganger escapes the encirclement and charges straight at me. I take a step back and ready my sword, but before the doppelganger can get close to me, he is intercepted by Lily. I hear an odd screeching sound as his spear slashes across her shield, but she stops his advance. The doppelganger sends a series of quick thrusts at Lily, with such speed that it looks to me like there are multiple spears. Lily defends against them but is forced to take successive steps back as she does so. Then Luke rejoins the fight with Aiden and Risa not far behind, and the doppelganger looks even more pressured than before. Every wound he manages to inflict is healed within moments by the priests, while his own just keep accumulating underneath the armor. Soon I see actual blood seeping out of the armor, splattering onto the ground with every movement he makes. He tries the ki burst again, with even less success than the last time. As the battle goes on, the doppelganger's movement gets slower and less varied, while the paladins keep attacking with the same ardor they had at the beginning. Finally, the doppelganger collapses to the ground, his armor melting off of his body. Not willing to take any chances, Luke plunges his sword into the doppelganger's body. In death, the doppelganger's face and body returns to its original appearance. Its skin changes to a waxy white, the nose flattens to little more than a thin pair of holes and his whole body shrinks in height. Doppelgangers look unnatural. Point of view Lily, a bit to your left. A tad forwards. There. Gerald says in my head, guiding me to the location of the buried diary. Scooping out the dirt with my hands, it only takes a few handfuls of earth before I feel my fingers scrape against something harder. I dig around it, and within half a minute I have the box out and open. I take off my gauntlets, wiping the dirt from them with a cloth, then temporarily tucking them under an arm as I look at the book, activating my magic detection skill. As far as I can tell, there isn't any magic on or around it, so I deactivate my detection skill and take out the book, flipping it open to the first page. I briefly skim through the first page. It looks like it contains the information we need, so I tell the others to search the mansion while I sit down and read through it. As I leaf through page after page, the situation becomes clearer and my eyebrows become more furrowed. It answers several lingering questions I had had. The peculiar behavior of the skeletons in the fields, for example, was because the then necromancer had been ordered to have skeletons work in the fields. Obviously, the necromancer knew full well that it is impossible for the dead to cultivate anything living, so he did the absolute minimum he could while still obeying orders, one skeleton per field, repeatedly striking the ground with hoes. Apparently, the one controlling them knows nothing about undead aside from their ceaseless stamina, and had hoped to replace farmers with undead, a venture doomed to fail from its conception. As for their controller himself, his current identity is Crown Prince of the Empire. The diary states that he did this through the use of his psychic power, controlling some of the highest powers in the Empire, including the Emperor himself. In other words, the Empire is effectively under the control of this man, who is undoubtedly being influenced by the demon under his control. It's in their nature. Unfortunately, the diary does not elucidate the origin of said prince, nor the demons. According to the diary, although they are all effectively the prince's slaves, they operate separately and have minimal contact with each other. Or perhaps head is a better word? I steadily read through the whole thing. There is little information that seems useful to us currently, apart from his appearance and current location. Snapping the book shut, I stow it away and announce our destination, the Empire's capital city. Where was that, again? Point of view Ferdinand, earlier. I glance through yet another empty room, half wondering where the doppelganger stayed if all the rooms are like this. Hey! The others have found everything of worth. Gerald says, oddly taciturn. Okay. I start to head to the front again. There's something you'll probably want to see, says Gerald, proceeding to direct me away from the group, to the east. Where are we going? I ask, but he ignores me. I soon notice that something is sticking out of the ground in the direction I'm walking. What's that? You know as well as I do. Gerald says gravely. And I do. I walk up to it, reach out. And suddenly everything seems so real. This is where it started. And now it's ended. I sit down in front of the lone harpoon on an empty battlefield. It's stained with blood and soot, but it still stands. It's over, Richard. I say. The one who killed you is dead. I let out a deep breath and smile wryly. I just wish I could have done it myself. Does it really matter? Gerald asks quietly. Dead is dead. If all this didn't happen, who knows when we might have been strong enough to beat him? And by then, who knows where he might have been? Maybe you're right. I feel a tear slide down my nose and drip down to the ground as I reminisce. You shouldn't mourn, kid. I turn my head. Joe? I say in surprise. What? He says, smiling sympathetically. I said I'd offer a few wise words every now and again. I think this is a good time. I look back at the harpoon. Can you do that later? Yep. He says, sitting down next to me. But I'm not gonna. I sigh in resignation. As I was saying, you shouldn't mourn. If there's one thing that all life has in common, it's death. From the day something is born, you can say with absolute certainty that it's going to die someday. He shrugs. Nobody needs a crystal ball to predict that. What does that have to do with anything? I say bitterly. Of course everyone's going to die someday. That doesn't mean we shouldn't mourn. If everything's going to die, it's only really a question of when? Death isn't fair, as one of my friends likes to remind me. You never quite know when it's the end. He scratches at his neck. In effect, the only difference between people is what they do while they're alive. He turns his head to look at me. Don't mourn his death. Celebrate his life. Joe spreads his arms wide. Remember who he was, not who he could have been. He was a man among men. A sailor and warrior worthy of song. A beloved husband and father. The friendly neighborhood fisherman. And he went out fighting the man who killed his son. He smiles warmly. That's a life worth celebrating, don't you think? I slowly nod, my lips stretching into a smile, albeit a sad one. Wait, the doppelganger killed his son? I ask, finally noticing what he'd said. Yeah, of course. Joe says. Doppelgangers need to kill the person whose appearance they copy to retain it permanently. I nod in understanding, looking into the distance. I wonder if he knew. He had his suspicions, no doubt. But enough of that. Joe says, pulling out a ceramic bottle from nowhere and popping the cork. He swiftly pulls out a pair of cups and starts pouring a sweet-smelling liquid into them. It's just fruit juice. He confesses. Left all my wine back home. But we can pretend. He hands me a cup and raises his own. To Richard. To Richard. I raise my cup as well, clinking it against his. I take a deep drink. It's good. I think I'm getting a bit drunk already. Drunk on sadness. Hey, it's alright. We all get a bit sad when we realize we'll never see a friend again. You get to my age, you start counting how many friends you have left, rather than how many have passed away. I see a thin film of moisture in his eyes as looks over the horizon. For a while we just sit and drink in silence. Finally, I stand up. I'd like to make a gravestone for him. A large, smooth rock breaks through the dirt a few meters away and floats over, thumping to the ground in front of me. Here. Gerald says. Let me do a little something too. Says Joe, grabbing the harpoon and pressing it to the stone, causing it to sink slowly into the rock. When he lets go, I find to my confusion that the stone has somehow fused with the haft of the harpoon. It doesn't budge in the slightest when I touch it. It dawns on me that I don't have any tools to carve words into the stone. I turn awkwardly to Joe. I don't suppose you have a chisel or something. Use me. Says Gerald. Oh, right. I fetch him out, and he changes into a thin rod with one end tapering to a point. With him absorbing little bits of stone at a time, I etch some words into the stone. Then we leave, leaving behind only a harpoon pointing into the sky. Richard, husband, father, sailor, fighter, fisherman and friend, may his soul find peace as it drifts away. Point of view Gerald, I'll be going out for a bit. Back in a minute. I tell Ferdinand telepathically as the group moves out again. Okay. He replies, and I slip out of the top of his pack and onto the ground. Mounted as they are, I am quickly left behind. When I'm sure that they're too far to see me, I pick myself off the ground with telekinesis and hover back towards the mansion. Apologies, Mr. Doppelganger, but your body is just too juicy for me to pass up. It, whatever, is buried in an unmarked, shallow grave around the back of the mansion. It's not like there's any love lost between the late Doppelganger and our group, but apparently paladins have enough decency that they won't let even their enemies be devoured by wild animals. So, they buried him. And now here I am. Devouring corpses is morally questionable in the first place, but when it comes to people's corpses, the line is very obviously and completely crossed. Unfortunately for me, I am too paranoid being in a world like this not to cross a few lines. When I can't even tell what tomorrow will bring. Still, I have standards. I have to have standards. Else I risk becoming something truly inhuman. Only enemies. And hopefully someday, I'll become strong enough that I can say no sentient beings, either. Perhaps I have already reached the point of no return. But my choices are to cross a few lines or run. Run and hide from the world until I'm strong and confident enough to face it. I don't want to abandon Ferdinand. I don't know if he's strong enough to survive, what with the Empire being in such a turbulent situation. With the paladins there, he should be safe enough, but there's too many things I don't know, don't understand. Demons, where did they come from? Are there more of them? Sentient monsters, heck, monsters in general. Politics. Damn it, even when I'm in another world I'm getting pissed off by the people in power. I burrow through the shallow layer of earth above the body. I've stopped getting notifications when I absorb earth. I wonder why? I absorb the doppelganger's entire body, bit by bit. Level 48 doppelganger absorbed, experience gained, 12,650, durability recovered, 46.38, exceeds maximum durability, reducing to 0, skill proficiency increased, absorb 0.01%, skills gained, melee weaponry, spear, advanced, doppelganger, static, traits gained, bloodthirsty, error. Trait contrary to user personality profile. Erasing. Level up. You are now level 32, 11 stat points gained, 2 levels at once? Not half bad. Now, let's see. I want my intelligence and wis to be equal again, but the points won't let me without being annoyingly exact. Well, I've needed to put a few points in dex for a while now, get me a bit better motion perception. Fortunately, I have that trait which doubles my effective dex stat, so I don't have to put many in. How about 3.5? Makes that one a bit uneven, but I care less about that than intelligence and wis. Then 4 into intelligence and 3.5 into wis, putting them both at 52. This puts my radius of vision up to just above 1.5 kilometers. Now, as to the other things I gained. I'm kinda glad I didn't gain a trait called bloodthirsty, but now I'm left wondering what I did. Also, that can happen? It doesn't fit my personality, so I can't get it? Huh. Anyway, who cares about that spear skill? I can't use a spear. Wait, would the effects apply if I turned into a spear somehow or other? Questions for later. Now, the skill I'm actually interested in. Doppelganger, static, high unique, active. Upon designating a target of this skill, physical contact is required, target must be a living being, you shall take on the physical appearance of that target. After doing so, you have 24 hours, local time, to kill your target. If successful, you will be given the choice of permanently retaining the appearance of the target, gaining the target's memories and skills, Although the skills obtained shall be one proficiency level lower than the proficiency level the target formerly had the skill at, or gaining the ability to switch between your original and the target's appearance at a cost relative to the difference between the two forms. If unsuccessful, you will regain your original appearance. Furthermore, this skill would be permanently erased with no possibility of obtaining it again, regardless of what method is used. Well. This is a skill and a half. And it poses a difficult dilemma. Become human again, or another humanoid race, the options there, permanently, giving up my not inconsiderable advantages of stealth, perfect memory, doubled monopole and regen. I doubt a material trait will affect a human, not being influenced by hormones and emotions as well as lacking the need to sleep, eat and drink. I will, however, gain some additional skills and memories. Or take a risk and gain the ability to switch between two forms, being able to utilize the advantages of both, despite not gaining any additional skills and memories. Also, the cost mentioned is rather vague. It'll probably be mana, these things usually are, but it's hard to tell. Well, let's see, I don't actually fancy getting somebody else's memories, mine are fine as they are, thanks. The skills would be nice, depending on the target. Although, it would be quite difficult finding a person that is both evil enough to warrant me killing them and has skills that complement my own. That's quite a few points against going permanent human. How about choosing the switch ability? I lose out on the opportunity to gain some new skills reliably. And that cost will probably be quite large, there aren't really any similarities between a human and a fork. But then again, there aren't really any downsides to choosing this option, even if the cost is too high for me to use, whereas permanently becoming a human, there are just too many downsides. Of course, choosing the switch may be passing up the chance to regain normal movement, sight, hearing, speech, taste and everything else, things which I have dearly missed. But I'm confident that even without this skill, I'll find a way to get them back someday. The switch choice it is, then. Of course, I still have to find a suitable person, first. With my business here done, I head back towards the others. Sadly, it would be much harder to slip back into Ferdinand's pack while they're on the move than it was to slip out, so I travel parallel to them for a while, letting Ferdinand know of my situation through telepathy. One might think that I'd run out of psi eventually, but in actual fact I regenerate more psi than I use to keep myself aloft, which is around 4 pounds per square inch per minute, and keep myself moving at the same pace as the horses. I do this until everyone stops for a break, after that it's as simple as calling Ferdinand over to pick me up off the ground. After that, I'm able to relax and watch the scenery pass by as we head towards the capital. I am Lily, Paladin of Vitus. Those behind me are also paladins and priests of various gods and goddesses. We seek an audience with the prince. I watch Lily as she negotiates with the gatekeepers to get us inside. From where we are, the entire palace is already in my sight. Now, if I just had some sort of magic projectile I could guide, I'd hardly even need to go inside. Well, I doubt a palace would be without any means of magical protection, so it's all the same, really. The guard hesitates. The prince isn't accepting visitors. But with your unique identities, I think I should at least send a man to inquire for you. Thank you. Lily nods in appreciation as the guard rings a small hand bell, causing a messenger to come running. Unfortunately, he jots the message down on a piece of paper that he hands to the messenger, rather than telling him, so I don't know what message he's actually sending. But from what I can read of his body language, he doesn't seem hostile. A tad wary, maybe. But he's a guard for the royal palace. It's his job to be wary. While we wait for the messenger to return, well, I'm tracking his progress so that I can easily identify the prince as well, but apart from that, I take a closer look at the place. It's excessively lavish, as one might expect from the palace of a country called the Empire. I can see a man wearing gaudy clothing pacing in a large bedroom, with a crown resting lightly in a padded box on a desk, the emperor, I assume. And in a room beneath the palace, a man with horns and a pointed tail. Welp, there's our demon. The sheer volume of hidden passageways is rather off-putting. Even the Emperor's room has two, one leading to another bedroom nearby, and the other spiraling down through the walls, underground into a passageway that extends so far that it goes clean out of my vision. The uses of both are blatantly obvious once seen, but without my particular set of skills both of them would be extremely well hidden. Well, it looks like something is happening. The messenger has finished talking to a young man that I'm tentatively going to assume is the prince, and now both are moving off in separate directions. The messenger is heading back to us, and the prince is heading to, let's see, either the kitchens or a large room furnished with plush chairs. I'm going to guess the latter. Then again, he could just be backish. He isn't. The messenger shortly returns, informing us that the prince is willing to see us. Very well then, I'll have to ask that you leave your bags and weapons here for the duration of your visit. The guard says, then glances behind us to the horses. I'll have a few stable boys come over and take care of your steeds as well. Seeing him say that, I stealthily creep out of Ferdinand's pack and slip into his coin pouch with some help from form manipulation. He looks over the paladin's armor carefully. The armor will be fine, but the helmets will have to come off. And make sure to be careful in the hallways. If you damage something, you'll have to pay for it. The messenger here will take you where you need to go. And I don't think I need to say it, but please don't wander around. There are guards everywhere. Thank you, we will be sure to take care, says Lily. The guard just nods stoically in reply, and we filter through the gate, across the lawn and into the palace itself, following the measured footsteps of the messenger. A few short corridors later, the messenger knocks on a door. On the other side of the door, the prince says, "Come in." Point of view Ferdinand, as the door closes behind us, my first impression is that he's younger than I imagined. Younger than me, even. Then the paleness, eerily similar to the stories of vampires I was told as a child. But I can't see the characteristic things when he smiles, so I put my suspicions aside. "Welcome," he says, smiling. "Take a seat, and we can discuss the reason for your visit here." He gestures to the lavish furniture from where he sits. Is that for sitting? It looks more like a decoration. Nobody takes him up on the offer, however, and his smile falters slightly. "We have found evidence that suggests that you are conspiring with a demon and were at least partly responsible for the actions of a necromancer, which caused widespread death and destruction," Lily states succinctly. The prince's smile turns into a frown. "That is a rather serious accusation. I am not conspiring, and nor have I ever conspired, with demons or necromancers. However, I am interested in hearing what evidence led you to this conclusion." "The personal diary of that same necromancer," Lily says, before adding, "and one of my companions tells me that there is a demon in the basement of this building at this very moment. It must have been Gerald." I didn't notice anyone else talking to Lily, and that's something Gerald could easily notice. The prince's face trembles, and his lips twist into a sad smile. "You're right," he admits, and everyone suddenly tenses, myself included. "I never meant for things to happen this way," he continues, "but since you know, I'll have to ask you to act like this never happened." That's not what I expected. We aren't so easily swayed. "You will face judgment," Luke exclaims, moving forwards to grab him. With a smile that seems more like he's crying, the prince looks at Luke and says, "Stop." As if yanked back with a rope, Luke stops moving with arm outstretched. I see the muscles in his neck rippling, but he doesn't move even a single step further. Everyone suddenly bursts into motion, trying to grab the prince. The glow of magic emanates from Lily's hand as she stretches it towards the prince, priming magic to take him down. Marco deploys a magical shield, and everyone else just rushes toward him. But with a single sweep of his eyes, and another uttered word, "Stop," everyone stops moving. Everyone. Except me. I don't stop to think why. I just move. Slipping in between various paladins, priests and pieces of furniture, I reach out to grab the prince. "Stop. Stop. Why isn't it?" The prince scrambles over the back of his chair and towards the door as his skill continues not to work on me. But I am considerably faster than him, and he is completely unable to resist as I grab his arm, hauling him back towards me. What do I do now? Release them. I say sternly. No, 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 get him away from me. He suddenly addresses the others, and they start moving again, but for some reason I'm not optimistic about my situation. Should I dash? I feel a slight tug from my belt, and then there's a naked man in front of me, thankfully facing away from me. As suddenly as he appeared, he disappears. Noticing something, I look down at the prince's chest. The prince looks down at his own chest. Everyone stops their motions to attack me to look at him. There's a massive hole there. Point of view prince, I look down at my chest and see the gaping hole. For a seemingly endless moment, I fail to realize the meaning of the hole as blood starts to drip in torrents over my luxurious clothing. Then it hits me, I am dead. Suddenly feeling rather faint, my legs collapse and I begin to topple. Slowly, ever so slowly. Somehow, it doesn't feel all that bad. Perhaps this is not such a bad turn of events after all. I made a mess of just about everything, didn't I? Now somebody who actually knows what they are doing can step in and fix things up. Still, a few months in the life of a prince. It was not terrible. With all the snide remarks people made about my future prospects, I can say without a shadow of a doubt that not one person expected me to get this far. Not that it was by my own virtues, of course. It was an absurd combination of panic, luck and magic. Funny thing, magic. Back on Succus, people would laugh at you if you believed in it. And yet, things people did every day back home would be called magic over here more often than it would be recognized for its true nature, psychic abilities. Everyone had them. Everyone. Could be something as small as being able to lift a pencil without touching it, or causing a slight breeze at will, but everyone had at least one psychic ability. Everyone but me, that is. None of the psychiatrists could understand why I didn't. By all rights, by everything we can see, you should have one, they said. Well, as it turns out, I did. Two, in fact. But neither of them could show their effects. The first, a form of hypnosis, is utterly powerless against any other psychic, no matter how weak their powers. The second allows me to understand any form of spoken language. I did not know there were other languages. Of course, I was relentlessly tormented by everyone else because of this. Classmates, teachers, even passers-by. Everyone knew me. Even my parents gave up on me. I was on the edge of despair, trying to decide whether continuing under the pain or taking the plunge was a better decision. When I was summoned here. Another world. Adwea. I had looked at the people around me. Thinking back, I felt something pass between me and them, undoubtedly an unconscious use of my psychic ability, and when I, in my confusion and panic, thinking that they had kidnapped me, shouted wait, I was astonished to find that they did so. They were equally astonished. And not a small bit angry. I panicked more. Everything snowballed. At first, I thought I could use my ability to get myself a life of luxury. But there were so many things I couldn't understand. Demons. I thought they were just people who had been strangely affected by their psychic powers. It was not unheard of back on Succus. When I heard skeletons described as undying, untiring soldiers, I thought they would be the perfect workforce. Magic, gods and goddesses, politics. I could not understand anything. So instead of making things better, I just made everything worse. The demon was doing who knows what behind my back, always managing to find some way to weasel around my orders. And with my own weakness, I had to stay locked inside the palace at all times. Although I could likely deal with an attacker at close range, a single arrow would be sufficient to take away my life. I wonder, what would I have chosen back then, had I not been summoned? No. I don't even need to wonder. I would have chosen to die. Perhaps that would have been better. If none of this had happened. But either way. No matter what I did. No matter what I choose. I was destined to die. I opened my eyes, One last time. Take in the glamorous room from my position on the floor. And let darkness envelop me. Point of view Gerald, flesh of level 1 human absorbed, experience gained, 0, durability recovered, 3.2, exceeds maximum durability, reducing to 0, skill proficiency increased, none, skills gained, psychic translation, static, traits gained, none, target guild. Your choice? Permanently retain the appearance of a human male, gain the target's memories and skills. Skills obtained shall be 1 proficiency level lower than the proficiency level the target formerly had the skill at. Gain the ability to switch between your original and human male appearance at a cost relative to the difference between the two forms. Option 2. Error. Calculated cost exceeds predicted maximum mana regeneration for this user. Requesting administrator assistance. Please wait. Well, this is new. I look at the window for a few seconds, but nothing happens, so I look around me. Everyone is trying to figure out what happened. In the confusion, I slip back into Ferdinand's belt pouch. Guards quickly enter the room. Everyone gets ready to fight, but the guards actually don't attack. They just send out a messenger and stand guard at the doors. Hey! You alright? I ask Ferdinand. That was you, wasn't it? You killed him? He asks quietly. Yes. I did. I admit. I wish I didn't have to, but it looked like it was you or him that was going to die there, and I wasn't about to watch you die. Are you alright? His question takes me by surprise. Maybe. I think so. I say. One of the good things about being me is that I don't get overwhelmed by emotions. There's some panic, some horror, but it doesn't affect me much. So, you can turn into a human now? He asks suddenly. I groan. Pending confirmation, but it's not hopeful. Something underground catches my attention. A certain demon walking through a swirling mass of mana. A portal. Hey, you should be strong enough to survive, especially if you keep following these guys, won't you? I ask him, slipping out of the pouch and onto the floor again. Probably, yeah. Wait, why? He replies suspiciously. Demon just went through a portal. Chasing him now. No time to get you through all the guards and explain to everyone, I don't think. We may be separated for a while. I explain, already absorbing my way through the floor. Then the next floor. Then the next, leaving a curiously shaped hole behind me, until I reach the basement. Bracing myself mentally, I fly into the portal. As I do, a couple messages greet me. Party leader is in a separate world to party member Ferdinand. Ferdinand is automatically kicked from the party. The fork is mightier than the sword, and will be unable to rejoin until he is in the same world as the party leader. Grap. Skill Doppelganger, static, use cost set to 1000 mana, minute. The difference in form is too big, this is all I can do. You'll get there one day. Good luck. Double grap. /30 foreign mana. Mana regeneration reduced by 100 wisdom %, unaffected if wisdom is equal to or greater than 100. Malevolent mana. Effects of light, holy and good related magic reduced by 50%, costs increased by 50%. Effects of darkness, corrupt and evil related magic increased by 50%, costs reduced by 50%. Things just keep getting worse. I'm getting a sneaking suspicion that this maybe isn't a pleasant place. While I don't think the second will affect me, not having any proper magic, the first reduces my mana regeneration by almost half to 5.4/minute. After dismissing the notification, I take a look around, dropping quickly into a corner of the room. It doesn't appear that anyone has noticed my passage through the portal, so I take stock of where I am now. From the messages, I can tell that I'm not just in another place, I'm in another world. Again. At least I didn't die again, although given the circumstances that possibility still exists. I was in a lavish palace a moment ago, but this is clearly a fortress. The walls have a different mana density to walls I've seen in the past, so they probably aren't made of normal stone, although that doesn't mean much to me. Almost a dozen portals stand in the middle of the room I am in. That's not a good sign. The people within it are demons, although there are also small, ugly beings with wings that are acting similarly to slaves to the demons, groveling and doing the dirty work of the demons. I see one of the demons call them imps. As for the particular demon who had preceded me through the portal, he is hurrying through hallways, demons bowing their heads as he passes. But their subservient appearances vanish like smoke after he passes, a few even scowling at him behind his back. Upon taking another look around, I see that the behavior isn't specific to him. None of the demons appear to like or respect their superiors. Or anyone else, in fact. Beyond a thin veneer of courtesy, all the demons seem to abhor each other. Strange. I didn't think a group of people that hate each other could coexist. Unless they're forced to? Food for thought. My lord, something unexpected has occurred. The pawn has been killed by paladins. The demon bows and scrapes. Paladins? The second demon spits in disgust. His clothes look like they've been nicked from the late prince's wardrobe. Probably were, too. Almost all the demons here are wearing clothing identical to what I've seen in cities around the empire. Disconnect the portal to the palace. Begin the invasion immediately through the others. The first demon looks startled. But we are glaring. The demon in fancy clothes punches the other demon in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. I only kept you here because your magic allowed the possibility of crossing to Audiobook. But the portals are constructed now. Give me one reason I shouldn't just kill you. He sneers. Because, gasps the demon mage from the floor, when I created the portals, I bound them to my life force. Kill me, and they will immediately lose all function. The richly dressed demon snorts. A compelling reason. He turns, waving his arm to dismiss the demon mage. Disobey me again, and I will kill you regardless. The demon mage gets up. I will need some sacrifices. The prison is as full as ever. I think this is my cue to do something. But since it's a fair distance between there and here, I think I'll quickly pop back over. As I start using telekinesis to levitate, I find that it feels more strenuous than normal. Is the gravity larger, here? Discarding the thought for now, I move through the portal and the scenery shifts back to that of the palace basement. Everyone's still alive, good. I start a telepathic link with Ferdinand. Hey. I'm still alive. Unfortunately, there's going to be a demon invasion unless I shut down the portals from the other side, so this is goodbye as far as I can tell. He responds as soon as I stop talking. Isn't there any other nope? I interrupt him, speaking with forced bravado. I'm pretty sure the portal leads to another world, so I doubt I'll be able to get back. But who knows, it's me we're talking about after all. Maybe, someday. Anyway, I'm a bit tight on time here. They're about to cut this portal off to stop the paladins from interfering. On the plus side, I shouldn't have much trouble getting out of there. So, goodbye Ferdinand. It's been fun. Goodbye Gerald. Then he begins, but I cut him off again. Hey, no sappiness. See ya. I cut off the link and pop back through the portal. He's almost to the portal room, so I don't have much time to act. Thankfully, combining absorb and telekinesis means that destroying inanimate objects is child's play for me. Slicing through the bases of the portal archways one by one quick as blinking, they fall to the floor and break into several pieces, the vortexes of mana within them dispersing and slowly returning to normality. With that, the demons are cut off from invading, and I'm cut off from going back. Just as I escape through the walls and into an adjacent room, the demon mage sprints into the portal room, no doubt disturbed by the sounds the portals made as I destroyed them. He immediately calls for the guards and orders everyone to be on high alert for an intruder. Fat lot of good that'll do them. Nobody suspects the fork. Nobody. Ever. And if they do, they should see a psychiatrist. Quickly returning to the richly dressed demon's room, the demon mage grovels pitifully. My lord. The portals have been destroyed. There is an intruder in the fortress. The goblet in the richly dressed demon's hand deforms and crumples as he clenches his fist. Seeing it, the demon mage gulps. We will find them immediately, my lord. And I can rebuild the portals. I just need time. How long? Perhaps 2 weeks, perhaps less. Drops of sweat roll down the demon mage's forehead. You have 3 days. Boo, yes, my lord. The demon halts his protest as quickly as he starts it, no doubt remembering his earlier conversation. So he can rebuild it. We can't have that, now can we? After collecting things from several places around the fortress, the demon mage returns to the portal room and starts tinkering away. The guards continue to move around the fortress, checking every nook and cranny, including the room I am in. Nobody even glances at me, although they do find the hole I made in the wall to get here. After the guards leave the room, I tunnel back into the wall through the same hole and move up the wall until I reach the roof. Then I tunnel along the roof until I'm above the demon mage. For some reason, he's smiling to himself as he works. I don't think that'll last long. Dropping down directly onto him, I absorb my way through his neck. Flesh of level 37 demon absorbed, experience gained, 213, durability recovered, 2.35, exceeds maximum durability, reducing to 0, skill proficiency increased, absorb 0.01%, skills gained, none, traits gained, curse resistance, minor, level 37 demon killed, experience gained, 6,310, level up. You are now level 33, 5.5 stat points gained. Hey, another la. A dark mana rises from the corpse and rushes towards me. I try to absorb it, but as I do, I can feel my durability decreasing, so I stop and try to escape through the walls. But wherever I go, it follows without stopping or slowing, no matter how many twists and turns I make. So, I leave the castle and head out in a random direction. Maybe if I go far enough from the origin of this magic, the demon's corpse, it will fade away. My slim, sleek body line allows me to pass through the air with little resistance, letting me to maintain a greater speed than the evil mana behind me while keeping psi expenditure below my regeneration rate, although only just. Actually, I still haven't used the stat points from that level up. 5.5, huh? I don't like the 30s. They don't let you distribute stat points evenly into 2 stats without going to 2 decimal places. And I ain't going there. 1 DP is far enough for me. 2.5 to intelligence, 2.5 to wis, 0.5 to dex. It may be tracking me, but it isn't very fast. I can literally do this all day, all week, if I have to. It should run out of mana eventually. Or perhaps it has a limited range? One eye on the spell following, I have a look at the landscape, getting an idea of what sort of world this is. The ground is cracked and barren, not a blade of grass or any other plant softening its surface as far as the eye can see. The only liquid around is something slow-flowing and thick I don't recognize, but if I were to venture a guess based on what I've seen so far, I'd say it's lava. Thank God that I can't feel heat. Or should I thank the gods? I don't know enough about them to care. Up ahead I see trees jutting out of the ground like skeletal hands, without even a single leaf on their branches. What's this place called, the Forest of Death? Nope, not going there. I take a right turn at the forest, and soon enough run into a broken tower, shambling forms roaming mindlessly up and down its broken staircases. I give it a wide berth. Hey, this place looks nice. A clean building lies ahead, bearing a symbol that makes me think it's some kind of shrine. Inside are a group of people, they look human, too, though after fighting a doppelganger that doesn't mean much to me, praying to some god or other. Now, let us drink of the blood of the heretics. One says solemnly. Goodbye. Behind me, the spell putters out and dissipates. Took it long enough. Phew. What do we do now? Oh, right, he's on another planet. That makes communication somewhat difficult. Well, first of all I should probably double check that they aren't able to reconstruct those portals. Turning around, I head back the way I came, although in much less of a hurry this time. The demon mage said weeks, the angry demon said days, I think I can spare a few minutes. As I levitate across the desolate landscape, I come across a large dog. I look at the dog. The dog looks at me. The dog opens its mouth, and I take 0.2 damage to my durability. I absorb the dog's face. It dies, and I absorb the rest of it. Level 18 Hellhound absorbed, experience gained, 1035, durability recovered, 13.8, exceeds maximum durability, reducing to 1.1, skill proficiency increased, absorb 0.01%, skills gained, traits gained, heat resistance, minor, level 18 Hellhound Guild, experience gained, 1035, holy moly, I've almost leveled up again. Without 95% of my XP going to Ferdinand and absorb effectively letting me double my experience gains, it's shooting upwards. Sadly, I don't come across any other monsters I can kill for that last tiny bitty bit of XP I need to level up. Well, almost 3000 XP, but it feels strange. Not too long ago, I was stuck on the floor of a cave, hoping desperately that something with a useful skill or trait would walk my way. Leveling up isn't my primary concern, but even then, the hundreds of XP I needed felt like they would take ages to accumulate. But look at me now. I can move on my own, see just over a little mile in every direction and hold my own in combat, albeit in an unconventional way. Among other things. I've really come a long way, haven't I? Metaphorically and literally speaking. A year ago, just an ordinary university student living on my lonesome, on Earth. A few months ago, a helpless fork living on my lonesome in a cave, on Adwea. Now, an awesome fork. Living on my lonesome, in, literally, hell. If I say it like that, I haven't come very far at all, have I? And I still have so far to go. Let me just check my list of priorities. Find a way to regain human form and/or human senses while in fork form. High priority. Well, I've technically made progress. I have the skill that can do all of that. Shame I can't use it, and probably won't be able to for a long, long time. Find out how I died. Low priority. I still haven't found anything about that. A bit hard, when I'm not even on the same planet. Find and obtain skills or traits that can allow me to write Ferdinand a book about death flags and the like. Possible name, at least, 101 things you should definitely never ever say and when you should especially not say them. Maximum priority. Hey, I remember this one. Well, I think I'll downgrade it to medium priority. Even if I manage to get a skill that would allow me to write, it's not like I can lug a book around until I next see him. Jelly beans. High priority. What? When did this get on there? Let's see. When I was 6. Seriously? I remember now. I was at this kid's party, and I went over to get some sweets, but all the jelly beans were already gone. I remember bugging my mom to get me some for weeks afterwards, but she never relented. Probably for the best, they're filled with sugar. Anyway, let's wipe this off. Although, I would like some jelly beans. Let's just change it to lowest priority. Obtain skills and traits that will allow me to better defend myself. Maximum priority. It's going fairly well on this front. I wouldn't say it's such an urgent thing anymore, but I would still like some more diversity and flexibility in my abilities. Let's see, I think I need a healing skill or spell, something that lets me cure poison for others. Others may be able to carry some sort of antidote or cure potion, but that's not really an option for me. A couple of buffs might be nice. A way to carry other people when flying. Some sort of skill or spell I can control in flight and use to attack from a super long distance. Paired with mana sight, that would be deadly. I have stealth mostly covered, as well as scouting, and traps aren't really a problem. Maybe some crowd control abilities? Even a simple slow would be incredibly useful in all sorts of situations. Obtain traits that multiply my intelligence and wisdom. High priority. Man, would these be useful? If I had a ×2 multiplier on even one of them, that would send my monoside range from 1.69 kilometers to over 3 kilometers. If I managed to get a ×10, that'd be 16.97 kilometers. If I got both times 10, that'd be 160 frickin' 9 kilometers. Radius. That would let me see, like, almost half of Tasmania if I stood in the middle of it. I just calculated the volume of a sphere that large. It's over 20 million kilometers cubed. Imagine having the visual acuity necessary to snipe someone from a few cities over. Of course, the changing wind patterns along the way, various obstacles and bullet drop would make that literally impossible, but that's beside the point. Learn magic. Medium priority. I'd love to. Problem is, I have no clue how? I'm sure some of these demons know magic, but even if one was willing to teach me, I don't think I'd be willing to learn the type of magic they'd be teaching. And that's the end of the list. Oh, I should probably add, find a way to get back to Audwea. Similar method could probably be used to return to Earth. But do I really want to return to Earth? Audwea at least is a must, it's way better than this place. But Earth? I didn't really have many friends. The small network I had at school kind of drifted to near non-existence after it finished, with both me and them not terribly interested in putting in the effort to keep it going. And my family? Well, they must think I'm dead. If I go back, only to leave for Audwea again, that would only bring more pain and worry to them than I already have. It'd be like stabbing someone with a knife, leaving it in for a while then taking it out and applying a bandage, only to slam it back in again a bit later. I suppose I could stay there. Without any bodily functions, I wouldn't need money, and it's not like the law takes into account living forks. I'm pretty sure that even if people knew about me, according to the system I wouldn't exist. So no need to worry about things like voting, either. I could live out my life in peace and quiet, like I've always wanted. Except I couldn't. I couldn't just sit there doing nothing for years on end, I'd go mad. Again. I could take up a hobby. But my form restricts me severely. And even then. Well. Come on Gerald, admit it already. You've known this for far too long to be avoiding it still, especially now, when there's very little to do. I'm immortal, aren't I? I'm made of metal, my thrill even. I doubt my thrill rusts or corrodes, but even if it does, I could just absorb the damaged bits of myself and self-repair them back. I don't have any organs or anything that can degrade over time. So, I'm immortal. I remember when I was much younger, I heard about an ancient Chinese emperor or someone similar that ate mercury pills, hoping they would grant him immortality. Instead, they killed him. We laughed at that. I don't know about the others, but I wasn't just laughing at the irony of ingesting a poison and thinking it will grant you longer life. I was laughing because I couldn't imagine why anyone would even want immortality. I never saw the allure of it. Oh, I've heard all the stories of people searching for the recipe to the mythical philosopher's stone or turning to darker means in attempts to indefinitely prolong their lives, but it just never made sense to me. What do you do with infinity? If you had all the time in the world, what would you do? I've heard the question before. My answer would always be the same. I'd see my dreams realized. I'd learn more about what few things interest me, perhaps teach a few others the same. But that would only last me 2 centuries, max. I can't imagine what I'd do with a millennia, let alone a million years. Why would anyone want the misery of being unable to make substantial emotional connections to others, because you know that if you do, you'll have to watch them die. You'd have to watch everyone you know and love die. Again. And again. And again. If I were able to gain any superpower or supernatural ability, immortality would be one of my absolute last picks, right down there with the ability to destroy the planet I'm standing on by blinking and the ability to kill anything I look at. Heck, I'd probably choose them over immortality. I'd just cut off my eyelids. Can't blink if you have no eyelids. Or blind myself, can't look at anything if you're blind. Then I'd just have a short miserable life, rather than a long miserable life. And yet here I am. The powers that be choose. Me. I'll have to watch Ferdinand die. And Marco. I liked Marco. Unless. I can find a way to make Ferdinand immortal too. But no, that would just be consigning him to the same hell as me. It would be horribly selfish of me to make him suffer through pain just to lessen my own. I could kill myself. No. I couldn't do that either. Then I'd be making him watch me die. And worse, a suicide. That would be just as selfish. I could vanish and kill myself. And what? Make him think I abandoned him? He'd get over it. What if he didn't? At least I wouldn't have to suffer. Is it worth causing pain to another to reduce your own? Even if the pain caused is less than that reduction? I don't know. I don't feel like it should be. Then again, it can't be as bad as it sounds. If I'm immortal, there must be others. If I can make a few immortal friends, it might not be so bad. But how do you find an immortal? They won't be in plain view. Live in the same place for 1,000 years, and people are going to notice that there's something different about you. That means that immortals are probably more likely to either roam around or live in seclusion. People who roam: adventurers, wandering mercenaries and warrior, explorers, travelers. People who live in seclusion: monks. People who want to be left alone: adventurers. Why does it always come back to adventurers? I don't even want to become an adventurer. All that fame, all that attention. What's the point? It'd just be painful. I shake myself out of my downward spiraling contemplation as the fortress appears on the edge of my vision. The demons within it are still frantically searching for their intruder. I already left, you know? Oh, that's gotta hurt. The head honcho demon is killing everyone he sets eyes on in rage, pounding skulls and chests into a pulp with his bare fists and feet, uncaring whether they are imps or demons. I take it that there's no replacement for that demon mage. He punches through a wall and screams in anger and pain as his fist bleeds. I think my work here is done. Point of view Gerald, the fortress devolves into chaos, with demons and imps fleeing in fear from their former leader. Most of them are leaving the fortress in its entirety, leaving only a few either locked in cages, hiding or not realizing what's going on. Makes me wonder whether I should absorb a few in the confusion. I've already seen plenty of evidence that these are terrible people: violence at the drop of a hat, constant deception, no respect for their fellows. They were about to invade the empire and potentially kill my friends. So I pick one nearby that's on his own, and lie in wait on the ground in the direction he's running. When he moves over me, I'll absorb his legs. He'll fall down, I'll absorb the rest of him. He runs without changing direction, running directly over me. I start absorbing in every direction that's not towards myself or downwards, expecting him to fall towards me. His legs do get absorbed, but before he can fall, I get pulled upwards, at quite the speed, too. In less than a second, I've absorbed the demon clean in half and am hurtling into the air, whizzing in random directions. Level 13 demon absorbed, experience gained, 485, durability recovered, 8.6, exceeds maximum durability, reducing to 0, skill proficiency increased, absorb 0.01%, skills gained, flattery, advanced, deception, advanced, traits gained, none, level 13 demon killed, experience gained, 485, I turn off absorb. My upward motion slows, and after a few seconds, reverses directions. Why didn't I realize this before? Of course. Absorbing the air above myself results in a vacuum, which sucks everything in its surrounding to fill the gap, including me. Normally, with me using absorb in all directions, the net velocity is still towards the ground due to gravity, but with me only using it upwards, it results in me getting sucked upwards. If I paired this with telekinesis, I'll probably be able to get to absurd speeds without much effort at all. I gotta try this out. In a moment. I absorb the rest of the demon and check what I got from it. Flattery and deception? I'm not going to absorb any more demons. Their skills are terrible. I feel embarrassed just by those skills existing on my status. So, this new way of movement. I start absorbing the air above me again, sending me flying into the air again. Like last time, I'm getting flipped constantly and moving in random directions. The influence of my irregular shape, no doubt. Maybe if I was a more irregular shape. Wait, with my monoregen decreased, can I sustain the cost of form manipulation anymore? After a few calculations, I determined that while I can no longer stay in any form indefinitely, I can stay in another form for almost 8 hours, so it barely matters anyway. Forming myself into a small disc with a little bit of thickness, a shape I assume is best for omnidirectional movement in an environment with gravity, I try again. This time, there is only a little bit of wobble, something I believe I'll have to learn to deal with until I can raise the proficiency of form manipulation to the point that I can make perfect shapes. I shoot almost directly upwards at great speeds. I slowly tone down the speed of my absorption until I hang in the air, neither falling nor rising. As I sit there, the ground just visible far below me, I briefly consider going into space. Without the need to breath, and having a body made out of quite a tough metal, I should be able to survive out there, right? But then again, why should I? It's space. There'd be nothing there for me to see or do, just emptiness. I suppose if I manage to regain proper sight someday, it might be an interesting thing to do. But for today, I think I'll stick to interplanetary flight. For a while, I spend my time getting used to this new method of movement. Compared to telekinesis, movement via absorb-induced vacuums requires much more finesse. Moving with telekinesis is like holding yourself up with an invisible hand, completely straightforward. On the other hand, this is controlling myself by creating pulls in various directions, and I have to carefully manage it so that the pull is neither many times greater than I need it to be, nor too small. Still, after a few hours of practice I manage to get a hang of simple movement. You won't be seeing me doing loop-de-loops, but I can at least change directions at will and somewhat reliably control my speed. After I've determined that I have adequate control, I change back to my original form and resume using telekinesis to move. Using telekinesis allows for low to medium speeds indefinitely, while this new technique allows me to move at low to very high speeds for approximately 8 hours. I don't have anywhere to go, so I'm in no rush. Therefore telekinesis. Deciding to check on the fortress one last time, I descend to the ground and travel back towards it. I find it nearly abandoned, with only the leader and a few frightened survivors still inhabiting it. The demon leader appears to have calmed down, as rather than killing his followers and destroying his fortress, he is sitting back in his room, head in hands. The fortress itself paints a sorry picture. Due to all the walls he destroyed, small sections of it have collapsed. He avoided only a few areas, judging by the trail of destruction, the fortress walls, his own room, and the treasury. Looks like there are a few interesting things in there, but unfortunately I have no means of carrying or using them. So, seeing that all is well and there's nothing left to do, I leave the place for the last time. Where did I come from? Where do I go? I pick a random direction, not the one I went in to run away from the magic, and start flying in it. Honestly, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm in the middle of nowhere, without a clue if there's even anything in the direction I'm going, hoping that, against all odds, there's a clue on how to get back to Audiobook somewhere. Almost feels like I'm 18 again, scrabbling to get a job and with no clue what the fork I was doing with my life. I often wondered if the people who designed the Australian education system are stupid, because it puts so much emphasis on skills that you never use again, but never teaches you how to do things that you actually need to do to continue living on the continent. You know, things that you're legally obligated to do. Writing a resume. Finding a job? Taxes? Voting? Nope. Knowing how to write essays about terribly boring books is obviously more important than all that. It feels like you turn 18, and then everyone just assumes you know all these things. How to manage a bank account. How to iron clothes, how to shave. Little but important things that people somehow think you already know, presumably by some form of psychoosmosis. Why am I getting so emotional? I don't even need to worry about any of that anymore. I suppose this bleak landscape just brings out the worst in me. It's not all empty, you know. There are occasional buildings, although most of them are ruins. Plants too, although they are sparse and often hidden in cracks and the like. I've even seen a plant growing at the bottom of a pool of liquid I'm now certain is lava. I saw a tiny, creepy insect fly over it and have its wings instantly disintegrate. How a plant can grow in the doubly impossible conditions of extreme heat and extremely heavy liquid rock suffocating it is beyond me, but it's there, so it must be possible. Somehow. The first thing I see are the fields. Growing in them are strange plants. I've seen their like a few times as I traveled, but never paid much attention to them. Most of the fields are dedicated to growing a single type of plant. It has a long, thick stalk that widens at about waist height and forms a sort of inverted bell shape. That bell is hollow and filled with some sort of liquid, not lava this time, I don't think. Demons roam these fields with ladles and buckets, collecting the liquid from these plants. In true hell fashion, however, even these plants seem to be out to kill. Hidden under the upper lip of the bell are wickedly sharp teeth, and boy are they effective. I see one demon get just a little bit lax as he dips in the ladle, and next thing he knows, he's holding on to a worthless handle as the plant swallows the fragments of its head. The ladles are made of metal, I can tell by the smoothness. Having lost his ladle, the demon curses and kicks the plant, which just slightly sways. Spitting into it, he trudges off towards the storehouse to fetch another ladle. The demons refer to these as jaw bulbs and share a sort of love-hate relationship with them. They collect the liquid from the bulbs and drink it, but clearly nobody wants to be on collection duty. It also tastes terrible, apparently. As I get close enough to see the city itself, I breathe a mental sigh of disappointment. I had hoped that this place might have some hint of civility, but no, it doesn't. It's exactly the same as the fortress, just on a larger scale. Oh, there are guards, shops, houses. But instead of being disciplined upholders of the law, the guards taunt the workers as they pass by and demand payment every time they go through the gates, seemingly basing the amount solely on how much they dislike the worker in question. Rather than bargaining at shops, demons threaten, cajole, bribe or blackmail their way into cheaper deals. Guards often pop by to collect taxes, read bribes, and mess up the shop if the reply isn't to their liking. I watch as the demon breaks into someone's home, murders the occupant, steals everything and then casually slips a pouch of gold to a passing guard as he walks out. The guard accepts the money and continues on his way. The reigning group is no better. Talk among the town tells me that daggers in the night and poison food are so common that someone gets replaced every other day. It's hard to figure out the exacts, though. The people seem to switch freely between English and another language I'm not at all familiar with. Nevertheless, without any better alternative, I set myself down outside the walls of the city to watch and listen. This world is actually called Hell, by the way. I've seen it referred to as such by several demons. Talk about Adwea is scarce. The demons talk about it in a similar way to how people back on Earth talk about Antarctica. On one hand, we know it exists. But on the other hand, we know we're probably never going to go there. Still, from their words, they seem to view Adwea as a paradise that they wish they could take for themselves. Well, seeing this hell, who could blame them for thinking so highly of Adwea? Perhaps the strangest thing, though, is this one guy standing near the entrance to the city. "Hello, would you like to become one with our Lord and Savior?" he asks to every passing demon, imp and creature. The line, and even the way he says it, is eerily similar to that man that was near the entrance of Port Acton. Unlike everyone else in the city, that particular demon is never bothered by anyone. In fact, others seem to give him a wide berth. Several days pass, by my reckoning, without so much as a peep about portals or any other form of instant transportation between worlds. And to say that I'm sick of watching these demons is an understatement. A severe understatement. It's like they simply don't understand how to be kind, or even have common courtesy. Maybe they don't. Apart from the watching, I've spent my days laying inconspicuously on the ground, practicing either form manipulation or telekinesis in endless cycles of drain, meditate, repeat. That, of course, has also been training meditation at the same time. Due to the location, I didn't want to do anything too showy with telekinesis, so I either tested the limits of my control by lifting motes of dust from the ground, or the limits of my psychic brawn by pushing against the city walls. Unsurprisingly, that hasn't made so much as a mark on the walls. None of them have advanced a proficiency level, but they're increasing. Slowly. I wonder if I should wander around some more, try and find a different city. Maybe I'll have better luck somewhere else. After another day of looking at the city, I quickly decide that I've had enough. I need a break from witnessing rampant murder, theft, slavery, and any other crime you could care to name. So I lift myself off the ground and leave, without anyone knowing I was there in the first place. As I'm leisurely flying across the surface of hell, I come across a rather massive pool of lava. It's so large, in fact, that when I'm floating above the middle of it, I can't see land in any direction. Just to be safe, I'm flying at a considerable height over this thing. I'm not going to risk it when I know neither the melting point of my thrill nor the current temperature of the lava to compare. I highly doubt that I wouldn't melt if I fell into that stuff. The surface of this lava lake suddenly starts to distort and bulge upwards. Seeing this, I increase my altitude. It continues to bulge upwards, in what would probably look like a massive bubble of lava from the outside. Except unlike a bubble, it's completely filled with lava. I increase my altitude. It continues to expand until it's upwards of 100 meters tall, and about 20 meters wide. I increase my altitude by quite a bit. Arms split off from the main trunk and reach down towards the lava, grabbing a molten gob of it. That's it, vacuum movement engaged. A gob of mana flies through the air behind me as I speed up, quickly leaving the lake of lava, and its inhabitant, far behind. This place is not tourist friendly. Later, after I've come down from the giant lava monster encounter, I am again flying slowly through the air. This would be pleasant. If the landscape below me was cracked, desolate, and filled with innumerable ways to die. From thin air, mana appears and encapsulates me. Before I can react, it has already dissipated. And I'm in another place. In someone's hands. How, who, where, why? Oh. This one looks just fine. Clean. It raises me to its nose and sniffs. No stench of blood, either. Finally, I get something that isn't a weapon. I should have known using fork as the condition was a bad idea. Especially in hell. I say it not because it's an object or non-gendered being, but because it's so poofy. It's a little difficult to see. But that's. Yeah, okay, should be male. His bushy tail twitches, and then he suddenly stands tall. Food. I'm not going to be able to get any good food here. I'll have to summon it from another world again. The human-sized squirrel mutters to himself sadly. He's talking like he's not from hell. And if he knows how to get here, maybe he knows how to leave, too. Here we go again. I initiate a telepathic link with the squirrel. Hello. Wah. Dropping me, a long dagger appears in the squirrel's hand from nowhere. Someone's in my head. Who are you? Where are you? Since I'm asking, what are you? Wow. Calm down, please. I'm friendly. If you're friendly, then where are you? Accuses the squirrel. Well, nobody else I've seen in hell has been friendly, so I'm just taking precautions. I lie. I'm actually right next to his foot. But he doesn't need to know that yet. Oh. Is it that bad? I've heard about it, but then again, I've never met anyone who's actually been here before, so. He trails off. Then, why take the risk with me? You don't look like you're from around here. Neither am I, but I don't have a way to get back. I heard you talking and thought you might. I explain, seeing that he seems to be reasonable. Yes, no, kinda. He says uncertainly. If I've been to the world before, I can go back, but otherwise it's up to luck. Which world are you from? Adwia. I hold my metaphorical breath. Adwia? Heard of it, heard of it. Who hasn't heard of it? He says rhetorically. Haven't been there, unfortunately. Still, we can try our luck. Wait, you're still willing to help me? Don't you have something you wanted to do here? I ask in disbelief. Here? No, it's like I said before, it's up to luck which world I go to. With my luck, it's a wonder that I haven't wound up in hell before now. He muses. This place is hot, I doubt there's any good food or water, and the residents have a reputation of being violent and evil. Who would want to go here? I will have to wait until my mana regenerates, however. He continues glumly. We're both stuck here until then. So, are you going to show yourself, or are we just going to keep talking awkwardly like this until we're ready to go? Yes, no, kinda. Seems my luck is a little better than yours, see. I'm Gerald. The only living fork in existence. I say dryly. Living fork? Wait. Fork? Oh. He exclaims, looking down at me. Yep. That's me. I lift myself off the ground and onto the table in front of us. He shakes his head in amazement. I knew that took way too much mana for it to just be because of the mithril. Right. Introductions. I'm Dreyer, a squirrel beastman space-based randomizing summoning mage. That is a considerably long title. I note. It is, but I rarely use it. It's not a good idea to tell every person you meet your specialities, so I normally just go by Dreyer. Dreyer shrugs. Rather than that, I'm more interested in you. How do you see, here? Do anything? Unconventional skills. I explain. Monoside lets me see to a certain degree, lip reading allows me to follow conversations, telepathy allows me to talk, as I'm doing right now, as well as a few others for movement and so on. Dreyer shudders slightly. That sounds pretty horrible compared to normal people, yes. I've been hoping to learn magic at some point that I can use to replace the missing senses, but so far I've had no such luck. I sigh. Don't suppose you'd be able to teach me? Shaking his head, Dreyer replies, I don't know the sort of magic that could help you with that. I could look through my spell books, but I wouldn't be too hopeful. Could you at least teach me some basics? Common knowledge sort of stuff? I ask pleadingly. Pulling out the chair, he sits down. I can do that much. What do you know about magic already? Magic is split up into creation, destruction, restoration, alteration, summoning and illusion? I reply hesitantly. I'll take it you know next to nothing, then. Dreyer leans back in his chair. What you said is partially correct. Any spell can be split into 3 parts, let's call them method, execution and objective. Or, how you are casting the spell, what type of spell you are casting and what you are trying to do with the spell. The objective part can be split up into those 6 categories you mentioned earlier, although there are countless subcategories as well. They speak for themselves, I think. He begins. Scratching his head, he continues. There are significantly fewer methods, although there is still some. The most common ones are chanting, formations and imagination, although I wouldn't recommend the last. Why? I ask, surprised. It sounds quite useful. It's incredibly versatile, yes. Dreyer answers, putting his feet up onto the table. But it's also incredibly mana inefficient, and spells can easily be disrupted if the caster is distracted even slightly. I see. I say, taken aback. That is a major disadvantage. Dreyer begins rocking back and forth on his chair's back legs. Chanting. Well, you could probably consider it to be a subcategory of imagination, if you wanted to. The chant helps you focus, and since most magicians have a different chant for each spell, recanting it also helps you to recall how you did it the last times, which can both speed up the spell casting and make it more efficacious. Dreyer's chair falls over, and he falls onto the ground. Rubbing his back, he gets back up, sets the chair back in place and sits back down on it. Formations, he continues, as if nothing had happened, are the quickest, most mana efficient and reliable method you can use. After you've set them up, that is. While you're making them, they're the most complicated, unforgiving of mistakes and difficult to invent on the fly. Right. And they're what you use? I guess. His reply is half happiness, half sigh. Yep. So what about execution? He shrugs. Can be pretty much anything. One of the elements, something abstract like space, motion, time? I interrupt. Dreyer's tail whips nervously. No. If you value your life, stay away from time magic. Nobody has ever come out of an attempt without something terribly, terribly wrong with them. Dreyer shivers, then gets up from the chair. I think that's enough for now. He walks over to a cupboard and selects a plate. A complex formation briefly flashes on the plate, and when he sets it down it's heavily laden with an assortment of nuts. Want some? He asks. Can't eat. I remind him. Oh. His cheeks are already bulging. With Dreyer having his meal and the conversation momentarily ceased, I finally get the chance to take a look around at the place. His house is less a house than it is a well-built hut. It consists of nothing more than a single room furnished with a table, a couple chairs, a bed, a bookshelf. Here's hoping I get the opportunity to peruse its contents extensively, and a cupboard. Just outside the singular window is a small pile of assorted implements, tridents, pitchforks, three-bladed swords and a singular tuning fork. Everything in the pile could, if one squints a bit and keeps a very open mind, be defined as a fork. Other than that, there is just a sturdy door, padlocked shut, some crystals embedded in the floor and an arch up against one of the walls. Is that a portal? I ask, starting up the telepathic link again. Wah! Dreyer jumps out of his chair in shock. Oh. Could you give me a bit of warning next time? Your voice just comes out of nowhere. It's a bit creepy. Sorry. I apologize. I suppose it would be quite startling. How about this, I fly up in front of you when I want to talk. Is that alright? He nods. Okay. Now, what was it you asked again? Is that a portal? On the wall, I mean? I ask again. He looks over at it. That's right. It's inactive, though. I deactivated it for the trip across. First rule of portals, don't put a portal through a portal. Someone always ends up dead. Usually you. That sounds fun. Why? What happens? Well, a portal is basically a carefully managed twist in the fabric of space. Dreyer explains after a moment. Put one through another, and it becomes horribly complicated and messy. Space breaks. Everything around the break. Poof! Sounds deadly. I say lightly, immediately adding portalception to my list of things to never do. So, where's it go? Arbedak. He says a name that sounds like some foreign board game, or perhaps a foreign suite. The center of all magical learning, and my home world. Oh? I suppose that would be a very good place to learn magic? I ask with interest. Yes. The best. He states. There is a moment of silence. Oh. You mean you want to learn magic there? He finally realizes. Well, if you have enough talent, you might be able to get a scholarship. I'm probably talented. I don't know. Does having high intelligence and wisdom stats help? I ask questioningly. Yep. Dreyer replies. But that's besides the point. First things first, I'm getting out of hell. Anything else can come after that. Right, sounds good. I agree. So, how long will it take to get back enough mana for that? I ask. Dreyer scratches his head, scooping another handful of nuts in his mouth. Hard to say. Assuming I need to keep summoning food and water. 2 months? 2 months? I exclaim in disbelief. It only takes me just over 3 hours to fill my mana pool from empty, and that's with the foreign mana debuff nearly having it. Well, I put all my stats into intelligence, so of course it's going to take a while. Dreyer folds his furry arms. And I have to fill up all the mana crystals, even with my stats, it's impossible to transport a whole house with my mana pool alone. You transport the entire house between worlds? I gasp. He nods. Of course. I don't know how to build a house, so what else am I going to do? Pitch a tent? He laughs. I'm not an animal. I refrain from mentioning that he looks exactly like a giant animal. Wait, I forgot. Dreyer hits his forehead lightly with his palm. I'll have to adjust the amount of mana going into the formation to account for the extra person going through, make that 2 months and a few days. Can't I fill up the mana crystals for you? I ask. That would speed this up. No, having someone else's mana in the formation would make it difficult to control. Dreyer replies. It's best not to risk it. I sigh in resignation. So, what do we do in the meantime? Talk. I suppose I'll look through my spell books, see if there's anything that can help you. Maybe explore a little. He muses. In other words, more sitting around doing nothing for me. Fork. Dreyer flips onto the last page of the last spell book on the last shelf of his bookshelf, snapping the book shut a moment later. It has taken him a few days to read through them all, and with each one my hope dwindled slightly. Looks like you're out of luck this time. Dreyer sighs. I do have one spell that could be modified to suit your purposes, but it's just too advanced. To learn it, I'd have to go through and teach you several dozen other things first. And with you not being able to see writing, I don't think I'd be able to even if I wanted to try. Don't worry about it. I say, resigned. Still, thanks for taking the time to look through all those books. It was about time I read back through them, anyway. He replies, waving it off. Now, it's about time I do some exploring of this godforsaken place. Mind if I come with? I ask, happy to do something other than sitting around. Sure. He replies, slipping gloves on his paws, both front and hind. From what I can see, his paws are somewhat more developed than an ordinary squirrel's with fully opposable thumbs, but still retaining the pads and claws. Opening the door, Dreyer steps outside and winces slightly. The ground is hot. He exclaims as I fly through the open door. Will you be alright? I ask. I'll be fine. He says, shifting slightly from paw to paw as he gets used to the temperature. Not nearly as bad as the time I was at Ignis, the elemental world of fire. I pause at that. How on earth do you survive in a world of fire? You don't, normally. Dreyer replies. I was lucky enough to come across some friendly fire elementals who were willing to siphon off the heat around my house until I managed to get out of there. Unfortunately, they weren't able to siphon off all the heat, and I had to have extensive repairs done in the world after. He says wryly, before remarking, gosh, it really is dark, isn't it? I can't tell. Without living beings to use as reference, I'm completely unable to tell the time of day. If it's night, maybe we should wait until morning? I suggest. According to my research, hell doesn't have day, just night and dark. Dreyer explains. The moon. There it is, the moon provides a little bit of light. After it goes beyond the horizon, there's not even that. Just pure darkness. The more I learn about this place, the more I want to leave. I groan. I had seen demons using the terms before, but I thought dark and night were referring to the same thing. Apparently not. Dreyer gets down on all fours and starts dashing across the ground at a decent pace, with me following closely behind. So, you know a bit about this place? I ask, curious. A bit. Iris, wah. Dreyer plows into a boulder. Ow. 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 I try and research places I could end up in, especially the bad ones. I knew I would end up here eventually. He says, a thin trail of blood seeping from his head. You alright? I ask, slightly concerned. He waves a paw. Fine. Just try not to distract me when I'm running, okay? Alright. I'm keeping up the telepathic link between us so that we can talk at any time. Of course, that means some extra drain on my side given that I'm also using telekinesis to fly, but since the distance between us is fairly small, it still isn't putting my consumption over my regeneration. The landscape around us isn't much different from where I was before Dreyer summoned me, bleak, barren and sheltering minimal life. Dreyer pads in steady, gradually expanding circles around his house, familiarizing himself with the area. As I follow him around, getting a bit of exercise so to speak, I notice some people appearing on the edge of my vision. To be more specific, it's a few demons chasing after what looks like a kid. The kid looks like an elf, and he also looks like he's in terrible shape, dressed in little more than torn rags and sporting several large wounds. Noticing that they are heading roughly towards the house, I warn Dreyer. "Hey Dreyer, can you fight? We have demons incoming." "Of course I can. Where are they coming from?" Dreyer replies, standing up and looking around cautiously. "Coming towards the house from a bit to your right, about 1.5 kilometers away. I estimate. Chasing a child, as well." "A child? Those beasts!" Dreyer says angrily, running off towards them. Well, I'm honestly skeptical that the kid is much better than the demons after all I've seen so far in hell, but I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. We reach within a stone's throw of them just in time to witness them plunging a spear into the boy's back. "No!" Dreyer shouts. Incredibly, the boy doesn't fall and just keeps on running, the spear tearing from his flesh under the scowling visage of the demon holding it. "Hey, furfuck! Come to help your friend?" he shouts, noticing us. "Come over here so I can make some fuhrk." The demon collapses forwards, an arrow protruding from the back of his head. Dreyer raises a hand, plucking an arrow from thin air and setting it to the string of the bow that had appeared only moments earlier. Drawing back the string, Dreyer releases and the arrow jumps forwards, into a tiny portal that emerges in front of him. The portal's twin appears over the head of one of the remaining 2 demons, who has turned around to see who shot the first one. He is soon sporting a stylish new headpiece. Seeing the demise of his accomplices, the last demon turns and runs. But honestly, what use is there in running when your opponent is a space wizard? A third arrow quickly finds its mark, and the final demon collapses to the ground. Tossing the bow aside, Dreyer rushes towards the boy, who collapsed to the ground upon witnessing the death of his pursuers. Stooping down beside him, there is a brief glimmer of light above Dreyer's hand before it sparks into nothingness. "I don't have enough mana to summon potions. Can you do anything?" he asks, panicking at the sight of the boy spilling blood from numerous wounds. "Probably not, but I can take a look." I look closer at the boy, both at the exterior and interior of his body, inspecting his very bones and organs. Or what's left of them. Impossible. This should be impossible. I exclaim in disbelief. "What's wrong?" Dreyer asks with dread. "What's wrong?" "His spine is broken in 3 separate places, his legs in 7, his lungs are holier than Swiss cheese and his heart was accurately shish kebabbed by that spear earlier." I report, unable to believe my eyes, "Not that I have any." Dreyer sighs. "He's dead, then. If I had a head, I would be shaking it. That's what's so impossible, he's still alive." "That's right, he's alive. His lungs are still pumping and his heart is still beating. Even though they don't seem to be doing anything, they just keep going without showing any indication of stopping." "What?" Dreyer gasps. "But how?" "Beats me," I admit helplessly. "But I think it's best not to touch him. Might disrupt whatever it is that's keeping him alive." "I think that's best." Dreyer agrees. "But we can't just leave him here. There's nothing we can do." "I don't see that we have much of a choice," I reply. Dreyer looks like he's about to argue the point when the boy opens his eyes. Glancing over the big ball of fur in front of him, the boy's eyebrows narrow slightly, but he says nothing and just gets up off the ground. That looks unnatural. And painful. His bones are broken, but are acting as if they aren't, keeping in alignment and everything. That probably means they'll heal up better, right? I think I remember something along those lines. Ignoring Dreyer, he walks over to the corpses of the demons and picks up a spear. Without so much as a glance at us, he starts walking away. I can see him muttering under his breath, "Kill them. I have to. Find a way. Kill them all. That kid has problems." "Well, I think that's that. How about we go back to your house now?" That sounds good. Dreyer sighs. Remind me how long it'll take, again? I ask, as we start traveling back. I just used all my mana, so we're back at the beginning. The days pass by as slowly as ever. I spend my time as per usual, slowly increasing skill proficiency and getting some more flying experience. Occasionally, I perform my duties as the only fork in the house. Dreyer spends his time reading through his tomes, sleeping or eating. Every now and again, he infuses mana into one of the crystals in the floor, making them glow ever brighter in my sight. Days turn into weeks, and a lone demon happens to spot the house. Not wanting to stay in hell any longer than I have to, I decide to face him myself. With a quick combination of my natural forky stealth, a key blast, magic edge and power stab, I fork him up good. Weeks turn into months, and the number on the age section of my status ticks from 11 to 12. A whole year. I never expected to have my first birthday in hell. It's quite dreary, one might even go so far as to call it hellish. I think I'll make it a goal to have my second birthday anywhere but hell. Actually, make that any birthday. Eventually, my age ticks to 13 months. With the day of departure drawing near, I check over my skills, satisfied that my constant training has paid off. Power stab has advanced to advanced. Decreasing cooldown down to 4 minutes and increasing the multiplier to 1.2 times. Not exactly a startling increase, but every bit counts. Still, physical attacks are not my preferred course of action, so with any luck I won't have significant use for this in the future. Magic Edge has also reached advanced, bringing with it greater control over the skill. I mean, using all my mana on it is powerful, but I really don't want to use all my mana for something like that. Now, for the more interesting and useful ones, mana control has increased to advanced. I don't need to explain that, do I? For manipulation, Self has finally reached expert, meaning that I can transform quicker and more smoothly than ever, and at a lower cost. Heck, I can actually form an edge with some sharpness to it now. Or make my tines pointy. And last but most probably the greatest of all of these is meditation. It has crossed the threshold of master proficiency, bringing with it great gains. Well, the increase isn't as large as from basic to advanced, but it's still significant. My mana and psi regeneration are now multiplied by 3, while my ki regeneration is multiplied by 25. What's more is that the meditation state now has a calming effect and makes me slightly more resistant to mind affecting or altering effects. With that and the all-structured sanity trait, my mind should be pretty well protected. On top of all that, my ki pool is now completely full. The last few days seem to crawl by at a snail's pace, my anticipation of finally leaving this place making the hours drag on endlessly. But finally, the last mana crystal gains the same bright glow as all the others, and Dreyer says that the formation is ready. Now I just need to fill up my own mana pool again, and we're good to go. Dreyer says with satisfaction when I ask him when he'll be starting up the spell. You mean there's still another few days? A few long days later. Alright, let's get out of here. Dreyer exclaims. Oh, and please don't interrupt me. That could be bad. I sever the telepathic link just to be sure. Sitting down in the center of the floor, Dreyer lays his paws on the center of the formation. A slight amount of mana slips from his body into the formation, radiating through lines that were barely visible before. When those faint threads of mana reach the glowing mana crystals, the formation suddenly floods with light, the threads of mana quickly turning to the thickness of ropes. A moment later, a portal appears just below the house. Then, in a bizarre turn of events, the house appears to start sinking. I almost contact Dreyer in panic but decide to trust that everything is happening as it's supposed to. His expression doesn't seem to have. I can't read his expressions, actually. Dreyer, and the furniture in the house, start sinking as well. To me, who can't see beyond the portal, it appears as if Dreyer is just half a giant squirrel sticking out of the swirling mass of mana that is the portal. After a few moments, the table I am on slips below the surface of the portal, taking me with it. As it does, a system window appears, but I ignore it for now. Now on the other side, I can see what's actually happening. The house, and by extension us, is on flat ground, and we are not sinking into it. Thank God. I should really find out more about the gods, who they are, what they do, that sort of thing. It's probably important. Anyway, back to matters at hand. The portal on the side is above us and slowly ascending, with more and more of the house being revealed as it goes. After another 10 or so seconds, the portal rises over the peak of the house, stops, and shrinks quickly into nothingness. Dreyer stands up and looks around. All right, everything seems to have come through fine. Gerald, it's done, you can talk again. That was a unique experience. I say, re-establishing the telepathic connection between us. What world are we in now? Well, let's have a look, shall we? Dreyer opens the door and steps outside. Hey, a forest. Now this is my type of world. Now this is a strange type of world. There's the forest, which extends beyond the limits of my vision, and that's fine. It's just a big forest, right? Wrong. The trees are moving. Not all of them, and not fast, but the trees are moving around. Actually, there seems to be a notable exception, the trees around us aren't moving at all. Some of the trees are moving. I note to Dreyer. Just outside this ring of trees. Don't suppose you know anything about them? He peers around but is unable to see anything. Do they have trunk-like legs? Not really. They more crawl through the ground with their roots. I reply, taking another look at one of them. No clue then. Dreyer shrugs. Still, we don't seem to have anything attacking us just yet, so it's already a better landing than some of the other times. Maybe I should mass produce that book I'm planning to write, hand it out to schools or something. Dreyer steps back inside to rest up for a while after transporting us across worlds. He tells me it's a strenuous ordeal. Since nothing is happening, I take a look at that window I missed. You are entering a world without the system. Help function will be limited. Experience values and skill proficiencies will not update until you re-enter the system. You will still be able to view your status, but any change to your abilities may cause the values displayed to be incorrect. It is recommended that you do not spend any available status points. I do a double take. I'm outside the system, just by moving to another world? I suppose it does make sense that it doesn't exist everywhere, it didn't exist on Earth, after all. Just to be sure, I ask Dreyer about it. This world is outside the system? Huh? Yeah, it is. He replies absently. It's pretty rare, but there are a few worlds without it. Not sure why. It can be annoying, with the numbers in your status getting mixed up so easily, but I've learned to live without it. Interesting. The day passes without incident, despite Dreyer jinxing us earlier. Point of view? I watch the foreigners through the night. The squirrel beastman, I haven't seen one in quite a while, simply sleeps. The small one does not, seeming content to watch and train through the night. He is quite unusual, even to me. He has the form of a fork, and yet the spirit of a human. The unusual combination reminds me of an old friend, one I have not seen since. Shortly after the darkness. But that was my choice. Stay here. Watch over my people, so that history never repeats itself. However long it takes. The night passes without incident, but they are not so fortunate in the morning. One of my people, riding an ash that is young and capricious enough to still be roaming, happens to come close enough to the foreigners that the ash freezes up. Not having had visitors for a long time, my people have forgotten the tree's ancient instincts upon encountering people they don't know, pretend to be a normal tree, lest they be felled by axe or fire. So, it is understandable that she is perplexed about the ash suddenly stopping. Descending from amongst its branches, she strikes off into the forest, asking the forest to guide her path. Of course, the trees around her are playing possum, so none of them are able to answer her request, and she ends up walking straight towards the house. She is shocked by its appearance, and when she becomes close enough to see what it is made from, horrified. Her scream startles the beastman, who has just left the house to greet her. His attempts to calm her down are met with no success, and it quickly becomes obvious that it will come to blows if nothing is done. Sighing, I step out of the forest and place my hand on her shoulder. "Calm yourself." I remove my hand again as she whirls around, the anger in her eyes quickly changing to awe and respect. "My lord. But. This thing. It's made of." She trails off, her voice quickly regaining an angry edge. Looking to the beastman, I say, "I apologize for her behavior. For so long have my people known only the forest that they have forgotten that there were once trees without will or intelligence, and still are, in other worlds. No harm done." He replies amiably. "I'm Dreyer. And you too are." I turn back towards the now considerably calmer woman. "Remain nearby while they stay here, to prevent any further misunderstandings. And teach them the way of the forest." "Yes, my lord." She bows. Shaking my head softly, I step back into the forest. Point of view Gerald, if he hadn't come along, I don't know what would have happened. Dreyer sighs with relief. "But he was a tad rude." "Who?" I reply, confused by the whole situation. Dreyer tilts his head. "The satyr man that came in and calmed down that satyr woman. Didn't you see him?" "No." I reply slowly. "No, I didn't." "Great. We have another invisible man." Dreyer looks at the satyr woman, who appears to be struggling with a mix of emotions. "Would you like to come inside?" "No." She shouts reflexively, before calming down and explaining herself. "No, I'm sorry, even if the Lord has said it's alright, seeing something made." She gulps. "Made of wood, I just can't." "It's alright," Dreyer says reassuringly, stepping away from the house. "Should we talk here, or would you rather it be out of sight?" "Yes, that would be great." "Can you climb?" she asks. Dreyer smiles, flagging his tail. "I am a squirrel." The two of them walk over to a nearby tree, and within seconds both of them have climbed up into its leafy canopy. Sitting on the thick boughs, they look remarkably unperturbed that their legs are hanging over empty space. I stealthily leave the house and float over to the tree, setting myself to rest among its roots, just in case. At this distance, Dreyer is just inside the range at which my telepathy wouldn't take more psi than I regenerate. Letting out a deep sigh, the satyr woman instantly looks more relaxed. "Sorry. It was all just so much, so fast. I was just wandering around the forest like every other day, then I found your house, then the Lord himself came. I can give you some time, if you'd like," Dreyer suggests. "No, I'll be alright." She takes a deep breath. "The Lord asked me to teach you the way of the forest, and he's right. If nobody does, you could end up dead or lost forever within the forest." Dreyer frowns. "That doesn't sound good. Let's get started, then." A moment later he asks me, "You're still listening, right?" "Always," I reply. "The trees are alive, as smart as you or me, talking in a language we can't hear or understand. The entire forest, talking to each other." She gestures widely. "Many of them like to move around, which means that it's absolutely impossible to find your way around if you rely on your memory." Dreyer cocks his head. "How do you find your way around, then?" he asks. "You ask the forest," she replies. "The trees know where everything is. They'll open up a path for you, or, if you're particularly lucky, there might be one willing to take you there. Seems straightforward enough." Dreyer nods. "But why are they so helpful?" It's her turn to look confused. "Now that you mention it, I'm not sure. There is this old legend that we satyrs are the keepers and protectors of the forest, perhaps that has something to do with it?" "Protectors? What are you protecting the forest from?" Dreyer asks. She grows even more confused. "I don't know. There shouldn't be anything that is a danger to the forest. Maybe you protect the forest from people from other worlds. Not all of them are as friendly as me." Dreyer muses. "Maybe." She nods thoughtfully. "Anyway, it's the same if you need food. Ask, and you'll be guided to a tree nearby that has ripe fruit or nuts, or a place where there are some vegetables that have finished growing. Sounds like most of your needs are taken care of. Dreyer notes. Most, but not all. She warns. It isn't just us satyrs who dwell in the forest. There are many animals and beasts here as well, and not all of them friendly. The forest will try and keep you clear of them, but if they have your scent, there's rarely anything the forest can do to help. I hope you know how to fight. Her clothing, clearly made from furs and animal hides, punctuate just how real that danger is. No worries there. Dreyer shrugs. I travel a lot, and I've gotten into my fair share of trouble in the past. I can take care of myself just fine. Is there anything else I should know? Don't harm the forest. Other than that, no. Maybe. She says thoughtfully. There are some old ways, passed down in stories. We don't know what they mean, exactly, but they might mean something to you, since you're from another world. Maybe. Agrees Dreyer. What are they? Carry no axe and start no fire. She recites. Dreyer nods. Makes sense. An axe is a weapon or a tool, mostly used to cut down trees. She shudders. Apostrophe and fire. Is well, fire. It's hard to describe. Do you know how to describe fire? Dreyer asks me. I could give you the technical description, but I doubt that would clarify anything. I reply dryly. Describing fire to someone who has never seen it before. Well, that would be like trying to describe color to a blind man. Hey, that's a great way of putting it. Dreyer exclaims. Was it? Describing fire to someone who has never seen it is like trying to describe color to a blind man. Dreyer repeats. But fire is really bad for trees. All right? She scratches her head slightly. Well, that's enough talking. I should show you how to do it. You hungry? Definitely. Dreyer nods. Follow me. She says, quickly climbing down the tree again, with Dreyer close behind. Hello, can you please lead us to some food? She says to some trees, before telling Dreyer, you have to be polite. The forest remembers everything, so if you're rude you'll be paying for it for a long, long time. I still get macadamias every now and again. That's a tough nut to crack. Dreyer nods. I follow behind them at a distance as they walk through the trees,